2.3 crore CAP, 2,321, beg your pardon, 2,321 CAPF companies, 6,000 quick response teams. Well, 2021 Phase 2 scorecard actually had the Trinamool Congress dominate the discourse with 123 against a BJP that just managed 18. 49 of the 142 seats in Phase 2 are in the urban pockets. The BJP is trying to eye a breach into Didi's southern fortress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in personal touch with the voter. He penned an open letter and he said and also sent out an audio message in Bangla. The big battle is in Bhabanipur. Mamata Banerjee versus Shuvendu Adhikari. The approval ratings for Shuvendu Adhikari have risen from less than double digits to nearly just about 6% short of Mamata Banerjee, who has slipped nearly 20 points in her approval ratings between 2021 and 2026. So there is anti-incumbency on ground. The middle class, women voters, the youth are key. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi had actually appealed to women and the youth to turn out in large numbers and also cast their franchise, cast their ballot. Is there a shift? Are there winds of change? Will the SIR deletions and perhaps a consolidation of the Hindu vote script a different story this time around? Or has the voter already made up their mind that they want to stick with what they know, that is the governance or the rule of Didi in Bengal? We have to wait and watch. These 142 seats will decide. Let's move on, and we got more coming through. Ahead of polling, the BJP has levelled a big allegation against the Trinamool Congress. BJP Shuvendu Adhikari has alleged that the Trinamool Congress procured artificial fingers for bogus voting in Bhabanipur. Let's listen into Shuvendu Adhikari.
তৃণমূল একটা নিকৃষ্ট মানের চোর ভোট চোর মানে করতে দেব না এটা হচ্ছে এটার উপরে লাগানো থাকবে কালিটা লাগিয়ে দিতে বাইরে
ও আচ্ছা 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 আচ্ছা
750 নাম্বারটাও বলে দিলাম পারচেজ বাই দি কাউন্সিলর দেবলীনা বিশ্বাস কোনো চুরি করতে দেব না 3810 বিএলও স্লিপ ফিরে এসেছে তাদেরকেও চিহ্নিত করে দিয়েছি আমরা বুথে বুথে মমতা ব্যানার্জি হারাটা শুধু সময়ের অপেক্ষা শুভেন্দু অধিকারী একদম 4 তারিখে লাস্ট মেশিন গোনা পর্যন্ত তৃণমূলকে কিভাবে ছুটাতে হয় এটা আমি জানি।
So we got Payal Pallavi and Kamalika. CNN News 18's Daring Devi is joining us this early morning. And good morning, ladies. Always a pleasure. And it's been hot, it's humid, but it's also campaigning reaching a fever pitch. Great job done on ground, and you've got the pulse. You know what's going on. Good to see you all smiling, and you got some vibrant colors on you. Amazing, ladies. Let's go across to Bhabanipur first. Kamalika, Shuvendu Adhikari is saying they've got bogus fingers. So what? The Election Commission and the booth officers will not know these bogus fingers? How can they cast bogus votes? Or is it just to try and build the pressure? Or is it that Shuvendu Adhikari is making bahanas? He's already worried about his future in Bhabanipur.
See, one thing is very clear, nothing is possible in booth this time because security development, presiding officers, everything, everybody has to work as per law. That is the message which has been given from Gyanesh Kumar. As I speak to you, I would just like to ask my video journalist to show, because there is huge battery of media also out there. This is the booth of Mitra Institution. This is the booth where, this is Mamata Banerjee's Para's booth. Sometime from now, Abhishek Banerjee is supposed to cast his vote here. And then in the evening, Mamata Banerjee will also cast her vote. You can see that deployment of CAPF, there's no state police anywhere around. So the deployment of security, the CAPF is high out there. So this shows it clearly that there is no chance of anything, fake thing which will be allowed, and there is a very strict direction. Anybody found to go ahead with the fake voting will be jailed for 1 year. So Shuvendu Adhikari's this allegation which he did yesterday night is definitely that will be considered by the Election Commission, but this on ground is not possible, that I can say with my experience. experience, because this time it is absolutely everything is very, very, very tight. On the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari yesterday also told me that today is his exam and he believes that he is going to do well. So he is going to give ghar mein ghus ke chunauti denge. That's what the language which he always uses, and that's what's happening in Bhawanipur. On the other hand, this is the Ghor and Mayor area. That's what the Trinamool Congress projection is. That Bhawanipur is a place where Mamata Banerjee is born. She's grown up here, done her politics. There is no chance that there is going to be a Poriborton here. But there is a non-Bengali vote, and there are a lot of factors together in Lok Sabha polls. In some words, we have seen Saffron camp leading ahead. Will that have any effect on the assembly polls? That is to be seen. But definitely, if this is the Mahabharat, the Kurukshetra, is no doubt Bhawanipur.
Well, you're right in the middle of the battlefield there. Bhawanipur is equal to phase 2 of Bengal is what Kamalika is saying. It all attention is there. But Mamata Bandyopadhyay has been on the foot in Bhawanipur, trying to walk around and trying to get the age-old practices, tactics used by the left and also then the Trinamool. But have those days changed? Has the mood changed on ground? Good to see a steady queue of voters on ground. As we see, it's been a steady filing, people lining up even by 6:30 a.m. before, half an hour, 40 minutes before the polling booths even opened. Payal Pallavi, before I come across to you, we just got more news coming through. Derek O'Brien has dared the Prime Minister to resign when Mamata and Trinamool Congress win the Bengal polls. Let's listen into what Derek is saying.
नरेंद्र, आपने अनाउंस किया था बंगाल की सभी 294 सीट्स पर आप ही कैंडिडेट है। बड़ी बड़ी बात छोड़िए, ये चैलेंज स्वीकार कीजिए। 4 मई को जब ममता बनर्जी और टीएमसी बंगाल जीतेंगे, प्रधानमंत्री पद से रेजिग्नेशन दीजिए। है दम?
Pallavi Ghosh, Derek O'Brien, will he also accept the counter? Will he also come out and say that Mamata Banerjee will resign from all posts and quit public life if Trinamool Congress loses Bengal? What's the need for this conversation? And of late, we've seen Derek O'Brien address the Prime Minister by first name. Now, is this a strategy? Is this something which they have devised, that this is how they're going to address the Prime Minister, Home Minister of the country?
Oh, yeah, that is a strategy which certainly Derek O'Brien has been using, Anand, at multiple platforms, saying that, if you can do it to us, we are going to do it to you. Just to come back to your question, I remember last time round when Mamata Banerjee lost in Nandikam, we had precisely asked them this question, that will she then step away from becoming the Chief Minister and wait to win? At that point of time, they said, why should she? She is the face. She is Trinamool Congress. So we'll wait to see what really happens. In a monolithic party like the Trinamool Congress, which centered around one personality, and in this case 2 personalities, the TMC will run the risk of facing a lot of challenge within should the Trinamool Congress lose this time in the battle for Bengal. I'm just going to come back to where I'm standing quickly before I come back to you. This is Park Circus area, almost the heart of Kolkata. One thing I saw when I've been travelling through the other 2 constituencies is the huge queues. They say that people in cities don't cast their vote. I don't think, Anand, that is applicable as far as Bengal goes. Bengalis love to indulge in politics. One very quick question, bole ki Kolkata hai, শহর hai, no one goes and give vote. আপনারা তো সকাল সকাল বেরিয়েছেন।
একদম বেরিয়েছি ভোট দেওয়ার জন্য।
Democracy.
একদম ডেমোক্রেসি।
What is it that you are going to be voting for? Key issue উপরে you are going to vote. No political party to be named. What's the key issue যেটার উপরে আপনি ভোট দেবেন?
আমরা ভোট দেব একদম দুর্নীতিমুক্ত সরকার চাই।
কি মুক্ত?
দুর্নীতিমুক্ত।
আচ্ছা, দুর্নীতিমুক্ত, misgovernance মুক্ত সরকার, ডেভেলপমেন্ট চাই। Okay, so misgovernance mukt sarkar, that's a new word I heard in this battle for Bengal.
Durniti
But
mukto.
everywhere,
That was a nice coinage. Yeah, that's a nice coinage. Durniti mukto sarkar chai. So and glad I can understand a bit of Bangla, but you ladies are all from there. Payal, before we go to the next update, Hawa kya chal rahi? What's the mood on ground? Are women coming out in large numbers to vote? Whereabouts are you?
I am at this booth at JJ Ajmera cool. The only thing is that हवा नहीं चल रही. Anand, it is just sapping hot. It's just so much of humidity. It's going to be very, very difficult to survive the day unless you take Glucon-D, unless you take some form of ORS. That's something which I'll advise to all my colleagues. But having said that, let's look at the queue. This is a small booth where you can see women have been queued up from the morning. Senior citizens are also here as well. Let's try and understand from them because, you know, they are the actual stakeholders over here. They are the ones who are actually going to matter. এবারে বেঙ্গলের কি মামলা সবথেকে আগে ম্যাটার করবে?
আমি কি বলবো বলুন তো, ঠিক বলতে পারছি না।
আপনি এসেছেন ভোট করতে, মানে
ভোট করতেই এসেছি, দেখা যাক কি হয়।
দেখা যাক কি হয় is one of them's response. Ma'am, आप बताइए, how important is it for the citizens of the city to come out and
I think everyone should vote because vote is not just giving a vote, but it's the power, it's your pride. As a democratic country, we must vote. So to me, vote turnout is most important. Finally, kake vote dichen, it's very personal. So that cannot be discussed and we will be waiting for the results.
Are you a first-time voter?
No, I've voted before.
What is it that brings you to the polling booth right now without naming any political party?
Oh, I think it's every citizen's right to come and place their vote. So it's something that is unmissable in my opinion.
We'll try and get in a word from a senior citizen also. Sir, you're too tall for me, but sir, what is the tall ask that people from Bengal really want?
That's a nice question.
Tall, medium, short, everyone wants a safe, peaceful and economically prosperous future. Thank you.
Yeah. Right, so you know, you can never, humor is something which can never go out of Bengal no matter what age group you are clearly in, but this time around, we are hoping that you know the weather improves and we hoping
but you can
that
never
the future of Bengal
really Bengali. That's also true. So that is also true, but the long and short of it, or the tall and short of it, is that people must come out and vote, and that's amazing. We just had some interesting visuals of ISKCON devotees coming out and doing their Prabhat Feri and doing the kirtans on the streets. Okay, so and we got Mamata Bandyopadhyay is speaking. Actually, she's on the move. She's let's listen to what she's saying.
আমরা লড়ে নেবো, আমরা আসবো।
ঠিক আছে দিচ্ছি।
কি হবে আমরা
News 18 mics. I'm just going to check if there was Kamalika there who had a chat with Mamata Bandyopadhyay, but she's on the move. She's first visited Firhad Hakim's house and then visiting booths in Kolkata Port AC, and then also the first time she is out on polling day. That's early morning. She's doing the rounds. Somewhere there seems to be a certain level of edginess on both sides, because this time the voters been very, very silent. We've got news coming through at Nadia. That's also another update. Booth number 53 in the Chhapra Assembly constituency, an ISF agent was allegedly prevented from entering. He was assaulted and sustained a head injury. Allegations have also been made against the Trinamool Congress. This entire Nadia and of course Bangor, we saw what happened there. This belt has seen a certain level of polling violence, certain level of attacks at each other. There is also the fight for the Muslim vote, where the ISF targets the Furfura Sharif, and those leaders try to cut into the Muslim votes. The Trinamool Congress wanting to aggregate the Muslim votes, because in this phase, viewers, in every constituency, the Muslim vote is important as much as the Hindu vote is important. Now, you may ask, why are we speaking in binaries? But that's what the trends have shown, along with how the women will vote this time in terms of gender differences, age differences, and they may just rise above caste, creed, religion, background, and they just want to vote for a particular mood, either consistency or change. Kamalika now joins us. Kamalika, again, violence in Nadia. ISF and Trinamool Congress have clashed, and the allegation against Trinamool at booth number 53.
See, we'll have to see that this area, Chopra in Nadia, where this clash took place, this is a minority-dominated area. And here is the place where ISF, the India's Secular Front, who are minority-dominated party, they have pretty good presence in South Bengal. So they are trying to take that voters, the core voter pie, from no doubt TMC, and there where the confrontation is taking place. However, this incident has not happened inside the booth. This is outside the booth, because inside the booth, in and around booth, this time it's not possible. There has been cut in this ISF worker's head, and he has accused that it is the Trinamool Congress gundas, that's what he has been saying, that they are trying to intimidate, and that is the reason for which this thing has happened. On the other hand, the Trinamool Congress is saying that it is ISF which is disturbing. But let me tell you, Anand, I would just like to emphasize on this point as far as Bhawanipur is concerned. We have never seen Mamata Banerjee coming out on a vote day. Mamata Banerjee coming out, going to different booths. This is something which is very, very significant. This is what I can say. This is, I think, the biggest development. Mamata Banerjee is generally a person who sits in her house. She looks into all the control room and everything. She takes in information, and in the evening, she comes out and votes here in Metro Institution. But this is the first time Mamata Banerjee coming out from her house to see how the vote is going on. I think it's very, very significant.
Well, it is significant, and this is the first time, perhaps in a long time, you're not going to have biker gangs and a certain level of presence of political party entities trying to go ahead, round up voters, or perhaps stop voters, or stand in front of societies and indicate to certain entities whether they should go out to vote or not and who they should vote for. So that aspect of fear, that aspect of intimidation, the effort has been to remove that so that the voter can make a free choice. Also, more news coming in. ISF President Naushad Siddiqui has now condemned a viral video allegedly showing a Gram Panchayat chief intimidating voters. Naushad Siddiqui has asserted that the people of Bhangor will not be moved by such threats and have expressed total confidence that the Trinamool Congress candidate will be defeated and sent home. So Nadia, Bhangor, and just now as we looked at some of the other allegations, the ISF versus Trinamool Congress, just like a Humayun Kabir versus the Trinamool Congress. Pallavi, these fragments in phase 2, these dynamics in strong Muslim pockets where there could be dissonance with respect to governance, with respect to policy, and the vote could break away. The Muslim consolidation may not happen, and the Trinamool in the past has used intimidation. This time around, the ISF and some of the other entities, the smaller entities, trying to say that go ahead and vote without fear. What's the story on ground?
So even... See, Anand, the political pundits and observers over here that say that Mamata Banerjee has always started on batting on a very strong wicket because there has been a consolidation of those Muslim votes completely behind the Trinamool Congress. So she begins with a huge head start with a large number of seats, say over more than 80 seats is what they say. Now, this is a vote bank which she needs to ensure is consolidated. So, as Kamalika was pointing, Mamata Banerjee stepping out and going to Firad Hakim's house today first is very significant, because perhaps that's what she's trying to ensure, that the Muslim vote does not get divided. I remember in Nandigram in 2021, just as we were all getting ready to pack up, we got news of Mamata Banerjee on her wheelchair sitting at the booths because she got whiff of the fact that Nandigram voters were not going her way, and we know that she lost. Now also I think she's trying to ensure that there is no break in minority vote bank, which is why she keeps on talking about two important things. One, SIR. The SIR is specifically targeted, according to a TMC, only on the minority community, and she also sells the minorities in many rallies. If you don't vote, and if the BJP comes to power over here, then all of you may have to leave. This fear psychosis is what she's trying to bring in, and I guess when she's traveling, beginning with Firad Hakim's home, is also a messaging she's trying to send. Now there are many players over here. Owaisi, of course, was a non-starter last time round. He's here. Humayun Kabir, many say, and Kamalika has been reporting from Murshidabad, could actually make a little bit of a dent in that area as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned. Congress, for whatever it may be, is little confident that it's going to do well in Muslim areas like Malda and Murshidabad. And Anand, there is a reason why Rahul Gandhi suddenly sprung up here, goes to two Muslim-dominated constituencies of Kolkata, Matia Burj and Shahid Minar, and he starts attacking Mamata Banerjee. Now, all of this is an attempt to ensure that a minority vote breaks, which is why TMC would always call them the B team of the BJP. This is her fight. She has to ensure a consolidation of the minority vote bank, so she begins batting on a strong wicket.
Okay, thank you very much. We got more pictures coming through out on the street. A lot of voters. Mithunda is out there. He is going to cast his vote. Whether or not he speaks post casting his vote, we'll have to wait and watch. He's standing there amidst security, but also interacting with the voters. He's standing in queue, waiting for his turn. He's been out on the campaign mode. He's somebody who's traveled the entire, political ideology spectrum, because he started with an Naxal sympathizer, far left, then moved towards Trinamool and then towards the BJP. And over time, he said, as time changes, as things change, as Bharat changes, Bengal changes, then the need to evolve is also very important. There you go. Those are Radha Raman Das, Vice President of one of the ISKCON temples in Kolkata. He is out there with the ISKCON devotees doing the morning kirtan and chanting the Hare Krishna mantra on the streets of Kolkata. Spirituality, a certain level of confidence, all of these perhaps are important. Viewers, one of the aspects that just now Kamalika said, Mamata Banerjee is for the first time stepping out on voting day. She never does this. And she's gone to Firad Hakim's place, and then she's traveling and she's going to go to the Kolkata Port AC booths and go and see who's voting where. So that means this time around she knows there is a lot at stake. And what is at stake? The X factors. And let's start. And it is all about Mamata Banerjee. If there is a Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi across the 294 seats, then it all starts since 2011. It is Mamata Banerjee across the 294 seats in the assembly constituencies for Trinamool Congress in Bengal. So can she deliver a record fourth straight win for the Trinamool? And what will that mean for her stature as a leader on national footprint? That's another big question. The SIR deletions, we'll get into numerics in a bit. The SIR deletions, will they trigger perhaps a reversal of fortunes or an aggregation of the numbers, a settling of the numbers? Because in Kolkata and Greater Kolkata, the SIR deletions perhaps have been the maximum. Then, and it's not necessary that it cuts only into the Muslim votes. It can also cut into the Hindu vote and also some of the migrant votes or the chappa votes, the proxy votes. Which way will women of Bengal actually vote? Are they happy with the doles that are given to them, or is there a sense in them that they want their loved ones to find opportunity in Bengal and not having to leave Bengal to go to other parts of the country to make their living or earn their bread? It's a high stakes contest. Will the BJP pitch in this entire infiltration and to say that we'll clean up Bengal, we'll rid Bengal of infiltrators and create opportunities? All industries will come back into Bengal as a promise. Will that actually work? This Bengali Asmita, has the Trinamool Congress been able to actually protect it, or has it eroded? What's in the mind of the voter? Will a divided left and Congress vote split this dissonance vote that does not want to vote for the BJP but will not want to vote for the Trinamool? Will they move back to the left and the Congress, and will that split hurt the Trinamool more and benefit the BJP more? These are questions. In many places, there could be triangular contest or a split in the consolidated vote that the Trinamool was able to accumulate in 2021 and 2024. Will that change now? These are questions. Kamalika Sengupta is live with us. Pallavi, Payal, we'll go back to our reporters, but these are the pictures. Shuvendu Adhikari performing puja. Our guest Tushar Gupta, Professor Manojit Mandal, Sumansi Raman, Rajat Sethi, all joining us this morning. Namaste. Two pictures. One of a Mamata Bandyopadhyay setting out to meet candidates and also go to booth visits on voting day. It's a never before. Since 2011, that's what Kamalika was saying. We've not seen it in 15 years. So that means this is a high stakes battle. And the Trinamool is going all out to ensure that it's able to retain power and buck perhaps whatever is there as an anti-incumbency sentiment. On the other hand, Shuvendu Adhikari, what a turnaround for him from Mamata's trusted lieutenant to perhaps the face of the BJP's campaign in Bengal. Will he earn the trust? Has he done enough of the legwork? And also the big battle in Bhabanipur. So he's starting with puja, he's starting with trying to seek the blessings. Is this optics? Money would want to look at it. For the BJP also high stakes, because if they are not able to deliver this time around, then perhaps their fortunes in Bengal are over. The BJP vote may then just shift en masse back to the Congress or the left, or we may have an alternative opposition coming through. It's a high stakes battle. At various levels also, viewers, Bengal needs a strong governance and from aspects of national security, aspects of internal security, regional security, Bengal becomes the fulcrum. Even with growth story of Bharat, Bengal has always remained the fulcrum. The intelligent push, the intelligentsia, the minds that power Bharat all came from Bengal over the last 150, 200 years. Has that drained now? Will that be revived post these elections? So many questions, so many questions. Rajat Sethi, what are you thinking this morning?
Good morning to all your viewers. I think it is a very consequential election. I believe BJP has put in everything that it had on the plate before the voters, and the last ditch effort of Mamata Banerjee in her emotional sort of parting message right before the campaign was concluding. All of this just says that everybody's emotionally invested. This is not just an election, where elections come and go. This is one place where I believe the people, the voters of West Bengal, the political parties, the two principal political parties are so emotionally invested. They genuinely feel that they can best represent. And this is, for both these parties, this is going to be a truly historic moment. If BJP is able to breach and able to form the first government, out of its most cherished ideological projects would be complete. And so goes with Mamata Banerjee. If she's able to still sustain through, she will carry the fort of or the flag of the opposition, once again being the singular leader who can effectively provide a popular face to the opposition, not the Congress party, not the other parties.
True. Manojit Mandal, what would this imply? Mamata Banerjee out there setting out even as early as 8:50.
Good morning, Mr. Ami. It's not that it did not happen earlier. She was very much there in Nandigram last time, if you could remember, on the polling day. So it's a bit of misinformation on your part. I mean, from
so I stand corrected.
Sure, yeah. And why she went to Mr. Firyad Hakim's house? And look at, even yesterday we got to hear that one of the central agencies actually raided Mr. Firyad Hakim's house even before the election. I think would be held in Calcutta. I think that's what the TMC is fighting most. It's not exactly the BJP's cadres on the ground, because they are not seen, in very many numbers on the ground. If you look at the, booth level, agents and other cadres of BJP. But yeah, the TMC is getting a whole hog of the political.
भाजपा सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, एकदम तांता लग गया, हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है.
All right, okay. We get back to what Shuvendu Adhikari said in a bit, but yes, Manojit Mandal, please complete.
Yeah, that's what you heard. I mean, this kind of semantics, the Hindus are voting for us and Muslims are voting for TMC. This we never heard before 5-6 years ago. It's only after the switching sides of Mr. Shuvendu Adhikari in 2020 that I think he made it a point to polarize the voters, despite the fact that we remained unsuccessful in 2021 and even 2024. Look, we were talking about Bengali intelligentsia. Bengali intelligentsia has never accepted this kind of polarization. By the way, Bengal is still a hub of intellectualism. You still produced, I think, in this century, two of the Nobel laureates in the world. I mean, both are Bengalis, Mr. Amartya Sen and Mr. Abhijit Bandyopadhyay. Them had some connection with the university that I am standing at this point in time. I'm teaching. I mean, Prime Minister for his own ambition. I don't know why he doesn't like Jadavpur University. He made in one of his speeches that Jadavpur University is actually half of the anti-nationals. Amartya Sen taught in Jadavpur University for a brief period of time, and so did Mr. Abhijit Bandyopadhyay. And these are two of the best in the country are still from this city. I mean, Calcutta University and Jadavpur University. So it is still very much a vibrant intellectualism that it is in Bengal. And along with that, I think the people are quite, it's right, people are quite emotional about how they are voting and what they are voting. Yes, I was talking about how many forces that Mamata Banerjee and TMC had to find. It's not just the BJP, machinery. I mean, look at the Prime Minister, Home Minister, the Defense Minister, half a dozen Chief Ministers. Along with that, you have all the agencies, central agencies, Election Commission of India, and now we are getting to hear some encounter specialists are coming to Bengal, and they're doing what they're doing. I mean, all these ultimately will, I do think, will not be enough to defeat.
I respect your point of view. You're a good friend, and you fought big battles, bigger personal battles also with health and all, Manojit Mandal. And everybody is entitled to their political position. I can just flip this question and ask you, why do these entities have to come into Bengal if all was well? if there was no bhoy, if there was no fear, if there were no
I'll tell
crude
you.
bombs, if there was no intimidation, if there was no
I'll tell you.
violence. So that's a question, why would they have to come? That's one part. The other thing is that the numbers show something very interesting. It's not the Muslim vote which consolidation or dissipation is going to be a problem for the Trinamool Congress. It's the Hindu vote if it shifts away. And in the last 3 elections, the Hindu vote has shifted away from 0 to 40% away from the Trinamool Congress. And if there is a 7 to 8% shift of the Hindu vote across seats in this phase, then the BJP makes solid gains. And these Hindu votes away from the Trinamool Congress's votes, the BJP makes solid gains if we were to triangulate that with the SIR. And we'll get to that in a bit. We did that exercise on new matrix, and that's purely on numbers. And it's not, and we look at 2 or 3 scenarios and probabilities, and one would realize that it's not as distant as it looks, and it's not as close as it looks. The BJP has to do a legwork. I'm just adding weight to why a Trinamool.
I understand.
A Trinamool Congress, Suvendu Adhikari has come out and said that Hindu aakar ke BJP ke liye vote kare, because they are targeting that 7-8% shift minimum. If they can do that, then they will start gaining seats, and that will start hurting the Trinamool. Tushar Gupta, just getting everybody's thoughts, and then we'll take this conversation forward. Yes, Tushar Gupta.
You know, it's a very important phase for the BJP today. They need to win at least 50 seats. And interestingly, of the 142 seats, TMC won 123 of them last time. But this time around, I think North 24 Parganas, Kolkata, Havra, Hooghly is where the BJP would be looking to make maximum gains. Of those 142 seats, I don't think the TMC should be worried about 50-odd seats that are highly Muslim-dominated seats, and they will win around 40, 45 of those seats. So the competition for the BJP is in the remaining 90 seats. And if they can get a strike rate of even 50 to 60%, I think, Anand, that would be the election. And that is where the BJP is focused, getting those 40, 50 seats. Now, if you talk about SI deletions, you talk about turnout, the average voter turnout for the last set of seats in phase 1 was 80% in 2021. The average voter turnout then exceeded to 90% in 2026. Now, for this set of seats, it was around 80-81% again in 2021. Today, if the turnout is huge, and we're looking at long queues through your reporters, you never know. This organic surge of voters might actually be for a change. Kolkata, for all its, literacy, for all its progressive thinking, had only a 60% turnout, an average of 60% turnout across its 11 seats. So can they beat that? Because the SI deletions will create a low denominator effect. So beating that, can they actually have an organic surge of voters that the BJP would welcome? Because the first step to winning at least 40 seats in West Bengal in phase 2 is to get the voters out. This is why the presence of security forces is important, that no voter should feel intimidated. No voter should be made to feel that if they go out, voice their thought, voice their fundamental right, they will be under any kind of, psychological or physical threat.
Right. We've got Abhishek Banerjee also coming out, and we'll try and see where he is going about and get our reporters to check, because this Bhaipo effect is also, there are positive rub-offs, negative rub-offs. There's been factionalism within the Trinamool Congress because of Abhishek Banerjee getting the, the prominence that he's got to be able to take calls, allocation of seats, etc. Just quick comment, Sumant Raman. We'll just play out Suvendu Adhikari, and then Sumant Raman, you have 2 minutes before we take a break. Yes.
Yeah.
Suvendu Adhikari, what did he say? Let's just listen to that first. All right, we'll play out Suvendu Adhikari in just a bit. He said that Hindus are voting for the BJP, Hindus are supporting the BJP, and we've done the numbers here at New Matrix which show this shift of the Hindu vote. Mamata Banerjee in Kolkata comes out early morning and is trying to play aggressively, defend Bhabanipur. What's the reading of the room, Sumant Raman? Or should we just ensure that there are 95% voter turnout? That's what needs to be ensured.
Anand, first of all, this time the voter turnout is obviously going to be high because of the SIR effect, and we need to actually calculate at the end of today in phase 2 what has been the increased significant additional number of voters. I don't want to use the word turnout because turnout can be misleading because of the SIR. The second point is, I think these elections are very, very significant for the BJP because two of their last frontiers, Bengal and Tamil Nadu, have been virtually their last 2 frontiers, which they, and perhaps Kerala, are the last frontiers for the BJP, where they have consistently not been able to make an impact. And though in Bengal they have significantly, grown, the proof of the pudding is coming to pass. And look, let's face it, this whole bit about in the end going and saying that Hindus must vote for BJP, I think that is somewhat a little sad way of looking at it. They're not saying Bengalis need to vote for BJP because of of X, Y, or Z. We are again back to saying Hindus must. I know it's a highly polarized state, and I know Mamata Banerjee gets the bulk of the Muslim vote. But the very fact that Suvendu Adhikari would go on record and say Hindus are voting for BJP. What about the rest? He doesn't want their votes. I mean, that's a sad way to look at an election.
Well, it's not about it's not about Sumant Raman. It's not about wanting the votes. It's about the trends. It's about the numbers. And the BJP has not got the Muslim votes at all in Bengal. It's not happened. The consolidation has happened against the BJP.
I agree.
No, this is a historical. This is a historical. No.
As a leader, do you then go down and
See, I'm just saying when a Mamata Banerjee overtly goes and appeases and plays the appeasement politics to consolidate the Muslim vote, how is that kosher and not how is that not communal politics? So I'm just saying you may look at it that way, or perhaps the BJP has very one minute. It is also possible for the BJP just to understand that if they are able to consolidate the Hindu vote, they are able to crack Bengal, and that's why they are doing this. So that's another way of looking at this entire story, because the Trinamool has wrested power by consolidating the Muslim vote over the last 2 or 3 elections. That's their understanding. I'm not saying right or wrong. Let's listen to what Suvendu Adhikari had to say. I've got to take a break. We'll come back and take this forward. Please. Thank you.
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटिंग करने का गुंजाइश कर रहा हूँ। ममता बनर्जी भी निकली है बाहर, वो प्रत्याशी निकलेगा ना, क्या निकलना चाहिए। भवानीपुर में परिवर्तन हो जाएगा। पूरा भाजपा सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, एकदम तांता लग गया, हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है।
प्रदेश माना जाता था और उसको कहीं न कहीं नफरत बढ़ा करके कहीं न कहीं बर्बाद करने की कोशिश की गई है। और उसमें न टीएमसी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है, न बीजेपी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है। सबने अपने वोटों के ध्रुवीकरण के लिए नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है। लोग चाहते थे, बंगाल के लोग, कि अब उनसे निजात मिले, तो हम लोगों ने एक ऑप्शन दिया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो सब कुछ बनाई थी उसको बरकरार रखना चाहती है, लोगों ने पसंद भी किया है।
4 दिन का मेरा प्रचार था और हम तो कई विधानसभा क्षेत्र, लगभग 17 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में हमने प्रचार किया। वहाँ तो यही माहौल है कि भाई एकदम दीदी को फिर से लोग लाना चाहते हैं, और फिर से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि टीएमसी जो है वो चुनाव जीतेगी। बिहार के लोग बहुत तादाद में वहाँ बसे हुए हैं, लोगों ने बहुत प्यार भी दिया है, बहुत मान सम्मान भी दिया है और भरोसा भी दिया है कि वो लोग दीदी को जिताएंगे।
And shifting our focus to more tracking from West Bengal, as phase 2 voting will be witnessed today. Simultaneously, political tensions have also been escalating over the deployment and the role of IPS officer and counter specialist Ajay Pal Sharma. The controversy has now intensified after remarks and actions attributed to the officer triggered political reactions across the state. Remember, the Trinamool Congress, while alluding to the IPS officer, said that he was openly intimidating Trinamool Congress candidates and their family members. A complaint has now been filed against Ajay Pal in Falta, along with allegations against the central police forces too.
Now, it is alleged that security personnel entered homes late at night and assaulted women in the area, causing panic. The complaint has reportedly been filed by one of the women victims. On the other hand, Falta Block Development Officer Saurav Hazra has been removed from his post over allegations of non-cooperation with IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma and has been transferred to Purulia. And let me go across to Kamalika for this. Kamalika, how do you see this whole controversy that is brewing over IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma in West Bengal?
Okay, we'll just go across to Kamalika in a bit, but this is a controversy playing out and on full display. The last few hours, viewers, we've seen several developments flying in thick and fast, and now a complaint has also been filed against the IPS officer who, remember, has been deployed as part of the central government's deployment to monitor the electoral process. Speaking of which, there's more breaking news coming in. A petition has been filed in the Supreme Court for urgent removal of IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma as the central observer. The petition terms Ajay Pal Sharma as highly partisan and acting contrary to the role prescribed to him. So he is one of the many observers. And do remember, we've seen this kind of deployment en masse. A lot of senior IPS officers who are currently in West Bengal just to ensure law and order situation is under control. But that one video which has also taken the internet by storm of Ajay Pal taking the name of a TMC candidate, addressing directly to his family members, has been spoken of as quote-unquote intimidating by the Trinamool Congress. And now we're learning that a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court too for urgent removal of the IPS officer. Kamalika is with us now. Kamalika, a complaint followed by now a petition in the Supreme Court, certainly escalating at the moment with the Trinamool Congress not letting go of this one issue as yet. Tell us what this could mean for the IPS officer eventually.
Well, definitely this petition clearly shows that this is filed by unknown person, definitely. But this is quite clear that this petition, and yesterday also there was another petition in High Court, that this Ajay Pal's activity, the IPS officer's activity out there is absolutely uncalled for a section of people, and obviously Trinamool Congress have openly criticized it. So according to Trinamool Congress, that an officer, an observer can observe, but apart from that he can't do anything, and they are claiming that he is partisan. On the other hand, Ajay Pal has been seeing on ground from the day one for the last 48 hours, and he has gone there to the Jahangir's residence. Now, Jahangir is a candidate from South 24 Pargana, and he's a very influential leader of South 24 Pargana, and there has been a lot of allegation by opposition and by BJP against Jahangir. So it's the last 48 hours. It's a face-off between Jahangir and IPS Ajay Pal Sharma. That's quite clear. We have seen that Trinamool Congress has been coming up with tweets about his life, about his colourful life, and videos of Ajay Pal Sharma. So it's absolutely a directly face-off between Jahangir and Ajay Pal Sharma. And the latest development in this is this movement in Supreme Court, where the petitioner has stated that he is highly partisan and is biased, and that's why he will be removed. The election is going to start any moment from now. How these things will be taken up in Supreme Court, that is definitely to be seen.
प्रदेश माना जाता था और उसको कहीं न कहीं नफरत बढ़ा करके कहीं न कहीं बर्बाद करने की कोशिश की गई है, और उसमें न टीएमसी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है न बीजेपी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है। सबने अपने अपने वोटों के ध्रुवीकरण के लिए नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है। लोग चाहते थे, बंगाल के लोग, कि अब उनसे निजात मिले, तो हम लोगों ने एक ऑप्शन दिया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो सब कुछ बनाई थी उसको बरकरार रखना चाहती है। लोगों ने पसंद भी किया है।
4 दिन का मेरा प्रचार था और हम तो कई विधानसभा क्षेत्र, लगभग 17 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में हमने प्रचार किया। वहाँ तो यही माहौल है कि भाई एकदम दीदी को फिर से लोग लाना चाहते हैं, और फिर से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि टीएमसी जो है वो चुनाव जीतेगी। बिहार के लोग बहुत तादाद में वहाँ बसे हुए हैं, लोगों ने बहुत
Back live, and Abhishek Banerjee, also popularly known as Bhaipo, has just gone ahead and cast his ballot, and he has come out and he was walking in. He had the victory sign out and looked confident. He's come out and he's also said that this is still early, there'll be more voting, and he's confident of the Trinamool Congress retaining power in Bengal. A lot rests on his shoulders, his organizational ability, because he's had a fair say in about even deciding the ticket distribution, the campaign, everything. Abhishek Banerjee has been somewhere setting the tone for this election, and a lot rests on him, because if there is a passing off the baton from Mamata Banerjee to Abhishek Banerjee, this election it will be. Let's listen to what he had to say.
How has been the voting? How has been the voting till far, and are there any allegations against observers?
Voting has just started. It's only 8:30. Voting has just started. We should wait for another couple of hours before jumping to any conclusion. The mock polls in different booths have just been concluded. But the way the British observers have been treated, the Constitution or the CRPC or the BNSS or any election commission's guideline doesn't give them the mandate or empower them to conduct raids. And despite High Court orders, they are flouting the guideline that has been laid by the High Court and the Honorable Supreme Court. They are flouting the guideline that has been laid by the Election Commission's own set of guidelines in the Electoral Observers Handbook, and trying to exceed their brief and mandate and acting as a subservient of their political masters sitting in Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. However, none of these tricks will work. When the ballots open and the results are out, you will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Sir, many outsiders,
allegation of many outsiders entering into Bengal. We have given the letter and complaint to the Election Commission, to the CEC, to the CEO. Now it is for them to act.
Now, Mamata Banerjee has again made multiple allegations against the central forces. She has claimed that several observers have come from outside and are acting as per the BJP's direction. So, quite literally echoing what Abhishek Banerjee has also said. Listen in. Kamalika now joins us with more. Okay, so Shuvendu Adhikari is going to cast his vote. He's actually walking across to the area. I think he's going from booth to booth. We'll try and get a track of where he is headed to, because he's walking, and there is a lot of cameras here. He's walking all across, and today the action is all around in Bhawanipur. He was in Nandigram the other day. Kamalika joins us. Kamalika, Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee echoing each other. They are actually saying the same thing, that central observers are flouting EC rules. So this is perhaps now again calibrated from the Trinamool Congress to question the process itself.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the same line. Mamata Banerjee has also leveled various allegations against the observers who have come, and multiple allegations have been given by Mamata Banerjee, and same Abhishek Banerjee has come here for voting. He's of the same opinion. He has mentioned that the people have come from Uttar Pradesh and other place just to have this conspiracy, just to put a pressure. But the fact is that nothing will work out, and Abhishek Banerjee clearly has stated on 4th of when the results will come out, then it will be clear that Trinamool Congress will be winning. That's what a very confident Abhishek Banerjee, it seems, Abhishek, what you have to say on Ajay Pal, who has been in your
I have said that. I don't need to give him any importance. He has come. Everyone is welcome in the land of Diamond Harbour. He came to gain some footage. However, his own footage has been released and it's out in the public domain, and his true character has been revealed. So it is my open challenge to BJP and all the observers that Mr. Gyanesh Kumar has deployed. Trinamool's vote share all over the state will increase, and as with regard to what you have been asking regarding Falta, the margin will also increase, the voting percentage will also increase, and the voting percentage of Trinamool will also increase. Yes, I will be in the Amtala's control room. भाई INS के जो वॉरशिप है और जो रफाल है वो डिप्लॉय करना बाकी है. आप वो भी कर दो. जो चीज आपको बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान.
So that's the level to which Abhishek Banerjee is questioning the involvement of the Election Commission and the entities to try and in the electoral process in Bengal. In Howrah, there's been an update. An EVM glitch reportedly sparked a clash in the Bali area. And two people, the CRPF personnel have actually detained two people. Central forces had to resort to lathi charge and two people were held as they were taken away from the polling booth. So the cops are also present there, but the CRPF also there having to resort to use of strength because there was going to be some ruckus being created. CRPF personnel have detained two people, the central forces actually lathi charging and two people being held. Kamalika now joins us. She is in Bhabanipur. Mamata Banerjee is speaking. Pallavi Ghosh is live with us. Kyle is live with us. Lots happening in Kolkata and the greater Kolkata region. These are pictures of the CRPF personnel actually whisking away some of the people who tried to create a ruckus there and to chase them away from the booth. Now, some of them were lying down there. They've been dragged away, pulled away after an EVM glitch has happened. Who these people are, we'll try and get more details. But now polling has resumed. In fact, Shuvendu Adhikari is confident that in the first 2 hours of polling, so that means between 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., there could be as much as 20% voting that could be polled. And that would be, again, very, very unusual and historic if that has happened. So far, a steady stream of people, lots of videos being made. These are more pictures that have come through where the CRPF people, CRPF have actually taken, you see Kolkata police present there at the voter booth, at the voter booths, a strong bandobast there to ensure that no voter is intimidated and everybody's vote is facilitated. This is that person who is trying to create a ruckus in the pink t-shirt. He's being whisked away in a CRPF vehicle. He was the one who tried to lie down on the field and he was dragged away by 4 CRPF personnel. Pallavi Ghosh joining us with more. Yes, Pallavi.
So this is the Bali constituency where the polling booth. See, look, Election Commission has made elaborate arrangements as far as to ensure that voting goes on smoothly. All the EVM machines are all checked and put there, but these kind of glitches end up. And we did see a huge amount of lines everywhere, Anand, but those lines are essentially because of the enthusiastic voters. But in this particular polling booth, there was a complaint that the EVM machines were malfunctioning, they were not taking working, and that's why there have been long waits, and that is where the agitation came in. But of course, the security forces removed them from the spot, and then the Election Commission is micromanaging all the booth arrangements to ensure that the EVM machines are up and running ASAP.
Right. Thank you for that update, Pallavi. The polling booth is functional. Election is happening to all those who have their franchise or their right to vote in the second phase of Bengal. And if you're watching this broadcast, if not yet got up and gone out to vote, please do so. Large numbers already. We need Phase 2 to break Phase 1 records, viewers. That's what we need. We're going to see you after a break. Stay with us.
Scripting history in an unprecedented manner.
Stalin seeking a second term and Vijay's youth appeal.
प्रदेश माना जाता था और उसको कहीं न कहीं नफरत बढ़ा करके कहीं न कहीं बर्बाद करने की कोशिश की गई है और उसमें न टीएमसी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है न बीजेपी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है। सबने अपने अपने वोटों के ध्रुवीकरण के लिए नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है। लोग चाहते थे, बंगाल के लोग, कि अब उनसे निजात मिले, तो हम लोगों ने एक ऑप्शन दिया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो सब कुछ बनाई थी उसको बरकरार रखना चाहती है। लोगों ने पसंद भी किया है।
4 दिन का मेरा प्रचार था और हम तो कई विधानसभा क्षेत्र, लगभग 17 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में हमने प्रचार किया। वहाँ तो यही माहौल है कि भाई एकदम दीदी को फिर से लोग लाना चाहते हैं और फिर से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि टीएमसी जो है वो चुनाव जीतेगी। बिहार के लोग बहुत तादाद में वहाँ बसे हुए हैं, लोगों ने बहुत प्यार भी दिया है, बहुत मान सम्मान भी दिया है और भरोसा भी दिया है कि वो लोग दीदी को जिताएंगे।
And shifting our focus to more tracking from West Bengal as phase 2 voting will be witnessed today. Simultaneously, political tensions have also been escalating over the deployment and the role of IPS officer and counter specialist Ajay Pal Sharma. The controversy has now intensified after remarks and actions attributed to the officer triggered political reactions across the state. Remember, the Trinamool Congress, while alluding to the IPS officer, said that he was openly intimidating Trinamool Congress candidates and their family members. A complaint has now been filed against Ajay Pal in Falta, along with allegations against the Central Police Forces too.
Now, it is alleged that security personnel entered homes late at night and assaulted women in the area, causing panic. The complaint has reportedly been filed by one of the women victims. On the other hand, Falta Block Development Officer Saurav Hazra has been removed from his post over allegations of non-cooperation with IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma and has been transferred to Purulia. And let me go across to Kamalika for this. Kamalika, how do you see this whole controversy that is brewing over IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma in West Bengal?
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome. The clock is ticking for the voters of phase 2 in Bengal, and it is also ticking for our viewers to stay tuned with us for the exit polls and the numbers, viewers. But let's first signpost what could be a historic day for Bengal. Will phase 2 actually beat the numbers and beat phase 1 in terms of turnout, in terms of performance? That's something which we will try and signpost, because in this phase, it's 142 of the 294 assembly constituencies that go to the ballot. This is across 7 districts that includes the greater Kolkata region, Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, and then of course Nadia and the 2 Parganas, North and South 24 Parganas. All of these go into ballot in this phase. There was a record turnout of over 90% in phase 1. Can phase 2 beat that? The early trends show that this will be a high voter turnout. 2,321 CAPF companies, 6,000 quick response teams, all deployed. 2021 phase 2 scorecard was the Trinamool Congress had a bulk of those 142 seats, 123 of them. The BJP had only 18. They will really have to make inroads. 49 out of these 142 seats, viewers, in phase 2 are in the urban region, where there have been a huge number of SIR deletions. Will that impact the victory margin? Will that impact the seat distribution in terms of the victor and the vanquished? Will there be a shift of a percentage of votes, anti-incumbency votes, if the BJP cashes in? Will they be in pole position to challenge the Trinamool Congress at the post? That's the big question. The BJP eyeing the breach of Didi's southern fortress. Will that be possible? Prime Minister Narendra Modi sending out a personal message urging youth and women to come out in large numbers. He's also written an open letter, sent an audio message. He was in Sikkim playing football in the neighborhood. So both parties pulling out all stops. It's the big battle on Bhabanipur, where Mamata Bandyopadhyay is against Shuvendu Adhikari. Shuvendu Adhikari beat her in Nandigram and he's chased her down there and he's put all or nothing. That's what it is, throwing the kitchen sink both ends to try and ensure that they are able to retain power or wrest power. From Trinamool Congress and the BJP's perspectives, middle class women voters will be the key. And that's why, viewers, as we put out these signposts, we're urging the voters of Bengal in phase 2 to go out and cast their ballot. Zyada vote dalenge, log zyada aayenge, so jo bhi mandate hoga, that would have been decided or by the fact that most number of voters have come out to vote. And our deletions perhaps should add to that motivation that we want to cast our franchise. The 2 A's along with the third one here in the studio. So we've got the 3 A's here. But will the voters ace it? Will the Election Commission ace it? We don't know. Amitabh Tiwari, Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Vanakkam, Namaskaram. So, all applies. But the wait is over. There is lots that's happened over the last 1.5, 2 hours since polling began. 2 hours actually now. 142 seats, a lot of action in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee has come out and alleged that the central observers, the election observers, they are not going by the rule book. The CM, locked in this entire direct prestige battle, has stepped out early, met Firad Hakim. She's going to go to the Kolkata Port AC. Shuvendu Adhikari has come out and said the Hindus have decided they are going to come out and vote, exuding confidence. Trinamool Congress accusing the central forces of bias. In fact, Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee have literally said the same thing. It's as if they know what to say and to attack the entire election process and the election commission itself. That's what they are doing. And they're saying we are not going to be intimidated. Trinamool Congress will still win. Trinamool Congress voters will still come out. The voters must come out. They must come out and vote. But there should not be that only one side of voters come out, the others don't. There should be no fear when it comes to voting. It just should be the ability to cast their franchise, which is their right, and which they want to do it with a sense of purpose and duty. But in Nadia, an ISF agent has alleged an attack accusing Trinamool Congress workers of intimidation. In Howrah, a glitch in EVMs reportedly sparked clashes. The CRPF had to resort to minor lathi charge before detaining 2 people. And of course, a quick reminder, as soon as the final vote is cast, we'll be here with the exit polls, the result before the result across the 4 states and the 1 union territory. Lots of numbers to crunch, lots of numbers to share, and a lot of it has been done courtesy Vote Vibe. Amitabh Tiwari is sitting here, New Matrix. We've crunched the numbers, the Hindu vote, as Shuvendu Adhikari talks about. Let's dive into that. Let's also understand the numbers with our guest, Hindol Sen Gupta. Nikhil Jain will also be joining us. But first, Shuvendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee. Shuvendu Adhikari is going in. He's going in to vote, cast his ballot, and is he going to speak outside? We'll have to listen. First, what did he say just a short while ago?
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटिंग करने का गुंजाइश कर रहा हूँ। ममता बनर्जी भी निकली है बाहर, वो प्रत्याशी निकलेगा ना, क्या निकलना चाहिए। पूरा भाजपा सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है। एकदम तांता लग गया, हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है।
আমরা কন্টেম্পট অফ কোর্টেরও নোটিশ দিয়েছি, তা সত্ত্বেও কতগুলো অবজারভার এসেছে বাইরে থেকে, বিজেপি যা বলছে তাই করছে। তুমি চক্রবেড়িয়ে গিয়ে দেখেছো, আমাদের সব পোস্টার খুলে দিয়েছে। সব এইভাবে ভোট তো মানুষ দেবে, পুলিশ দেবে না, সিকিউরিটিও দেবে না। আর কয়েকজনকে নতুন নিয়ে এসছে, তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে, টেররিজম করছে এলাকায়।
কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনী ধারাবাহিকভাবে এটা প্রথম ফেজেও করেছে এবং আপনারা জানেন অনারেবল হাইকোর্টের অর্ডার থাকার পরেও, কন্টেম্প নোটিশ সার্ভ করার পরেও এরা ধারাবাহিকভাবে ভয় দেখানোর জন্য এখতিয়ার বহির্ভূত কাজ করছে। বিভিন্ন জায়গায় পুলিশ অবজারভার, জেনারেল অবজারভার গিয়ে ভয় দেখাচ্ছে, সাধারণ মানুষদের ভীত সন্ত্রস্ত করে দেওয়ার একটা চেষ্টা।
জেনারেল অবজারভার্স আর ইন্টিমিডেটিং কমন পিপল,
নাম বাদ দেওয়া হয়েছে, কিন্তু এসব করে কোনো লাভ নেই।
They have forcefully deleted 30 lakh names, but this won't affect.
আর এখতিয়ার বহির্ভূতভাবে যারা কাজ করছে।
Cast his vote. Does he speak? We'll see. Pallavi Ghosh and Kamalika Sengupta joining us this morning to the daring Devis of CNN News 18. Payal is missing right now, but she will be up and about. It's hot there, but is the sentiment that they want to come out and vote? You spoke to voters in the morning, Pallavi and Kamalika. Pallavi, just asking you, that Durniti stays with me. That person coming out and saying that we are going to vote against Durniti, misgovernance. Now, this is a sentiment if this is percolating. The other thing is, in Kolkata, so many people coming out to vote. There are none of those biker gangs, no lathi at the para level, no people standing there to intimidate. Is that true? And is there a steady voter turnout? What's the update on ground? Shuvendu believes that at least 20% voting should happen by 9 a.m.
Well, 9:30 is when I think the Election Commission is going to start giving us figures. I've moved away from Kolkata. I'm now at Panihati. Now, Panihati is significant, just around an hour's drive from Kolkata, because this is where Abhaya's mother, Ratna Devnath, is contesting from. She's not yet reached this booth. But, you know, apart from Durniti, and Durniti also includes this, Bengal has always been considered safe for us women over there. They say you go out at 1 a.m., there's no one who's even going to touch you. In fact, there are going to be people who will come up and beat up anyone who tries to act fresh with a woman. But this RG car incident is something which is BJP is ensuring resonates in the mind of the women voters of Bengal and also among the younger people, because that remains to be one of the prime examples of how the state administration was extremely sluggish in providing justice. There was a lot of hue and cry. You saw many days of protests of young boys and girls outside the RG car hospital. So the BJP has made Ratna Devnath as the poster of the women's safety issue as far as Bengal is concerned. So we'll have to wait to see. You know, there are those pictures which are available where Ratna Devnath goes door to door. She's crying. There are people who embrace her. They say, we're going to ensure justice for your daughter. And the Prime Minister held a rally right over here. And in fact, it was a very poignant scene when we saw the Prime Minister touch Ratna Devnath's feet on stage. And that is the messaging which the BJP wants to send. That we are going to ensure that Nari Shakti really percolates down on the streets, that women are safe. So that is why Panihati is a very, very important narrative as far as Battle for Bengal today is concerned.
Yeah, Shopan Das Gupta is also there. He's in the thick of all the action. He's been campaigning relentlessly from our studios onto the streets so that he could seek perhaps the blessings of the voters of his constituency. He's been very, very active campaigning, and we could see those pictures. Kamalika Sengupta is also with us. Kamalika, whereabouts are you? Bhabanipur, again, the fulcrum of this entire phase. And what happens in Bhabanipur in terms of the mood perhaps could also set the tone in Kolkata. Will we see a history where the BJP actually gets on the scoreboard with respect to Kolkata itself?
Well, that is definitely on 4th May. Everything will be clear. Here where we are standing right now, it is the booth where just a while ago, the National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee came and casted his vote, and I spoke to him, and he clearly, it seemed that he is very confident. But as you were also pointing out, his line and Mamata Banerjee's line is same. They are saying that observers have come from UP and other places. They are intimidating their voters, but nothing will happen. On 4th of May, it's Trinamool Congress which is going to win. But definitely allegation has started from the morning. Right now as we speak, Mamata Banerjee also sitting outside a booth in Bhabanipur. That is also again a very interesting picture. Like Nandigram, remember in 2021, Mamata Banerjee was sitting in a booth, and that had a huge, that had made huge headlines. Definitely here also, let me tell you, I've been covering for so many years. Mamata Banerjee being in Kolkata, in Bhabanipur, she has never been known. This is the first time she's out, she's complaining, and right now as we speak, she's sitting outside a booth in Bhabanipur.
Chakraberia Sarvajanin. This is where she is in Bhabanipur. This is the constituency, and she's sitting at a booth. She's never stepped out to campaign in Bhabanipur on the day of polling. She was in Nandigram, yes, at the booth. And we know what happened in Nandigram. Here in Bhabanipur again, Shuvendu Adhikari is not going booth to booth right now. He started his rounds, but Mamata Banerjee is sitting at a booth in Bhabanipur. Now, let's take this forward and we'll get into the number crunching also, since Amitabh is also with us in the studio. But Abhijit Iyer Mitra, what's your thought process? Do you agree with Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee where they say that the central forces are intimidating? They're thwarting the election process and the free process. And despite that, the Trinamool Congress voter will come out and Trinamool Congress will get more votes than 2024 and 2021.
Anand, I'm going to roughly paraphrase something the late Arun Jaitley ji said. He said, when the law is with you, bang the law on the table. When the law is not with you, just keep banging the table. So, you know, that is what I see the TMC doing right now. Clearly, all their tricks, and, you know, to give credit to them, they are very good. They're very adaptive in the way they overcome every single restriction that is put on them, you see. So, you know, it's a vote rigging and not rigging, but poll management is a very scientific thing with them. So that is to be given to them. My real worry here is there is definitely some kind of a wave. It is impossible to predict whose wave it is. Because if you remember what happened with the RG car protest, because Pallavi brought it up, do you remember most of the people that came out to protest against Mamata Di were also TMC sponsored by Abhishek Banerjee, right? This was TMC against TMC fratricide, and doing that they kind of captured the entire narrative out there. Even with Nandigram, we saw what happened with Nandigram, and we saw what happened with the perpetrator out there, how he was being given VIP treatment by the state police and things. What did that translate to into electoral results in the 2024 elections, right? That is my real issue. I think in many ways the BJP fights the last election, the TMC fights the current election. And I think in that, they are more fleet-footed, they read the tea leaves better. I could be wrong, but that is the way I'm seeing it. Trust me, I really wish I'm horribly wrong on this. I wish on the 4th, both of Amitabh ji and you will be sitting here laughing your heads off at me, pointing, you know.
Sir, there's no aspect of laughing. Everybody is going to try and read the room or the tea leaves. Somebody, the victor will laugh, the vanquished will cry foul and may not be happy about it. But Amitabh has been in Kolkata. He's been on ground. So who's silent and who's going to be violent?
No, essentially, clearly the presence of security forces have ensured that there has been no or very less violence in phase 1, and there's been no political killing in phase 1. That's an achievement for West Bengal in a sense. And phase 2, we have seen that since it's now the battleground for both the parties, BJP needs to break into the strongholds of TMC like the North and the South 24 Parganas. That's why we've seen these incidents of intimidation or alleged intimidation by the TMC candidates, as well as counter intimidation or counter challenge by the security forces, and that video is also viral. See, this phase, what we have to see is that the BJP won only 18 out of these 142 seats in the 2021 Vidhan Sabha election. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha election, at the height of nationalism fervor, they were leading in 37. So that's the band which BJP is looking at the minimum. Okay, 37. Then on top of that, a silent Hindu consolidation because of excessive minority appeasement. You mentioned Durniti. Okay, so Durniti is misgovernance, as you mentioned. Now, TMC has 3 M's or 3 pillars: Mamata, Muslim, Mahila. Okay. Now, these 3 M's can be reversed as BJP strategic players is misgovernance, Mahila Ashuraksha, minority appeasement. Correct. So these 3 are pillars of BJP's campaign, and a silent Hindu consolidation can tilt the scales. We've seen the numbers, even a 3% to 5% Hindu
consolidation.
We'll
put that out. We'll discuss that threadbare right now. But when Shubhendu Adhikari comes out and says Hindu aake vote kar raha hai, is he playing polarization politics, or is he playing to a gallery or an audience or a voter base which he believes will help the BJP? What is he trying to do there?
Oh, clearly he is trying to woo his core vote base. See, whenever in any state across India, the minority community is voting 65, 70, 75, 80% for any particular party. Never we have called it polarization.
Correct.
We always call that or say that the Hindu community votes is getting divided into various castes and subcastes. We will fail to name 5 subcaste groups of the minority community. Correct. So, if there is a consolidation or polarization in one segment of the voter, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and if that consolidation or polarization is excessive, then there is bound to be a counter polarization.
You know, interestingly, in the political lexicon, till now, Nikhil Jain, good morning. Till now, it was always Muslims who talked in one grouping despite them having castes and subcastes and multiple groupings. And the Hindu vote was seen as part of multiple different caste groupings. That's how the Hindu vote was split. This is the first time we are also seeing the BJP openly on campaign, and even the conversation on ground is that if you are going to group all Muslims together, then the Hindus will also be seen as one block. This is a shift in political lexicon too.
Anand, I don't feel that's a shift in the political lexicon. That is what the BJP has been trying to do for many, many years, that they want to pretend as if the opposition party, whichever party they're opposing, whether it is the Congress in other states or a party like the TMC in West Bengal, that the opposition party is only getting the Muslim vote and they are the ones who are getting all of the Hindu vote. However, the numbers don't tell the same story. You look at the TMC, in the previous election, they got a vote share of 48%. West Bengal has a 30% Muslim population, which by default means that the TMC got votes of at least over a quarter of the Hindus, and that is assuming every single Muslim only voted for the TMC, which we all know is never the case. 5%, 10%, 15% will always vote for some other players, some other factions, right? And it's never the case that the BJP even manages more than a 70% share of the Hindu votes. Even very often they will get only a 50% or a 55% or sometimes even a 45% share of the Hindu vote. So it's not like all the Hindus are voting en masse for the BJP or that all the Muslims are voting en masse for the TMC or whatever other opposition player is. But the BJP wants to create that binary so as to get more and more communities and people within the Hindu communities.
We got pictures
sort of
coming in from
consolidate with
Kashi.
that
Let's
idea.
go full frame to that. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after finishing a road show, has reached the Kashi Vishwanath Mandir for darshan. And of course, he has passed through all of Kashi. But right now, these pictures, he will depart from Kashi for Mallavan in Hardoi at about 10 a.m. in about 45 minutes from now. He's also going to inaugurate the Ganga Expressway at 11:30 a.m. And this Ganga Expressway spans 594 kilometers, and this will enable travel to be completed in just around 6 hours. And the Ganga Expressway will have a direct bearing on Bengal too. Coming in through from Kashi. This Ganga Expressway largely within starting point, the Bijoli village in Prayagraj, Meerut actually, Bijoli village in Meerut, end point the Judapur Dandu village in Prayagraj. But this will perhaps increase not just connectivity, speed, but this will link up to the other expressways and then travel through Uttar Pradesh and then into the neighboring states becomes faster. Religious pilgrimage becomes faster. Business becomes faster. Connectivity becomes faster. But on a day that Bengal goes to polls, Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi, when you can't campaign, he was in Siliguri playing football. And today, he is at Kashi Vishwanath offering his respects to Baba Bholenath or Baba Vishweshwar. Amitabh?
No, essentially we have seen in the past also that during the election cycle, whenever there is a break or end of campaign, and there are some days where the Prime Minister does visit some places to send symbolic message. One is take the blessings of God that his party performs well perhaps, and also of course general blessings of the for the country and the people, and also sending a very symbolic political message on the ground. And we have been discussing about Hindutva, how TMC has been banking or playing on the Bengali identity versus the Hindu identity. I mean, Bengali identity is a subset of the Hindu identity, if we can say that. So I think it's a very symbolic message which he is attempting to send. And of course, we'll have to wait and see what the impact is, if any, on the polls or the polling.
The other thing is this entire philosophy of Charaiveti, Charaiveti. Keep walking, keep moving on. The campaign is over. I've got to move on to the next project and the next commitment and move on to that. But the timing symbolism is also fantastic. Shuvendu Adhikari comes out and says, I want the Hindu vote. He starts the day with puja. And the Prime Minister, who's the face for this double-engine Sarkar promise, he's at Kashi Vishwanath seeking blessings before he inaugurates another big project.
So, you know, one of the things that's important about Kashi is that the number of Bengali widows out there is particularly high. Out of all the widows there, the Bengali widows are the highest, right? So, it is kind of campaigning without campaigning, right? मैं आपसे बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं आपके मम्मी से बात कर रहा हूँ, kind of thing. In the hope, you know, they will call up their sons or daughters or whatever and say, hey, ये BJP के vote कर, kind of thing. Siliguri again, very interesting. If you contrast it with what happened with Lionel Messi's, I think it was Lionel Messi or Cristiano, one of those big football,
Lionel Messi.
Lionel Messi, who came to Kolkata, which turned out into a complete fiasco. And now he goes and plays football out there. See, it is, it's bending the rules without breaking them. It's campaigning without campaigning. And it's so typically Modi to be, bending but not breaking. Certain other things also. I just wanted to add to what Amitabh said prior, if you don't mind me taking it and slightly this thing. I want you to notice, wherever Rahul Gandhi went and spoke, he did not speak in the Hindu majority areas. He went and spoke in the Muslim majority areas, which are TMC strongholds. Now, somewhere with the left breaking a certain segment of the vote, who is the voter that the Congress is trying to break? Because he had he gone to the Hindu majority areas and said this, the TMC would not be so upset. And remember, the DMK was also very upset with him on the 23rd, because he had gone and done a lot of this sort of own goal scoring that he's so notorious for.
The Congress actually even praised Vijay before the alliance.
The Congress praised Vijay. Then they equivocated with the ADMK, another thing. See, they're with the BJP, so they're bad, but they're not really that bad. They're only bad because they're with the BJP, and that is the issue. The third thing out here, coming to the Mamata Muslim Mohila part. Now, see, with the Muslim part, 100%, it is going to go more or less to Mamata Di. The thing about the Mohila is we are definitely seeing some kind of a shift. It has been slow, but it is systematic towards the BJP. So, one full tick to TMC, one part tick to BJP. The issue is when it comes to Mamata Di, each state has a different ethos to it. She is a personality around which the brand is built. Where is the brand image equivalent for the BJP? And my worry is they're doing a lot of good things, but when you look at it with a critical lens, they've not ticked all the boxes.
Yeah, you may say that, but the BJP strategy always has been in states to not have a face. You may have somebody who's leading the campaign, but that person necessarily need not become the chief minister. There's no guarantee that the chief ministerial face is Shubhendu Adhikari. There's been no announcement that's been made to that effect. The BJP just finds and says, we are the alternative, feeds on the anti-incumbency, and then perhaps tries to mount the campaign. Mamata Banerjee is speaking again. She's sitting in that booth in Bhabanipur. Yeah, let's listen in.
People are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
We'll try and play that out again. Mamata Banerjee is saying that people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place. Clearly, there seems to be a certain amount of edginess, if I may say. And this edginess is there on both sides. Pradhan Mantri there inside the sanctum sanctorum. And this is something which he does religiously with a lot of bhakti. He's a Shiv Bhakt himself. And the offering of puja at Kashi Vishweshwar is something which is special. The energy there is divine, despite we know that this is not the original place of the Vigraha. And this is not where the actual Pran Pratishtha of Adi Vishweshwar or the Swayambhu happened. That continues to remain in dispute, that continues to remain in a shroud. Legal process to play out as it is. But as of now, this spot where the puja is happening, this is where the Pran Pratishtha was done by Ahilyabai Holkar after there was a purchase of this entire area from the local ruler. And it's a little away from the original spot of the sanctum. But it is there, and this is where now Adi Vishweshwar sits, and this is where lakhs and lakhs of devotees every month come and pray to Baba Vishwanath there. And that's the place where around which you see the entire Kashi Vishwanath corridor that was built. There was a little bit of, there was in fact a lot of dissonance on ground because a lot of people, locals who had lived 2 or 3 generations in and around the temple were all displaced. They were not happy. But then the task was undertaken. Yogi Adityanath doing phenomenal work along with his set of administrators to put into vision or put into action the vision of the Prime Minister with the Kashi Vishwanath corridor. That corridor is now completing. There is more development work that needs to be done. Plus, in terms of governance locally, there was a little bit of a blowback which we saw. Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a candidate from Varanasi, the shaving off the support base or the votes, the margin of votes, caused a lot of surprise into Lok Sabha 2024. But the Prime Minister continues to visit his constituency at least once in 6 months, and whenever he comes, he is always there doing darshan. He's also ensured that there are people on ground, part of his team, who are there to address the concerns of the locals and to continue to serve that constituency. So from Vadnagar to Varanasi, what a journey for the Prime Minister too. He completes a significant milestone this year in terms of number of years in governance. He's also hitting an age milestone. All of that apart, he continues to serve with a huge amount of energy the purpose for which he is placed or he's been elected as Prime Minister of the country. He's a master strategist, master orator, master campaigner for the party. He says, I have multiple hats to wear. I'm a Prime Minister, yes, but when I am given the role of campaigner for the BJP, I will essay that role. He's been a pracharak for nearly 25 years and continues to harbor that the wealth of the RSS moorings and the learnings and the values that have been taught to him as a pracharak who's traveled the length and breadth of the country. In fact, between him and Amit Shah, the Home Minister, they are perhaps the only two leaders currently in positions of power and authority within government and also within parliament, viewers, who have actually traveled the length and breadth of Bharat's districts, all the districts, at least twice, who have covered and spent a night in all the districts of Bharat, 700 plus districts of Bharat, and spent at least one night there. And they have done it at least twice. That's what, if my memory serves me right, I had read somewhere and somebody had told me कि भारत के हर गांव में, हर ब्लॉक में, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाकर के एक रात गुजारी है. And there are only two leaders currently in the current who have done that. And one of them is Prime Minister Modi and the other one is the Home Minister Amit Shah. So if they claim to understand the pulse of Bharat, how Bharat thinks, how the people think, the youth, the Mahila, then that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So even as he is offering his prayers and the entire puja is being conducted at Kashi Vishwanath, it's just surreal to watch this, and especially if you go early morning, the first Aarti, it's just divine. There's a lot of crowd. It's still divine. It's just amazing. But you talk to a proper Adi Vishweshwar Bhakt, and they are waiting for the day when Baba sits at his right place. But we'll keep that conversation for another day. At this point, the Hindu vote, coming back to Bengal, the influence of the Hindu vote towards the outcome. Amitabh, how critical is that going to be? We'll get into the numbers and we'll put those numbers there even on other sites. But talk us through this. The SIR deletions, and if we triangulate that with the Hindu vote shift towards the BJP, how much is that going to hurt the Trinamool Congress? Has the Trinamool Congress missed a trick here by overplaying the Muslim appeasement card?
No, essentially, clearly in this phase, the number of SIR deletions is double or the impact in phase 1. In phase 1, it was 4.6% of the 2021 voter base. This phase is 9.6%. And in this phase, there are many districts where BJP scored a duck, was not able to open its account. South 24 Parganas, Havada and Kolkata. This time, the SIR deletions in some of the districts which we've seen, just like Kolkata, which was 11-0, Havada, which was 16-0, is much higher than the average victory margin of the TMC. So, Kolkata, for example, the deletions are, I think, 60K per seat, whereas the victory margin for TMC was only 44-45. Even in Bhawanipur, Mamata Banerjee's seat, her victory margin in 2021 was 47,000 and the net deletions are somewhere around 46-47,000. So, there have been significant deletions. So, one is an impact of deletion, wherein we have seen in the numeric show earlier that almost 33 seats become vulnerable, high risk, very risk category for TMC, just purely on account of SIR deletions, because the TMC itself has been crying horse that most of our supporters have been deleted, correct, except for only the Nadia district wherein the Matua community is in good numbers and where the BJP was actually leading last time around. Then we have the impact of the Hindu consolidation. So we have seen yesterday that even a 5% swing from TMC to BJP is actually changes the game. The BJP comes ahead by I think 78 seats or something.
Yes.
We had done that scenario yesterday. Now 5% swing, for that 5% swing, you need just a 7% additional Hindu support. Because Hindu population is 70%. So 70 into 7 is around 49,
BJP comes to about
4.95.
78 seats.
78
18 to
seats.
78 seats. 60
18 to
seats they
78
get.
seats. 5% swing, 7% more Hindu consolidation. It was 52% in 2021. If it is 60%, then it is warning bells for TMC.
Right. Kamalika is joining us from that very booth where, Chakraberia booth, where Mamata Banerjee just spoke with the people before moving out of that. Kamalika, what did she say there and what was her allegation?
See, I'll just try to show. We are in Bhawanipur and this is the area where right now she has gone inside. This is a housing complex, so she was sitting here. She just went inside after she spoke with us. Literally, Anand, she is very angry, rattle Mamata Banerjee, that we can say. She said that BJP is trying to rig the election. Outsiders have come, observers have come. They are not following any grammar. Trinamool Congress cadres have been beaten up, they have been taken, and she is accusing Election Commission. But even after that, Trinamool Congress will come to power. The same line when we spoke to Abhishek Banerjee was also on the same line. But the question, the point that is here, Anand, is that Mamata Banerjee in Calcutta, I have never seen her going out, on a poll day. On a poll day, what she does, whole day she stays in her home, monitors, and in the evening she goes out to vote and shows a victory sign. There was an aberration in 2021 in Nandigram where we saw her sitting in a booth all through the day. This time in Bhawanipur, again that picture would like to show that she might go out from here and go to the other booths probably. But this is literally a very angry Mamata Banerjee from the morning, and she has come out and she has levelled multiple allegations against the Election Commission, also the observers and BJP, claiming that BJP is trying to rig this election.
Well, are they rigging the election or ensuring that there is an election without any fear or any intimidation? There are no biker gangs that are patrolling. In fact, it is the CRPF and the CAPF who are out there doing the rounds. Even in Bhawanipur, they are doing the rounds, and the BJP has just put pictures for that effect. So, who's getting intimidated and who's not? And this time, the polling booths have been put inside societies so that people are not intimidated. Yeah, you're saying something, Amitabh?
No, essentially, as this bike, they are called bike vahinis. They were used to intimidate voters, primarily BJP support base, and a white sari used to be thrown at their doors that don't go out and vote. We have seen Abhishek Banerjee still yesterday only he is intimidating voters, saying that Delhi se bhi koi bacha nahi payega. Correct? So poll violence justifying, and yesterday in one of the debates on Rahul Ji's shows, one person was saying that it is not TMC which has started poll violence, but it could have ended this violence, correct, after being in power for 15 years.
Right.
Any culture which is incorrect, which is wrong, should be neutralized, they should have put an end to that, but they have not. Nowhere in the country does this form of poll violence happens. If you go to the rural hinterland,
but this time it has been curbed.
Gangs of Wasipur. It's actually gangs of Wasipur there.
This time it has been curbed to a large extent, despite some gadbad happening in the South 24 Parganas and also Nadia Belt. ISF and Trinamool Congress seem to be clashing. Ajay Pal Sharma, appointed by the Election Commission, the Singham from Uttar Pradesh, who's out there and he's caused quite a flurry. And the Trinamool Congress targeting him. He's out doing his rounds right now. He's doing the rounds right now. Let's also look at some news coming through, big news coming through at this point. There have been clashes, and clashes in Hooghly, we are given to understand, and also in Khanakul in Hooghly region, the ISF and the Trinamool Congress clashing there. Allegation of fake agent has now come in. The CAPF have had to resort to lathi charge, and Let's look at the pictures. Those are the pictures. So again, ISF and the Trinamool Congress are clashing in Noida. That has happened. It's happened in the Hooghly belt. And then you had Siddiqui coming out and saying that we are not going to be bothered by this intimidation tactic of the Trinamool Congress, and we are going to fight this tooth and nail. So that's what they are saying. Now, since we said look at the SIR and triangulate this, let's try and understand this, viewers. I'm going to get up and bring to your attention what we plotted here on New Matrix. And just getting some perspective, Nikhil Jain will join in, and so will Abhijit Iyer Mitra along with Amitabh Tiwari. So what are the numbers? How does it look? Let's start with the projections and what Amitabh Tiwari actually said in terms of the deletions. If all deleted SIR voters are Trinamool Congress voters. So these are the scenarios. So then, and the BJP and Trinamool retain the remaining set of voters. This is the scenario. The Trinamool Congress goes down from 123 to 83, and the BJP gains 40 seats and goes up to 58 seats. So this scenario, viewers, is, and this is an estimation, this is if all the deletions in this region, and this is, we are focusing on the 108 seats of the presidency zone, not the 142 seats. We're looking at the presidency zone. Oh, we're looking all across all 142 seats. Sorry, that presidency was a different one. Now, if there is 70% Trinamool Congress voters and 30% BJP voters are deleted, what happens then? Even then, the BJP does not actually, but the BJP and Trinamool retain their existing voter base. There is no shift of the voter. The BJP gains just about 11 seats in a scenario like this. It then gets interesting. If the BJP pinches 5% from the Trinamool, that is 6 to 7% of the Hindu voter, shifts, because we have seen election after the election that the Hindu voter is shifting slowly away from the Trinamool Congress towards the BJP. The BJP has gone from 0 to 40% of the Hindu vote in Bengal ever since it's gotten into the poll phrase since 2019. But if there is a 5% shift, along with a 70-30 split of the SIR deletions, look at the gain. It's 60 seats gain for the BJP in this election phase itself. So if the BJP is done well in the first phase, say 90 to 100 seats there, they seem to be in pole position to wrest government. Let's look at the other scenario. If the BJP even gains 2.5% vote share from the Trinamool, that means it pinches only 5 to 6% vote share of the Hindu vote. Look at this. They still get about 50 seats. That means they are going by about 31 seats up. And this becomes again important because this also puts them in position, if they have got a bumper phase 1, in position or within shot a distance of the halfway mark or the majority mark. So what the BJP actually needs technically, and the last scenario, we've just worked out another scenario. Let's look at that scenario. That if there is, this is what happens. The vote share differential comes down between 21 to 26. This is the West Bengal vote share. If there is a 2.5% shift of the Trinamool Congress voter and the BJP shift voter, so this vote share difference, the moment it becomes closer, this gap closes, the seat conversion for the BJP goes up. Yeah, we've got the latest news, the details coming through. The voter turnout now at 9 a.m. has recorded nearly 20%. Diamond Harbour is 17.31%. So Shuvendu Adhikari was able to predict this right. He's gotten it right. He's coming out and saying 20% in the first 2 hours. We're putting out the details at the bottom of our screen. It is 18.39% at 9 a.m. overall across the 142 assembly constituencies. So Shuvendu Adhikari had said that it will be around 20% in the first 2 hours. That means by the time it gets very, very hot, the bumper turnout could go up to 35 to 40% by about 11:30. May become a little less in the afternoon and then pick up again in the evening. We'll have to see. Even as there is the ceremony, the Trishul and Damru of symbolic of Shiva, Lord Shiva or Bhagwan Vishweshwar, Baba Vishweshwar in Kashi being presented to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He wears his bhakti, his Hindu roots and his beliefs with pride, with ease, with comfort. while saying that I respect everybody else, all faiths. He was hugging the boatman on Hooghly, a Muslim himself, and he said we have to live together, we have to work together for the sake of for the interest of our country. Comfortable with every person practicing their individual faith while also wearing and very comfortable showing his own personal beliefs. Pallavi Ghosh joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you? You are there at that polling booth. What's happening there?
I'm just getting you those pictures which you can see from here. This is where Abhaya's mother, Ratna Devnath, has been campaigning over here. Over here she has been, she's going from polling booth to polling booth. We just speak to her a short while back. This is at the Pani Hatti. This is where she's contesting from. Some Trinamool Congress workers came here and they've objected to the fact that why is she over here and why she's speaking to people over here and even to the voters over here. You can see at this point of time the CRPF and the police have stepped in and they have dissuaded the crowd to go away. So it's a very high intense battle which of course she is facing. Another quick word, Didi ki holo ta ki ora bolchi ki apni bolte parben na
তৃণমূলের লোক জমায়েত হয়ে আমার উপর চড়াও হয়েছে একজন বয়স্ক বৃদ্ধা তার পায়ে ব্যথা তো আমি ওনাকে বলেছি যে সামনের লোককে যে ওনাকে একটু আগে ছাড়ুন ওনার কষ্ট হচ্ছে
টিএমসি লোকরা বলতে দিচ্ছে না
टीएमसी वाले गुंडे हैं ये लोग का काम यही है वहाँ बैच लगा के बूथ के सामने इकट्ठे होके है बोल रहे हैं कि झमेला करेंगे यहाँ से न कि हमारे कैंडिडेट को जाने नहीं देंगे कितना हिम्मत है बंगाल छोड़ के भागने वाले ये लोग कुछ दिन में जय बांग्ला स्लोगन लगाते बांग्लादेश भेजेंगे इनको सब
Okay, so I'm just leaving you with these pictures quickly, Anand. You can see the lone crusader really where she's hoping, and she did speak to me a short while back where she said
Ratna Devnath, a candidate from there?
People will reply. She also made a reference to the fact that the Prime Minister had come here and had touched her feet also and put his hand over her forehead, on her head and blessing her. But just a short while back we saw a strong TMC versus Congress. Let me tell you quickly that this is a TMC bastion. This is where the TMC sitting MLA, and therefore for them also it's equally high stakes, and a win for Ratna Devnath here would be seen in many ways as
that's exactly so I'm asking you this, Pallavi, can you hear me? Pallavi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, just quickly checking, if Ratna Devnath is a candidate from Pani Hatti, why is she being stopped from visiting the area?
Exactly the point, Anand. According to the Election Commission rules, she can very much, a candidate, no outsider, but a candidate is allowed to go booth to booth because that's what everyone is doing. That's what even Mamata Banerjee is doing, not just in Bhawanipur but in other parts of Kolkata.
Yeah.
And they're allowed to go to a polling booth and campaign. And that is the point which she and her supporters are raising is that if I'm talking to my voters, what's the harm? And as a gentleman who's a poll officer also...
Okay, Pallavi, I've got to go across to Kamalika. Kamalika, yes, Kamalika. Shubhendu Adhikari, Mamata Bandyopadhyay in the same area in Bhawanipur.
Just like to show this is absolutely a dramatic thing. Here Mamata Banerjee is sitting and outside. We see Shubhendu Adhikari coming in the same area. So high scale drama, it's just not even 100 meters inside. Mamata Banerjee is sitting there, and here Shubhendu Adhikari is also roaming out here, which is something which is absolutely dramatic because Mamata Banerjee is sitting in the area in Chakrab area. Shubhendu Adhikari, who is also contesting in Bhawanipur, as you can see, with large contingent of cars, he has come here. And Shubhendu Adhikari is also come here. Shubhendu da. So you can see it's absolutely something which is very, very dramatic. Same area, Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari. Mamata Banerjee is inside the complex and Shubhendu Adhikari is just outside that very same complex. Shubhendu da. So he is greeting the people out here, roaming around the same place where inside Mamata Banerjee is, and Shubhendu Adhikari clearly trying to greet the voters out here, showing his hands. This is definitely a very big battle, quite clear, and you can see Shubhendu waving to the people out there. And just even not 50 meters inside this complex is Mamata Banerjee, and outside Shubhendu Adhikari. High scale drama high-scale drama, no doubt on that. Shubhendu Adhikari literally roaming around in this area where Mamata Banerjee is also inside. So it's as we started the day by saying, Anand, it's Kurukshetra. Indeed it is, where both the candidates
Well, Kamalika, what is the reaction of the people around there? Are people looking up from there, because this is a residential society area, high rises, are people looking out from the balcony? Are they acknowledging Shubhendu Adhikari there? There is a huge grouping of media, but if she's sitting inside the society area, she's gone inside. Shubhendu is right outside, just 50 meters away from each other. What are the reaction of the people who are residents there? Who are they looking out for more? Who are they greeting?
Shubhendu da, Mamata.
Kamalika, can you hear me?
So clearly you can see the drama, and Shubhendu Adhikari totally greeting the voters, moving around. And he's trying to talk to Shubhendu da, Mamata Banerjee sitting inside.
धारा 163 है, 50 आदमी लेकर मत घूमिए। डराने का काम कर रहा है हिंदू वोटर को, डराने का काम कर रहा है। मैं सड़क में हूँ, चलो भाई मेरा कैम्प में जाने दो। अरे भाई आप लोग हटो।
क्या लग रहा है, क्या होने वाला है?
आप लगा मेरे
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
Kamalika, he's saying that there is an attempt to try and intimidate the Hindu voter. Yes, let us speak. Yeah.
Told us that Mamata Banerjee is trying to threaten the Hindu voter. That's what he's saying.
All right, we're going to check if Kamalika can hear us, because she seems to have lost the connection with us. We'll try and connect with her. She is there live, and we'll go back to Kamalika in a bit. Just trying to see if Pallavi is still there. See, it's a huge posse of media that is covering Shubhendu Adhikari, trying to get his reaction. He's come there and walked into that area right up to where Mamata Banerjee is, and to say, I am not going to be intimidated. I am going to come here, and then coming out and trying to say that they are attempting to intimidate the Hindu voter. So he is very clear. Have they watched New Matrix? We don't know. But the 7-8% Hindu vote share swing is the one that could decide. And in Kolkata, urban Kolkata, if the urban voter comes out to vote, it could be a different story. And Amitabh explained to our viewers that among the SIR deletions, Kolkata has actually seen the maximum number of deletions.
Kolkata has almost 60,000 voters per seat being deleted, whereas the average victory margin of TMC was 44,000-45,000. Interesting trend which is emerging in the turnout is that it is almost similar to what it was in phase 1. I think we should also compare with phase 1 on the graphics, so that would be better, because I also don't remember exactly what the number was.
Yeah, phase 1 was about 20%. About 20%.
So
yeah.
this is around 18.5%.
Yeah. And you are saying Purba Bardhaman and Hooghly have got more than 20% voters.
Purba Bardhaman was 60.
Mamata Banerjee is sitting beside. Mamata Banerjee is sitting in the house.
পোলিং স্লো হচ্ছে, মাত্র 18% পোল হয়েছে। বিরাট লম্বা লাইন আছে পোলিং। আমি ওনার সম্পর্কে বলবো না, উনি প্রার্থী লোকজন না নিয়ে আমার মতো ঘুরুন। আমি একা ঘুরছি, সিকিউরিটি 2-4 জন আছে, উনিও এইভাবে ঘুরুন। উনি আজকে ক্যান্ডিডেট, নিশ্চয়ই ঘুরবেন। গুন্ডামি করছেন কেন? ভয় দেখাতে এসছেন এখানে? মমতা ব্যানার্জি এত লোক নিয়ে এখানে কি করতে এসছেন? গুন্ডামি করতে এসছেন। 163 ধারা আছে, আমি অভিযোগ করেছি, আমি ওই জন্য এখানে এসেছি। করা হয়ে গেছে অভিযোগ।
I am a candidate. I have a right to go about the place. I'm not going to get intimidated. And I'm going to follow the rules and protocols. I'm not going to get very close to the booth, but I have the right to go and encourage my candidate to go out and vote. 18% voting has already happened. More queues are standing. More people are standing in queues. There's a huge lineup and people are coming out to vote, and I'd like them to vote. Then he's also come out and said that intimidation is not going to work. I'm not going to get intimidated. Amitabh Tiwari, you were explaining that regions like Purba Bardhaman, Hooghly have voted above the
20%,
phase average.
20% actually. And these were there are I think almost 32 seats going to polls there. BJP had won only 4. And we've seen that the Hindu population is fairly high there in these two pockets, which is around 78%. However, as Sivanduda was mentioning, that in Kolkata and Havada, the polling percentage is 17.76 and 17.28, which is lower than the state average or the phase
of
18.39. And that's what he is hinting at, that the polling is slow, there are big queues, and Mamata Banerjee is trying to, or he's alleging that Mamata Banerjee is, or TMC is trying to intimidate the voters.
Intimidate the voter or disrupt the polling to try and show, I'm just going to quickly walk across to the wall and magic wall and understand this region. Out of the 294 regions, let's try and look at the phase 2 filters. The state of Bengal, let's look at phase 2. And in phase 2, viewers, this is the 2021 Vidhan Sabha. Look at the Trinamool. The Trinamool and the BJP have a 13% vote share difference. They have a 13% vote share difference. And if we were to look at the districts, and in the districts, let's look at Purba Bardhaman and Hooghly. If you look at these two districts, the total number of seats are 34 seats, of which 30 seats went to Trinamool Congress in 2021. And if you were to look at the 2024 Assembly Lok Sabha projections, again, the BJP had actually gained a few seats. It started becoming stronger here, but it still has about a 9% vote share difference. I was just talking to Amitabh, and it still has a 9% vote share differential. This 9% and these regions we've shown on new matrix have got about 70 to 75% Hindu population. So Amitabh, if the voter turnout is more than 20%, right now the voter turnout in these two regions is 20%. If it is 20%, are we trying to say that the Hindu vote is perhaps coming out more confidently to vote? And will the BJP be eyeing these 34 seats very, very carefully? This is a lot at stake.
Essentially, clearly, it's a very common understanding as per research and post-poll studies is that the minorities tend to have a higher turnout than the majority population across states. That is a phenomenon. In phase 1, we saw that in Malda, though the turnouts were 90% plus in many seats, but even in phase 1, in phase 1 on most of the seats, the turnout was already 85-86% higher than the state turnout. So just like phase 1, when more people are turning up in absolute numbers as well as percentage terms, despite the SIR deletions in these pockets and in phase 2, because there are 57 seats where the minority population has more than 30% population, it is an indication that more and more Hindu community is turning up due to whatever reason, minority appeasement, corruption, law and order, women's safety, misgovernance, etc., etc.
Right. The 100 and out of these 142 seats, what we have tried to focus is this belt, and this is called the presidency zone. Now, this presidency zone is 108 seats, where the Trinamool historically has held sway with about 93 seats, 93 to 98 seats. They've held sway, and the differential here is about a 15% vote share. This is the 2021 Vidhan Sabha, and this is where, if the BJP is able to breach, and then there is about 6% shaving off because of SIR deletions. So the gap now comes to about 9% vote share which they need to trade. And in this case, if there is an uptick in the Hindu vote, will that perhaps skew the pitch? That's the big question, viewers. That's the big question. But it all depends on phase 2 outgunning phase 1 in terms of the voter turnout, the absolute numbers. That's going to be very important. post the SIR deletions, the percentages also, because it's a lower voter base, the absolute number of voters has also got to go up. We'll talk about that and more after a very short break. Stay with us.
प्रदेश माना जाता था और उसको कहीं न कहीं नफरत बढ़ा करके कहीं न कहीं बर्बाद करने की कोशिश की गई है और उसमें न टीएमसी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है न बीजेपी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है। सबने अपने अपने वोटों के ध्रुवीकरण के लिए नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है। लोग चाहते थे, बंगाल के लोग, कि अब उनसे निजात मिले, तो हम लोगों ने एक ऑप्शन दिया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो सब कुछ बनाई थी उसको बरकरार रखना चाहती है। लोगों ने पसंद भी किया है।
चार दिन का मेरा प्रचार था और हम तो कई विधानसभा क्षेत्र, लगभग 17 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में हमने प्रचार किया। वहाँ तो यही माहौल है कि भाई एकदम दीदी को फिर से लोग लाना चाहते हैं और फिर से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि टीएमसी जो है वो चुनाव जीतेगी। बिहार के लोग बहुत तादाद में वहाँ बसे हुए हैं, लोगों ने बहुत प्यार भी दिया है, बहुत मान सम्मान भी दिया है और भरोसा भी दिया है कि वो लोग दीदी को जिताएंगे।
And shifting our focus to more tracking from West Bengal, as phase 2 voting will be witnessed today. Simultaneously, political tensions have also been escalating over the deployment and the role of IPS officer and counter specialist Ajay Pal Sharma. The controversy has now intensified after remarks and actions attributed to the officer triggered political reactions across the state. Remember, the Trinamool Congress, while alluding to the IPS officer, said that he was openly intimidating Trinamool Congress candidates and their family members. A complaint has now been filed against Ajay Pal in Falta, along with allegations against the Central Police Forces too.
Now, it is alleged that security personnel entered homes late at night and assaulted women in the area, causing panic. The complaint has reportedly been filed by one of the women victims. On the other hand, Falta Block Development Officer Saurav Hazra has been removed from his post over allegations of non-cooperation with IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma and has been transferred to Purulia. And let me go across to Kamalika for this. Kamalika, how do you see this whole controversy that is brewing over IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma in West Bengal?
Okay, we'll just go across to Kamalika in a bit, but this is a controversy playing out and on full display. The last few hours, viewers, we've seen several developments.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on our rolling coverage. Phase 2 of West Bengal elections going on. I'm Shivani Gupta. The second and the final phase. All eyes on this, and also exactly how peacefully can the polling complete today. The political temperature is certainly soaring. You've got leader of opposition expressing confidence, claiming that Hindus are rallying behind the BJP. We're talking about Suvendu Adhikari, who's of course taking on Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister from Bhawanipur. On the other hand, Trinamool Congress has accused central forces of bias, and that's been going on for a few days, especially in the run-up to the final phase. But the day has been far from smooth. In Nadia, an ISF agent alleged an attack, accusing TMC workers of intimidation and violence. In Howrah, there have been some glitches in EVMs reported, and then they triggered clashes as well, with CRPF detaining 2 individuals. And in Kolkata, high drama unfolded at the Chakraberia Sarvajanin booths. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee staged a sit-in already. Mind you, we're just at 10 a.m. this morning and already a sit-in has happened from the incumbent Chief Minister, only to be joined by the BJP candidate Suvendu Adhikari as well, sparking a dramatic face-off that drew intense attention. Now, there is, of course, polling ongoing in 142 crucial seats across 7 districts. This phase is make or break. because this is the key phase in which TMC is extremely strong. If they are to hold on, then the result could be a foregone conclusion. The first phase saw record turnout of over 90%. Remember, we've been talking about the turnout, especially as far as West Bengal elections are concerned, and all eyes will be on the turnout one more time. 90%, over 90%, almost 92% in the first phase. There are 2,321 CAPF companies, 6,000 quick response teams on the ground. Now, 2021 phase 2 scorecard was 123 out of 142 TMC, 18 to the BJP. There was really nothing to write home about for anybody else. This time, of course, the left and the Congress also want to get into the picture. But this is why this battle in phase 2 is extremely important, because TMC is as strong as it gets here. And over the years, over the last 15 years, their lead in phase 2 seats, Kolkata, Howrah, Nadia, Presidency, etc., have not come down. BJP is eyeing, therefore, to breach what is Didi's southern fortress. Prime Minister's personal touch was there ahead of this phase, the final phase, with an open letter and also an audio message in Bangla itself. There's the big battle in Bhawanipur. Remember, Mamata versus Suvendu last time around in Nandigram, he won. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in Bhawanipur. Middle class voters, women voters are key. There is a sizable chunk of youth voters as far as Bengal is concerned. So all of this is going to be extremely important ahead of this phase 2. My colleague Nabila Jamal is also joining us.
Right. Well, as we see phase 2 polling will begin, we're looking at high drama that's already panning out in Bhawanipur. Mamata Banerjee, that's exactly where she's contesting from. Mamata Banerjee, who's the candidate there for the TMC, BJP Suvendu Adhikari too, reaching the poll booth, alleges that TMC cadre is trying to scare away Hindi or Hindu voters. This is precisely the words of Suvendu Adhikari. Well, we know that Mamata Banerjee was defeated by Suvendu Adhikari by a margin in another constituency the previous election. And this time, Suvendu Adhikari won Mamata Banerjee yet again in Bhawanipur. And we're looking at high drama that's unfolding right there. You see visuals on our screens. Tension that unfolds. Let's listen in Suvendu Adhikari as he speaks.
আমরা কন্টেম্পট অফ কোর্টেরও নোটিশ দিয়েছি, তা সত্ত্বেও কতগুলো অবজারভার এসছে বাইরে থেকে, বিজেপি যা বলছে তাই করছে। তুমি চক্রবেড়িয়ে গিয়ে দেখেছো, আমাদের সব পোস্টার খুলে দিয়েছে। সব এইভাবে ভোট হয়, ভোট তো মানুষ দেবে, পুলিশ দেবে না, সিকিউরিটিও দেবে না। আর কয়েকজনকে নতুন নিয়ে এসছে, তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে, টেররিজম করছে এলাকায়।
Other countries' status are equal.
She's saying CRPF is intimidating the voters, they're scaring them. What would you say?
CRPF and CAPF is deployed in every area to maintain the law and order situation. It's engaged by the Election Commission of India. Is there anything? She will speak to Election Commission of India. Don't disturb the voter.
She's also saying BJP
Don't terrorize the Hindu voters.
She's also saying BJP will get the taste of their medicine on 4th. What would you? She's also saying BJP will get the taste of their medicine on 4th. What would you say?
It's not very welcoming statement. It's a arrogant like statement. Please don't do this type of work in future.
Voter turnout has been very impressive in the first phase. What do you think about the second phase?
In question of Calcutta, it's a very good. Approx 20% voting happened. And here in 70% approx plus 70 plus. We are hopeful that 85-90% voter will cast their vote.
How confident are you, sir? The last phase.
BJP will win.
Thank you so much. Sir, Mamata Banerjee.
I am not giving in. After 6 p.m. please come. I will.
मिसयूज कर रही है केंद्रीय बलों का बीजेपी यहाँ।
उनको डर लग रहा है। उनका पुलिस नहीं है तो केंद्रीय अर्ध सुरक्षा वाला है, उनको डर लग रहा है। और उनको एंगेज किया कौन? इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया। उनको कुछ बोलना चाहिए तो इलेक्शन कमीशन के साथ बात कीजिए। क्यों 50-60 आदमी लेकर यहाँ किया? मैं आने के बाद तो सब भाग गया, सब क्लियर, ऑल आर क्लियर, क्लियर ममता बनर्जी नहीं करेगा तो मैं करूंगा।
तो क्या
इस बार छोड़ने वाला कोई सिचुएशन नहीं है। जनता वोट दे रहा है और जनता को वोट देना चाहिए।
नंदीग्राम
आज का दिन कोई पावरफुल आदमी का दिन नहीं है। आज का दिन जनता का दिन है, वोटर्स का दिन।
तो नंदीग्राम का इतिहास भवानीपुर में दोहराया जाएगा। नंदीग्राम का इतिहास क्या भवानीपुर में भी कमल खिलेगा?
8 बजे निकल के बूथ जा रहे हैं और अभी आप जहाँ हैं बूथ के थोड़ी दूर में वो बैठे।
डर मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है।
बराबर में यही बैठी हुई है ममता।
हार का थोड़ा रुझान मिल रहा है।
अच्छा, तो भवानीपुर में कमल
30,000 में हारेगा कम से।
All right, let's quickly bring in Kamalika, who's been tracking this right on the ground. Kamalika, a bare knuckle fight that we're seeing already in Nandigram after you had Mamata Banerjee defeated in the previous constituency in Nandigram. Bhawanipur now becoming a sore point for Mamata Banerjee, where tensions prevail right at the start of the voting day. What exactly happened on the ground?
See, absolutely, it's a drama. Let me again show you. This is the place where Mamata Banerjee right now is in. This is Chakravarya, ward number 70, where she has never gone out during a vote day, excluding Nandigram. But today she has come out and she is right now sitting there inside. Suddenly we see Shubhendu Adhikari also coming here, and also he roamed around this entire place, and he told me that Mamata Banerjee is trying to intimidate the Hindu voters. Let me tell you this about this 70 ward. This 70 ward is a ward where BJP generally has got lead several times in 2019 and also in other elections. That is the reason for which in this ward Mamata Banerjee is sitting. Also Shubhendu Adhikari is roaming around this ward. So it was a high-scale drama where I will not say it was a face-off, but definitely Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari. Mamata Banerjee inside, Shubhendu Adhikari outside. So this was a clear, almost a face-off between the two big shots who are contesting here.
So Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari both get to move around their constituency with ease, but here you have the Arjikar victim's mother who's contesting for Panihati, not allowed to move around in her constituency. What's the disparity? Why?
Again, here. Shubhenduda,
Kamal, wonderful. Lotus blooming. Mamata will defeat.
दादा पीछे शुभेंदुदा दादा पीछे दादा पीछे एकटाई কথা दादा आमने सामने शुभेंदुदा
Around. She will defeat.
शुभेंदु अधिकारी পরবর্তী গন্তব্য
And he went and we asked him. He said, lotus will bloom.
Yeah.
That's what Shubhendu Adhikari just now again said to News 18.
All right. Pallavi Ghosh is also with us. Pallavi, what a fight we're seeing a constituency like Bhawanipur, where Shubhendu Adhikari has decided to fight Mamata Banerjee here as well after defeating her in Nandigram. And we see, you know, metaphorically all knives out.
Well, I mean, you know, I was in Nandigram when it went to vote in the last phase, and in Nandigram we know it's very quirky and it's very interesting turn of events. Shubhendu Adhikari, the one who was really right from the beginning with Mamata Banerjee, with the beginning of the Trinamool Congress, her closest aide, advisor, who knows the pulse of many constituencies across the state, but more particularly Nandigram, was fielded by the BJP, and who would have thought that she would lose? In fact, these pictures which Kamalika is getting for us from Bhawanipur, where Mamata Banerjee is sitting over there, I saw those pictures in the last moments in Nandigram, I guess she understood, because she's a grassroots leader, she understands the pulse on the ground. She understood that perhaps she was losing ground, which is why in the last 1 hour of voting in Nandigram 2021, she had come there on a wheelchair, sitting outside the polling booths to ensure that there was a consolidation of the minority votes and they were not going anywhere. It did not work then. Now look at 2026. The same advisor of Shubhendu Adhikari has now been fielded opposite him in Nandigram by the Trinamool Congress. But the real battle for Bengal is actually being played out in Bhawanipur. A sitting chief minister opposite one of our oldest aides, advisors, plus someone who defeated her in Nandigram. It's going to be a double whammy if he manages to defeat her once again from here. At least that's what he told me in Nandigram, much as he told Kamalika today. He told me, one, the Hindu vote khatre mein hai, the Trinamool Congress is intimidating that. And second, of course, he told me is that Mamata Banerjee is losing from Bhawanipur as well. I'm going to do a Nandigram in Bhawanipur. That is what they are counting on. Misgovernance, anti-incumbency, women's safety, more rights for women, because what is going to be the BJP's calculation is, one, a break in the women vote bank of the Trinamool Congress, a consolidation of the Hindu vote bank against the Muslim vote bank, and also make a larger point that what has she done in the last 15 years for the state.
Yeah. You know, the scenes from Bhawanipur are really typifying this contest in phase 2. This is do or die. This is make or break. And therefore, you're seeing the Chief Minister also, unlike her past stints, really coming out from morning itself on polling day in her constituency. Let me also go across to Amitabh Tiwari, founder, Vote Vibe, who's with us, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, senior fellow, IPCS. Kamru Chaudhary is joining us, political analyst, and also Shubhrashtra. Very good morning to all of you. But Amitabh, what's the prognosis from the constituency of Bhawanipur? You know, if Shubhendu Adhikari's this prediction of Lotus will bloom, Mamata will defeat has to come true, what is going in his favor, if anything?
See, essentially एक बार अन्ना हजारे ने कहा था कि नेता जो है वो चुनाव हारने से ही डरता है और किसी चीज से नहीं डरता. ठीक है, आज वो दिख रहा है. दोनों ही जो कैंडिडेट्स हैं, both are very fiercely contesting against each other. Now, if you see the seat, 47,000 was the margin of Mamata Banerjee in 2021 Vidhan Sabha election. It fell to 8,000 in 2024 Lok Sabha election. 46,000 have been the SIR deletions. So SIR deletions are more than victory margin of both the Vidhan Sabha and the Lok Sabha. So there is a high risk there in terms of deletions if they are mostly from the TMC support base.
But what about this counter consolidation that everybody is talking about against the SIR? That, you know, Mamata's base could be enthused, knowing exactly what you're talking about, could be enthused, the TMC base is, no, this time we absolutely have to go out, we absolutely have to ensure that we poll the max numbers, or is it that she was already at max with her constituency?
No, she was largely at max, and what Shubhendu is smelling blood, correct? Because if he defeats Mamata, there's a 50-50 chance, 50% Mamata, 50% Shubhendu Adhikari, then he becomes, or he reassures his positioning as a giant killer. And then is very, very difficult if BJP comes to power, then he is the top man or for the top job, correct? Now, when we are talking about consolidation or counter consolidation, there is a significant Hindu based support of TMC also. Almost half of the vote share of TMC comes from the Hindu community vote base. Now, this time what we are seeing on the ground is that due to misgovernance, Mahila Ashuraksha and minority of appeasement, there is a silent consolidation of the Hindu voter away from the TMC towards the BJP, and that is what Shubhendu was talking about, that nobody can prevent the Hindus from coming out to vote in this election. And if this happens, then anyways the minority population is 30%, Hindu population 70%. You only need a swing of 7-8 more Hindu percent voters towards the BJP from the TMC to swing this phase.
I do want to ask though, how is Shubhendu smelling blood? If you're looking at anti-incumbency, then that would have been there even in 2021. Mamata Banerjee won Bhawanipur possibly out of sympathy because she lost Nandigram by a whopping 58,832 votes. That's a huge record margin. Why don't you think, Abhijit, that this is not going to come to Mamata this time?
Well, I have to be honest, I don't think it's going to come to Mamata this time. I think
you don't?
I think the TMC is getting this election.
You're saying you do think it will come to Mamata?
That she'll back the seat.
She'll
basically.
back the seat.
Yeah.
She may even lose the seat, but she's not losing the election. Let's put it this
Okay,
way.
you've called the entire election for us then.
Yeah, pretty much. I've got a terrible record, by the way. So
No, go ahead.
But let me just tell you why. You know, when you saw the graphs Anand put up the last hour, what I realized was the BJP actually has quite a lot to swing.
Yeah.
The TMC has to retain very moderately, fairly conservatively in order to sail past, right? This is number one. Number two, it's very curious, the TMC and especially Mamata's interpretation of the right to vote, because, you know, she's adopting the Jinnah definition in 1936, which is the right to vote includes the right not to vote. And the problem with the right not to vote is you can never gauge if the person actually wanted to vote or not. And the problem here is that intimidation clearly seems to be working from what Tiwari said out here. Let me point out certain things. Mamata is sitting at a booth. In all the previous elections, she never came out.
Yes.
Here, she's sitting at a booth. To do what exactly? It's not like she can pick up voters and things like that. It's clearly to send out a larger message, knowing that it is going to be broadcast very significantly. It also could mean she's nervous, and it could be both. It is both intimidation and nervousness. Intimidation born of nervousness. The second is, for all of this, Miss Debnath, who is the mother of the rape victim, wasn't even allowed into her constituency, right? Why? Why are these different rules for different peoples happening? Third, if you saw the interview this morning, every single reporter was around Bhaipo, Abhishek Banerjee, and not one of them, and he was waxing eloquent about voter intimidation and this thing. Not one person had the guts to ask him about his speech yesterday.
Yes.
Now, understand, Shuvendu Adhikari may not be intimidated. But imagine if a press, a high profile, that entire bunch of high profile reporters are intimidated enough to not ask him. Imagine how the common faceless citizen sitting out there is feeling right now.
So all of the security arrangement you don't think is working on ground to enthuse the voter to come out and vote?
Because the security arrangement, the BJP is fighting the last election. The security arrangement is accounting for what happened in the last election, but, you know, like corruption, voter intimidation is a very dynamic process that keeps evolving. I think the TMC read the tea leaves and it's sort of moved on its particular campaign.
But as much as we're harping on voter intimidation, we're seeing a record turnout. It could be very well because SIR deletion has happened, the rolls have cleansed, but yet the high voter turnout does not speak of voter intimidation.
Well, it depends on who the voter is, right?
From,
there's clearly a wave happening because
so with that wave, you still think TMC comes to power?
Because we never know which side a wave is going, you understand?
You don't know the color of the wave just yet, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
you know, my colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us from Diamond Harbour. Payal, a lot of news, a lot of buzz around what Abhishek Banerjee said yesterday, and everybody's talking about it. It is viral as well on the eve of the second phase of the polling. But as Abhijit was pointing out, any questions that Abhishek himself has answered about his speech, which clearly amounts to voter intimidation, that is such a huge factor as far as these elections are concerned. This is for Payal. Is she with us?
Yes, Shivani, voter intimidation has been something that we witnessed over the last many years. Because, I have very much, grown up in this city. That is something which we've really seen. But look at the turnout. Like, I'm in a polling booth, which is probably in the remote area of Diamond Harbour, and look at the turnout that you see over here. There is a queue, and look at the queue. My video journalist Ravinder will show you the queue. Look at the queue of people who are actually standing. They are here to cast their ballot, in whose favor we do not really know. We don't want to ask them, but the fact that the people have decided to come out and cast that ballot, and there is enough security on ground, and the security personnel are guiding these voters through in terms of, that they should not carry a phone with them, that the fact that they should not, carry anything except, their voter ID card with them as well. So a lot of people are standing over here, and this time around in this election, women are certainly going to hold the key as well. We'll try and speak to a couple of these women.
Yeah, Pallavi, Payal, but before that, just to remind our viewers, on the left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at live visuals of Mamata Banerjee, we believe, The media trying desperately to catch a glimpse of her. She's seated right there near the polling booth. So the attics. Payal.
চলুন পিছনে চলুন পিছনে চলুন আমি চলুন পিছনে চলুন আমি কেন সরবো গো দাদা তুমি করো না
Payal, if you could go on. Mamata Banerjee being captured on camera, seated right there near the polling booth. Quite dramatic of a visual that we have on our screens here. And expect Mamata Banerjee at this point to do something like that.
Yes, you can see those scenes, but I'm not where Mamata Banerjee really is, I'm in Diamond Harbour.
Right. Abhijit, how do you decode the visuals that you see on our screens? Mamata Banerjee, you expect her to do something unusual. I'm not even sure if this is allowed. If Ms. Devnath is not allowed, the Arjikar victim's mother who's contesting is not allowed near her constituency, then Mamata gets a free hand?
She not just get a free hand. Remember, there were reports that she was sitting near a booth before this. I don't know what the proximity to the
we want to find out what the location is. Where exactly is Mamata seated? Oh, she is. So she is in Bhawanipur.
Yeah, but is it near a booth? That's the question.
But the candidates are allowed till what? 100 meters to the booth?
Till 100 meters, yeah. Now, basically what this is number one, remember, she has never come out on election day prior to this, as far as I remember, if I'm not mistaken. So her coming out itself should tell you she is very, very nervous. But we should never interpret nervousness as a sign of assured defeat. That is a very, very important thing I want to make out here. Nervousness could be a tactic now, the counterbalancing tactic now to get her voters out and suppress the other voters.
People were talking about this kind of nervousness last time around as well. She suffered that, leg injury, then she was out there. Everybody read that as nervousness. You could also read this as just the street fighter nature that Mamata Banerjee has. For a long time, even election after election, because BJP goes all hog out, the Prime Minister is doing multiple rallies, people suggest that is nervousness on part of the BJP, but that's just the template the BJP follows. This could just well be the TMC's or Mamata Banerjee's template. So yes, you could sense some nervousness, but you cannot, as Abhijit said, assign assured defeat at any camp right now. That is the most important thing. But those figures are coming in of the voter poll. Let's just also take a look at those voter turnout polls in just a bit. But these visuals, extremely important, the ones that we're getting. Both Suvendhu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee getting hogged by the media for that precious soundbite. But I wonder what else can they say at this point of time. Both have already fired their shots this morning. Mamata Banerjee saying that, there is intimidation going on. They've been alleging this on part of the CRPF. Suvendhu Adhikari says, don't terrorize the Hindu voter. That's the voter that the BJP is banking on, and they're suggesting that there is some sort of harakiri going on ground. She's finally gotten into a car. I think she's moved on. But this kind of scenes, they shouldn't be allowed to prevail in some senses close to a booth. Yes, you're allowed 100 meters to the booth as a candidate. You're not really allowed to interact with voters, certainly not the ones going in. But is this in any way, Amitabh, any violation of MCC, poll violations, kind of almost doing a sit-in as we heard about earlier, and then now coming and sitting on a chair as well?
But before that, also add here that Mamata Banerjee is already speaking to the media outside. They fired at the CRPF. She says the CRPF personnel have raided Ward 70 councillors' home. This happened late at night. She says observers are pressurizing the police to arrest TMC agents. Her youth bloc president has been arrested. So these are big claims that Mamata has made, and she believes that this violation is nothing in front of that violation.
So see, essentially, as Abhijit Bhai has said, she is facing a tough contest. Correct. Whether the nervousness is a sign of, might not be a sign of weakness and assured defeat, she needs to also ensure that her supporters come out in large numbers, because we are seeing turnouts, record turnouts. This could be a message to the voters that they need to come out in large numbers. They need not be demotivated by claims of 110 by the BJP in phase 1, because TMC has not made a counter claim of sorts that we are winning.
They've said we'll sweep. Fourth term we'll sweep.
Yeah, but countering that specific 110 charge by a senior leader like Mamata Banerjee or Abhishek Banerjee has not happened. So what this could do, that it creates a perception, or it might create a perception amongst the core supporters of TMC that they are on the back foot in phase 1, and if that is created, then it could create some trouble for the TMC. So I think she is also giving out a message to her voters that BJP is trying out all tricks. The accusations you mentioned, CAPF or CRPF is threatening our voters, but we need to come out and teach them a lesson, and still we are ahead in this victory. So don't get bogged down by BJP's claim or perception that it is winning. We are ahead. Do come out and vote.
Yeah. Everything matters, it all comes down to today, isn't it? All the preparations, all the battles, all the fights, if your voter doesn't come out and vote on the important day, then all plans can fall flat. Let's also take a look at just, what is at stake and what are the important X factors as far as this election is concerned. So this battle of West Bengal, can Mamata Banerjee deliver a record 4th straight win for her party? That will make her extremely big as far as national politics is concerned. And that is why a lot of the hopes, maybe even of the opposition that is doing some shadow boxing as far as this election is concerned, will matter. If Mamata Banerjee is able to win a record straight, 4th consecutive win, then that makes her one of the biggest leaders as far as national politics is concerned. But what is standing in a way? SIR. Will that SIR though trigger a backlash amongst the minority voters and migrants? That is something also that cannot be discounted, because how did the TMC read the phase 1 high turnout? That this is an identity vote for people who were suspected of not even being Indians. Which way will the women vote swing in this high stakes contest? Both sides can argue they have a lot of faith from women voters across the country, and particularly in Bengal, Mamata Banerjee and her schemes have been a hit over the years. Will BJP's pitch on infiltration outweigh the Bengali Asmita narrative of the TMC? Is that narrative getting old already? Will that muscular policy on border control, immigration really work for the BJP in a state like West Bengal? Has it really turned that much? Will a divided left Congress vote split and benefit the BJP in a triangular contest? There has been some murmurs that even the BJP wouldn't mind the left and the Congress doing a little bit well. Let's also turn our focus to our magic wall here. Just why we keep talking about phase 2 as a very make or break election is this reason. This is the presidency zone that we've been highlighting. Look at the numbers from the 2021 Vidhan Sabha. These are 108 seats. Mind you, not the total 142 seats of the second phase, but 108 of the presidency zone, out of which TMC won 93 with a 50% vote share. BJP did well, to be honest, with 14 and a 35% vote share. So if you look at overall also, if you look at the entire phase 2, you would notice that even out of the 142, the TMC had managed about 123 in phase 2. BJP had 18 overall. Their vote share was about 35%, while TMC was at around 50%. The left manages to hold a little bit of their vote share at 11%. But where will that vote share go this time around? Will they consolidate left in Congress? Will that help the BJP taking away from the TMC's vote? All that remains to be seen. But the vote share here of 35%, if the BJP was to manage this one more time, it's not going to be enough, as Amitabh has been talking about. But I also want to go across to some of our other guests joining us. Shubhrashta is there, Kamru Chaudhary is there. Kamru, I want to come to you first up. Do you sense a little bit of trouble for TMC on ground? Trouble in paradise? I mean, very, very, very stronghold zone for them, but we've seen stranger things happening in the past as well.
Yeah, Shivani, all along I've been saying that Bengal elections is all about the election day. How you manage your booth, how you manage your voters to come and vote, that's what's matter in Bengal right now. And you see, commenting from a neutral perspective, nobody, no political party can match the organizational strength of the Trinamool Congress. Each and every booth, they have got their agents. They have got their dummy candidates. Dummy candidates have got their own agents inside. BJP had, in fact, gotten their booth agents from different parts of the constituency. May not be from that particular booth. So there lies a very big difference. Second point out here is that you see, there was a fear factor after the SIR. People coming out and voting in large numbers all across West Bengal. You will also see that happening in Calcutta region and the surrounding areas. The reason being, not to vote for BJP, not to vote for TMC, it hardly matters, but to make their vote counted, lest the election commission brings out some other circular or notification wherein their name gets deleted. These two very important factors I have been seeing out here in the elections out here. Basically, there is a negativity around the TMC this time. There is no doubt about it, because there was no other alternative in Bengal right now. Congress fighting separately, the CPM fighting separately. It's a what do you call this? No political pollster can predict what will be the exact results. Whether it is going to vote on religious lines, whether they are going to vote on party lines, it's very difficult to predict as of now.
Yes, absolutely. But I just wanted to quickly show this entire phase 2 map for you. This is, of course, 2021 results. As I was mentioning, out of 142, 123 were won by the TMC. BJP won 18 with about 36.5% vote share. I just want to quickly bring in Amitabh also on this. Such a stronghold phase, and we've seen since 2011, the TMC numbers have stayed at about 120, right? So nobody's been able to dislodge them for 15 years in this zone. The 18 seats that the BJP won last time, if you translate Lok Sabha results into assembly constituencies, then it was 27 that they were leading in 2024. How much more vote share do they need to kind of flip this zone? Plus, how did they manage to flip these seats? These were also all TMC strong seats. So what worked for them in their favor? What could they build on this time?
No, essentially one number which we have to look at is in the Lok Sabha 2019.
Yes, I'll put that on.
The BJP was leading in 37 of these seats here. So almost more than double of what they had achieved in 2021 Vidhan Sabha election.
Yes, this is that number.
2019 was at the peak of the height of nationalism fervor after the Pulwama incident, correct? Now this nationalism is part of this larger Hindutva umbrella strategy of the BJP. So the BJP hopes that it could replicate the same 2019 fervor with due to the excessive minority appeasement and corruption, law and order, women's safety, lack of development, lack of jobs, etc., the entire anti-incumbency. Now, if there is a 12% gap, as you are mentioning, or a 14% gap, we have to also see that almost 10%, almost 9% of the voters have been deleted in SIR rolls vis-a-vis the 2021 Vidhan Sabha elections. On top of that, there is an anti-incumbency factor, so there could be a swing away from the TMC towards the BJP. So we have done in numerics many scenarios, even a 2.5% swing, and assuming that the SIR deletions are in the ratio of 70-30. So not 100% of them are TMC voters, but 70 TMC and 30 BJP, and a 2.5% swing increases this tally from 18 to 29. And if it's a 5% swing, then it is 78. Sorry.
When we see states across the country, when it comes to Lok Sabha elections, they are wise. They know that, they believe at least, that the BJP is strong at the center. We want national security. We want a strong government to represent our country globally, and BJP has that image. But when it comes to state, then the state party, regional party is usually the choice. Do you believe that it's any different this time in West Bengal?
It's a great point. Bengal has been ruled by a party which is not in center for the past 50 years almost. 50 years, 34 years when left was in power, the country was ruled by Congress largely.
Yeah.
And 15 years when the TMC is in power, except for 2 years when left was part of the UPA 1, it is again being ruled by a party which is not in the center. So has the time come wherein the West Bengal voters also vote for a double engine sarkar, because this lack of development and jobs is number one issue.
You're saying even Lok Sabha election, state votes,
only the state elections.
West Bengal votes
State elections.
Assembly elections.
Whichever party was in power was actually in opposition to the main party which has been in power at the center.
Yeah. Even in Lok Sabha.
No, no, in Vidhan Sabha election.
I'm saying in Lok Sabha.
In Lok Sabha also largely I think.
Because
this
if you are
trend would be there.
attributing the BJP's rise in the recent Lok Sabha, does that mean anything?
Sorry?
Let's hear it. Suvendu Adhikari.
উনি কেন ঘুরছেন উনি একদম ডেজার নাম্বার ভয়টা কেটে গেছে তো দেখলেন না পাশেই তো 5জন 6জন ভোটার চলে এসেছে
স্বরাষ্ট্রমন্ত্রী অমিত শাহ বলেছিলেন ভয়ের বিরুদ্ধে ভরসার কথা একাধিকবার তিনি বলেছিলেন
সিস্টার কাম হিয়ার
also went to
डाल दिया ना वो हाँ डाल दिया हाँ पहले कल का पहली बार वोट डाला कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुआ सिक्योरिटी अच्छा था बढ़िया था कहाँ का रहने वाला पहली बार डाला पहले कभी मैंने डालने दे देता किस लिए डाल दिया पहले हाँ
So very confident. Dada, you are so confident from the morning, roaming around in different moods. क्या mood है, क्या जोश है?
80% वोट पड़ जाएगा तो मेरा मार्जिन 30,000 हो जाएगा
और वहाँ पे ममता
50% होगा तो थोड़ा टाइट हो जाएगा
वहाँ पे ममता बनर्जी तो निकल के बैठी है, वहाँ पे जाके भी घूम के आए, वो क्या?
उनको मैं एडवाइस करूंगा उम्र ज्यादा है मित्र इंस्टीट्यूशन में एक वोट डाल के घर में चला जाना चाहिए प्लीज टेक रेस्ट बारिश हो रहा है
और पूरा राज्य में क्या होगा पूरे राज्य में क्या होगा
मोदी मोदी only Modi people are ready to cast their vote in favor of Lotus under the great leadership of our great leader Narendra Modi क्या कहा आपका
what is coming greeting him so is it Harsha so all are showing him that they have plastic votes for him
He very upbeat and Abhijit tells me that he predicts Suvendu Adhikari to be following Mamata around. He's going to be mirroring Mamata Banerjee. Wherever she goes, Suvendu will land up. Why do you believe?
Look, like I said, Mamata Di is out because she's clearly nervous. They realize they have to switch tactics. And she's coming out to show, well, I'm here, let's see what you're going to do. Suvendu has to show I am not intimidated because that is the clarion call.
Like the Gramin Purives, it is Shoharin Purives.
So right now, Didi is in Bhawanipur. If she moves to more, say in another hour or so to some other constituency, if I am correct, Suvendu will follow her every single constituency where she goes today in order to, hausla badhaofai them. Can I also point out, to take on from Tiwari ji's point, Mamata Di plus INC could never win Bengal. It required Mamata Di to break away from the Congress, to break away from the sort of balancing act that people require to do. In order to be completely Bengal focused without compromising anywhere else, so for example, the Congress had to be in a secular front with the CPIM and things like that. She did not do that. It was uncompromisingly Bengal. She even went with the BJP if it was Bengal was concerned, and that is how she managed to defeat the CPIM out there. Same thing here. I don't think Bengal is one of those states you can win. Third, this whole thing about double engine ki sarkar, I think this was comprehensively busted following the 2024 general election and all the state campaigns you saw after that.
Yeah.
Because if you notice, since then on, the first was Haryana. Haryana was the bellwether, and then, the Maharashtra and things like that, elections. They stopped saying Modi, Modi, Modi. Before that, it was always projecting Modi. That stopped completely, and it was all fought on local issues. I don't think a double engine logic has been propounded out here, certainly not to the extent some commentators would have us believe.
But with Lok Sabha seats increasing for the BJP this time?
Has it?
No, actually,
Has
the
it?
Lok Sabha seats went down. In fact, I just want to highlight that precisely.
The Vidhan Sabha
Vidhan
increased,
Sabha.
yeah.
So the 2019 map looked like this. This is, of course, projecting the Lok Sabha results into the assembly constituencies. So BJP had 37, a lead at 37 of those assembly constituencies. Projecting the 2019 Lok Sabha results, their vote share had also touched 39%. But if we go to 2024, then, this came down. All right. This once again continued. No, I don't think this is the correct one, but this was 27 by 2024, right? So from 37, they came down to 27 as far as their assembly leads are concerned. But in 2024, in any case, Bharatiya Janata Party's graph nationally also kind of, came down a little bit. They lost in even some of the stronger states. So that continues to be the challenge for them, whether they can bounce back to that perfect scenario for them, which was 2019, not so much 2024. Shubhrashta is also with us. Shubhrashta, has BJP done enough then to kind of convince the Bengali voter to say, oh, you had faith, you had started to show faith in us. We went from 3 to 70, 77 seats. We went to 18 MPs in Bengal. So, we are here and we are here to stay. Because that is the message they were possibly not able to give after 2021.
Good morning to your viewers and you. I think it's important to acknowledge that this election is definitely about TMC and BJP. Left and Congress is no longer in picture. So then we need to go constituency by constituency, district by district, or vote block by vote block to see who is standing where. It is true that BJP has performed fairly well over the past few elections, which is why they have this kind of confidence that they do. And it is also true that Mamata Banerjee can sort of see the wind sail away from her, which is why her last few rallies or last few public meetings that she had has some level of desperation that is not quintessential Mamata Banerjee. So I disagree a little bit, Abhijit, here to say I think this 2-3 weeks ago I was the one always saying that it's a TMC advantage election, but I no longer say so, especially if I look at what has happened in the past 2-3 days. Now, TMC, of course, has organizational advantage. BJP needs social arithmetic and turnout efficiency. Turnout efficiency, I think, should be in favor of BJP, because if by 10:41 we have voting percentage go up in double digits, it really goes on to show that the Bengali voter has really decided in favor or against TMC. Now, when it comes to core committed vote blocks, there used to be TMC turfs and BJP turfs, but in those in the TMC turfs that we saw earlier, lot of dent has been made in specific pockets. For example, the Matuas. The Matua community today is no longer with TMC alone. BJP has tried to woo the Matua voters, and TMC has backed down and said that we are not going to give you away, and is doubling down with schemes and all that. Women voters, as we've always talked about how decisive they have become as a voting bloc, women voters have had advantages from both the parties. Central schemes have tried to woo women voters. Narrative wise, BJP has tried to sort of push the fact that we are pro-women, but Mamata Banerjee, the reality is that rural women will back Mamata Banerjee to a great extent.
Could you, ma'am, give us your sense on the cash transfers that could play a role this time? The BJP has promised 3,000 rupees direct cash transfer to women of West Bengal, while Mamata Banerjee has moved it from 1,500 to 1,700 or 800. How much of this would play out in favor of the BJP? Almost double the amount that they've promised.
I have always maintained that women are not wooed only by direct cash transfers. They also see a consistency in schemes, etc. And I think we should give it to Mamata Banerjee that she has actually worked a lot for women as a constituency, especially rural Bengali women have gained a lot from schemes like Lakshmi Yojana and all that. My point is simple. You cannot today, at this point in time, you cannot say that women are voting en bloc for the BJP or en bloc for the TMC, because it has become like a competitive turf for both of them. So we really need to go to the cross section and see perhaps where are Matua women voting, where are Rajbanshi women voting, where are the in urban pockets, where are the young urban Bhadralok women voting? These are the cross-sectional, this is the kind of cross-sectional analysis that we might have to do at this point in time. Look at the urban belt and Kolkata, for instance. BJP used to have a middle class, advantage among the middle class professionals and youth. TMC is seen strong in municipal network and poorer wards, so which in effect makes it a mixed battleground situation for both of them.
All right. Well, do stay with us. We're going to slip into a short break. A lot of visuals that are coming from the ground south of West Bengal. This is going to vote today. 142 assembly seats. It's exciting for the state indeed. Which way the winds are blowing, you could gauge with the visuals we're showing you on our screens. Stay with us for a lot more.
Scripting history in an unprecedented manner.
Stalin seeking a second term. Can Vijay's youth appeal?
प्रदेश माना जाता था और उसको कहीं न कहीं नफरत बढ़ा करके कहीं न कहीं बर्बाद करने की कोशिश की गई है और उसमें न टीएमसी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है न बीजेपी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है। सबने अपने अपने वोटों के ध्रुवीकरण के लिए नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है। लोग चाहते थे बंगाल के लोग कि अब उनसे निजात मिले, तो हम लोगों ने एक ऑप्शन दिया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो सब कुछ बनाई थी उसको बरकरार रखना चाहती है। लोगों ने पसंद भी किया है।
4 दिन का मेरा प्रचार था और हम तो कई विधानसभा क्षेत्र लगभग 17 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में हमने प्रचार किया। वहाँ तो यही माहौल है कि भाई एकदम दीदी को फिर से लोग लाना चाहते हैं और फिर से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि टीएमसी जो है वो चुनाव जीतेगी। बिहार के लोग बहुत तादाद में वहाँ बसे हुए हैं, लोगों ने बहुत प्यार भी दिया है, बहुत मान सम्मान भी दिया है और भरोसा भी दिया है कि वो लोग दीदी को जिताएंगे।
And shifting our focus to more tracking from West Bengal, as phase 2 voting will be witnessed today. Simultaneously, political tensions have also been escalating over the deployment and the role of IPS officer and counter specialist Ajay Pal Sharma. The controversy has now intensified after remarks and actions attributed to the officer triggered political reactions across the state. Remember, the Trinamool Congress, while alluding to the IPS officer, said that he was openly intimidating Trinamool Congress candidates and their family members. A complaint has now been filed against Ajay Pal in Falta, along with allegations against the central police forces too.
Now, it is alleged that security personnel entered homes late at night and assaulted women in the area, causing panic. The complaint has reportedly been filed by one of the women victims. On the other hand, Falta Block Development Officer Saurav Hazra has been removed from his post over allegations of non-cooperation with IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma and has been transferred to Purulia. And let me go across to Kamalika for this. Kamalika, how do you see this whole controversy that is brewing over IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma in West Bengal?
Okay, we'll just go across to Kamalika in a bit, but this is a controversy playing out and on full display. The last few hours, viewers, we've seen several developments flying in thick and fast, and now a complaint has also been filed against the IPS officer who, remember, has been deployed as part of the central government's deployment to monitor the electoral process. Speaking of which, there's more breaking news coming in. A petition has been filed in the Supreme Court for urgent removal of IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma as the central observer. The petition terms Ajay Pal Sharma as highly partisan and acting contrary to the role prescribed to him. So he is one of the many observers. And do remember, we've seen this kind of deployment en masse. A lot of senior IPS officers who are currently in West Bengal just to ensure law and order situation is under control. But that one video which has also taken the internet by storm of Ajay Pal taking the name of a TMC candidate, addressing directly to his family members, has been spoken of as quote-unquote intimidating by the Trinamool Congress. And now we're learning that a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court too for urgent removal of the IPS officer. Kamalika is with us now. Kamalika, a complaint followed by now a petition in the Supreme Court, certainly escalating at the moment with the Trinamool Congress not letting go of this one issue as yet. Tell us what this could mean for the IPS officer eventually.
Well, definitely this petition clearly shows that this is filed by unknown person, definitely. But this is quite clear that this petition, and yesterday also there was another petition in High Court, that this Ajay Pal's activity, the IPS officer's activity out there is absolutely uncalled for a section of people, and obviously Trinamool Congress have openly criticized it. So according to Trinamool Congress, that an officer, an observer...
Thanks a lot for staying with us. There's lots going on ground in West Bengal and particularly in Bhawanipur. Suvendu Adhikari has spoken exclusively with CNN News 18's Kamalika Sengupta, and he has told Mamata Banerjee that your age is there, go home and rest. There's already rain anyways happening. He's also once again sounded the bugle for the BJP, saying that the TMC will be defeated by a large margin. He's confident of his victory from Bhawanipur, and also that, in his words, the lotus will bloom in Bengal. Listen in.
Suvendu Adhikari also went to
पहले कलकत्ता में पहली बार वोट डाला, कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुआ, सिक्योरिटी अच्छा था, बढ़िया था, कहाँ का रहने वाला, हाँ पहली बार डाला, पहले कभी मैं ने डालने दे देता, अच्छा किस लिए डाल दिया पहले, हाँ
So very confident, Dada, you are so confident from the morning, roaming around in different moods. क्या mood है, क्या जोश है?
80% वोट पड़ जाएगा तो मेरा मार्जिन 30,000 हो जाएगा।
और वहाँ पे ममता
50% होगा तो थोड़ा टाइट हो जाएगा।
वहाँ पे ममता बनर्जी तो निकल के बैठी है, वहाँ पे जाके भी घूम के आए, वो क्या?
उनको मैं एडवाइस करूँगा, उम्र ज़्यादा है, मित्र इंस्टीट्यूशन में एक वोट डाल के घर में चला जाना चाहिए। प्लीज टेक रेस्ट, बारिश हो रहा है।
और पूरा राज्य में क्या होगा? पूरे राज्य में क्या होगा?
मोदी, only Modi. People are ready to cast their vote in favor of Lotus. Under the great leadership of our great leader Narendra Modi ji. कहाँ आपका? या बंद के रखिएगा मुझे।
Voters are coming, greeting, meeting him. So is it Bharsha? So all are showing him that they have.
Suvendu Adhikari there exuding confidence, and West Bengal's second phase now, final one, goes to vote. We're going to bring you the voter turnout and more in just a short break from now. Stay with us.
Do poll promises matter more for the people or the party? In this election, I, Nalin Mehta, will break down the political rhetoric and the spin versus the ground reality.
प्रदेश माना जाता था और उसको कहीं न कहीं नफरत बढ़ा करके कहीं न कहीं बर्बाद करने की कोशिश की गई है, और उसमें न टीएमसी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है न बीजेपी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है। सबने अपने अपने वोटों के ध्रुवीकरण के लिए नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है। लोग चाहते थे, बंगाल के लोग, कि अब उनसे निजात मिले, तो हम लोगों ने एक ऑप्शन दिया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो सब कुछ बनाई थी उसको बरकरार रखना चाहती है, लोगों ने पसंद भी किया है।
4 दिन का मेरा प्रचार था और हम तो कई विधानसभा क्षेत्र, लगभग 17 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में हमने प्रचार किया। वहाँ तो यही माहौल है कि भाई एकदम दीदी को फिर से लोग लाना चाहते हैं, और फिर से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि टीएमसी जो है वो चुनाव जीतेगी। बिहार के लोग बहुत तादाद में वहाँ बसे हुए हैं, लोगों ने बहुत प्यार भी दिया है, बहुत मान सम्मान भी दिया है और भरोसा भी दिया है कि वो लोग दीदी को जिताएंगे।
And shifting our focus to more tracking from West Bengal as phase 2 voting will be witnessed today. Simultaneously, political tensions have also been escalating over the deployment and the role of IPS officer and counter specialist Ajay Pal Sharma. The controversy has now intensified after remarks and actions attributed to the officer triggered political reactions across the state. Remember, the Trinamool Congress, while alluding to the IPS officer, said that he was openly intimidating Trinamool Congress candidates and their family members. A complaint has now been filed against Ajay Pal in Falta, along with allegations against the central police forces too.
Now, it is alleged that security personnel entered homes late at night and assaulted women in the area, causing panic. The complaint has reportedly been filed by one of the women victims. On the other hand, Falta Block Development Officer Saurav Hazra has been removed from his post over allegations of non-cooperation with IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma and has been transferred to Purulia. And let me go across to Kamalika for this. Kamalika, how do you see this whole controversy that is brewing over IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma in West Bengal?
Okay, we'll just go across to Kamalika in a bit, but this is a controversy playing out and on full display. The last few hours, viewers, we've seen several developments flying in thick and fast, and now a complaint has also been filed against the IPS officer who, remember, has been deployed as part of the central government's deployment to monitor the electoral process. Speaking of which, there's more breaking news coming in. A petition has been filed in the Supreme Court for urgent removal of IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma as the central observer. The petition terms Ajay Pal Sharma as highly partisan and acting contrary to the role prescribed to him. So he is one of the many observers. And do remember, we've seen this kind of deployment en masse. A lot of senior IPS officers who are currently in West Bengal just to ensure law and order situation is under control. But that one video which has also taken the internet by storm of Ajay Pal taking the name of a TMC candidate, addressing directly to his family members, has been spoken of as quote-unquote intimidating by the Trinamool Congress. And now we're learning that a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court too for urgent removal of the IPS officer. Kamalika is with us now. Kamalika, a complaint followed by now a petition in the Supreme Court, certainly escalating at the moment with the Trinamool Congress not letting go of this one issue as yet. Tell us what this could mean for the IPS officer eventually.
Well, definitely this petition clearly shows that this is filed by unknown person, definitely. But this is quite clear that this petition, and yesterday also there was another petition in High Court, that this Ajay Pal's activity, the IPS officer's activity out there is...
Viewers, this is it. It's come down now to 142 seats. This is the TMC bastion. If there are cracks in the bastion, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very difficult for Mamata Banerjee to retain Bengal. If the cracks are too deep, that is, that half the seats get split in these 142 constituencies, viewers, it's pretty much curtains for Mamata Banerjee. And that's why today, viewers, the stakes are very, very high. They're so high that Mamata Banerjee, who is usually somebody who has never emerged in Calcutta and is not seen on the ground till around 4 o'clock when she usually comes out to vote, is pretty much patrolling the streets. She's patrolling her constituency. She's on an edge. The tension is visible across these 142 seats, viewers. This is it. As I said, it's make or break. Let's open up with all the headlines this hour. West Bengal records a steady 18.39% voter turnout till 9 a.m. in the final phase, as long queues seen across 142 constituencies. Clashes and violence, confusion, Hooghly, Howrah and Nadia after EVM glitches, allegations of delayed voting trigger clashes forcing the CRPF personnel to detain multiple agitators. Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari in a high-voltage face-off in Bhabanipur as both leaders personally monitor booths. It's unusual, but understandable. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee camps outside a Bhabanipur booth. Bhabanipur is a constituency, accuses centre of deploying outsiders to spread terror and using central agencies to intimidate Trinamool voters and polling agents. And viewers, as Bengal votes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi offers prayers at Kashi Vishwanath Temple, set to inaugurate development projects worth over 6,350 crores in his constituency as the battle for Uttar Pradesh is kicked off by the BJP a year in advance. One poll hasn't ended and they're preparing for the next. Meera Road stabbing probe intensifies. Maharashtra ATS recovers alleged handwritten jihad notes and suspected ISIS-linked literature from accused Zubair's residence. And a fire erupts on the 8th floor of a high-rise apartment complex in Indrapuram Housing Society in Ghaziabad. Viewers, let's go straight across to our reporters, Payal and Komolika. Both of them are on the ground. You can see to the right and left of you, viewers, a large number of visuals that we have put out. These visuals capture pretty much the mood on the ground today. There are 142 seats at stake in this final phase of the 2026 West Bengal elections. With this, viewers, at 6:30 in the evening, we're going to be bringing to you the exit polls of Bengal, of Tamil Nadu, of Assam and Kerala. Viewers, it's going to be an interesting day. All eyes will be on the turnout. The turnout holds the key again in this phase. We've seen a record voter turnout in the first phase across 152 seats. We saw, viewers, 93% turnout, which exceeded, in fact, in absolute terms, the number of voters that cast their vote over in 2021. Will we see the same today is the big question. And let me tell you, viewers, and I'm going to show you that data in just a few moments, that when the turnout has increased in 2/3 of the state elections, the BJP has actually won. So it will be hoping for this turnout bump. And I want to open us up to both Payal and Komolika to get a sense of what's happening on the ground. Payal, very unusual scenes. Mamata Banerjee on foot across her constituency. This usually doesn't happen. I was speaking to Komolika just a few moments back, and she said that this is rather unusual. What's going down? And what are the calculations here as far as the BJP is concerned? What is the number that they are hoping to get?
Rahul, to be honest, nobody has ever seen Mamata Banerjee on foot the way she really is right now. This is where my houses and my family has been living here for the last 40 years or so, to say the least as well. But obviously, come the hour and come the need as well, and that is exactly what we're really witnessing. To begin to tell you, I'm currently in Diamond Harbour, which is, of course, Abhishek Banerjee's bastion as well. Look at the crowds that have gathered. Look at the people that are there in the queue, whether it's the men or whether it's the women on either side, the senior citizens. One interesting aspect that I've really watched, Rahul, whenever I've gone is the number of senior citizens who actually come out and, standing in the queue to vote. If you give me a few seconds, I'll ask the women over here what this election really means for them. Let me ask them. आप बताइए, ये जो इलेक्शन हो रहा है आज, ये महिलाओं के लिए कितना ज़रूरी है? क्या मुद्दे हैं आपके? आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? क्या मुद्दे हैं आपके?
बस इलेक्शन तो खूब ज़रूरी, तो सबाई जितছে बस.
She's saying that it's a very important election and therefore a lot of elections are people are coming out and vote. আপনা কি আমি জিজ্ঞেস করতে চাই যে আপনাদের কি ব্যাপার এবারে, লোকেদের কি ব্যাপার ইলেকশন ভোট করার জন্য?
না, ভোট খুব শান্তিপূর্ণ হচ্ছে
আমরা লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে আছি, ভোট শান্তিপূর্ণ হচ্ছে আপাতত। পুলিশরা খুব তৎপরতার সাথে ভোট করাচ্ছে, খুব শান্তিপূর্ণ ভোট হচ্ছে।
অনেকে বলছে যে প্যারামিলিটারি ফোর্স এখানে আছে, সেটা ভালো না, কিন্তু আপনারা মানেন যে শান্তিপূর্ণ ভোট করাটা খুব জরুরি?
হ্যাঁ, অবশ্যই জরুরি এবং শান্তিপূর্ণ ভোট হচ্ছে।
আপনি বলেন, আপনারা কি দেখছেন এখানে, কেমন আপনাদের মনে হচ্ছে ভোট এবারে?
অনেকগুলো ভোট দিয়েছি, এবারেও এসছি, তবে দেখছি মানুষের মধ্যে একটা ভোটের একটা ভালো ফিলিং রয়েছে এবং লাইন দিয়ে দিচ্ছে। এখানে অনেকজনই দিচ্ছে, মানে অনেকগুলো ভোটের পরে দেখলাম যে এত লাইন দিয়ে ভোটটা দিচ্ছে। আমরা
অনেক বছর পর দেখলেন
দেখছি এত মানুষ এইভাবে स्वतःस्फूर्तভাবে ভোটটা দিচ্ছে।
बंगाल के आदमी के लिए सबसे ज़रूरी क्या है, बंगाल के लोगों के लिए इस बार सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या है?
ये वोट बहुत अच्छे से हो रहा, शांति से हो रहा। ये मेन हम लोग का रिक्वायरमेंट था, वो फुलफिल हो रहा, सही चल रहा।
ये बंगाल के लोगों के लिए ये स्पेशल बात है कि हर बार वायलेंस होते है, इस बार वायलेंस ना फर्स्ट फेज में हुआ ना सेकंड फेज में अभी तक नहीं।
तो इसके लिए सीआरपीएफ भी मतलब ये है ना, तो वो लोग इतना अच्छा काम कर रहा है, तो ये वेस्ट बंगाल में मतलब पहले इतना अच्छे से हम लोग नहीं देखे, तो इतना अच्छा काम कर रहा है, इसलिए वायलेंस कम हो रहा है।
Very interesting, Rahul. This is Abhishek Banerjee's bastion. This is Diamond Harbour, where people are saying that they welcome the CRPF being there. The CRPF, I've seen them, they're guiding the senior citizens, very patiently talking to them, telling them how to go about the entire process. Very, very strange scenarios, because this is actually the TMC bastion, where people are actually wanting to vote and vote for peace, and they're very happy.
Payal, that's very interesting. That is very interesting, because remember, viewers, that Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee have been constantly taunting the Election Commission for relying on CRPF in the numbers that they have. In fact, this is unprecedented deployment, and there have been eyebrows that have been raised, but the people are seeing this as a security blanket. I'll come out to both Komolika and Pallavi and Payal in just 30 seconds. There's some breaking news coming in. The BJP candidate for the Basanti Assembly constituency, Bikash Sardar, has alleged that he was attacked. This is news that is coming into the station right now, viewers. According to him, he received information today that booth capturing was taking place at booth number 76 in Shimultala, where he went there. He was surrounded by people shouting Joy Bangla slogans. He further claimed that he was assaulted and that his security personnel was also attacked while his vehicle was vandalized. Dramatic footage coming in. Let's play that footage and let's also listen to the reaction.
विधानसभा का हर जगह पे टीएमसी गुंडे और राजा गाजी नूर इलाई गाजी की मदद से और गुंडागिरी हो रहा है, वोट लूट कर रहा था। 76 नंबर है कटल मेरा जीपी, वहाँ पे मेरा वो बूथ एजेंट और मेरे वो जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ले करके हम फिर टीएमसी गुंडे लोग को जंप कर रखी देखने के लिए। मैं जाने के बाद 200 और 250 जो टीएमसी गुंडे लोग मेरा ऊपर अटैक किया, वो गुंडागिरी किया और बम्बू और लोहा के रॉड लेकर के आर्म्स लेकर के मार रहा था। टीएमसी को गुंडे और जो नूर इलाई गाजी और 250 जो गुंडे, उन लोगों के गुंडे अभी तक क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ, हम एक बात प्रशासन को जांच करके बोलना चाहिए।
Well, viewers, all sorts of reactions coming in from the ground. Both sides are suggesting that each other is resorting to foul play. So there are these constant acrimonious exchanges that you will hear all through the day. We haven't seen the kind of violence, the open violence that we saw in phase 1, Pallavi, have we? We haven't seen all of that. But we have, of course, been witness to all these recriminatory statements from both sides. From Abhishek Banerjee, Mamata Banerjee, on the other side, Suvendu Adhikari, all alleging that the other is resorting to unfair, foul practices to rig this election.
Rahul, this is the fourth election I'm covering, in fact, as far as the battle for Bengal is concerned. And violence was always a given, intimidation, violence, whether it was a left, whether it's a Trinamool Congress taking part, it was a given. We never used to even get shocked by it, which itself tells a story that, it was such a normal thing and it was something which was normalized. All that seems to be changing on the ground. I saw it in the first phase, and by now where I'm standing in Panihati, I saw a little brief scuffle take place where the TMC workers were stopping Ratna Debnath, who is the BJP's candidate from here, and also Abhaya's mother, from even going from booth to booth and saying that's not allowed, despite the fact that it is actually allowed. But by and large, the first phase has been a story of the Murshidabad being an exception, but by and large, it's been a story of peaceful voting. What is most important, and that has always been a factor as far as Bengal elections are concerned, Rahul, is not so much the physical violence which you get to see. It's the silent violence which you often don't get to see. You know, people being locked up, not being coming out to vote, intimidating them, telling them that, you know, you'll see what will happen to you if you go out and cast your vote for someone other than us. That fear factor is something which the Election Commission has tried to jostle. The presence of the central forces tries to send out this message to the people that, look, we are here to stay, which is why the HM has said that they're going to be here for 60 days. He wants to avert any post-poll violence, which were horrific in 2021. So the people are being told, look, these forces are here to stay. Don't worry, you come out. Open the doors of your house, you come out, cast your vote, go back, and you've got nothing to worry about. I think Mamata Banerjee sitting there is two messages. One, of course, is she nervous? And the second is a message to her core voters that I am around. You have to ensure that only my people come out and cast their vote. That's also a narrative which is being pushed. And the BJP is aware of that, which is why the central forces are definitely trying to send out a message along with the Election Commission. Commendable work by them. Large number of people coming out and casting their vote, and especially in rural areas where stories of intimidation often are not captured on national television. They are coming out in large numbers and voting out. And now many openly saying that they want to vote for change, like many of those voices who've told me, Komalika and Payal.
Okay, Komalika, let me bring you into this. 142 seats. And it's very interesting that across these seats, women, voters, are in greater number, in any case to begin with. And a large number of them are actually coming out to vote, even in the first phase. And across the three other states that have already seen elections, Komalika, women voters outnumbered men. What's that about? Who do you think these women voters are actually voting for? We're also seeing Payal on screen right now, and she's surrounded in a sea of khaki because there are a large number of CRPF people. She's clearly outside a polling booth. But Komalika, apart from the security blanket, it's the woman voter and the Hindu voter that holds the key. And I'm also going to explain to our viewers why in just a few moments. But Komalika, over to you.
Definitely, it's a definitely very big question, Rahul, that who will this woman voter vote for? Essentially, because of that Lokhir Bhandar and everything, the woman schemes that Mamata Banerjee has been scoring on the woman voters. And if the total electorate of Bengal is seen, then 50%, almost 50% of the voters are woman electorate. But this time, Bharatiya Janata Party has also stated that they are coming with an Annapurna Bhandar of 3,000. So that is there. Not only that, we have been doing programs like So Sari, where we have been talking to women on a large scale, both in urban and rural area. Let me tell you, in urban area, women are not very interested in that 1,500. Rather, they are interested in job. And in the rural area, security or this money. Because in large part of South 24 Pargana also, trafficking is an issue. So these are the things the BJP has been putting forward. That is the thing. Rahul, I really want to stress on one point that is happening today in the morning, as you have started also with that point, is Bhawanipur. Obviously, I have never seen Mamata Banerjee roaming in Bhawanipur. She generally remains in her home, and in the evening she comes out and votes. And let me also tell the area where she is roaming around, that is 70 number ward, and that is the ward where generally Saffron camp gives lead in Lok Sabha polls. So that is where Mamata Banerjee is camping. In one hand, definitely we spoke to Shubhendu Adhikari. He is saying that she is nervous and he is trying to intimidate the Hindu voters. She should go back home. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee clearly angry, rattled in one side. On the other hand, she's trying to give a message to her workers, because a lot of the workers have been picked up yesterday night also. So she is trying to give a message to her workers and voters. But clearly, this is something, the biggest point of this election. I feel that I have never seen Mamata Banerjee coming out like this and going to the voters on a poll day, apart from Nandigram, because that was not her home bastion. This is the place where she has grown up. Then why she is doing that? These are the two reasons which I feel is for which she is out on road, heating out the road. And Shubhendu Adhikari is also going there. That's the drama which was really something high, because Shubhendu Adhikari literally roaming around showing Mamata Banerjee that, see, I have also come and I am also talking to the voters just in front of you. That is something which is unprecedented.
Viewers, I can't stress the importance that both sides are placing on trying to get the vote out. That is fundamental. The optics may establish that, but the psephology makes it almost necessary. Let me go across now and give you a sense of what is really at stake, as Aman also joins me in the studio. Smita Prakash is also here with us, and we're going to talk to her. We're also going to talk to Teskin Poonawala and our other expert panelists. So let's pull out these graphics, and I'm going to focus for a few moments on one larger story, viewers, and that is the story about turnout. What we have done is that we have been able to crunch a number. And we have come to the conclusion, after looking at the data, that the BJP has actually been benefiting from higher voter turnouts. Now let's press continue on this graphics, and I'll explain that, viewers. So all these geographies that saw elections, Director Saab, just press continue. Yes, all these geographies that saw the elections, viewers, are geographies where there was a higher voter turnout. And the moment there was a higher voter turnout, in almost 2/3 of them, 66% of them, the win ratio was in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So what is the BJP aspiring to today? Getting the vote out, getting their supporters out in big numbers, especially women and Hindu voters, so that the overall turnout increases beyond the absolute numbers who voted in the last election. The idea being that there's a correlation between higher turnouts across all these geographies. Let's click that. Don't wait for me. Just click it. Let's go to that next point. That's very important because the viewers will want to see that. Now we are going to go to the presidency, viewers, the presidency zone. What we're telling you is in states that have seen higher voter turnout, 2/3 of them have gone to the BJP. Now, what are we talking about here? The presidency zone. This is the bastion within the bastion for the TMC. And I don't need to stress this to you, viewers, more, but look at the vote shares that the TMC has got across this presidency zone. In Howrah, there are 16 seats up for grabs. In Kolkata, 11. In Nadia, 17. In North Parganas, 33. In South Parganas, 31. But just look at the vote share that the BJP, that the TMC has managed. That's 50, 61%. This vote share is huge, and the gap with the BJP, except in Nadia, is absolutely a yawning gap. In some places, viewers, 23%, in others, 15% or thereabouts. Look at this in Kolkata. It's not even a contest. The BJP has to get 30% to actually bridge that gap. The others, viewers, have also taken a substantial chunk out of the vote. It's not as if the others are a ghostly presence. They do contribute, but there is no contest really. And let's go to the next graphic, which is an important one. When you look at the 2021 average victory margin, viewers, again, you will see a massive yawning gulf. So this is the average victory margin there of the TMC, and you can see that the TMC is completely dominant, except for in Nadia, where the BJP has managed to get some seats in this particular area, the North 24 Parganas. But fundamentally, viewers, the winner has been the TMC, and the margins have been absolutely big across all these seats. Now we'll show you something which is very interesting. This is the impact of the SIR. What happens to those victory margins when the SIR has come into play? So we've seen in Kolkata 24 lakh deletions, in North Parganas 80 lakhs deletions, South Parganas 82 lakh deletions. So massive bulk of the deletions from here, Howrah, Nadia. These are areas, viewers, which of course do see a large number of Muslim and minorities seats. So clearly, for some reason, for some reason, there is this major deletion that has happened. Now, are all of these people voters that didn't exist on the rolls earlier because they had no reason to? Either they were dead, or they were deceased, or they had moved out and they were missing, and so on and so forth? Or are these actually illegal immigrants that have been taken off? We don't know, because that kind of data hasn't been offered. But look at this. Once those deletions have taken place, 63,000 here, and 25,000, and 20,000, and 27,000, 17,647, what do you see? The margins begin to shrink. So basically, viewers, the number of deletions has exceeded the margin of victory of the TMC in most of these areas, except for one or two. Even in those other areas, viewers, as you can see, the margin has reduced, the gap has reduced, which means that these now become tight contests. And the BJP is hoping that somewhere along the line, they can make an indent because of this incident. Of course, all of this data does predicate on one basic logical conclusion, which is that all the voters will behave exactly the same way they did the last election. So each one of them is going to be voting just like they did. And that's the only way you can actually therefore map the effect of the SIR. But obviously that's not going to happen. So it becomes a very open contest, viewers. And let me now go straight across to some of our guests. We're going to also check back with Payal and the reporters in just a few moments. But let me bring in Aman, let me bring in Smita Prakash, let me bring in some of the others who have joined our broadcast, Tehseen Poonawala. And let me put this into perspective for our viewers with them. Let me go first across to Smita Prakash. Smita Prakash, thank you for joining us this morning. We're going to have a bit of a long day today. The exit polls results will also be, or projections will be put out post 6:30, so it's going to be a busy day. It'll be also interesting and suspenseful. But what are your thoughts as you look at this particular phase? What are your thoughts? GVL Narasimha Rao is also there with us. He's a psephologist by training, though also a BJP leader. Abhijit Majumdar, Aman is also here with us. So, Smita Prakash, what are your overall thoughts as we see the turnout figure approaching the 20-22% mark?
Rahul, thank you for coming to me. I think being an agency journalist, my immediate response is always the immediate news that comes in. And voter intimidation coming in from various polling booths is not something that is a healthy trend in any democracy. And one had hoped that, there were just a few incidents in phase one, but phase two already before noon, these kind of reports coming in. So it's also indicative because phase two is still a place where the TMC, it's political heartland of TMC, and it's also Bengal's political heartland. So if TMC sweeps this phase, which is phase two, it will remain the favorite in West Bengal. So the stakes are extremely high, and the BJP wants to punch through this phase. They're pretty confident about phase one, which happened. So phase two, the stakes are very high, and I think 142 or something of the thing. So it's an aggressive push that the BJP has done here, ambitious push that the BJP has done here, and she had Mamata Banerjee had swept through South Bengal. She had retained Bengal simply because of this phase, this area, which goes to polls today. So extremely important that the BJP is able to do its to get its voters to the booths for the BJP. That is crucial today for Mamata Banerjee and for Abhishek Banerjee to keep their strongholds alive. So the voter intimidation which is coming in, which Pallavi was talking about, some of it which people can see, some of it done very silently. The silent ones are the dangerous ones, where the threat is that if you don't vote for us, you'll have to pay the price next time. We saw this in the earlier election. This election, it seemed that those sullen voters, they don't want to be intimidated anymore, and that intimidation is not going to work, is what we had thought. But this phase one, which is largely North Bengal border areas, where the BJP was wanting to do better. Phase two, her core turf, the urban Bengal area, minority driven pockets where there are refugee belts, there are middle class suburbs, there are people who are beneficiaries of the TMC, so their core voter base is that. So one has to see whether those people who are the core voter base have shifted because of whatever reason they would have shifted, if they are coming in and voting, and if those who are BJP silent voters, if they are coming in and voting. So the pattern's not yet visible, but what we need to see is whether any kind of that chapa voting, which used to happen noon onwards, whether that happens or not in this phase.
Well, that's interesting. Viewers, let me also report some allegations that have been flung by the Bharatiya Janata Party from Falta. Now, Aman, what we're seeing, of course, is focused back on that highly charged constituency, Falta, where you have had Jahangir Khan, who is a TMC candidate, who has been alleging that the EC observer there, who is a renowned police officer from Uttar Pradesh, has been throwing his weight around. So clearly that's back in the news, and the BJP is claiming that their button on the EVM has been obscured by black tape. So this is a serious charge, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. And, BJP is making this charge because even in the last elections, Rahul, there were these allegations made by BJP that the BJP symbol is usually hidden by a adhesive tape. So basically, you can't see the BJP symbol. You can only see the candidate's name. And this happened. This was the allegation last time also in Diamond Harbour, and Falta falls in that region. And, Falta, as BJP sees it, is one of those backlands in Bengal, which is known for voter intimidation. We have seen that over the years. In fact, Diamond Harbour, Rahul, is very much synonymous, which I would say, with the entire phase 2. Phase 2 is the region which is completely the TMC's stronghold. It's like an impregnable fortress of them. Last time, if you see, out of 142 seats in these phase 2, Trinamool won 123 seats, out of almost 85% of the seats with 50% vote share. And out of those 123 seats it won, Rahul, 91 seats were won with over 10% vote margin. Right. So this is somewhere where TMC has been extremely comfortable. In fact, I was speaking to a senior BJP leader just yesterday who told me that, the first phase, we have done very well. We are winning about 100 seats in phase 1. And that is it's only because of that we are in the fight. Because in phase 2, if we win 50 seats, we are forming the government. If we don't win 50 seats, we are not forming the government. It is very clear that phase 2 is a very, very difficult phase for the BJP. There are multiple factors here. But of course, the elephant in the room is the SIR, as Rahul was just explaining. In fact, we were explaining on the wall. The way the votes have been cut, 27 lakh people, Rahul, were in the voter revision list who went for revisions. Only about 1,600 of them have finally made it to the voter list. So clearly the revision process has not proceeded with the speed and the scale which Mamata Banerjee may have wanted. So clearly I think SIR is the big factor, and phase 2 is make or break for the BJP. I think if the BJP is able to make some inroads into these areas, then it will make these inroads. BJP also feels if the voter turnout is high. The first phase voter turnout went in the BJP's favor, 93%. Right. If the BJP is able, and if the voter turnout is in the range of 85 to 90%, even in phase 2, I think BJP is in with a very strong chance, even in phase 2.
Well, viewers, let me also tell you that the best election that the BJP has had in Bengal was not the 2021, ironically. It might have been in numeric terms at the Vidhan Sabha level, but it was actually the 2019 Lok Sabha, where if you project the Lok Sabha result onto an assembly map, you saw that the BJP was going to be bagging 121 seats. That would be a dream scenario today, in fact. And it would have meant that at that time, the BJP did exceptionally well in that Lok Sabha election, even in the presidency bloc, viewers. The presidency bloc has voted almost lock stock. It's never fallen below 85% of the strike rate for the TMC, viewers. So the BJP is really up against it in these 108 seats. The rest, there are about the 30 odd seats, 40 seats almost. Those seats become extremely critical because they really are the seats that will give the BJP that buffer. But if they don't get their act together in this presidency zone, in these 108 seats, it's curtains for the BJP. They're not going to be able to do it. That's why you're seeing Mamata Banerjee patrolling Bhabanipur, her own constituency, certain wards where she believes that the Saffron consolidation takes place behind the BJP. It's very interesting. Abhijit Majumdar is also here with us. Jivya Narasimha Rao and Tehseen Poonawalla are also here with us. I'm going to bring in Abhijit now. Abhijit, what are you looking at today?
I just came back. I took my mother to the polling booth, Rahul, and she cast vote. I don't have my vote here. But there is tremendous enthusiasm this time to go out and vote. It's not just compulsion. Yes, there is a little bit of the fear that if you don't cast your vote this time, then God knows what happens next time, if there will be an issue with SIR or whatever. But yes, and the presence of women have been, is visibly more than men. That is something and conventional wisdom says that Mamata herself being a woman prime minister and her
Chief
Lokir
Minister.
Bhandar and other
Yeah.
schemes would sort of, chief minister and
Yeah.
her Lokir Bhandar and other schemes would swing things. But Rahul, there is one very important thing that I sense. It's anecdotal, but I sense that has changed in West Bengal, especially among women. And if at all BJP does, very well in this elections, the turning point would be RG Kaur. And this has been, for women here, it's a huge emotive issue. It's the talking point across. I have spoken to people I know who support.
So you're saying a sense of insecurity amongst women, and also, viewers, there is another which has been coming up on some of the opinion polls that we have been looking at, and that is, qualitative data, quantitative data aside, but qualitative questions when we have posed what are the number one issues: unemployment, joblessness, and the lack of prospects. Those are all weighing in, viewers. So there is anti-incumbency. I want to quickly go across to Tehseen Poonawalla and then bring in G.V. Narasimha Rao with some numbers, because he's a numbers man and I would like his opinion on that. But Tehseen Poonawalla, the one person who has surprisingly, maybe he's good at it, I don't know, but surprisingly put his finger on the pulse is Rahul Gandhi. He's kind of summed it up by saying that there are two issues with Mamata Banerjee that is really elevating BJP hopes. Number one, misgovernance, corruption. Big problem, which has left people feeling that they don't have prospects. Yes, there has been welfareism, but beyond that, there has been little else. And secondly, polarization. Both these have allowed the BJP, as he says, to kick down that door. Now, is this an admission in India quarters, in India alliance quarters or India alliance quarters, call it what you want to, that TMC is on a weak wicket this time?
Good morning, Rahul. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Good morning to all my fellow panelists, and more power to Dada's mother. She went and cast her vote. Look, I think the issue is very simple. The regional parties, and this is my opinion as a Congress voter, and I want to say this, would obviously prefer a weak Congress and a strong BJP so they can fight the BJP. The growth of regional parties has happened at the expense of Congress, be it any regional party, Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, TMC in West Bengal, etc. So they would prefer a BJP. They were even at times aligned with the BJP, TMC, other political parties. But what happens is the BJP then, at the end of it, will cannibalize these parties, as we're seeing what Mamata Ji is going to. So Mamata Ji, to an extent, is responsible for this polarization in West Bengal. The fact that somebody like a Humayun Kabir was given a law. Humayun Kabir was, if he wanted to build a Babri Masjid in West Bengal, I don't know why Muslims would want a Babri Masjid in West Bengal, but if Humayun Kabir wanted to build one and the central government gave him CRPF security, why did Mamata Ji not arrest him? Nobody understands that. Who allowed Shahjahan Sheikh to act like the goon that he was, harass women, and then Mamata Ji defended it in the assembly, and he was acting like he owned a police station when he was arrested. So Mamata Ji's played along with this polarization. It's only come back to bite her. But there's something else that I have to say. As much as I don't like the TMC, the fact of the matter is we have to be very, very careful about what the Election Commission has done. 28 lakh people have been left out, and as Aman said, 1,600 people have been reinstated. These 1,600 people is out of a total of 1,680 that were heard. 1,600 people have been reinstated. That's over 90%. For the Election Commission to allow that to happen, for the Supreme Court to say, look, you may not vote in this election, we'll protect your larger vote. The entire onus of proving citizenship has been left to the citizens, not on the state, and I think that is terrible for our democracy, as much as noble the intentions are.
Yeah, but that is a question, Tehseen Poonawalla, that's a question we can engage with any given day of the week. But is it going to have an impact? Try to correlate it to the to the circumstance in the election? Is it going to have, you're saying, an impact on the ground? And if so, how?
I mean, if out of 27 lakh genuine voters, if
no, we
that
don't know.
number 20%
We don't know
votes,
if they are genuine.
and 90% of them, and 90% of them come back and are not allowed to vote, and that difference is a difference or greater than the difference between the TMC and the BJP. You don't know what way this will sing. One thing you can't miss, that the union government along with the election commission has thrown everything at Mamata Banerjee. To see that IPS officer, I know Dada likes him, the 2011 batch UP officer, act like an Sigham. Look, encounters are illegal. Officers and IPS officers across this country have got this new phobia of being on reels, and this is across states making these reels going viral. It's not healthy for democracy. The presumption is not good, and these are things that need to be put back. I'm not a supporter of Jahangir. I think Jahangir, for all you know, is not a decent person. But officers can't be engaging like film stars and like goons. That is not how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
The entire process is topsy-turvy. Sure, the intention may be
But you know, we
you-
were just speaking with a couple of voters. You see, it's easy to sort of disconnect or draw a connection, but on the ground there's a disconnect. On the ground, people saw violence for casting votes. I think Smita Prakash is raising her hand. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt in this. Tehseen saying that this is dangerous for democracy. It's not a healthy trend about reels. Excuse me, but without being partisan, without picking on it, the fact that you can have a person like Jahangir Khan standing for election itself is a question mark on our democracy. This is ridiculous. What did he say yesterday? That he will teach a lesson. I mean, Aman was talking about this Diamond Harbour area. This is what we want to see, because the kind of open threat that was being done in this area, this is ridiculous. The fact that he can turn around and say that you started this, we will end this, wait till 4th of, and then Abhishek saying wait till 4th of May and we will see ki kaun tumhe bachayega. How can those kind of threats be allowed? Not saying that the threats have not come in from the other side either. That ulta tang denge is not exactly a healthy trend in democracy itself. But the fact that somewhere we have to weed out these kind of elements from even standing for election. And this is not just an open threat. We have seen that they go forward and act on it after that. We have seen what happened in the last election when people were hung from trees. Is this what happens? I mean, making reels is not what is the unhealthy trend. They're seeing there is more dangerous, insidious elements which need to be stopped.
Smitaji, I don't agree with you if I'm allowed to respond.
One second,
Smitaji,
just one second. Big breaking news coming in also, viewers. We're seeing the turnout figures that have been put out, and the turnout figures seems to suggest that we're almost at 40%. That's 39.79% at 11 a.m. in the morning, viewers. So at 11 a.m., you have a situation where 40% of all voters are out casting their ballot. And this election has to go right up till about 6 in the evening. 6:30 is sometimes the last time that you're allowed to vote. So there's plenty of time yet. Remember, in 2021, 81% of the voters turned out. So we're already now at the halfway mark of that. 43.1% is what is written there in Hooghly, for example. In certain districts, it's much higher than even the mean average, Aman.
Well, we are on course, I think, for the 92% mark that we saw in phase 1. By 11 a.m. already, nearly 40% people have voted. I think this will be music to the BJP's ears, because BJP would attribute this, Rahul, to the tight security arrangements that have been made, taking the fear out of the people's minds to actually come out and vote. And anecdotally, we have seen many of all our reporters also report on this huge queue, especially of women voters at the polling booths. And this is something that the BJP, I think, would be very pleased with, the high voting figures. And I think by maybe around afternoon, this would easily cross 50-60%, and we could end up almost till 90% by the time the voting. It is very similar to the voting trend in the first phase, in fact.
The run rate, as you would suggest, is similar. The worms are converging like they did in the first half. That's interesting. 66% win ratio in favor of BJP plus. Remember what I told you, viewers? When the turnout increases in states. So the BJP will fancy its chances if the turnout is increasing. Mr. Narasimha Rao, why is that the case? Why is the BJP so buoyant? The TMC says, hey, hang on. This turnout is increasing because women want revenge for the fact that central schemes were not applied by the centre, they were blocked by the centre, and that many people are returning to cast votes not because they want change, but because they want revenge. How do you respond to this for being blocked out of the SIR?
Yeah, Rahul, good morning to you and all the panelists. Let me analyze the numbers for you first. I think you mentioned a statistic from 2019.
Yeah.
And even in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the vote gap between the TMC and the BJP is much lower than what it was in the last assembly elections, which was, say, 10%. Okay, it's the same set of voters, almost the same set of voters who voted in 2019, they also voted in 21, which means there is a voter shift happening from TMC to the BJP to some extent, from assembly to parliamentary elections. So it's the same, almost the same set of voters shifting from TMC to the BJP for Lok Sabha elections, but choosing to vote for the TMC in assembly elections. This was the case in 2021. And why was it done so? Because generally, whether you vote in assembly or Lok Sabha elections, the state government remains. Because even when you voted against, let's say, TMC in 2019 Lok Sabha, they knew that the TMC was going to be in government till 2021. And law and order being a state subject, there was not much fear of reprisal among a section of voters. I would not say the entire electorate. So fear does impact a certain class of voters, not everybody. That's point number one. Otherwise, everybody would have voted exactly only for TMC in Lok Sabha as well as in assembly polls. So there is a shift of voters that happened in Lok Sabha. Now the challenge for the BJP in this election is to retain them as far as their preference for the assembly election is concerned.
Okay.
And that retention, we believe, is possible because there is, people expect BJP to form government. People see BJP in a striking distance of being able to form the government. That's number one. Number two, there is a 10% vote for the communists and the Congress that went with the communists in Congress in the last assembly elections. And now that the battle lines are very clearly drawn, we have always seen where there is a direct contest, a fierce political battle between two parties, there tends to be a polarization. There is the TMC, the communist and the Congress vote.
One second, G.V. Narasimha Rao. Some updates are coming in that Falta constituency where we have our reporter on the ground.
We have Payal Mehta there.
Is in fact seeing action, and I want to bring in Payal Mehta if she's there. If Payal is connected, we can just go to her in just a few moments. But G.V. Narasimha Rao, this is turning out to be the epicenter. Yes, it was charged already, the atmosphere there. The police personnel who came in from Uttar Pradesh, who is being vilified by all and sundry, had warned against any clashes, saying that there's going to be problems if voters are intimidated.
There's an update. Rahul, there's an update. It's the election commissioner, West Bengal election commissioner, has said that if reports of taping of any button comes in, that should be verified and noted. If true, those booths will go for a repoll.
Wow.
So this is that Jahangir Khan constituency.
Wow, wow. So viewers, this time it's going to be no nonsense. It's not like 2019 or 2018 when there was a panchayat election. One second. When there was a panchayat election, viewers, and 40% candidates could not even contest. And the poll went on and it was ratified. That's not going to happen again.
1 second.
That's not going to happen again. Yes, yes, go ahead. Tehseen Punara.
How do you know, and I'm playing the devil's advocate, the election commission just comes up and gives these sweeping statements. How do you know this is done by the TMC or the Congress or the left and not by the BJP itself, which is losing?
There is a CCTV, there are CCTV, there is CCTV, there is CCTV, there are poll observers. I mean, are we going to constantly now go into the realm of conspiracy theories? You're not believing the fact.
If I'm allowed to put my point, I would like to.
No, of course you are.
If it's not a full point, can in a democracy we have a conversation, not a one-sided narrative, whatever that narrative is? Why can't it be that if this is done only because you know that there's going to be a repolling anyway?
Because there is CCTV. This is not a Washington DC Hilton hotel where there is no CCTV.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Let me agree with you that there's a CCTV. So then, why isn't that being used to prosecute the people who have done it? Let me add to the point made earlier, Saji, with the humblest of respect to you. Oh, you say we don't need people like Jahangir in the elections. I agree with you completely. What is the electoral reforms done? What is the judicial reform done after the violence in 2021? Nothing. The end to tyranny cannot be a tyrannical method. The end to tyranny has to be a democratic method. The problem is we are cheering tyranny to end tyranny.
Look, I agree with you there. I agree with you there. You know, two wrongs don't make a right and so forth. But look, viewers, this is going to be, as I said, a day of contention. Now, we have to just keep our cool and we have to analyze things as they come in. We're not sitting in judgment here. It's also preposterous to say, why hasn't the EC suddenly taken action and all of that? There's a process also. Since Tehseen is advocating for one, they have to obviously evaluate the evidence. They can't just hold somebody guilty and throw them into prison. This is not a kangaroo court. So it takes time. But in the meantime, that election will be countermanded. It's as simple as that. You'll have to do it again. Nothing wrong in that. Just 1 minute. I want to go across to Payal. Okay, 1 second. I'm coming out to you. 1 second. I just want to go out to Payal. Let's get some views from the ground. We're all sitting in our AC studios, etc., having a sort of very long view of things. But look at Payal. She's running from pillar to post in that car, trying to cover this election and go to those hot spots. Payal, what is happening there?
I'm trying to chase two people over here. One is a candidate who has been making those claims in Falta. And the second, because I'm given to understand, Ajay Pal Sharma is also on the run. He's also on the road. He's also trying to go ahead and monitor the situation. I'm sure the word that is being spread has already reached the doorstep of the Election Commission, and therefore the Election Commission would have asked Ajay Pal Sharma to take a note of what really is happening on ground, given the fact that the candidate has put out versions 3 places, Rahul, where his button, where his name was there, where the Kamal Fool of the BJP has been there, has been hidden with a tape. So that is something which is going to be there. And of course, we know what Jahangir and the others are capable of doing. We've seen the trailer just about yesterday when he was speaking, and he was also speaking about the fact that he would not shy away from blowing away the paramilitary forces. So we'll have to just wait and see what transpires from ground. But multiple complaints being submitted by Mr. Debashish Shah, the candidate from Falta, who's of course facing the giant like Jahangir, who's known for many tricks more than just normal tricks.
Okay, many tricks more than normal tricks. This is very interesting.
This is a very serious allegation, Rahul, because what happens is that what BJP is saying, and Dibanshu, the Falta candidate, has said, and Amit Malviya, the BJP's co-in charge of Bengal, has now also demanded an immediate repoll in that particular seat, is that if somebody goes and puts an adhesive tape atop the BJP symbol, essentially you don't see the symbol, you only see the candidate's name, and there is a chance that you don't see the BJP symbol on the EVM and you may not vote for the party. So this is a very serious allegation. A CCTV, in fact, has been put out by the candidate himself, the BJP candidate, and I see Amit Malviya, the BJP's co-in charge of Bengal, now put out a long statement. He's in fact calling this the Diamond Harbour model, saying this is the same template that helped Mamata Banerjee's nephew Abhishek Banerjee win this Lok Sabha seat the last time, and we want an immediate repoll in the all affected booths in Falta where such incidents have occurred. In fact, Mr. Malviya has put out the list of the booths in which BJP alleges that this adhesive tape has been put on the BJP symbol. And as Pitaji was just saying, Election Commission CEO of West Bengal has also taken note of it and promised the repoll if these things are actually proved.
So let me have a look at these these booths that Amit Malviya is referring to. Let's just go and have a look at the barcode. I think we can put that in News Hounds and from there pick this up if we can, if that's possible. Can that be done, Director Saab? Can we put out that list of booths where this has happened? In the meantime, I'll come back to that. In the meantime, viewers, here is what I want us to see. And that is, viewers, numbers, once again, that suggest that this particular election hangs on a couple of 3 factors. And let's go across. Let's go across and have a look at this. It's very important, viewers, that we get a sense of what we are covering today. And we have done extensive calculations, back of the envelope calculations, exacting calculations. Let's pull out this. This is, viewers, the percentage of Muslim population. So we are talking really about a block of voters that vote en masse for the TMC usually. And in this particular election, they're going to do so even more because there is a fear amongst the Muslim community that if the BJP were to come to power, they might be sent across the border into Bangladesh. That's a fear. Whether it's irrational or not, of course, viewers, I'm not going to get into that. But at this moment, 20% in Kolkata is the minority population. Let's look at some of the other areas. Hooghly, 15.77%. In some, of course, constituencies in these regions, obviously, viewers, there will be more. This is an average across all the Howrah constituencies, 26.20. So almost every fourth voter. Again, every fourth voter in North Parganas. And let's have a look at South Parganas next. That's right. Now, that is every third voter, almost, viewers, is a Muslim voter. So that is the reason why you see the TMC sometimes starting, and this is something that even the TMC will, even CM will say and has said that, look, we start with an advantage. Nadia, 26%, East Burdwan, 25%. So 1 in 4 voters are Muslims, a little more than that. Yes. So these are some of the areas. This is the percentage of the Muslim population. Now, let's go to the next set of figures because this is important, viewers. Here, what are we seeing? SIR numbers, this is the game on phase 2. And these are how the deletions are actually affecting or impacting the average margins. So viewers, in Hooghly, the 18 seats here in Hooghly in 2021, 46 lakh voters, the voter list has come down to about 43 now, 3 lakh deletions. Now what does that mean? Average constituency deletions is 17,000. The average TMC winning margin, viewers, was 19,000. So you have a sudden gap that has shrunk. So now the winning margin is only up by about 2,000. So you see the shrinking the SIR has done. In Purba Bardhaman, 16 seats, viewers, there has been 2.67 lakh deletions. Average deletions across all the 16 constituencies is 16,000. The average winning margin is now under the deletions, viewers. So whose voters have been deleted? That's the fundamental question. Are they all TMC voters? It would be highly improbable. But what it does mean, even there is a significant number of TMC voters, because the TMC's vote share in Purba Bardhaman on an average is high, it would suggest that there would be a preponderance of TMC voters that have been taken out. If they have taken out, viewers, if they have been taken out, it means that these become very tight contests. Kolkata, just look at that. Remember what I told you, viewers, the gap between the TMC and the BJP was very high in Kolkata. Now in Kolkata, you've had 6 lakh deletions. 6 lakhs. That means you have had 57,000 voters being deleted on an average from each constituency. And look what is done, viewers. The average winning margin has come down to just 38,000. So a huge gap earlier. It's come down despite the 57,000 going. So it brings, again, the BJP in contention. A couple of 3% shifts here, a couple of 3% shifts there, and these seats become, these 11 seats in Kolkata become highly contested. And of course, if the Hindu vote swings en masse because of polarization, that would be also something that could prove to advantage the BJP. Of course, if we go, that is by the anecdotal data, that Hindus tend to vote for the BJP. The Howrah, 16 seats, North Parganas, 33 seats in these areas, 24,000 and 27,000 average deletions. What has that meant, viewers? That the victory margin, 39,781 and 39,980, these are now beginning to come close to the victory margin. So now the victory margins only come down to about 10, 12,000 viewers. And here, well, they go into, again, a deficit of actually an increase of just about 4,000 or 5,000. So wafer thin majorities. Here, of course, it's been a complete reversal, as you can see, viewers. Complete reversal. And there you have South Parganas, again, 43,000, 19,000 per average gone down. 43 was the winning percentage. So you can just cut a winning margin. So you can just cut out. So now it's only about 20, 23,000 voters. The gaps have shrunk by 23,000 or to 23,000. Again, the same here, viewers, roughly. It's become much tighter. The gap now is only about 5,000 votes between the BJP and the TMC. If one were to assume that it's all TMC voters that are taken out, highly unlikely, but still, the gaps, as you can see, have reduced. Let's look at the Hindu vote now, viewers. Because what happens if there's a consolidation? 7% Hindu consolidation for the BJP means a 5% vote share gain in phase 2. So this is where the entire fight turns. If you look at Hooghly, 14-4, and if there is a consolidation, that 14 goes down to 8, the BJP goes from 4 to 10. That's how things change, viewers. That's just Hooghly Purba Bardhaman, again, you see the BJP picking up so many more seats from 0 to 13. The TMC comes from 16 down to 3, and we're only talking about 7% Hindu consolidation and a 5% increase for the BJP. So what this tells you, viewers, is that if the SIR and swings come into play, this becomes a very tight contest, and the BJP is definitely in play in these particular seats, and they are in play in a way that they can actually win. Isn't it, Aman? This is very big. Also, of course, tensions are up in Bail Singh. So there's more breaking news from Falta that is coming out, and I'll go across to Payal in just a few seconds. But Aman, yeah, your thoughts.
See, Rahul, for phase 2, very clearly, I think the TMC has a lot of cushion when it comes to even the SIR, or be it the issue that people are unhappy over jobs, people are unhappy over, the gundagardi of TMC. But if there is strong anti-incumbency,
Yes.
this phase is really the test. If there is strong anti-incumbency, things can turn very dramatically for the TMC even in phase 2. So the cushion that they have of 10% plus margins on 90 plus seats, that could suddenly become very, very small if actually people are angry with the TMC over various issues.
Falta is turning out to be ground zero, viewers. Look at that, Lathi charge. Smita Prakash, the Hindu vote, Lathi charge, it's all happening.
Yes. This is, as Aman and I were saying this before, that this area is going to be extremely crucial for the TMC. They need to hold that, not just for the seats that they can get here, and it's also the future of Abhishek Banerjee, this entire area.
Yeah.
So, holding Falta becomes a prestige battle for Jahangir Khan. And you've seen how, that Singham Cop was demonized. And then we've gone into that entire process. So this area is important for the numbers. It's important for the prestige battle and the TMC's favorite area, right? This is phase 2 is a complete TMC phase battle.
Yep.
But for them to hold on to this constituency is extremely important. BJP also realizes this, not that they will probably win from here. Of course, I'm overstating facts, but the fact that, this SIR could affect the margin out here, and the fact that this heavy police presence can affect the margins out here is making the TMC nervous and the BJP punching far beyond its weight.
7% Hindu vote share shift, viewers. 5% jump for the BJP. Things change dramatically. Even if it's 5% Hindu vote share consolidation behind the BJP, it's about 3.5%. And on some seats, that's a lot. That's a lot. We're taking a very quick break. Payal coming up next. Don't go away, viewers.
प्रदेश माना जाता था और उसको कहीं न कहीं नफरत बढ़ा करके कहीं न कहीं बर्बाद करने की कोशिश की गई है और उसमें न टीएमसी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है न बीजेपी ने कोई कमी छोड़ी है। सबने अपने अपने वोटों के ध्रुवीकरण के लिए नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है। लोग चाहते थे, बंगाल के लोग, कि अब उनसे निजात मिले, तो हम लोगों ने एक ऑप्शन दिया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो सब कुछ बनाई थी उसको बरकरार रखना चाहती है। लोगों ने पसंद भी किया है।
4 दिन का मेरा प्रचार था और हम तो कई विधानसभा क्षेत्र, लगभग 17 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में हमने प्रचार किया। वहाँ तो यही माहौल है कि भाई एकदम दीदी को फिर से लोग लाना चाहते हैं और फिर से मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि टीएमसी जो है वो चुनाव जीतेगी। बिहार के लोग बहुत तादाद में वहाँ बसे हुए हैं, लोगों ने बहुत प्यार भी दिया है, बहुत मान सम्मान भी दिया है और भरोसा भी दिया है कि वो लोग दीदी को जिताएंगे।
And shifting our focus to more tracking from West Bengal, as phase 2 voting will be witnessed today. Simultaneously, political tensions have also been escalating over the deployment and the role of IPS officer and counter specialist Ajay Pal Sharma. The controversy has now intensified after remarks and actions attributed to the officer triggered political reactions across the state. Remember, the Trinamool Congress, while alluding to the IPS officer, said that he was openly intimidating Trinamool Congress candidates and their family members. A complaint has now been filed against Ajay Pal in Falta, along with allegations against the central police forces too.
Now, it is alleged that security personnel entered homes late at night and assaulted women in the area, causing panic. The complaint has reportedly been filed by one of the women victims. On the other hand, Falta Block Development Officer Saurav Hazra has been removed from his post over allegations of non-cooperation with IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma and has been transferred to Purulia. And let me go across to Kamalika for this. Kamalika, how do you see this whole controversy that is brewing over IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma in West Bengal?
Okay, we'll just go across to Kamalika in a bit, but this is a controversy playing out and on full display. The last few hours, viewers, we've seen several developments flying in thick and fast, and now a complaint has also been filed against the IPS officer who, remember, has been deployed as part of the central government's deployment to monitor the electoral process. Speaking of which, there's more breaking news coming in. A petition has been filed in the Supreme Court for urgent removal of IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma as the central observer. The petition terms Ajay Pal Sharma as highly partisan and acting contrary to the role prescribed to him. So he is one of the many observers. And do remember, we've seen this kind of deployment en masse. A lot of senior IPS officers who are currently in West Bengal just to ensure law and order situation is under control. But that one video which has also taken the internet by storm of Ajay Pal taking the name of a TMC candidate, addressing directly to his family members, has been spoken of as quote-unquote intimidating by the Trinamool Congress. And now we're learning that a petition has been filed. Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into CNN News 18. Our continuous coverage on the second phase of polling in West Bengal continues. Unfortunately, the pattern of violence is continuing in West Bengal. We'll get you that and all of the minute details as they transpire on ground. But first up, the headlines. Absolutely. Every development coming in from the final phase of polling in the state of West Bengal. Let's start with the headlines. I'm Griha Atul. West Bengal records nearly 40% voter turnout till 11 a.m. in the final phase as long queues were seen across 142 constituencies. Violence and confusion in Hooghly, Howrah and Nadia after EVM glitches. Allegations of delayed voting triggers clashes, forcing CRPF personnel to detain multiple agitators. Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari in a high-voltage face-off in Bhabanipur as both leaders personally monitor the booths. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee camps outside a booth in her constituency, accuses the centre of deploying outsiders to spread terror, using central agencies to intimidate Trinamool voters, says the TMC. Also in turn, Suvendu Adhikari alleges TMC goons are scaring Hindu voters in sensitive zones, claiming Sanatani resistance will be prevailing despite attempts to rig the final phase through bogus voting tactics. After BJP candidate alleges attack in Gulsi, TMC now alleges that central forces vandalized a party booth in North 24 Parganas. Also, as Bengal votes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi offers prayers at the Kashi Vishwanath Temple, set to inaugurate developmental projects worth over 63,050 crore rupees in his constituency of Varanasi. The probe in the Mira Road stabbing case intensifies. Maharashtra ATS recovers alleged handwritten jihad notes and suspected ISIS-linked literature from accused Zubair's residence. Fire erupts on the 8th floor of the Gore Green Avenue. Rescue operations underway as flames spread rapidly in Indirapuram Housing Society. The second and final phase of West Bengal Assembly Elections are underway and tensions are running high. There are several instances of violence that have come to the fore, beginning with what happened in Nadia. An ISF agent alleged intimidation by Trinamool workers, while clashes broke out in Howrah over glitches in the EVM. In Kolkata, the Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, staged a dramatic sit-in outside a polling booth where BJP Suvendu Adhikari also reached, and then there was a fiery face-off. Meanwhile, the BJP has accused the TMC of blocking their symbol with tape, calling it sabotage. Absolutely. So things are turning rather ugly as far as this final phase of elections in Bengal is concerned, from Betum charges in Ghalsi to allegations of booth capturing and also vandalized vehicles. The day has been marked by chaos, confrontation. Now, as voting continues, all eyes now remain on Bengal's fiercely contested battle. But we'll talk about all of those instances of violence. But let's talk about how the people of West Bengal are voting at the moment. Remember, the first phase of the polling in West Bengal saw a record turnout, over 93%. Is that going to be repeated this time around as well? Well, let's take a look at what the current status of the voter turnout is. At this moment, at 11 a.m., just about 60 minutes from at the moment, 39.79 is what was recorded, almost 40% till 11 a.m. It's just early in the morning. You have the entire day pretty much left until the polls close at 6. Could this reach the 90 mark? Could this reach the 93 mark as it did in the first phase? That's something that is being looked out for, because the kind of turnout that we are seeing is giving confidence to both the TMC and the BJP. But the BJP believes that the fact that more and more people, especially women, are coming out to vote, are queuing up outside polling booths, that means that there is a moment of change that the West Bengal people want, which is why we're seeing this kind of turnout. 2021, West Bengal saw about 81.5% voter turnout. In Hooghly, until 11 a.m., we've already seen it go past 43. It was at 43.1%. There are several other such districts where we are seeing water turnout that is pretty high. Remember, it was really hot this morning. There was a drizzle post that. So despite the temperatures there changing every few minutes and every few hours, people have come out to cast their ballot. In Kolkata North, until 11 a.m., 38.3% voter turnout was recorded. In Howrah, again, until 11 a.m., 39.4 closing in to the 40% mark, 36.7% in Kolkata South. So even in urban areas, we are seeing that there is some amount of activity, and hectic one at that is transpiring at polling booths. In Nadia, where we saw some amount of violence, some amount of technical glitches that EVMs witnessed, even there, 40% was recorded until 11 a.m. In North 24 Parganas, again 38%. So it seems like that trend pretty much continues. It's over 35-38% in most parts of West Bengal which vote today. Remember, 142 constituencies are polling in the second phase. In South 24 Parganas, again 37.9%, 38% has been reported up until now. In East Bardhaman, 44.5%. These are constituencies that many would say are notorious for the kind of violence that we witness. Despite that, we've seen the voter turnout being steady in all of these constituencies, in all of these districts up until 11 a.m. Whether this stays or not, well, that's something that we will have to watch out for. But the BJP is definitely banking on this trend to stay, for that figure to go past that 90% mark once again. So let's listen in to the political reactions that have come in, because one of the key fights that are being looked out for today is one from Bhawanipur. Suvendu Adhikari versus Mamata Banerjee. That prestige battle is playing out, and both sides are confident that this is their election to win, this is their seat to win. Listen into this exclusive conversation that my colleague had with Suvendu Adhikari.
अच्छा, अभी तक तो आपने बोला था 20%, वही हुआ है।
नहीं, अभी 30% से ज़्यादा
हो गए हैं। तो आप एडवाइस दे रहे हैं ममता बनर्जी को अभी
1 बजे के बाद मौसम भी अच्छा रहेगा, मौसम डिपार्टमेंट बोल रहा है।
और पूरे भवानीपुर में कितना लग रहा है, एकदम आप जिस तरीके से घूम रहे हैं, लगता है पूरा जोश आई है। वोटर्स भी आके लगातार मीट कर रहे हैं, आपको बोल रहे हैं खुले कि आपको वोट दे रहे हैं, वो भी भवानीपुर में। दैट इज अ ड्यूरिंग अचीवमेंट फॉर यू।
बहुत अच्छा।
ऑल आर रिएक्टिंग इन अ गुड वे, तो परिवर्तन होके रहेगा,
श्योर होगा।
Let's now bring in a special guest who's joining us on the broadcast. Dibanshu Panda, BJP candidate from Falta, is now with us. Dibanshu, सबसे पहले बताइए कि क्या वहाँ पे मामला रहा, इतनी ज़्यादा डिस्क्रिपेंसीज की खबरें आ रही हैं, ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि टेपिंग हो रही है बीजेपी के सिंबल पे, क्या हो रहा है वहाँ? दिबांशु, आप मुझे सुन पा रहे? Okay, we don't think that line is through with Dibanshu. I'll try and ask him again. दिबांशु, क्या आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं?
हाँ, सुन पा रहे हैं, बोलिए।
जी, आप बताइए क्या हुआ है फाल्ता में, इतनी सारी डिस्क्रिपेंसीज की खबरें आ रही हैं दिबांशु?
फाल्ता में क्या हुआ? फाल्ता में 72% सनातनी हिंदू लोग रहते हैं और 28%, 26% माइनॉरिटी लोग रहते हैं और सिख जैन ऐसे करके 2% रहते हैं। एक टोटल फलता का जियोग्राफिकल स्टेटस है। और यहाँ पर जो स्टेटस है, अभी जो स्टेटस चल रहा है वहां पर वो बीजेपी जीतेगा ये पूरा एकदम हो गया था, टोटल डिक्लेयर ही हो गया था। इसलिए किया कि क्या किया आज वो बात प्रचार में, वो तो 2-3 दिन डरा रहा था, धमका रहा था, पीट रहा था, फिर भी सब लोग बाहर आ गया और वोट देने के लिए सब कर रहा था। बट आज जो किया, आज मॉर्निंग से मेरा जो हमारा जो एजेंट लोग गया, वो वहां पर पास का जो विधानसभा होता है मेटियाबुरुज और गार्डनडीज, वो मेटियाबुरुज गार्डनडीज से वो उसका वो जो जहांगीर है वो मेटियाबुरुज गार्डनडीज का भी ऑब्जर्वर है। वहां से तृणमूल पार्टी का ऑब्जर्वर, वहां से बहुत ज्यादा लोग लेके आज क्या हुआ, 5 बजे 5 से 5:30 तक सब बूथ का अंदर सामने में पॉइंट में वो लोग उसको वो खड़ा कर दिया। हम लोग का एजेंट बाहर पीट कर वहां से भागा दिया। फिर मैं गया वहां पर जाने के लिए आधा घंटा 1 घंटा लेट हो गया। फिर मैं गया, मैं 2 बूथ पे मुझको एंट्रेंस दिया था। 2 बूथ में मैं देखा, 2 बूथ में सेलो टेप मारा हुआ है और प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर सब देख रहा है, सब कुछ सेटल पोस्ट भी बाहर में है। कुछ जो मैंने क्या बोलता है, मैं देख के तो ये पूरा एकदम चमक गया जो क्या हो रहा है। फिर मैं 2 बूथ होके फिर आदर्श बूथ में गया। आदर्श बूथ में वो लोग क्या किया, मुझको वो जो आरओ है यहाँ पर, वो उसका नाम है अमर विश्वास। वो क्या किया, ये 2 बूथ में हाँ पूरा एकदम सामने फेस टू फेस हो गया, इसलिए वो और बूथ में मुझको घुसने नहीं दिया और ब्लॉक कर दिया। बोला आप बाहर से देखिए, बाहर से देखिए, आप आपको अंदर नहीं जाने देगा और बूथ हमको नहीं दिखाएंगे, आपको तब बूथ का जो ईवीएम नहीं दिखाएंगे, नहीं दिखाने दिया। और कुछ यहाँ पर 70 से 80 बूथ में हिंदू जो बूथ है, हिंदू बूथ 140 बूथ है यहाँ पर 100 से 70 से 80 बूथ में ऐसे सेलोटेप बांट दिया। और 80 से 90 बूथ में जो मुस्लिम लोग जो ईद का टाइम में जो आतोर लगाता है ना, वो 3 नंबर बोताम में, हमारा जो बोताम था 3 नंबर बोताम, उसका ऊपर 3 नंबर बोताम में आतोर लगा दिया। मैं आरओ को आज बहुत बार मैसेज किया, कंप्लेन किया, निर्वाचन कमीशन में कंप्लेन किया, फिर से ऐसे नहीं हुआ, कुछ नहीं हुआ। ऐसे करके 200 बूथ में एक टोटली एकदम पूरा मिशनरी इसको काम कर दिया। एक 70 से 80 बूथ वो सेलोटे मार दिया और 80 से 90 बूथ में ये आतोर दे दिया। और जो भी वोट दे रहा है नॉर्मल पीपल, जो जिसका हाथ में आतोर का गंध आ रहा है, उसको पीट रहा है और बोल रहा है जो वो 3 नंबर बोताम को वोट देगा, रात में उसका घर तोड़फोड़ होगा, उसको फाइन करेंगे, ऐसे बोल के ऐसे चल रहा है अभी। ये पूरा डेमोक्रेटिक का पूरा एकदम खून हुआ है यहाँ पर फलता में। हम चाहते हैं फिर यहाँ पर
क्यों लग रहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन या जो ऑब्जर्वर्स वहां हैं कुछ कर नहीं रहे हैं?
नहीं, ऑब्जर्वर तो आज तो हमारा जो पार्टी वर्कर है 20 से 50 बार फोन किया था, कोई फोन नहीं उठाया। और जो मेल हम लोग किए हैं, 1 से 1 बार मेल किया, मैं खुद भी बहुत मेल किया और फोन भी किया, बट सिचुएशन ठीक नहीं है। सिचुएशन ऐसे है तो वोट कैसे चलेगा, नॉर्मल पीपल कैसे वोट देगा, तो वो कैसे होगा बोलिए। टोटल ऐसे कोई वोट होता है जहां पर 70-80 बूथ में ऐसे सेलोटेप लगा दिया, 70-80-90 बूथ में आतोड़ दे दिया, फिर ऐसे कैसे वोट होगा। हम चाहते हैं
these are big allegations. Aman, he's talking about 70 to 80 booths that have been taped. BJP symbol has been in fact taped out so that no vote goes to the Bharatiya Janata Party. These are huge allegations, and then he's also mentioning that the observer is doing nothing.
Well, these were similar allegations, Greha, were made even during the Lok Sabha elections when Abhishek Banerjee in fact is the winning MP from this particular seat, Diamond Harbour, and BJP had made these allegations even on that occasion. But this time, I think There are record number of paramilitary forces there. Election Commission has made big arrangements. Even then, if somebody is going in and putting a tape on one party's symbol in a way to mislead the voter so that the voter can't find that particular party's symbol on the EVM and does not end up voting for them, is very, very serious. We have reports right now of at least 2 to 3 booths which this particular candidate and BJP's co-in charge of Bengal, Amit Malviya, has made that allegation, to which now the Election Commission is saying that they will be going and verifying each and every allegation, and if this allegation is actually proved, they will order a repoll on that particular booth. But these allegations are very serious, because how does anyone manage to put a tape in the first place? In the morning when the EVMs are first installed, all sides check them. The returning agents of all the parties are there and they physically check the EVM, and the polling, even in the polling station, the EC officers are very much there. They go and do keep checking whether the EVM is working fine or not. So clearly something seems to be really amiss here.
Absolutely, and that needs to be investigated. But even as we keep a track of what those allegations are, we'll have to look at how the TMC responds to this. But there is a piece of information that's now trickling in. In fact, we're learning that West Bengal Election Commissioner has now come out and said that if reports of these taping are verified and noted, and if they are true, then there will be a repoll. Arunima, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details of what she has gathered from sources within the Election Commission. What more can you tell us, Arunima?
Well, first the procedure. What is the procedure before voting begins? If the voting is beginning at about 7 a.m., 5:30, the EVM machines and the VVPAT unit where the slip is generated, all of that is checked in presence of the agents of the candidate. It's only when everyone is satisfied is the first voter allowed inside. So that's number one. If someone was putting a tape before voting began, it should have been ideally been flagged off either by the political party agents or by the officials themselves when this mock poll was conducted before the machines were checked. Number two, the entire polling management this time is within the eyes and ears of webcasting teams and the CCTV cameras. Is on record to say that live webcasting will happen, and if at any point of time the CCTVs are found switched off or if webcasting is stopped, then that will be a fit case for ordering repolling. And if in multiple booths in an assembly such a thing happens, then it will be a fit case for countermanding elections in that entire assembly segment. In the backdrop of all of this, how did someone manage, if these allegations are true, how did someone manage to go and put a tape on the machine as is being alleged? What EC officials are at this stage saying is that there is perhaps a possibility that somebody carried that tape in the voting compartment. Now, the voting compartment, the place where it is barricaded and it's only just the voter and the machine, that place, because of voter privacy, does not have a CCTV camera. So did someone carry a tape in his or her pocket and put the tape there while they were voting? That's one thing that they're checking. But even that prima facie, polling officials say is very difficult, because every voter is being thoroughly checked. There is deployment of paramilitary just for this, so that everybody is thoroughly checked before they're allowed inside the polling booth. So in light of all of this, there is a bit of a disbelief that such an allegation has come out, given the kind of bandobast that Election Commission has done. But nevertheless, the CEO of West Bengal, the Chief Electoral Officer, has assured voters and the parties that they are getting the allegations verified, and if found true, action will be taken.
Right, absolutely, Arunima. We'll keep coming back to you because these are huge allegations, and right now the Election Commission is looking at these very allegations. We're also putting out these visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's currently in his constituency of Varanasi. He's just paid his obeisance to the Kashi Vishwanath temple in Varanasi and is all set to address this big sabha. He is flanked by various leaders along with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who's very much in attendance, and you can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the stage, all set to address this mega gathering in his constituency. All of this is happening as Bengal is completing its phase 2 of voting. So action in West Bengal, a lot of action in Uttar Pradesh as well, particularly from Prime Minister Modi's constituency. These are visuals of the same. We do know how he's offered his reverence to the Kashi Vishwanath temple, and he is going to be now inaugurating several of those developmental projects. Just a short while back, we also were putting out those visuals where he was being taken through those projects that are about to be launched in Uttar Pradesh, particularly in his constituency of Varanasi. more than 6,500 crore worth of projects that will be announced by the Prime Minister today from Varanasi. We also have our colleague Pallavi Ghosh now with us. We'll continue to keep our focus to West Bengal as well, because a lot of conflicting narratives have emerged from there. Pallavi, very dramatic turn of events, particularly from Bhawanipur, where Mamata Banerjee literally went and staked outside the booth, and it also led Suvendu Adhikari really reaching there. So big battle there of with her former lieutenant turned rival. This is more than personal for Mamata Banerjee, and needless to say, high drama that is converging from there as well.
Immense amount of heat you see. You can see a lot of crowd right behind me, and I'm this point of time I'm in Panihati, which is where Abhaya's mother is also contesting from. But till now, the pictures which have been coming in from all the poll-bound constituencies, whether it's Bhawanipur we are talking about, whether you're talking about Diamond Harbour, whether you are going to be talking about Panihati, it's clearly a high-strung elections and with high stakes both for the BJP as well as for the Trinamool Congress. For Mamata Banerjee personally, it is a lot at stake, because first of all, the battle of the Trinamool Congress has largely and always been centered around her. Right when she first came to power, defeating the left after a mammoth 35 years, which is not a mean task, she's tried to keep the party together and also lay stake on as far as the national footprint is concerned. She knows that this is a do or die election for her. There's a lot of challenge within the party. There's a lot of challenge within the state itself. Now, in case she emerges as a victor, of course, it's going to put her center stage as far as the India bloc is concerned. But that's not exactly what we are talking about at this point of time, because the one who's challenging her from her bastion of Bhawanipur is someone who she worked very closely with, someone who held a hand, and they worked together in the genesis of the Trinamool Congress. So he knows the tricks of the trade. He knows the mind and the working of Mamata Banerjee, which is why it was so easy for him to defeat her also in Nandigram. That's what he's trying to do in Bhawanipur. But another interesting point which the BJP is working on, which was referred to by him, is the consolidation of the Hindu vote. The minority vote bank usually doesn't sway away from the Trinamool Congress. There may be players like Owaisi or Humayun Kabir, or even a little bit of the Congress party or the Furfura Sharif or the ISF, but they have always usually backed and stayed with Mamata Banerjee. BJP knows that it's unlikely to move. It's the consolidation of the Hindu vote to tell them that you need to come out and cast your vote fearlessly. It is what the BJP is banking on, and the large numbers is what the BJP is looking at. That's one point. The second point, of course, is the woman card. 1,500 versus 3,000 rupees into the bank account. That is also a big narrative, plus women's safety. Because where I'm standing now is what Abhaya's mother told me, that she is a woman chief minister, but she's not been able to keep anyone safe. And I hope that the BJP government, when it comes to power over here,
मां गंगा के पैरेलल समानांतर उस विराट को छूने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश के आर्थिक विस्तार को एक नई उड़ान देने के लिए जिस एक्सप्रेस वे का शिलान्यास आपने दिसंबर 2021 में किया था, आज आपके कर कमलों से उसका ये भव्य लोकार्पण का कार्यक्रम होने जा रहा है। मैं इस अवसर पर गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे जो उत्तर प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनने जा रही है, आपके विजन को इस जमीनी धरातल पर उतारकर आज उद्घाटन के इस भव्य कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर मैं आपका भक्त प्रहलाद और नरसिंह भगवान के अवतरण की इस पावन धरा पे हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। हरदोई श्री हरि विष्णु के परम भक्त प्रहलाद के उद्धार की भूमि, 52 अवतार और नरसिंह अवतार की पावन धरा हरदोई में आज यह अवसर हम सबको प्राप्त हो रहा है। इस अवसर पर मंच पर उपस्थित प्रदेश की माननीय राज्यपाल आदरणीय श्रीमती आनंदीबेन पटेल जी, केंद्रीय वित्त राज्य मंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष श्री पंकज चौधरी जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री जितेंद्र प्रसाद जी, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, ब्रजेश पाठक जी, सुरेश कुमार खन्ना जी, नंद गोपाल गुप्ता नंदी जी, नितिन अग्रवाल जी, असीम अरुण जी, श्रीमती रजनी तिवारी जी, सभी माननीय जनप्रतिनिधिगण और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हरदोई, शाहजहांपुर, उन्नाव, कन्नौज और फर्रुखाबाद से जुड़े हुए सभी उपस्थित बहन और भाइयों, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं आज गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के इस उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर मां गंगा के आशीर्वाद से अब सिंचित इस पावन धरा पर हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहनों और भाइयों, दिसंबर 2021 में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस एक्सप्रेसवे का आधारशिला रखी थी। वैश्विक महामारी कोरोना के उस कालखंड के दौरान इसके जमीन अधिग्रहण की कार्रवाई करने के साथ ही इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने और एक समय सीमा के अंदर इसे पूरा करने का विजन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उत्तर प्रदेश को दिया और पूरे देश के अंदर आज जब हम नए भारत का दर्शन कर रहे हैं तो उस नए भारत के नए उत्तर प्रदेश में यह आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो हमारे आवागमन को तो सरल बना ही रहा है, बल्कि हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को भी एक नई ऊंचाई प्रदान कर रहा है। और ये तब हो पाया है जब प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को उनके मार्गदर्शन पर चलते हुए स्पष्ट नीति और साफ नियत से उसे प्रभावी ढंग से जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने का कार्य हुआ। बहनों और भाइयों, 2017 के पहले का उत्तर प्रदेश परिवारवाद और जातिवाद के जकड़न में, दंगों में, अराजकता में, कर्फ्यू में, माफिया की समानांतर चलने वाले उस अराजकता भरे माहौल में विकास की, रोजगार की, नए निवेश की कोई कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता था। और आज मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि पिछले 9 वर्ष के अंदर डबल इंजन सरकार का परिणाम आज उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर एक्सप्रेसवे का एक नेटवर्क, हाईवे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वे और ग्रामीण सड़कों का 4 लाख किलोमीटर का एक बेहतरीन नेटवर्क हम सबको देखने को मिल रहा है। इंटर स्टेट कनेक्टिविटी 4 लेन के साथ, हर जिला मुख्यालय 4 लेन के साथ, हर ब्लॉक और तहसील मुख्यालयों को 4 लेन और 2 लेन की सड़कों के साथ जोड़ करके 7 सिटी में मेट्रो और देश की पहली रैपिड रेल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले दिनों दिल्ली मेरठ के बीच में इस पूरे कॉरिडोर का उद्घाटन करके उन दूरियों को समेटने के साथ ही उत्तर प्रदेश की इस अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो कार्य किया है आज वह जमीनी धरातल पर डबल इंजन सरकार की ताकत के रूप में, एक्सप्रेसवे के रूप में, रैपिड रेल के रूप में, इनलैंड वाटरवे के रूप में, मेट्रो के रूप में, रेलवे के डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर के रूप में हम सबको देखने को मिल रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर केवल यह एक्सप्रेसवे हमारी दूरी को ही कम नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि इन सभी पे डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉरिडोर जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यूपी के लिए स्वीकृत किया था वह भी है, और साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इन एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से अन्नदाताओं, किसानों की उन्नति के ये एक्सप्रेसवे बने हैं, युवाओं के रोजगार के एक्सप्रेसवे बने हैं, आस्था और संस्कृति के एक्सप्रेसवे हैं, और प्रदेश की समृद्धि के एक्सप्रेसवे बन रहे हैं। ये एक्सप्रेसवे 27 स्थानों पर इंटीग्रेटेड इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर एंड लॉजिस्टिक हब डेवलप करने की कार्रवाई भी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ी है। अगर हम केवल गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर देखेंगे, 594 किलोमीटर का यह लंबा एक्सप्रेसवे, जिस पे केवल एक्सप्रेसवे पर ही हम लोगों ने 18,000 एकड़ लैंड अन्नदाता किसानों से लिया है, और इस पर बनने वाले जो इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर और लॉजिस्टिक हब हैं, इनमें भी लगभग 7,000 एकड़ लैंड अलग अलग स्थानों पर लेकर के नए निवेश और उसके माध्यम से नौजवानों के लिए नए रोजगार की संभावनाओं को भी आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया है। आज जिन 12 जनपदों में मेरठ से लेकर प्रयागराज तक विस्तृत इस एक्सप्रेसवे पर 12 जनपदों के जिन 1 लाख से अधिक किसानों ने लैंड उपलब्ध करवाने में अपना योगदान दिया है, मैं उन सभी अन्नदाता किसानों के प्रति भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने जो भी लैंड एक्विजिशन की पॉलिसी है उसके अंतर्गत इस पूरे अभियान को विकास हो, उत्तर प्रदेश के अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल को प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित भारत की संकल्पना को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश के निर्माण में हम भी योगदान दे सकें, उस विजन में उन्होंने भी अपना भरपूर योगदान दिया। आज उसी का परिणाम है कि एक्सप्रेसवे बन करके तैयार हुआ है, और आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा जिसका शिलान्यास किया गया था, ये बीजेपी की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो बार बार कहा है कि जिसका शिलान्यास करेंगे उसका उद्घाटन भी करेंगे, आज उसका उद्घाटन भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से हो रहा है। मैं इस अवसर पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक बार फिर से उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
We're now getting some breaking news, learning that Shubhendu Adhikari has said that Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has called him up over the taping controversy that is emerging out of Falta. We are also learning of several other developments that are happening there, but this is another big development. Shubhendu Adhikari asserting that the Union Home Minister is pretty cued in with everything that is going on as far as the final phase of polling in Bengal is concerned, particularly on this taping controversy, as we are seeing more and more candidates of the Bharatiya Janata Party really claiming the exact same thing. Aman, the taping controversy has become big. This will be the dominant aspect of phase 2 of polling, and so many allegations so far have come to fore. Sources also suggesting that the Election Commission has been apprised and action has been taken. But what do you make of these developments that are now emerging?
See, Agriya, I think these are very disturbing developments. As the Election Commission has now also said, they're looking into and trying to verify all these allegations, whether they are true or not. But the visuals are very much clear. The BJP candidate from Falta, in fact, has himself put out these visuals where you can clearly see the EVM with tape being put particularly on the BJP symbol. So what happens is that when a person is going to vote, he's no longer seeing the BJP symbol on the EVM. He's only seeing the candidate's name. So many people, it is assumed, the BJP says, could not see the BJP symbol. They want to vote for the symbol, but they don't see the symbol. So this is a very, very serious allegation. And we had the candidate live with us, in fact. And Falta is another constituency, which had become the central, at the center of the controversy in the entire phase 2. We saw Ajay Pal Sharma, the UP cop, they're telling the Jahangir Khan, the candidate of the TMC who's fighting from Falta, to behave and not create a disturbance in the area. And that controversy has become, so big over the last 2 days. And now exactly from this same constituency, we are getting these reports, and BJP is going to make this a big, big issue. Shuvendu has just given this bite where he said that Amit Shah called him up and he has briefed Amit Shah about this entire taping controversy. Bhupendra Yadav, the BJP's in charge of the state, has also spoken to Shuvendu about the same. That is what Shuvendu has said. So clearly, BJP seems to be escalating this and will take it to the Election Commission for sure, asking for repolling in these booths.
And speaking of the Election Commission, in fact, we do have some information that's now trickling in. What we're learning now is that sources within the poll panel have come out and told CNN News 18 that prima facie it looks like the allegation of taping is true. Arunima is in fact getting us more details of what she's gathered from her sources within the Election Commission. A detailed report, Arunima, we're learning could be sought.
In fact, from the returning officer, from the presiding officer at this booth where charges have been made, a detailed report has been sought as to how this, if number one, this allegation is true. If true, what were the circumstances in which this taping allegedly happened? But it looks like that the situation is not so serious that it leads to a situation where voting is stopped either at this booth or any kind of immediate action is taken. What we are told by Election Commission sources is that voting is going on. Prima facie, it looked like that some kind of an obstruction was put in that particular polling booth. But to quote an official, it was resolved in no time and it did not impact the voting process. But how did someone go and put a sticker? That's the big question. Like I was telling you in the earlier discussion also, webcasting and CCTV coverage has been ensured by Election Commission this time. But that voting compartment, that is because of voter privacy under the Representation of People's Act. You have to maintain voter privacy. So that is a blind spot. Did someone carry a sticker or a tape in his or her pocket and use it there? If that is so, how did the security personnel who are allowing people in, are they not checking and frisking properly? What really happened are the questions that the presiding officer will have to answer. But the good news is that the voting is now going on smoothly. Whatever was the issue, as per EC, that has been resolved for now.
Arunima, we also putting out these visuals of the super cop Ajay Pal Sharma pretty much there. He's stationed there at Falta after these allegations sprung up, and Payal was getting us these images. So definitely he too made some calls. There was an assessment that was quickly done. But how is the Election Commission now ensuring that the number of votes that were polled before this discrepancy really came to light was not enough when they go ahead and say that it was resolved in no time?
So to quote the EC officials who were giving us a lowdown of what really happened, they said that for a very short period of time. Now, we don't really know what a very short period of time means. Does it mean just a few seconds? Does it mean just a few minutes? Or are we talking about hours here? One doesn't really know. But that is the term that was used, that for a very short time, this issue was looked at and it was resolved in no time, and that it did not impact the polling process. The video that has come to light, that seems to show whoever is making the video. So there are two parts of that video that has been tweeted by the Bharatiya Janata Party. One in which the sticker is first being shown, and there's another video where somebody who's doing the narration is charging the officials present there, the polling agents present there, saying that have you noted that that particular symbol has been taped over. So that what the EC prima facie believes is that these are two sets of video. One person must have gone and found out that the taping has been done and alerted the others.
Anandiben Patel, यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य, ब्रजेश जी पाठक, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी जितिन प्रसाद जी, पंकज चौधरी जी, यूपी सरकार के मंत्रीगण, सांसद और विधायकगण, अन्य जनप्रतिनिधि और विशाल संख्या में पधारे हुए मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, सर्वप्रथम मैं भगवान नरसिंह की इस पुण्य भूमि को प्रणाम करता हूं। यहां से कुछ किलोमीटर की दूरी पर मां गंगा कृपा बहाती हुई गुजरती है, इसलिए ये पूरा क्षेत्र ही तीर्थ से कम नहीं है। और मैं मानता हूं यूपी को एक्सप्रेस वे का यह वरदान ये भी मां गंगा का ही आशीर्वाद है। अब आप कुछ ही घंटों में संगम भी पहुंच सकते हैं और काशी में बाबा के दर्शन करके भी वापस आ सकते हैं। साथियों, जैसे मां गंगा हजारों वर्षों से यूपी की और इस देश की जीवन रेखा रही है, वैसे ही आधुनिक प्रगति के इस दौर में उनके समीप से गुजरता ये एक्सप्रेस वे ये यूपी के विकास की नई लाइफलाइन बनेगा। ये भी अद्भुत संयोग है कि पिछले 4-5 दिनों में मैं मां गंगा के सानिध्य में ही रहा हूं। 24 अप्रैल को मैं जब बंगाल में था तो मां गंगा के दर्शन किए थे और फिर कल तो मैं काशी में था। आज सुबह ही फिर बाबा विश्वनाथ, मां अन्नपूर्णा और मां गंगा के दर्शन करने का सौभाग्य मिला। और अब मां गंगा के नाम पर बने इस एक्सप्रेस वे के लोकार्पण का अवसर मिला है। मुझे खुशी है कि यूपी सरकार ने इस एक्सप्रेस वे का नाम मां गंगा के नाम पर रखा है। इसमें विकास का हमारा विजन भी झलकता है और हमारी विरासत के भी दर्शन होते हैं। मैं यूपी के करोड़ों लोगों को गंगा एक्सप्रेस वे की बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का भी एक अहम दिन है। बंगाल में इस समय दूसरे चरण का मतदान हो रहा है और जो खबरें आ रही हैं उनसे पता चलता है कि बंगाल में भारी मतदान हो रहा है। पहले चरण की तरह ही जनता वोट देने के लिए बड़ी संख्या में घरों से निकल रही हैं, लंबी लंबी कतारों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया में छाई हुई है। पिछले 6-7 दशक में जो नहीं हुआ, जिसकी कल्पना भी मुश्किल थी, वैसे निर्भीक वातावरण में बंगाल में इस बार वोटिंग हो रहा है। लोग भय मुक्त होकर वोट दे रहे हैं। ये देश के संविधान और देश के मजबूत होते लोकतंत्र का पुण्य प्रतीक है। मैं बंगाल की महान जनता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि वो अपने अधिकार के प्रति इतनी सजग है, बड़ी संख्या में वोटिंग कर रही है। अभी वोटिंग खत्म होने में कई घंटे बाकी है। मैं बंगाल की जनता से आग्रह करूंगा कि लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व में ऐसे ही उत्साह से भाग लें। साथियों, कुछ समय पहले जब बिहार में चुनाव हुए तो बीजेपी एनडीए ने प्रचंड जीत दर्ज की थी, एक इतिहास रच दिया था। अभी अभी कल ही गुजरात में महानगर पालिका, नगर पालिका, जिला पंचायतें, नगर पंचायतें, तहसील पंचायत, इन सब के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं। और आप मेरे उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों को खुशी होगी, 80 से 85% नगर पालिका और पंचायतों भाजपा ने जीत ली है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि इन 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में भी भाजपा ऐतिहासिक जीत की हैट्रिक लगाने जा रही है। चार मई के नतीजे विकसित भारत के संकल्प को मजबूत करेंगे, देश के विकास की गति को नई ऊर्जा से भरेंगे। साथियों, देश के तेज विकास के लिए हमें तेजी से आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का भी निर्माण करना है। दिसंबर 2021 में गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का शिलान्यास करने मैं शाहजहांपुर आया था। अभी 5 साल से भी कम समय हुआ है और आप देखिए, देश के सबसे बड़े एक्सप्रेसवेज में शुमार यूपी का सबसे लंबा ग्रीन कॉरिडोर एक्सप्रेसवे ये 5 साल के भीतर भीतर बनकर तैयार हो गया है। आज हरदोई से इसका लोकार्पण भी हो रहा है। यही नहीं, एक और गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का निर्माण पूरा हुआ है, तो साथ ही इसके विस्तार की योजना पर भी काम शुरू हो गया है। जल्द ही गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे मेरठ से आगे बढ़कर हरिद्वार तक पहुंचेगा। इसके और बेहतर उपयोग के लिए फर्रुखाबाद लिंक एक्सप्रेसवे का निर्माण कर इसे अन्य एक्सप्रेसवे से भी जोड़ा जाएगा। ये है डबल इंजन सरकार का विजन। ये है भाजपा सरकार के काम करने की स्पीड। ये है भाजपा सरकार के काम का तरीका। भाइयों बहनों, कुछ ही दिन पहले मुझे दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे के लोकार्पण का अवसर मिला था। तब मैंने कहा था कि नए बनते एक्सप्रेसवे विकसित होते भारत की हस्तरेखाएं हैं और ये आधुनिक हस्तरेखाएं आज भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य का जयघोष कर रही है। साथियों, अब वो दौर चला गया जब एक सड़क के लिए दशकों तक इंतजार करना पड़ता था। एक बार घोषणा हो गई तो वर्षों तक फाइलें चलती थी। चुनाव के लिए पत्थर लग जाता था, उसके बाद सरकारें आती रहती थी, जाती रहती थी, लेकिन काम का कुछ अता पता नहीं लगता था। कभी कभी तो पुराने फाइलें ढूंढने के लिए बड़े बड़े अफसरों को 2-2 साल तक मेहनत करनी पड़ती थी। डबल इंजन सरकार में शिलान्यास भी होता है और तय समय में लोकार्पण भी हो करके रहता है। इसलिए ही आज यूपी के एक्सप्रेसवे से भी ज्यादा रफ्तार अगर कहीं है तो वो यूपी के विकास की रफ्तार ही है। साथियों, वो एक्सप्रेसवे केवल एक हाई स्पीड सड़क नहीं है, ये नई संभावनाओं का, नए सपनों का, नए अवसरों का गेटवे है। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे करीब 600 किलोमीटर लंबा है। पश्चिमी यूपी में मेरठ, बुलंदशहर, हापुड़, अमरोहा, संभल और बदायूं, मध्य यूपी में शाहजहांपुर, हरदोई, उन्नाव, रायबरेली, पूर्वी यूपी में प्रतापगढ़ और प्रयागराज, इनके आसपास के दूसरे जिले। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे इससे इन इलाकों के करोड़ों लोगों का जीवन बदलेगा। साथियों, इन क्षेत्रों को गंगा जी और उनकी सहायक नदियों की उपजाऊ मिट्टी का वरदान मिला है, लेकिन पहले की सरकारों ने जिस तरह किसानों की उपेक्षा की, उसके कारण किसान परेशानियों के में ही घिर करके रह गए। यहां के किसानों की फसलें बड़े बाजारों तक नहीं पहुंच पाती थी, कोल्ड स्टोरेज की कमी थी, लॉजिस्टिक का अभाव था, किसानों को उनकी मेहनत का सही मूल्य नहीं मिलता था। अब उन कठिनाइयों का समाधान भी तेजी से होगा। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से कम समय में बड़े बाजारों तक पहुंच मिलेगी। यहां खेती के लिए जरूरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विकास होगा, इससे हमारे किसानों की आय बढ़ेगी। साथियों, गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी के एक छोर को दूसरे छोर से तो जोड़ता ही है, ये एनसीआर की असीम संभावनाओं को भी करीब लाएगा। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर गाड़ियां तो दौड़ेगी ही, इसके किनारे नए औद्योगिक अवसर विकसित होंगे। इसके लिए हरदोई जैसे दूसरे जिलों में इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। इससे हरदोई, शाहजहांपुर, उन्नाव समेत सभी 12 जनपदों में नए उद्योग आएंगे। अलग अलग सेक्टर्स जैसे फार्मा, टेक्सटाइल आदि के क्लस्टर्स विकसित होंगे। युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर भी तैयार होंगे। साथियों, हमारे ये युवा मुद्रा योजना और ओडीओपी जैसी योजनाओं को उसकी ताकत से खुद भी नए नए कीर्तिमान गढ़ रहे हैं। यहां छोटे उद्योग, एमएसएमई को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी की सुविधा से उनके लिए भी नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। मेरठ की स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री, संभल का हैंडीक्राफ्ट, बुलंदशहर के सिरेमिक, हरदोई का हैंडलूम, उन्नाव का लेदर, प्रतापगढ़ के आंवला प्रोडक्ट्स, ये सब बड़े स्केल में देश दुनिया के मार्केट में पहुंचेंगे। लाखों परिवारों के इससे आमदनी बढ़ेगी। आप मुझे बताइए, क्या पुरानी सरकार में हरदोई, उन्नाव जैसे जिलों में इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बनाने की कल्पना तक हो सकती थी क्या? हमारे हरदोई से भी एक्सप्रेसवे गुजरेगा, ये कोई सोच सकता था क्या कभी? ये काम केवल भाजपा सरकार में ही संभव है। साथियों, पहले यूपी को पिछड़ा और बीमारू प्रदेश कहा जाता था, वही उत्तर प्रदेश आज $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा लक्ष्य है, लेकिन इसके पीछे उतनी ही बड़ी तैयारी भी है, क्योंकि यूपी के पास इतनी असीम क्षमता है। देश की इतनी बड़ी युवा आबादी का पोटेंशियल यूपी के पास है। इस ताकत का इस्तेमाल हम यूपी को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाने के लिए कर रहे हैं। यूपी में नए उद्योग और कारखाने लगेंगे। यहां जब बड़ी मात्रा में निवेश आएगा, तभी यहां आर्थिक प्रगति के दरवाजे खुलेंगे, युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर पैदा होंगे। भाइयों बहनों, इसी विजन को केंद्र में रखकर बीते वर्षों में लगातार काम हुआ है। आप सब खुद भी महसूस कर रहे हैं, जिस यूपी की पहचान पहले पलायन से होती थी, आज उसे इन्वेस्टर समिट और इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर के लिए जाना जा रहा है। यूपी की इन्वेस्टर समिट में देश और दुनिया से कंपनियां आती हैं। यूपी में हजारों करोड़ रुपए का निवेश हो रहा है। आज अगर भारत दुनिया में दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल निर्माता है, तो उसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान यूपी का है। आज भारत जितने मोबाइल बना रहा है, उसमें आधे मोबाइल हमारे यूपी में बन रहे हैं। अभी कुछ ही हफ्ते पहले मैंने नोएडा में सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट का शिलान्यास भी किया है। साथियों, आप सब जानते हैं एआई के इस दौर में सेमीकंडक्टर कितनी बड़ी फील्ड बनाती जा रही है। यूपी उसमें भी लीड लेने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। भविष्य में असीम अवसरों वाला बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र यूपी के लोगों के लिए खुल रहा है। साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश का औद्योगिक विकास आज भारत की सामरिक ताकत भी बन रहा है। आज देश के 2 डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में से एक यूपी में है। बड़ी बड़ी डिफेंस कंपनियां यहां अपनी फैक्ट्री लगा रही है। ब्रह्मोस जैसी मिसाइलें, जिनका लोहा दुनिया मानती है, आज वो यूपी में बन रही है। रक्षा उपकरणों के निर्माण में जो छोटे छोटे पार्ट चाहिए होते हैं, उनकी सप्लाई के लिए एमएसएमई को काम मिलता है। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ उत्तर प्रदेश के एमएसएमई सेक्टर को हो रहा है। छोटे छोटे जिलों में भी अब युवा बड़े बड़े उद्योगों से जुड़ने का सपना देख सकते हैं। साथियों, आज उत्तर प्रदेश इतनी तेज गति से विकास कर रहा है क्योंकि यूपी ने पुरानी सियासत को भी बदला है और नई पहचान भी बनाई है। आप याद करिए, एक समय यूपी की पहचान गड्ढों से होती थी। आज वही यूपी देश में सबसे ज्यादा एक्सप्रेस वेज वाला प्रदेश बन चुका है। पहले यहां पड़ोस के जिले तक जाना भी बड़ा मुश्किल होता था, लेकिन आज उत्तर प्रदेश में 21 एयरपोर्ट है, 5 इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट है। अब तो नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का उद्घाटन भी हो चुका है। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट कुछ ही घंटों की दूरी पर है। भाइयों बहनों, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश भगवान राम और भगवान कृष्ण की धरती है, लेकिन पिछली सरकारों ने अपनी करतूतों के कारण अपराध और जंगल राज को यूपी की पहचान बना दिया था। यूपी के माफियाओं पर फिल्में बनती थी, लेकिन अब यूपी की कानून व्यवस्था का देश भर में उदाहरण दिया जाता है। भाइयों बहनों, संसाधनों का बंदरबाट करने वाले जिन सिपाहियों के हाथ से सत्ता गई है, उन्हें यूपी की ये प्रगति पसंद नहीं आ रही है। वो एक बार फिर यूपी को पुराने दौर में धकेलना चाहते हैं। वो एक बार फिर समाज को बांटना और तोड़ना चाहते हैं। साथियों, समाजवादी पार्टी विकास विरोधी भी है और नारी विरोधी भी है। अभी बीते दिनों देश ने एक बार फिर सपा और कांग्रेस जैसी पार्टियों का असली चेहरा देखा है। केंद्र की एनडीए सरकार संसद में नारी शक्ति वंदन संशोधन लेकर आई थी। अगर ये संशोधन पास हो जाता तो साल 2029 के चुनाव से ही महिलाओं को विधानसभा और लोकसभा में आरक्षण मिल जाए। बड़ी संख्या में हमारी माताएं बहनें सांसद विधायक बनकर दिल्ली लखनऊ पहुंचती, वो भी किसी और वर्ग की सीटें कम हुए बिना। लेकिन सपा ने इस संशोधन बिल के खिलाफ वोट किया। साथियों, इस बिल से सभी राज्यों की सीटें भी बढ़ती हैं। हमने संसद में साफ साफ कहा था सभी राज्यों की सीटें एक ही अनुपात में बढ़ेगी, लेकिन यूपी को गाली देकर पॉलिटिक्स करने वाली डीएमके जैसी पार्टियां, उन्हें इस बात पर आपत्ति थी कि यूपी की सीटें क्यों बढ़ेगी। आप देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी संसद में उन्हीं के सुर में सुर मिला रही थी। ये सपा वाले यहां से आपके वोट लेकर संसद जाते हैं और संसद में यूपी के लोगों को गाली देने वालों के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं। इसलिए यूपी के लोग कहते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी कभी सुधर नहीं सकती है। ये लोग हमेशा महिला विरोधी राजनीति ही करेंगे। ये हमेशा तुष्टिकरण और अपराधियों के साथ खड़े रहेंगे। सपा कभी भी परिवारवाद और जातिवाद से ऊपर उठ नहीं सकती। ये लोग हमेशा विकास विरोधी राजनीति करेंगे। यूपी को सपा और उसके सहयोगियों से सावधान रहना है। साथियों, आज देश एक ही संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है, विकसित भारत का संकल्प। इस संकल्प को पूरा करने में उत्तर प्रदेश की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सब देख रहे हैं आज पूरी दुनिया कैसे युद्ध, अशांति और अस्थिरता में फंसी हुई है। दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देशों में हालत खराब है, लेकिन भारत विकास के रास्ते पर उसी रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है। बाहर के दुश्मनों को ये पसंद नहीं आ रहा। भीतर बैठे कुछ लोग भी सत्ता की भूख में भारत को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश में लगे हैं। फिर भी हम न केवल सुरक्षित है, बल्कि विकास के नए नए कीर्तिमान भी गढ़ रहे हैं। हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत का अभियान को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हम आधुनिक से आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे इसी दिशा में एक और मजबूत कदम है। मुझे विश्वास है गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे जिन संभावनाओं को हमारे दरवाजे तक लेकर आएगा, यूपी के लोग अपने परिश्रम और अपनी प्रतिभा से उन्हें साकार करके रहेंगे। इसी संकल्प के साथ आप सभी को एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की भारत माता की वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Narendra Modi in Hardoi inaugurating the Ganga Expressway, marking a milestone in the development of world-class infrastructure in the country. And this was a huge address that he was in fact doing to a massive gathering. You can see the kind of people who've been turning out for Prime Minister Modi's address. He is there in his constituency of Varanasi, and today is the last day. He was there on a 2-day visit, and he has a message from Uttar Pradesh for Bengal. He's hailed the voter turnout so far up till 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. today. In this phase 2 and final phase of elections, he's saying that this is looking like another record turnout like phase 1, and how the people of Bengal have come out in huge numbers to vote. The second and final phase of the West Bengal Assembly Elections has exploded into a high-stakes battleground, with EVM taping now emerging as the flashpoint of the day. In the Falta constituency, the BJP has levelled explosive charges against the Trinamool Congress, alleging that the lotus symbol on the EVMs was in fact strategically blocked with tape to sabotage their vote share. Election Commission sources are also confirming that prima facie evidence supports the claims that repolling has been mooted for the impacted booths, and also the chaos hasn't been confined only to Falta. We are learning that in Kolkata's Bhabanipur as well, which is, remember, a very, very close contest between the incumbent Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, a dramatic face-off between her and Adhikari saw the Chief Minister stage a sit-in protest amid the claims of voter intimidation.
Meanwhile, unfortunately, violence has flared across several districts in the state in phase 2 as well, from baton charges in Gulsi to clashes over EVM glitches in Howrah. Booth capturing allegations were made by ISF agents in Nadia. Now, despite all of this volatility, voter enthusiasm remains high. There's a steady turnout up until 11 a.m. Close to 40% turnout was recorded. So would this then touch the 90% mark like we did see in the first phase as well? That's something that analysts, both the BJP and the TMC, are also watching out for. Kamalika, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. And Kamalika is, in fact, I think, where the Chief Minister currently is. Kamalika, there seems to be some high drama involving Mamata Banerjee. If you could just take our viewers through what's exactly happening.
See, I'm standing in Bhavanipur. This is the road called Potuapara, and just after all these huts and everything, it is Mamata Banerjee's residence. A little while ago, this is the place, there is a booth where Shubhendu Adhikari came in. And after that, there is a booth that side, would just like to show, where Shubhendu Adhikari was travelling through this area, and there was Trinamool supporters and workers. They surrounded him and gherawed him and said, "Joy Bangla." He called up the election commission. Immediately police came in. As you can see, that huge central forces are still there. The additional CP Kolkata came in, and the tension is still there. Huge deployment of security is there. Shubhendu Adhikari stayed here for a while, and then he left. He said that he was attacked. On the other hand, the police now going into, you can see that all this, the local people, they have come out, and some of them are they are accusing that Shubhendu Adhikari came here without any reason, but it is there that Shubhendu Adhikari as a candidate can go in any place. So this is the voters out here and some of the Trinamool supporters out here. They have been sloganing, and also there is a tension situation, and this is the booth where the problem started, and you can see huge contingent of central forces right now are here, and this is so unprecedented because this is just behind Mamata Banerjee's residence. This is definitely the Kurukshetra. Bhawanipur 5 is the Kurukshetra. People are voting in huge number of line is there. But this is the place where so much of tension took place, and right now also the situation is tense. You can see behind me there's huge contingent of CAPF and also the additional CP, Commissioner of Police himself is there, and now again the voting has started and it is going on, but there is huge tension out here. This is just in the backyard of Mamata Banerjee's residence.
Kamalika, catch your breath there. It looks like there seems to be a lot of action there happening on ground. And like you said, it's a little tense at the moment. Election Commission officers will also be stepping in. The observers will also be looking at what exactly is transpiring. But the Election Commission does have a challenge on its hand, because not only is there violence that we are seeing, but there's also allegations that are being made of taping of votes on BJP symbols in several booths in the Diamond Harbour district. So let's look at what the Election Commission is currently saying as far as that particular controversy goes. The Election Commission has said that prima facie it looks like the allegation of taping out the BJP symbol on EVM machines seems to be true. The Election Commission has also gone on to sort and seek a report from the presiding officer there of exactly what happened, for how long was this flag. That detailed report will be submitted to the poll panel, based on which they will decide what the future course of action will look like. The Election Commission has also told us via its sources is that if this is verified, if it is true, then there could be a repolling that is ordered in those booths where such a tape was found on the BJP symbol on the EVM machines. This sticker issue, the taping out of the BJP symbol, is something that the Election Commission is also taking very, very seriously. They will be ensuring that if it is found true, for how long or for duration was it put out there, what the next steps would be, all of that will be taken into account. But an assurance coming in from the poll panel that that issue, at least at that particular booth, was resolved quickly, and voting then continued smoothly after that.
Absolutely. So we have pretty much summed up all of these details for our viewers so that they are able to understand what's really is going on in constituencies like Falta for that matter. Arunima has brought us all of those inputs on what are these Election Commission sources really telling us. Arunima, you had in fact highlighted the earlier discrepancy on why did it not come to light before the polling started early this morning, because there is a proper sanitization that is done. Every EVM machine is checked in every booth, and then is when the polling begins. Why do you think this taped out symbols of the Bharatiya Janata Party on voting machines were not seen earlier?
Yes, sir, the procedure is very clear. Before the first vote is cast, in presence of the agents of all candidates who are standing in that polling booth, the entire machine, the VVPAT slips, everything is checked. There's a mock poll that is carried out. If the voting happens around 7 a.m., by 5:30, this entire check is done. If anything is found malfunctioning, it is addressed and the candidates are satisfied. Only then does the first voter is then allowed inside the polling booth. So the first question is, was this not done? Was the tape already there when the first voter walked in at about 7 a.m.? The second question is that if it is to be believed that somebody tampered with the EVM machine at a later stage, was proper frisking, proper checking not done? Usually Central Paramilitary Forces and the policemen deployed are very strict about what a voter can carry. Usually it is just your EPIC card and a voter slip that is issued to you. Other than that, even your mobile phone you are not supposed to carry. There is a mobile depositing counter. So a number of questions have come to light. A, how was that video made? Whoever made that video, did that person carry a mobile phone inside? Did that person carry a camera inside? We saw 2 sets of videos. This entire election is happening. EC has assured us that live webcasting is happening. CCTV cameras have been placed everywhere. And CEC has gone to the extent to say that if any instance comes up where it is revealed that the CCTV is not working or it is being tampered with, then that entire polling booth could see repoll. And if multiple such booths in an assembly happens, countermanding of assemblies, that particular constituency is also something that EC will not hesitate with. So in spite of those warnings, those stern warnings, how did this go unnoticed? What EC officials are telling us at this stage is that they believe it was, quote unquote, for a very short time that this sticker perhaps was placed on the machine. What is this very short time? it's a subjective phrase. Are we talking about seconds? Are we talking about minutes? One doesn't really know. The presiding officer has been asked to send a detailed report, but prima facie, it looks like that the Election Commission did not find enough material in its preliminary probe to put a stop to the voting process. After addressing the issue, voting is going on peacefully, is what we are told.
So voting is going on peacefully for the moment, but even if that short period of time, like you were pointing out, we don't know if it was seconds or minutes, we don't know how many voters actually passed through before the issue came to light. All of that will have to be looked into. But what are the options before the Election Commission on the future course of action? What is it that they could do from here on?
See, first and foremost, they'll have to figure out who's responsible for putting that tape. At what stage was that tape put? And then if it is found that during the course of the voting, some voter carried that tape or that sticker, because that voting compartment, it is being repeatedly emphasized, is out of bounds for anybody. It is voter privacy has to be ensured. So it's just the voter and the machine. So did someone, in the garb of being a voter, go and put that sticker there? That's question number one that the presiding officer will have to find an answer to. Second, how many people voted? At what stage was this tape put? Was it put at 7 a.m., 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock? By the time it was discovered, how many voters had already voted? Were any of them wanting to vote for the BJP, look for the BJP symbol, and having not found the symbol, did that impact their vote in any way? All of these are big questions in such a tightly fought election. So, once the presiding officer's report is submitted to the West Bengal CEO and subsequently the Election Commission of India takes note of it, I think we'll know exactly what are the answers to these questions that we are asking and what further action will be taken to ensure that the candidates as well as the voters both have confidence in whatever solution EC comes up with.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Arunima. We will keep a track on this, but there are other developments, more dramatic ones also coming in from the closely contested battle in Bhawanipur between Mamata and Shwendu. Sloganeering versus sloganeering is what we see emerging out of Bhawanipur, and this is the latest piece of breaking news that we'd like to post, as BJP has now put out another allegation through the social media platform X, and this is what it's reading. I'm quoting from it. Bhawanipur exposes the truth. TMC goons faced public backlash in Bhawanipur. Fake voters were caught on camera as Suvendu Adhikari arrived at the spot. For too long, Mamata Banerjee has relied on illegal and fake voters to secure power, but now, this time, the people of Bengal are watching and resisting, unquote. So this is what has been posted by Amit Walvia, BJP IT cell chief on Twitter. My colleague Kamalika is there reporting live from Bhawanipur. She has filed this report for us. Let's take a look at what's going on there.
Here right now again drama in Bhawanipur as the place where Shubhendu Adhikari came in and there was some resorted to lathi charge. High drama in Bhawanipur, as you can see, police in one side and number of supporters of TMC there on the other side. This is just behind Mamata Banerjee's residence and you can see that the police is trying to remove all the protesters out here and there is a chaos out here. आप बताइए क्या हुआ?
बस सुवेंदु अधिकारी चुरी करते पारेনি বলে এই ঝামেলাটা করছে প্রত্যেকবারে করে এরকম। आप लोग बोलिए आप लोग क्यों आए? हम लोग तो आया काहे गांव में हाथ दिया, हम लोग तो शांति भाव में वोट होता था, वो काहे आया इसलिए झमेला करने के लिए। देखो ना आ रहा সকাল থেকে পরিপূর্ণ করে ভোট দেওয়া হচ্ছে, শান্তশিষ্ট করে বারবার এসে হজম খাওয়াচ্ছে, বারবার শুধু ভয় দেখাচ্ছে।
Momana saying that they were normal vote was taking place, but suddenly all this thing has happened. As you can see, police is going inside each and every gully and trying to create a domination. This is clearly another drama. That side is Mamata Banerjee's residence, and this side is high drama. Shubhendu Adhikari came in, and there were Joy Bangla slogans. Shubhendu Adhikari immediately called up the Election Commission, and then there were also sloganing going on, and then the central forces resorted to lathi charge thereafter. But as you can see, the tension is still high, and all the central forces and others, they are trying to handle the situation. Here Shubhendu Adhikari is claiming that here people came to attack him. That's what his claim is there. On the other hand, you can see central forces and security personnel are here. So high drama again in Bhawanipur.
Kamalika is now joining us live, in fact, getting us a sense of what exactly is happening there. Kamalika, we just saw your report. There is heavy security now in Bhawanipur, right near the residence of the Chief Minister. What are we expecting now to happen? Are we expecting the BJP to also be there? Because we've seen Suvendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee both patrolling the streets in this constituency.
See, Suvendu Adhikari has now left. I would just like to show you, this is the booth where when he came and he claims that there were some fake voters, there were some outsiders, but now you can see that the voting is being done. People are standing in long queue. On the other hand, this is the, this Bhawanipur this time has become Nandigram of 2021. Huge contingent of central forces now here, because this is the place where Suvendu Adhikari, there was this people who were trying to get out Suvendu Adhikari, and then Suvendu Adhikari called the election commission, and thereafter we see that lot of central forces have been come. Not only the central forces, we also see that the Calcutta Police Chief Cops are also out here, the additional CP. This is the road, this is the alley which is just behind Mamata Banerjee's residence. That is something which is very, very concerning, because these are the place which has never seen such type of tension. But because this time the battle of Bhawanipur is different, this battle of Bhawanipur is between Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari, that is the reason for which this, there is this tension. And some times ago, this is the place where police had to do a lathi charge, police had to resort to, central forces had to resort to lathi charge, and huge contingent of police have been increased. So anything can happen anytime. That tension is there, and that is what the locals, some of the locals are, the Trinamool supporters are saying that Suvendu Adhikari was trying to influence, that the Trinamool supporters out here are saying. On the other hand, the Suvendu Adhikari is saying that there were some fake voters, they tried to attack, he called up the election commission. Not only that, we have seen that Amit Malviya has also tweeted on this. Right now, this is a high tension battleground, and I can only show that so many police deployment out there, and all the top cops, they are there. The voting is taking place, but it's high tension here.
Right, Kamalika, you must have managed to speak to a lot of those people who had come out there to cast their vote. This is very close to Mamata Banerjee's residence, you're saying, and this is also supposed to be a bastion of hers. But considering this is also personal battle for Mamata Banerjee, considering she is now pitted against her erstwhile lieutenant, now arch rival, Suvendu Adhikari, and that's why we'd seen Mamata, literally get out there, position herself outside one of those booths, and a similar sort of a stance by Suvendu Adhikari as a retaliation. What's your assessment of all this? Do you think it's flexing ahead of the people coming out there to cast their votes, or do you think Mamata Banerjee has been pushed against the wall from what she'd seen emerge out of Nandigram in phase 1?
See, both the candidates are trying to hold on to their votes. That's very clear. Suvendu Adhikari from the morning was on road. He was going to one booth and another booth. He went to the temple and he tried to reach, and the voters also, some areas came, and when I spoke to Suvendu Adhikari, they said they have voted for her. That's what Suvendu Adhikari. I have not seen in my career Mamata Banerjee coming out in Bhawanipur and talking to people, or she has come out. But what we are coming to know from Kalyan Banerjee, that in 80s and 90s, Mamata Banerjee used to go to each and every booth, but now she is the chief minister. But today in the morning, we saw Mamata Banerjee coming out, and she was positioned herself in a booth. So that was something which she did in Nandigram also. But what we are coming to know is, one is definitely there is a tension inside, but on the other hand, she is trying to give her voters and her cadres this message that I am there nearby, just don't worry. But Suvendu Adhikari reached there when Mamata Banerjee was sitting. That is what the drama in Bhawanipur is. And both the parties, this is Kante ka takkar. Nobody is giving an inch space to the other. And that is why there is so much of tension. Though people in large numbers, I'd just like to show you again the line in that very booth where problem took place. Huge number of people have come out to vote, and you can see that large number of women and young people all are here. They have come You just try to talk to them. क्या चीज़ में वोट दे रहे हो? मतलब क्या लग रहा है? क्या चाहते हो? सरकार से क्या चाहते हो? What do you want from the government?
हम लोगों का दीदी है, दीदी रहेगा।
आप बताओ, थोड़ी देर पहले यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
शुभेंदु आ गया था।
हाँ, फिर
बवाल हुआ।
आप बताओ कि क्या चाहते हो? दीदी, ये तो दीदी का घर का पास का बूथ है।
তাহলে আমরা দিদি ছাড়া আমরা দেবো কেন বাবু?
कुछ देर पहले क्या हुआ?
বাইরের লোক এসেছিল, শুভেন্দু বাইরের লোক এখানে ঢুকে গেছিল, তাই ঝামেলা হয়েছে।
So he is saying that Shubhendu Adhikari came, some outsiders came, and that's why this problem to us. आप बताओ, आप महिला हो, किस चीज को देख के वोट दे रहे हो?
दीदी को देख के।
हाँ?
दीदी को
देख के
एकदम।
और कुछ देर पहले क्या हुआ?
मुझे पता नहीं।
आप बताओ किस चीज को देख के वोट दे रहे हो?
नो कमेंट मैडम।
आप बताओ किस चीज को देख के वोट दे रहे हो?
जो यहाँ पर जो हुआ, जो झमेला हुआ, वो झमेला ना हो, ऐसे चाहते तो इससे शांतिपूर्ण वोट हो, इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ नहीं चाहिए।
थोड़ी देर पहले क्या हुआ?
थोड़ी देर पहले आया दूसरे पार्टी का लोग आया, इसे झमेला झड़ी किया, बूथ में घुसा, इसलिए थोड़ा सा हम लोग चाहते थे इधर शांति से वोट हो, तो रहेगा तो इधर दीदी के अलावा कुछ नहीं है, रहेगा दीदी, लेकिन शांति से वोट, बस और कुछ नहीं चाहिए।
आप किस चीज के ऊपर वोट दे रहे हो दीदी?
আমি এখন কিছু বলতে পারছি না।
So they are saying that they want peace. A little while ago there was Jamela out here in the booth, but they don't want Jamela. They are casting their vote for peace. That's a very, very interesting comment that is coming out from a booth from a little while ago where there was so much of tension.
Absolutely, Kamalika, stay there because there's a lot of action that is emerging out of Bhabanipur. The voter sentiment that Kamalika is bringing for us really says that they are in favor of Didi. They are out there to cast their ballot for Didi. That's the kind of suggestion that is good enough so we can go ahead and make that this is a bastion that Mamata Banerjee really is looking at. But is this going to stay? Because Shubhendu Adhikari knows the Trinamool Congress functioning in and out, and that's why possibly we are in fact also seeing this kind of resistance early on as Bhabanipur started in fact polling. But Kamalika, you've spoken to the voters there. What is the sense that you're getting on the ground once the central forces also started, going ahead and cordoning off people, denying any kind of assembly that was started, by the way, by the incumbent chief minister herself. She was the one who went out there and positioned herself at the booth.
See, she went to another area in Chakrab area, not here. This is just behind her residence. Here, Shubhendu Adhikari came, but on ground, definitely I will say that both the parties have given their 100%. Because both the parties' best candidate is here in Bhabanipur. One, incumbent Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, 3-time Chief Minister, her home here. She has grown here. She has done politics here. So that is there. But in her home turf, Shubhendu Adhikari, who has the badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee in Nandigram, has come here and challenged her. So both the parties have given 100% to them. So, it cannot be said that it's a go ahead for one party and other party will anyway do bad. This is not a one-sided larai, let me tell you. This is on ground. There's as much of the Mamata Banerjee. That's what the experts say. And there is also Shubhendu Adhikari, who is trying to give Mamata Banerjee a challenge in her own home. This is the booth just behind Mamata Banerjee's residence. So we have Didi supporters out here. But in entire Bhabanipur, we have seen in Lok Sabha polls also that there is a 70-number ward where Mamata Banerjee herself positioned herself there. There at times Saffron camp got some lead. So there is clearly a fight. Didi versus Mamata Banerjee Didi, as they are saying out here, and obviously Shubhendu Adhikari. But interesting is the election commission made huge arrangements, and you can see a huge line out there. So it's not that people are afraid of the jhamela which took place, of the tension that happened here. They are coming out openly, and they are casting their vote. So definitely there you have to give a thumbs up to the CAPF, to the central forces and the election commission who has been controlling it. Here there was sloganing and there was counter-sloganing. And after that, we see police resorted to lathi charge. Generally, I'll tell you that it is, I'll not say it's violence-free, but there is much less violence this time in election in Bengal.
Right, Komalika, we'll keep coming back to you even as those hectic developments turn out on day 2, on phase 2 of voting in West Bengal. Remember, 142 constituencies are voting today. The voter turnout seems to be giving confidence to both sides. Unfortunately, violence and a trail of that has continued in this phase as well. We'll keep a track of all of that and get you those details after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Large numbers all across West Bengal. You will also see that happening in Calcutta region and the surrounding areas. The reason being, not to vote for BJP, not to vote for TMC, it hardly matters, but to make their vote counted, lest the election commission brings out some other circular or notification wherein their name gets deleted. These two very important factors I have been seeing out here in the elections out here. Basically, there is a negativity around the TMC this time. There is no doubt about it, because there was no other alternative in Bengal right now. Congress fighting separately, the CPM fighting separately. It's a what do you call this? No political pollster can predict what will be the exact results. Whether it is going to vote on religious lines, whether they are going to vote on party lines, it's very difficult to predict as of now.
Yes, absolutely. But I just wanted to quickly show this entire phase 2 map for you. This is, of course, 2021 results. As I was mentioning, out of 142, 123 were won by the TMC. BJP won 18 with about 36.5% vote share. I just want to quickly bring in Amitabh also on this. Such a stronghold phase, and we've seen since 2011, the TMC numbers have stayed at about 120, right? So nobody's been able to dislodge them for 15 years in this zone. The 18 seats that the BJP won last time, if you translate Lok Sabha results into assembly constituencies, then it was 27 that they were leading in 2024. How much more vote share do they need to kind of flip this zone? Plus, how did they manage to flip these seats? These were also all TMC strong seats. So what worked for them in their favor? What could they build on this time?
No, essentially one number which we have to look at is in the Lok Sabha 2019.
Yes, I'll put that on.
The BJP was leading in 37 of these seats here. So almost more than double of what they had achieved in 2021 Vidhan Sabha election.
Yes, this is that number.
2019 was at the peak of the height of nationalism fervor after the Pulwama incident. Correct. Now this nationalism is part of this larger Hindutva umbrella strategy of the BJP. So the BJP hopes that it could replicate the same 2019 fervor with due to the excessive minority appeasement and corruption, law and order, women's safety, lack of development, lack of jobs, etc., the entire anti-incumbency. Now, if there is a 12% gap, as you are mentioning, or a 14% gap, we have to also see that almost 10%, almost 9% of the voters have been deleted in SIR rolls vis-a-vis the 2021.
With large numbers all across West Bengal, you will also see that happening in Calcutta region and the surrounding areas. The reason being, not to vote for BJP, not to vote for TMC, it hardly matters, but to make their
Well, it's just beyond 1 p.m. and West Bengal is already recording close to a good turnout. We have seen what happened in phase 1 of polling in the state of West Bengal. It was a historic turnout at 93%. What does that signify? Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, was quick to come out and say, this was led by the Union Home Minister, say that they are winning 110 seats at least in phase 1, and this high voter turnout is only signifying anti-incumbency. But phase 2 is a different story. This is a TMC bastion that we are looking at. Is BJP going to breach into that is the big question, because so far we have also seen a comprehensive voter turnout. So let's in fact play this out and understand this high voter turnout, whether this will be equal to a win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. That's the big question we're seeing emerge from the various parts of the country, but particularly from West Bengal, states like Tamil Nadu, Assam and also Puducherry, which has gone on to vote. What does it really signify is the big question that we are looking at. If we actually go ahead and see this map, you can see the dominance here, right here, and go ahead and understand what this will go ahead and mean. Whether it's a change for states like West Bengal that people are looking at is remaining to be the big question that we need to go ahead and answer. But there we have in fact marked it out for our viewers to help you understand what has this emergence really looked like. If we take a look at the winning ratio, which is so far in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, it's at 66%, which is way beyond the halfway mark. And this is something that we are highlighting, and you can also see the dotting here on the map of India to see what exactly is it looking like for the Bharatiya Janata Party. 66% of winning ratio in favor of the BJP as far as the country goes. And all of this really go ahead is something that we continue to in fact track, something that will have a heavy dependence as far as West Bengal also is concerned. Remember, this is the last and final phase as Bengal is constantly voting. We've already seen the kind of disturbances in key clashes, closely contested clashes like states in constituencies like Bhawanipur. Looking at how Bengal is going to go ahead and vote this time around, Bhawanipur is something that is going to be closely watched.
Developments in Bhawanipur. Payal, my colleague, is also now joining us, getting us more updates from on ground. Payal, where are you currently at and what exactly is transpiring? Is it one of those booths where discrepancies or glitches have been reported from?
Well, I've just not heard anything, but what is also very encouraging to see is the kind of crowds that have gathered over here, the kind of queues that you witness over here, not just amongst the women folk, but also amongst the men who are lined up, to vote in this booth. This is Alipur area, which is of course a posh area in Kolkata. Let's try and understand from the voters what this election really means for them, because they've been sitting over here. Senior citizens have turned up in huge number. You tell me, for a young person like you, what does this election really mean?
Actually, this is the first time that this much of awareness and conflict happened, and the first phase, the vote percentage is really high. So we are looking forward for that. This time also we put the maximum number of votes to elect the government.
Interesting is what you're saying. Kakima, apni bolen mohilader jonno ei election ta eto important keno? বলতে চাইছেন না কিছু? আপনি বলতে চাইছেন যে ইলেকশনটা এত ইম্পর্টেন্ট কেন আপনাদের জন্য?
আমাদের জন্য এটা একটু ভালো হচ্ছে, আমাদের জন্য, মেয়েদের জন্য তো ভালোই।
সিকিউরিটি, মেয়েদের সবসময় সিকিউরিটির দরকার একটা, এটা দরকার, ইলেকশনটা প্রয়োজন। এত বড় নম্বরে লোকেরা চলে এসেছে ভোট করতে, এটা তো আরেকটা খুব একটা ভালো ব্যাপার না? নিশ্চয়ই।
হ্যাঁ, এটা একটা খুব বড় ব্যাপার।
Well, of course, the women over here, Griha and Poonam are telling me that they're very happy that they've come out to vote. One of them is telling me security is extremely important, and the fact that they're able to come here in a violence-free environment is something that they are hoping will continue as well. So, people are queuing up over here. Paramilitary forces, of course, present everywhere. A lot of companies of paramilitary forces have been deployed. Let's try and ask a couple of other people if they want to really talk about the fact. Look at this queue. Look at if Mr. Ravinder, my video journalist, can come over here, he can actually show you. Look at the queue that you see over here. All the booths are in fact have so much of waiting in terms of what really is happening. That actually gives you the sign. Ma'am,
on with us. We have a piece of breaking news that we're just putting out for our viewers. This is phase 2. So far, this is what we are looking at as of 1 p.m. The turnout that is emerging from West Bengal is at 61.11%. This is also turning out to be another historic turnout. It's just 1 p.m. and the voter turnout has already breached the 50% mark. It is now at 61.11%, only giving to understand what this means and how many people really are going out in hordes voting. Are they voting for change? Are they voting for Mamata Banerjee? Is the big question, because remember, this battle is also after the SIR has resulted in vote deletion of a mammoth more than 9 lakh votes also. So that also needs to be looked at when it is about looking at this vote percent, whether the denomination really has reduced, and that's why this increase is being registered in percentage form is also the key question. My colleague Arunima with that detail. Arunima, 61.11% so far. That's what the turnout really has registered in West Bengal. What do you think this means?
See, on course towards the bumper voting numbers that we saw in phase 1 as well. If you look at the numbers that are coming in, every 2 hours on an average, 20% voter numbers are going up. So when we got the first numbers at around 9 a.m., it was just about 18.5%. Then in the 11 a.m. figure, it was almost 40%. And now the 61% mark has been breached. So on an average, about 20% voters are turning out every 2 hours, 10% voter increase every hour. You could see the 90% mark getting breached. Overall, in terms of a number, what analysts are pointing out is that the base figure has gone down because of SIR, because of the special intensive division. And therefore, when you compare it to 2021 turnout, you should keep that in mind. But even with that base figure changing, if you compare the numbers that phase 1 threw up, 18 lakh names were deducted from the 152 seats that have gone to vote polls in phase 1, and 24 lakh additional voters had voted in that phase. So that tells you that SIR is not, yes, it is changing the base, but it is also a reality that voters in Bengal are coming out with a vengeance to cast their vote. The factor of SIR is definitely a reality. A lot of voters feel if they don't come out and cast their vote, their citizenship could be endangered. Their benefits under the government schemes could be endangered. And that also is a factor. Other than either wanting change or continuity, one doesn't know. But other than that political factor, SIR is also a reason why you're seeing these numbers, 61% already.
61% already, 93% was what we witnessed at polls closing in the first phase. That number could very well be reached this time around as well. Payal, and that's exactly what you've been witnessing all through this morning, that there are long queues outside pretty much every single booth. But that seems to be giving confidence to both sides, isn't it? I mean, the TMC believes that this is a vote for their track record, while the BJP believes that this is a vote for change.
Well, of course, this election is only about people overcoming their fear of power and that power not allowing them to vote freely as well. And that is something which is being complete. That logic is completely been defeated, because look at the queue wherever you go. I've gone to urban areas. I'm back in the city as well. People are queuing up. It's very, very hot to say the least as well. It's very sultry. But despite that, people are beating all the odds. The senior citizens are here. They are patiently waiting for their turn to come out and vote. There is, of course, in a lot of booths, arrangement being made for senior citizens to come out and cast their vote. Women who are actually with their children have been allowed to come and cast their vote as well. Let's try and understand from them what this really means. Which side they vote, of course, is there for us to discover only on the 4th of May. But let's try and understand. Ma'am, आप कितने देर से यहाँ पे खड़े हैं वोटिंग के लिए?
अभी आए हैं, थोड़ा देर पहले.
बच्चे के साथ आए हैं, आप लंबे लाइन में खड़े हैं?
हाँ, लंबी लाइन तो है ही थोड़ा सा.
वोटिंग करना जरूरी है?
जरूरी है.
इस बार जो हम देख रहे हैं कि कहीं पे भी बहुत ज़्यादा वायलेंस नहीं हुआ, वो कितना ज़रूरी है बंगाल की जनता के लिए खास करके?
बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत ज़रूरी है. वायलेंस बहुत अच्छा है.
क्या बहुत अच्छा है?
वायलेंस नहीं हुआ, बहुत अच्छा है, इसीलिए हो रहे हैं.
आप मुझे दादा, आप मुझे बताइए, आप कितनी देर से खड़े हैं यहाँ पे लाइन में?
10 मिनट है.
इस बार आप देख रहे हैं बढ़ चढ़ के लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर वोट करने के लिए, जितना कभी नहीं देखा गया.
इससे फर्स्ट टाइम आई एवर सीन दैट. बाहर से बहुत लोग आया जो परिजाई श्रमिक होता है. कम से कम 1 करोड़ का लेबर है जो बाहर में काम करता है. दिल्ली,
मुंबई, sorry to interrupt you there. We'll get you more voices from on ground there, but for now we have some more information that is coming in, and the piece of breaking information is that there are 6 crude bombs that have now been recovered from one particular booth in Biruri village. Booth number 35 is where these particular bombs were recovered from. They were found inside a nylon bag in an open area. We're given to understand that this location where these crude bombs were recovered from is a short distance from the polling booth. Investigation, of course, is currently underway, but according to sources in the police, the bag contained at least 6 live bombs. A large police force along with central forces has been deployed at the spot. The area, of course, has been cordoned off as per protocol. Pallavi is now joining us, getting us more details of what exactly is transpiring at this particular booth. Pallavi, what more can you share with us about these crude bombs being recovered?
See, what is most worrying is that these crude bombs have been recovered very close to the polling booth, and that is a matter of investigation, that because that area is always sanitized and there has always been those sniffing which has been done by the security agencies, how come last minute wrapped in nylon have these crude bombs reached? But more importantly, who is the one who's planted them? Were it someone from the Trinamool Congress? Where were these crude bombs manufactured and transported from? You know, this has been a history. I mean, Malda and Murshidabad particularly, there have been many pockets in Murshidabad in the past where we actually have seen bomb manufacturing factories where people have been caught manufacturing bombs, and that has been an area of concern. And this time round, the Election Commission, the security agencies, all of them have been on the ground essentially to find out whether any such attempts have been made. There has been chapamari, they have been arrested, and there was a hold on this. So this has come as a big shocker because thankfully, they were found just before they could have been set off. But the fact that they were so close to the polling booth, obviously the intent was mischievous to intimidate the voters. That is going to be the topic of investigation. That is exactly what is being found out.
Right. Also, Arunima, I would want your inputs on this as well, considering you've been tracking the NIA's unprecedented deployment ahead of phase 2 of polls in West Bengal, something that both parties have been really speaking about. TMC, of course, in negative terminology, but NIA is pretty much there. They are looking at each and every place, the earlier constituencies as well, from where these crude bombs have been recovered. But now this, very, very close to a polling booth, another development.
Yes, Ketugram is in fact in Purva Bardhaman, and yesterday when NIA teams were deployed across West Bengal, Purva Bardhaman was one of the main areas where the NIA teams reached first. Other than Purva Bardhaman, of course, they were in Nadia, they were in 24th Pargana, South and North, they were in Hooghly and in Kolkata. But the NIA team has been constantly in touch with the security forces there. The first responder, of course, is the West Bengal police, but NIA teams have been deployed precisely for this reason. And in spite of all the political potshots that have been taken, Mahua Moitra has just tweeted a video of NIA officials there on the ground saying that, you know, is this what you're meant to do? You're an investigating agency. But their teams have been there precisely to avoid this kind of a situation where if there is recovery of crude bombs, then they don't have to, you know, waste time getting their teams flown in from Delhi or moved in via road from the district headquarters. They're already there on ground, and they are specially equipped as far as forensic analysis is concerned, picking up evidence from the ground is concerned, any other scientific investigation that is required. These teams are equipped, and they are meant to give a message that if you're going to intimidate voters using crude bombs, there are security forces deployed, and there is an investigation team from the center deployed as well to defeat any such design that lawbreakers have.
Now, such kind of instances have come to the fore. We saw something like this in during phase 1 of polling as well. And Payal, that's the most concerning bit. I mean, despite the kind of security cover or security grid that we have seen, it's unprecedented. I mean, the amount of forces that were deployed across the country during a Lok Sabha election, compare that to what's happening in West Bengal. And that's something that the TMC has been crying foul about. And yet, we see these kind of instances happening.
Well, the Election Commission of India, frankly speaking, Poonam has not left any ground for any sort of thing saying that what if this happens, that happens. The guidelines have been very, very clearly laid down. The Election Commission has very clearly said that anything to do with bomb making or bomb throwing, etc., that investigation will go straight to the NIA and no less as well. If there is anything which is being done in terms of tampering with the EVM, it will go to investigation and there will be repolling. All of these guidelines have been very, very clearly said. I mean, it's very easy for everybody to come out and really say that, you know, this has not been done, that has not been done. But Bengal has had a history of massive violence, something which I've seen because I've grown up in this city, something which I've seen because I've been staying in this state for a good 20-25 years of my life as well. But, you know, this time around, the violence has at least been, you know, limited, and therefore public is welcoming the presence of central paramilitary forces like no other places, including places where the TMC has a stronghold. People are welcoming the fact that they are able to feel safe. They're able to go to the polling booth as well. Of course, you know, sporadic episodes have taken place. There's no denying that at all. But in comparison to what we have seen in Bengal in the past, this time around we can clearly go on to say that this is a much more peaceful election, and hopefully that trend will continue. But you cannot stop 100% because there are goons who are on the rampage all over the place, and they will try every trick in the book, and that is something which many people in the BJP will tell you TMC is infamous for.
Right. Pallavi, let me bring you in here. You have covered elections in West Bengal, ever since, and it's been a while. Help us understand, because this state is very different from every other state where polling is done. West Bengal has the notoriety, violence becomes really primary when it is about the state going into polls. What do these crude bombs go ahead and do? I was earlier having this conversation with Aman as well, where he mentioned how there are various tricks in the book that have been employed by Mamata Banerjee led cadre, where they go ahead and put itr or perfume on the hands of, or probably on the the voting machine. If at all a candidate is known to vote for the rival party, that candidate is beaten up. All of these anecdotes continue to emerge from West Bengal. What about this?
Well, I mean, Bengal is also known for those Naxalbari or the Naxal movement. So that is where the history of violence really comes in from. Very rebellious, extremely aggressive regime change over here has always come with lots of dashes of, and I would say a generous sprinkling of violence. All that seems to be changing, at least one hopes. Hopefully, if you look at the kind of figures we've seen in the first phase, and in contrast to first phase, the second phase certainly has seen more of unrest on the ground. The transition of the left regime to a Trinamool Congress was equally violent. The TMC cadre was something which absorbed that of the left cadre. So therefore the TMC cadre and goons, allegations on them that they too had that violent streak as a left cadre has, is not completely unfounded. And we saw it in the last elections also in 2021. Not just poll violence, but post-poll violence was something which was even worse. That is something which is being avoided, which is why we see the presence of the central forces, massive ones. I mean, when I was here early in the morning at Baligan Circular Road, which is a very, kind of a very quiet, sleepy kind of an area relatively. Over there also I saw rounds being taken by the central forces, by the Kolkata police, because no one wants to leave it to chance, because tempers are high. Political parties know that they are very much involved in high stakes. So whatever may be the results, I think it will be seen as kudos to the central forces and of course to the Election Commission to have a by and large. We are almost running through half of the day. Polling will shut in another couple of hours. So far, yes, incidents of crude bomb, of unrest in Bhawanipur, where I'm standing at this point of time, we've seen those incidents. But yes, it has been mired by a lot of violence. The Trinamool Congress cadre, as I said, is largely a carryover of the left cadre. So what you're talking about tricks in the trade, is nothing new. It is something which the TMC has very well learned for its political survival. And there are lots of other things. I mean, those red cards which were distributed by the left are also being imbibed by the Trinamool Congress. That chup chap phule chap, which means quietly put a symbol on the Trinamool symbol. That is also a kind of a narrative, very quietly, door to door, whisper campaigns. And you see people standing around you and you think they're just innocent bystanders. That's not really the case. So that is what the TMC has worked upon. That is what the BJP is pointing out. And that is what the central forces are trying to ensure, that people can go out and cast their vote fearlessly.
But despite all the efforts that the Election Commission has made, unfortunately, these sporadic instances have come to the fore since this morning. We're a little over 4 hours away before polls close. I request all my colleagues to stay on with us. Let's listen into some political reactions that have poured in as well.
It's a high voter percentage, anti-incumbency things people are saying, opposition is saying, and also BJP is showing that they are very confident. They are coming to power, and that's what they are saying. What is your take on that, on Parivartan, Pratyavartan and Bhawanipur?
All trains are full. You will not get any seat. One day Indigo flight fare from Delhi to Calcutta was 25,000. Despite that, man has come. Why? Under fear. SIR has created tremendous fear. Statements of the BJP leaders, they will be sent to Bangladesh. This has caused a tremendous fear in the minds of the Bengali voters. They have come. Of course, who is there? At least Didi has made it that Narendra Modi has come to the footpath and had taken Jhalmuri. Didi has made it that 15 days Narendra Modi and Amit Shah had to stay here. Election Commission has destroyed the democracy. People are very much conscious about that. How many persons yesterday I have got it stay? You wanted 5,000 Trinamool Congress workers to be arrested. And the comment is, if he is arrested, then 4,000 votes will go in favor of the BJP. This time people is very much cautious about the right of voting. Because the way the election commissioner wanted to cut off all these voters, they are very conscious now.
And like Poonam, you were mentioning, just a few hours remaining for the polling to close, the final phase of election in West Bengal. It's also a narrative war that both key parties, Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, are looking at winning. We have to only wait and see which way is this headed while we head into a very short break.
The victors will be regional, but the impact of the elections will be national. I'm Smita Prakash and I will break down every development as we head closer to the polls and election day.
Large numbers all across West Bengal. You will also see that happening in Calcutta region and the surrounding areas. The reason being, not to vote for BJP, not to vote for TMC, it hardly matters, but to make their vote counted, lest the election commission brings out some other circular or notification wherein their name gets deleted. These two very important factors I have been seeing out here in the elections out here. Basically, there is a negativity around the TMC this time, there is no doubt about it. Because there was no other alternative in Bengal right now. Congress fighting separately, the CPM fighting separately. It's a what do you call this? No political pollster can predict what will be the exact results. Whether it is going to vote on religious lines, whether they are going to vote on party lines, it's very difficult to predict as of now.
Yes, absolutely. But I just wanted to quickly show this entire phase 2 map for you. This is, of course, 2021 results. As I was mentioning, out of 142, 123 were won by the TMC. BJP won 18 with about 36.5% vote share. I just want to quickly bring in Amitabh also on this. Such a stronghold phase, and we've seen since 2011, the TMC numbers have stayed at about 120, right? So nobody's been able to dislodge them for 15 years in this zone. The 18 seats that the BJP won last time, if you translate Lok Sabha results into assembly constituencies, then it was 27 that they were leading in 2024. How much more vote share do they need to kind of flip this zone? Plus, how did they manage to flip these seats? These were also all TMC strong seats. So what worked for them in their favor? What could they build on this time?
No, essentially one number which we have to look at is in the Lok Sabha 2019.
Yes, I'll put that on.
The BJP was leading in 37 of these seats here. So almost more than double of what they had achieved in 2021 Vidhan Sabha election.
Yes, this is that number.
2019 was at the peak of the height of nationalism fervor after the Pulwama incident. Correct. Now this nationalism is part of this larger
Hello and welcome to CNN News 18 as we track the latest developments coming in from battleground West Bengal as phase 2 is currently underway, a tumultuous start to the second phase of the elections in the battleground state.
Absolutely, but everybody's focus is on the turnout. Those numbers are rising massively, and it is set, of course, not just to overtake 2021 figures, but possibly even in absolute numbers. All focus on just how many are able to come out and vote. But first up, let's also begin with a quick check of the headlines. West Bengal records 61% vote turnout till 1 p.m. itself in the final phase, as long queues are seen across the 142 constituencies going to poll today.
But no end to the controversies. The BJP alleges EVM tampering in Falta, claiming the party buttons were taped to block the votes. The West Bengal Chief Election Officer confirms the repolls will be ordered if the irregularities are verified.
Violence and confusion in Hooghly, Howrah and Nadia after EVM glitches. Allegations of delayed voting trigger clashes on ground, forcing CRPF personnel to detain multiple agitators.
And the security threat continues. 6 crude bombs recovered near booth number 35 in Ketugram Assembly seat. NIA teams in touch with the security forces on the ground and closely monitoring the entire situation.
Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari in a high voltage face-off in Bhawanipur as both leaders personally monitor booths on ground.
And Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee camps outside a Bhawanipur booth, accuses the centre of deploying outsiders to spread terror and using the central agencies to intimidate Trinamool voters as well as the polling agents.
Meanwhile, Suvendu Adhikari alleges TMC goons are scaring Hindu voters in sensitive zones, claims Sanatani resistance will prevail despite attempts to rig the final phase through bogus voting.
And as the storm continues in Bengal for phase 2, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the voter turnout, says the winds of change are blowing through the state.
Ahead of Tamil Nadu results, TVK chief Vijay arrives at Shirdi International Airport set to visit the Shirdi Sai Baba temple.
And our top story, a record voter turnout of 61.11% by 1 p.m. has been reported, with citizens in Bengal turning out in large numbers despite the widespread violence which you can see on your screens and the unrest across the several seats going to the polls. In Falta, which has been a flashpoint in the last couple of days, the BJP has accused the Trinamool Congress of tampering with the EVMs, alleging that the lotus symbol was deliberately obscured with tape to undermine their vote share.
The Election Commission sources are telling us that prima facie evidence suggests that the claim is correct and repolling will be considered in the affected booths. The turbulence, though, extends beyond Falta. In Bhawanipur, Kolkata, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee staged a dramatic sit-in earlier today, even though there was a confrontation with Suvendu Adhikari, who's himself suggesting or citing voter intimidation on the part of the TMC. Meanwhile, violence has erupted in other parts as well. Baton charges in Galsi, clashes over EVM malfunctions in Howrah, and allegations of booth capturing by ISF agents in Nadia. Despite the chaos, the sheer scale of voter participation already till 1 p.m. is underscoring the intensity of this election.
Here right now again drama in Bhawanipur as the place where Shubhendu Adhikari came in and there was some resorted to lathi charge. High drama in Bhawanipur, as you can see, police in one side and number of supporters of TMC there on the other side. This is just behind Mamata Banerjee's residence and you can see that the police is trying to remove all the protesters out here and there is a chaos out here. आप बताइए क्या हुआ?
बस सुबंधु अधिकारी चुरी करते पारी नहीं बोला ये झमेलाटा कोते घरे घरे रखे।
आप लोग बोलिए आप लोग क्यों आए?
हम लोग तो आया काहे गाँव में हाथ दिया, हम लोग तो शांति भाव में वोट होता था, वो काहे आया इसलिए झमेला करने के लिए। देखो ना आ रहा সকাল থেকে পরিপূর্ণ করে ভোট দেওয়া হচ্ছে, শান্তশিষ্ট করে বারবার এসে হচ্ছে খাচ্ছে, বারবার শুধু ভয় দেখাচ্ছে।
Women are saying that they were normal vote was taking place, but suddenly all this thing has happened. As you can see, police is going inside each and every gully and trying to create a domination. This is clearly another drama. That side is Mamata Banerjee's residence, and this side is high drama. Shubhendu Adhikari came in, and there were Joy Bangla slogans. Shubhendu Adhikari immediately called up the Election Commission, and then there were also sloganing going on, and there the central forces resorted to lathi charge thereafter. But as you can see, the tension is still high, and all the central forces and others, they are trying to handle the situation. Here Shubhendu Adhikari is claiming that here people came to attack him. That's what his claim is there. On the other hand, you can see central forces and security personnel are here. So high drama again in Bhawanipur. So what happened here? क्या हुआ यहाँ पे?
Our leader of opposition, he came for I think he was covering from booth to booth, and then there was some chaos. Police interfered, and it is cleared now.
So police had to resort to lathi charge.
No, not at all.
So was it an attack on the LOP or it was there were slogans?
Slogans only.
So now the situation under control, right?
It's totally.
So as you can see in Bhawanipur, of course, the max focus is, because this is the high voltage, high stakes clash featuring the Chief Minister herself and now her rival for the last 5 to 6 years, Suvendu Adhikari, and both are going toe to toe to ensure that their voters are able to come out to vote, sending a signal that you don't have to be afraid. But both sides are saying that there's intimidation going on against their constituents. Let me also first focus on the polling numbers, the turnout numbers, because that's where the real story is. So let's put on our screens the polling percentages. This is 61.11%. This is already a record at 1 p.m. and given that there is, of course, 5 more hours to go till the stipulated time of 6 p.m. but whoever is at the booth till 6 p.m. will anyways be allowed to vote. This number could well cross the first phase figures. That was a record in Bengal already, even factoring in the SIR deletions. Let's look at particular areas now. Overall, in 2021, it was 81.5% overall polling in Bengal. In Hooghly at 1 p.m. already today in phase 2, it has touched 64.5%. This is extremely high at 1 p.m. But that's the trend we've been witnessing as far as these elections are concerned. Kolkata North is at 60.1%, lagging just a little bit from that average of 61.1. Howrah 60.6 at 1 p.m. still pretty strong to touch that mark. 1 p.m. Kolkata South is lagging behind by nearly 4 percentage points. So what's going on here? These are regions that have seen high number of deletions. So even if you were to match the polling from last time around, the percentages would be very high. Why is Kolkata South lagging behind? Nadia 61.4%. This is even above the average at 1 p.m. because remember 61.1 is the number that we have to compare it to. North 24 Parganas also lagging behind but just a little bit at 59.2. There is of course South 24 Parganas that is also being polled today. That is also lagging behind at 58.5. So what's going on in these outlier constituencies where the numbers are not matching the average of the other districts? Remember 7 key districts going to polls. There is 1 p.m. at Purva Bardhaman. Look at this figure. This is a sensational figure of 66.8 in Purva Bardhaman at 1 p.m. already. So what's going on when it comes to these constituencies? Why are the numbers so high? And of course in Purva Bardhaman, the BJP will look at such high numbers above the average so far in the rest of the seats as possibly a win under their sails.
Absolutely. Could we see that historic voter turnout in phase 2 as well when it comes to the overall polling that will be clocked in West Bengal? Joining us on the broadcast is also Kamalka Sen-Gupta reporting from Bhawanipur, which is seeing that showdown between Suvendu Adhikari as well as Mamata Banerjee, also marred by a lot of chaos. Kamalka, what is the latest from Bhawanipur, given the fact that even though there is a lot of chaos on the ground, are voters still rushing to the booths?
Yeah, absolutely. That is there. We have also on that booth where the problem took place and Suvendu Adhikari was there and the sloganing was taking place. Even in that booth, we have seen that high number of women, high number of people were there in that booth and they were queued. The lines and huge turnouts are there. So there is no disturbance. In some places, what we are coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning. So in some places, it started late. So right now, the tension is there in Bhawanipur. But not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out. She sat in Chakrabarya. Suvendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastion. Suvendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. again challenging her again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place. But still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron party. Let's take you state by state, ladies and gentlemen. 6% a win ratio in favor of the BJP alliance under the ambit of the NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, propelling the BJP to the 66% a win ratio that we can see in different parts of the country. So high voter turnout has resulted in victory for the BJP is what the numbers are indicating. If we go ahead when it comes to state by state to understand how this moves ahead when it comes to this high voter turnout, the 66% win ratio is always in favor of the BJP. You can see the different states from Maharashtra to even Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and even Odisha as well as Andhra Pradesh. You can see the wins that have turned in favor of the BJP because of high voter turnout, and 66%, about the 50% mark, is the win ratio in favor of the Saffron party.
Yes, you know, Ayushman, what's interesting is that this figure that you are showing for our viewers on the screen, 66% is the win ratio for the BJP if you look at states where high voter turnout has happened over the last 10 years. So some of these states are from Andhra Pradesh 2014, Haryana 2014, Maharashtra 2014. But some of these figures are also from very recent elections, Himachal Pradesh 2017, Odisha 2024 and Maharashtra 2024. So will the BJP benefit from the higher voter turnout that we are witnessing in these elections? Difficult to say, only because this is an SIR affected election as well. So already the voter rolls have been cleansed. In Bengal, as many as 11% of the electorate was struck off the voter rolls. So obviously they've shrunk. But the percentages that we're witnessing right now in terms of the number of people coming out to vote, the percentages of voter turnout being clocked at 1 p.m. certainly suggests that even in absolute numbers, there could be higher voting despite the fact that 60 lakh plus voters were struck off the rolls in Bengal alone. Ayushman.
Absolutely. And at the same time, when it comes to the entire situation that's emerging in West Bengal, can this number similarly replicate in West Bengal when it comes to phase 1 and phase 2? Because we can see that the BJP is extremely confident about the winds of change blowing through the TMC stronghold, and a sense of nervousness as per the BJP coming in from Mamata Banerjee. But at the same time, despite the chaos that is taking place on the ground, the high voter turnout ensuring more and more voters go to the polling booths, even as Mamata Banerjee is claiming that the Election Commission as well as the central forces are working for the BJP. So that war was also continuing. I'm also joined by Pallavi Ghosh to get the latest when it comes to phase 2 and its chaos. So Pallavi, we can see the storm of charges amid the chaos on the ground. Decode the dynamics for us going into the last 4 hours of polling as more and more people head to the booths.
Oh yes, absolutely. But in stark contrast to the second phase, the first phase, certainly apart from what happened in Murshidabad, was more or less peaceful. I mean, we saw that what took place between Humayun Kabir's supporters and the Trinamool Congress on the ground. But this phase has been mired with more incidents of unrest. But that is also because this phase has high stakes for both the BJP and TMC. If a counter has to be prepared for the first phase, both for the two political parties, this is the phase where both of them will actually have to perform very well, which is why they are more high strung, there's more tension, and they are more edgy. Now, and also this is the phase where you are having a big battle, which is in Bhawanipur between Mamata Banerjee on one hand and Shubhendu Adhikari on the other. I mean, as Kamalika and all of us have been reporting from the ground, Ayushman, it's very unheard of, it's unprecedented, where Mamata Banerjee actually on the day of polling normally goes out in the evening, but this time round you can actually see her hopping from booth to booth, also sitting down in her constituency, and the counter coming in from Shubhendu Adhikari, where he's complaining to the EC of intimidation of the voters. He's also playing the Hindu card by talking about how Hindus are being targeted. And in, of course, Diamond Harbour, there has been a substantial amount of tension as well as politics. That is because a lot will depend on how both the parties really perform in this phase. Urban area, but also areas which has large pockets of TMC.
Pallavi, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're getting a piece of breaking news that's coming in amid the polling. Now, what we are learning is that the Chief Electoral Officer, Manoj Kumar Agarwal, has said from wherever we have got the tip, where there are allegations, that is another matter, but from the places we have got the right information from webcasting, we have seen here, the district magistrate has seen from the webcasting where there are reports from the field. When the observer report comes in, therein we have zero tolerance for any kind of issues that are emerging when it comes to polling, as well as any attempts to rigging. We have said earlier that wherever we will get any kind of information, the repoll will be done. So that statement coming in from the Chief Election Officer of West Bengal. We'll listen to what he had to say.
কোথায় অ্যালিগেশন আছে ওটা আলাদা ম্যাটার আছে, কিন্তু যেখান থেকে আমরা সঠিক ইনফরমেশন পেয়েছি, যেখানে আমরা আমাদের এখানে দেখেছি, ওয়েবকাস্টিংয়ে দেখেছি, যেখানে জেলা শাসক ওয়েবকাস্টিংয়ে দেখেছেন, যেখানে ফিল্ড থেকে রিপোর্ট আসছে, যেখানে অবজারভার রিপোর্ট আসবে, ওখানে আমাদের জিরো টলারেন্স আছে। আমরা আগাম বললাম, আর এখন যেটা আছে এসব জায়গা যেখানে পাওয়া গেছে, যেখানে পাওয়া যাবে, সব জায়গায় রিপোর্ট হবে। এটা সংখ্যা আমার কাছে নেই এখন, এখন তো কনফার্মেশন চলছে, জেলা শাসক কনফার্মেশন নিচ্ছেন, রিপোর্ট তৈরি হচ্ছে। যে বুথে আমাদের পাওয়া যাবে, আতার পাওয়া যাবে কোনো মেশিন উপর যদি আমাদের ব্ল্যাক টেপ পাওয়া যাবে বা হোয়াইট টেপ পাওয়া যাবে, या any sound of
Agarwal, who is now making a statement that wherever we are getting reports of misuse or there has been malfunctioning, we are looking into it, we are investigating it, and the necessary action will be taken.
বুথ অনেক বেশি হয়ে যাবে, তারপরে যেটা আছে এন্টায়ার কনস্টিটিউয়েন্সিতে রিপোল হতে পারে।
So we are going to look into it, get a report, and then if there are substantial reports, then there can be a repoll ordered in an entire constituency if the need be.
Absolutely, Pallavi. So clearly that assurance coming in from the Chief Election Officer of West Bengal. But at the same time, we can see that Falta, which has been that flashpoint in the last couple of days between the TMC and the BJP, this is where the allegations of this taping of the EVMs is also coming in.
In fact, I had met up with Jahangir Khan yesterday. He's considered to be a kind of a dabang neta as far as Falta, which is one of the constituency, falls in Diamond Harbour, which again happens to be the parliamentary constituency of Abhishek Banerjee. That is where there were reports which were given of possible unrest, possible misuse or malfunctioning taking place, which is why Ajaypal Sharma was actually sent off from Prayagraj, and we saw the TMC's response. And therefore, it comes as no surprise who are there on the ground to see the incidents of taped EVMs. EVMs are not supposed to be taped. Very often it is done before the polling begins and then they are removed. But in this case, there is evidence to show apparently that there were deliberate attempts being made to misuse the EVMs or to hack it in preference to one political party. That is where again the investigation goes in. Who was responsible? Listen, remember also, Ayushman, there are CCTV cameras which have been put out everywhere. That is what Mr. Manoj Sharma also pointed out at this point of time, that we do have CCTV cameras, everyone, officers are there 100% round the clock. So get evidence and proof of miscreants is something which cannot be wished away, and therefore action will be taken accordingly.
Pallavi, stay with us. We're getting more from Election Commission sources now, and they are making it absolutely clear that decision on repolling in a certain booth or constituency will be taken once the report of the returning officer is received. The likely timeline is that the report will be filed by this evening. So the decision on repolling, if at all, on any constituencies or even particular booths will be taken maybe by tomorrow only. My colleague Arunima is joining us with more on this. Arunima, the timeline, of course, looks like it could be till tomorrow, till the EC is able to verify all of the claims and, establish where all they need repolling.
Absolutely. And that is why a lot of people were wondering if that election process is ending on 29th. Why have you kept counting on 4th? Why this delay? This is exactly the calculation that Election Commission of India had done. They wanted to have enough time in between in case repolling had to be ordered. But that repolling will not be ordered in a huff. That's just because somebody is making an allegation. There's a proper procedure to be followed. That procedure you just told our viewers as well. The returning officer has been asked to send a report, especially for the Falta constituency, where allegations and counter allegations about stickers being put on the EVM machine have been made. So the RO has been asked, and in the interim, voting is continuing is what we are told. Once the RO's report is received about, and what is it that the RO will have to say? At what time was the sticker discovered? How many voters had already voted by then? How much time did the entire voting process get stalled? So what was the timeline that we are looking at? How many people would have gone back if suppose this entire process of restarting voting took a considerable time? Did many voters go back? All of these will be factors that will be considered before the Election Commission comes to a conclusion whether repoll should be ordered. But given the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party local candidate has raised a grave concern on this matter, and Shwendu Adhikari said that Home Minister Amit Shah also spoke to him on this, this is being taken with utmost seriousness. But the RO's report is crucial. Based on that, ECI, perhaps by late this evening or tomorrow morning, will come to a conclusion about repoll in this constituency particularly.
Right, and will it be a very expedited process given the seriousness of the charges and with May 4th around the corner, Arunima?
Yes, the repoll has to be ordered, like I told you already, that if you see the timeline that the Election Commission has announced, they have factored in. If repoll has to be announced, if it is ordered, tomorrow, hypothetically, we do not know whether repoll is going to be ordered or not. But hypothetically, if the Election Commission comes to a conclusion tomorrow morning that repoll has to be ordered, it could be held a day after, or take one more day. You still have enough time. So suppose you do the repoll on 30th, on 1st or on 2nd, you still have 1 day break in between for the EVM machines to reach your command center, for your control room, and to be assimilated with the rest of the assembly, even EVM booths, for counting to go on smoothly on 4th. That is why, this kind of a timeline has been drawn by the Election Commission, keeping in mind the history in Bengal, keeping in mind the sensitivities that all sides have.
Arunima, we'll keep coming back to you for more. Certainly, the Election Commission taking very seriously the allegations of taping that have come, and they've been lent credence to because there are visuals that BJP has put out. Now, the timing of when those visuals are shot, of course, it's going to be a certain CCTV footages are going to be looked at. But listen into what Shwendu Adhikari, who's leading the charge on ground for the BJP today, is saying.
कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग भी मॉनिटरिंग कर रहा है, जो करना चाहिए करूंगा। ये इलेक्शन कमीशन भी संज्ञान में लिया है, इस तरीके से काम करेगा तो जो करना चाहिए होगा। मैं कैंडिडेट के साथ बात करूंगा। भूपेंद्र यादव जी कॉल्ड मी एट 9 AM. I convey the situation. Just few minutes back, Honorable Home Minister, my leader Amit Shah ji called me. फलता का इंसिडेंट मैं उनको भी कन्वे कर दिया। और हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। वेट अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ है। 35% वोट पोलिंग हुआ है, अभी बहुत देखना बाकी है।
It's a high voter percentage, anti-incumbency things people are saying, opposition is saying, and also BJP is showing that they are very confident, they are coming to power, and that's what they are saying. What is your take on that, on Parivartan, Pratyavartan and Bhawanipur?
All trains are full. You will not get any seat. One day Indigo flight fare from Delhi to Calcutta was 25,000. Despite that, man has come. Why? Under fear. SIR has created tremendous fear. Statements of the BJP leaders, they will be sent to Bangladesh. This has caused a tremendous fear in the minds of the Bengali voters. They have come. Of course, who is there? At least Didi has made it that Narendra Modi has come to the footpath and had taken Jalmuri. Didi has made it that 15 days Narendra Modi and Amit Shah had to stay here. Election Commission has destroyed the democracy. People are very much conscious about that. How many persons yesterday I have got it stay? You wanted 5,000 Trinamool Congress workers to be arrested. And the comment is, if he is arrested, then 4,000 votes will go in favor of the BJP. This time, people is very much cautious about the right of voting. Because the way the election commissioner wanted to cut off all these voters, they are very conscious now.
Exactly who has fear while voting today? Who is being intimidated? From which side is that intimidation coming from? All of that is part of the political rhetoric today. But let's also take a look at what the situation on ground was primarily today. Phase 1, by and large, peaceful. Some skirmishes were reported. A BJP candidate was hit. But this is what happened while phase 2 was going on. Nadia, an ISF agent, was attacked. You can see in this footage he has some ink thrown at him, but also a bandage of sorts around his head. So this happened earlier today. Let's also move on and show what else has transpired today. Howrah, there was a clash after EVM glitches were reported. You can see the security personnel, police plus others, having to use some lathi charge to ensure that people don't create ruckus close to the polling booths. There's the local police there as well. Some of them had to be carried off in dramatic fashion. In Kolkata, EVM glitches again triggering unrest, people fighting on the streets with the media there. But the CAPF and the CRPF are there in very strong numbers this time, which is why situations are not blowing out of proportion. We saw a little bit of this in phase 1-2 when that happened. But by and large, it was the most peaceful phase that we have ever seen in Bengal in the last 50 years. Here's a visual from South 24 Parganas. A BJP candidate was allegedly attacked. You can see the windshield again cracked and broken by miscreants. Could there be stone pelting that was involved? That obviously keeps happening as far as Bengal is concerned. We saw that in phase 1 as well, happening yet again. In Galsi, central forces having to do lathi charge once again to disperse people. All of this is playing out. But mind you, these visuals are not what we are used to from West Bengal when elections are happening either before, during or even after polls. So, the presence of the security forces, 2.4 lakh CAPF troops are on ground. Of course, there's local police and others. So, all of this is ensuring that the presence of the security forces is so strong that even if somebody attempts to do something, there is immediately a crackdown that happens. Pallavi has been tracking this, and Pallavi, you've seen this play out in many of these constituencies. By and large, do you feel that even phase 2, although there have been stray incidents that have been reported as we showed, by and large, this has been a successful exercise by the EC to have this mammoth deployment in the state?
Well, in comparison to the first phase, perhaps one would say that the second phase has not really been all that peaceful. But let me tell you, for someone who's covered West Bengal election, and this is the 4th time I'm doing so, it certainly is a very, very different picture. There were moments when we used to go out and cover, even during campaigning, when we used to go out and cover, we were often told to be extremely careful. There were people who were warning us, people who would tell us that, you have to be very careful because anything can happen. I still remember in 2021, when I was in Murshidabad on the day of the polling, that day also a lot of crude bombs were found, and there were pockets of villages where we were rushing around because there were bombs which were being exploded. In that contrast, I would say it's been much, much safer, much, much calmer. There's presence of the central forces outside every polling booth. And of course, those words coming in from the Kolkata police, the election commission, even from the central government and the home ministry did give a reassurance, to the voters that it's okay to come out. But the concern is not only in the urban areas. It's in smaller rural pockets, in those little lanes and by lanes where very often things are not captured easily. Over there also we have more or less seen a semblance of peace.
Yes. Well, this has been a very mammoth exercise by the EC. They were almost in a one-to-one confrontation with the TMC when they announced on Twitter that this is going to be fear-free, intimidation-free, chappa, voting tactics-free and all of that. But you know, earlier we brought you the polling percentages at 1 p.m. Those numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screen as well. So this is phase 2. These are the seats, 142 of them that are going to polls. Of course, TMC very strong in this area, 123 they won last time, and BJP was a distant second at 18. But I want to show you district by district. We got these numbers from Purva Bardhaman. So I want to highlight Purva Bardhaman. So this is what happened in Purva Bardhaman last time around. 16 of the 16 seats were won by the TMC. Now why is Purva Bardhaman important right now? Because it has witnessed 66% voting till 1 p.m. 5% higher than the average that phase 2 is reporting. So what's going on here? And who's going to benefit from that higher voter turnout in Purva Bardhaman? Will this turn a little bit orange? Remains to be seen. Here, the voting percentages or the polling figures for both parties was not as wide as the gap was between TMC vote share and BJP vote share in other parts of the state or state-wise. So here the gap in voting percentages for the two parties is only 8%. And now it's witnessing 66% vote turnout just by 1 p.m. So could this be advantage BJP? We don't know. Let's look at some of the other districts. There's, of course, Kolkata. So let me just remove this one. So this is Kolkata. 11 of the 11 seats in the main Kolkata region went to TMC again. Now, Kolkata is lagging behind a little bit. It is not up to the average that we are reporting at 1 p.m. What does that mean? And why is it that some of the districts are lagging behind while others are going really with steam pace ahead? This is Howrah. Howrah, 16 out of the 16 seats the TMC won last time around. Howrah also roughly at 60%. Let's look at North 24 and South 24 Parganas as well. And this is why this phase is so important, because TMC is very strong here. So in North 24 Parganas, out of the 33 seats, TMC won 28 last time and 5 came to the BJP, because this has some region connecting Nadia as well. So, you know, some parts where BJP has managed some successes in the past. But why is it that North and South 24 Parganas are lagging behind a little bit in their voting turnout till 1 p.m.? Will they make up by 6 p.m. or not? We don't know. Let me quickly also show you South 24 Parganas, and then we can go across to our political editor, Aman Sharma, also joining us. This is South 24 Parganas. Again, almost a clean sweep by the TMC. Only one seat to the others here, but BJP won nothing. So, can we read anything in the voting turnout already at 1 p.m.? Some very high than the average, Aman, some lagging behind. And the ones lagging behind are actually the TMC strongholds, like Howrah, Kolkata, North and South 24 Parganas. Do you read anything into this?
See, Shivani, it's very difficult to obviously go by voting percentages and then feel that which party is gaining from it. I can tell you what the BJP has been telling me. BJP feels that the first phase, it has performed really well. BJP thinks it could win about 100 or more seats in phase 1, and that is primarily because there has been a high voting turnout. So 93% in phase 1, they think their voters have come out fearlessly and voted for them. Now the BJP hopes that the second phase, which is totally a TMC fortress, out of 142 seats, the TMC won 123 seats the last time, 86%, 50% vote share, 86% seats it won. And Shivani, out of these 123 seats they won, 91 seats were won with a vote margin of more than 10%. So very comfortable wins for the TMC the last time in this phase. This phase is like an impregnable fortress for the TMC. That is why BJP's performance in this particular phase is very important. If BJP, I believe, does not win at least 50 seats in this phase, they may not be able to form the government. So BJP wants to form the government. They have to win at least 50 seats in this particular phase, which is almost 3 times their performance from the last time. Now, what is going for the BJP? The BJP feels that if there's a high voter turnout in this phase as well, like phase 1, if there's a 90% plus voter turnout ultimately by 6 p.m. today, it has a very good chance, because the BJP feels that and this phase, Shivani, also is the phase where the TMC is not just stronger strongest in the terms of voters, it's the strongest in the terms of Bahubal also. No, this is like the god of TMC. So if the people actually come out and vote, the BJP voters come out and vote in big numbers because the central security forces are there, there is no fear. The BJP thinks a miracle is possible in phase 2 as well. That's what BJP has been telling me. We'll have to wait and see how the voter turnout actually turns out. But 61% by 1 p.m.
It's already going to cross 90%.
Absolutely.
And possibly 92, 93%, right? It's going to go above phase 1 because this is higher than phase 1 at this point in time of the day.
There's a flip side to this as well. So what the BJP says that their voters are coming out in big numbers and that is why we're going to win. What the TMC tells us is that there is also a counter consolidation.
Because
so,
of
the
the
TMC voters, who may have not have voted in the last election thinking Mamata is already winning, they feel that if they do not come out and vote this time, they may not get a chance to vote again because the SIR may struck them off. So there is a counter consolidation also. The TMC voter is also, I'm still telling you, coming out in bigger numbers and voting for the TMC. So it can go both ways. We'll only know on May 4th whose theory was right.
You know, very quickly, since Aman mentioned this, this is the TMC strong seats out of the phase 2. So 93 of seats of the 142 where they're considered very strong. They've won multiple times. They also have a much higher vote share. And look at the difference of the vote share here from 51.35 to 34.75, which is why I was highlighting in Purb Bardhaman, the vote share was the least possibly. The vote share gap was the least. And there the highest number of voter turnout has happened so far. We'll continue to dissect this further. Time for a very short break.
Large numbers all across West Bengal. You will also see that happening in Calcutta region and the surrounding areas. The reason being, not to vote for BJP, not to vote for TMC, it hardly matters, but to make their vote counted, lest the election commission brings out some other circular or notification wherein their name gets deleted. These two very important factors I have been seeing out here in the elections out here. Basically, there is a negativity around the TMC this time. There is no doubt about it. Because there was no other alternative in Bengal right now. Congress fighting separately, the CPM fighting separately. It's a what do you call this? No political pollster can predict what will be the exact results. Whether it is going to vote on religious lines, whether they are going to vote on party lines, it's very difficult to predict as of now.
Yes, absolutely. But you know, I just wanted to quickly show this entire phase 2 map for you. This is of course 2021 results. As I was mentioning, out of 142, 123 were won by the TMC. BJP won 18 with about 36.5% vote share. I just want to quickly bring in Amitabh also on this. You know, such a stronghold phase, and we've seen since 2011, the TMC numbers have stayed at about 120, right? So nobody's been able to dislodge them for 15 years in this zone. The 18 seats that the BJP won last time, if you translate Lok Sabha results into assembly constituencies, then it was 27 that they were leading in 2024. How much more vote share do they need to kind of flip this zone? Plus, how did they manage to flip these seats? These were also all TMC strong seats. So what worked for them in their favor? What could they build on this time?
No, essentially one number which we have to look at is in the Lok Sabha 2019.
Yes, I'll put that on.
The BJP was leading in 37 of these seats here. So almost more than double of what they had achieved in 2021 Vidhan Sabha election.
Yes, this is that number.
2019 was at the peak of the height of nationalism fervor after the Pulwama incident, correct? Now this nationalism is part of this larger Hindutva umbrella strategy of the BJP. So the BJP hopes that it could replicate the same 2019 fervor with due to the excessive minority appeasement and corruption, law and order, women's safety, lack of development, lack of jobs, etc., the entire anti-incumbency. Now if there is a 12% gap, as you are mentioning, or a 14% gap, we have to also see that almost 10%, almost 9% of the voters have been deleted in SIR rolls vis-a-vis the 2021.
With large numbers all across West Bengal, you will also see that happening in Calcutta region and the surrounding areas. The reason being, not to vote for BJP, not to vote for TMC, it hardly matters, but to make their vote counted, lest the election commission brings out some other circular or notification wherein their name gets deleted. These two very important factors I have been seeing out here in the elections out here. Basically, there is a negativity around the TMC this time. There is no doubt about it, because there was no other alternative in Bengal right now. Congress fighting separately, the CPM fighting separately. It's a what do you call this? No political pollster can predict what will be the exact results. Whether it is going to vote on religious lines, whether they are going to vote on party lines, it's very difficult to predict as of now.
Yes, absolutely. But I just wanted to quickly show this entire phase 2 map for you. This is, of course, 2021 results. As I was mentioning, out of 142, 123 were won by the TMC. BJP won 18 with about 36.5% vote share. I just want to quickly bring in Amitabh also on this. Such a stronghold phase, and we've seen since 2011, the TMC numbers have stayed at about 120, right? So nobody's been able to dislodge them for 15 years in this zone. The 18 seats that the BJP won last time, if you translate Lok Sabha results into assembly constituencies, then it was 20. Welcome back. Now, who exactly will benefit from the higher voter turnout, and is there counter consolidation taking place because of the SIR prequel to these elections? Let's try and show you why the Muslim population in the district going to polls today will become the deciding factor. Why? Because they may not be as high as some of the other districts that went to polls earlier, like Malda and Murshidabad. But because they vote on block so far for the TMC, their numbers and percentages become extremely important. And who knows, maybe the consolidation is because of this voter turnout. So in Kolkata, Muslim population is at 20.6%. Let's move forward. Let's show you Hooghly, 15.77%. Not as high as some of the other districts, but Howrah has 26.2%. Then you come to North 24 Parganas, 25.8, nearly 26%. Moving on to South 24 Parganas, 35.5%, which is why it's very difficult to understand which way the wind is blowing just on the basis of voter turnout. If we move forward, Nadia, 26.76%. These are all the big districts that are going to polls today. And we have East Bardhaman as well, 25.89. This is also somewhere that the Muslim population is pretty high, but this one has seen 66% voter turnout. So what's happening there? Very difficult to know. We'll of course be getting you exit poll numbers in the evening. Anything more left as far as this voting percent Muslim population is concerned? All right, let's go across to then the numbers as far as the SIR is concerned. Now, why are these numbers important and why are we talking about voter turnout? Because you look at these important 7 districts. If you look at the deletions in some of them, North 24 Parganas had 8.9, 5.9 in South 24 Parganas, 6.32 in Kolkata. All of these are hubs for the TMC. This is where they get the maximum seats from. The average deletions are in this column. So anywhere from 17,000 to 57,000, 27,000. These are the numbers, absolute numbers that have been deleted. But look at the winning margins in the seats in these districts. 17,000 deleted, winning margin is 19,000, almost 20,000. So even a minor flip of the voting pattern can change the outcomes. In Purva Bardhaman, which is why I keep highlighting this district, 16,000 plus average deletions, winning margin is only around 15,000. Which is why BJP could maybe sense that a higher voter turnout here could be in their favor. Kolkata, winning average deletion is as high as 57,000. Winning margin is only 38,000. And similarly, Howrah, winning margin is more than the average deletions by 5,000. In North 24, winning margin is higher than the average deletions only by around 12,000. 43,000 winning margin in South 24, average deletions 19. Nadia 19, again average deletions, winning margin 24,000. So in these 3 at least, which is Hooghly, Purva Bardhaman, Kolkata, it could get tricky for the TMC. Aman, this data also becomes extremely important, isn't it? Because higher voter turnout combined with the SIR factor is what is throwing up everybody.
Which is giving the BJP's confidence as well.
Yes.
The BJP feels that higher turnout, higher turnout is also because Shivani, because the SIR has knocked off, nearly 90 lakh people from the record. So if there were 180 people voting earlier out of 100, now there is 80 people voting out of 90. So clearly the number is very high. The SIR deletions are very high, and more, what the TMC has been complaining that 27 lakh people filed for revisions. They went and challenged their deletion from the SIR, but all that the Election Commission has done by way of attending to those 27 lakh deletions is including only 1,600 people back in the voting records as on phase 1 and phase 2 combined. 1,640, I think, is the number, which is a very, very minuscule number. So clearly, SIR is the unknown factor, I will say, in this election. Ultimately, when the result comes, this may be a major factor on which party wins. But I still believe that we still do not know for sure which way will it cut. Will it cut the TMC? Because we are assuming that 100% of TMC voters have voted in the last election. It may be a case where 100% of TMC voters did not vote in the last election, anticipating that Mamata will anyways win. But this time, the vote is of existence. There are various anecdotal, accounts which are available where people have gone back from Delhi, from Noida, Bengalis gone back to vote in West Bengal. Many say they went to vote back for Trinamool because they feel if they do not vote this time, their name may get cut out of the SIR, which may be unfounded, but that is the fear that the people had. Also, people feel that because this SIR has happened, we need to consolidate behind Mamata Banerjee. That is one school of thought, but I think the dominant school of thought is that the majority of voters which have got cut out, maybe 50%, 60%, were actually Trinamool voters. The BJP stands to gain from the SIR exercise because some votes actually in Bengal were non-existent. These were what they call chappa votes. You are not even there, but your vote is cast. Those votes have been eliminated. So clearly, and TMC also concedes that they have suffered a setback because of the SIR in the overall, I would say, election mathematics. But I think the BJP needs more than that. As I'm saying, in a phase where the TMC has won 90 plus seats by a margin of over 10%, you just don't need SIR to win that seat. You need strong anti-incumbency on the ground.
You need a wave behind you.
So if you don't have a wave behind you, phase 2 is a region where the BJP faces the biggest challenge.
Sorry to interrupt because we're getting another piece of breaking news where Union Minister Piyush Goyal has come out with a statement on the high voter turnout, hailing the turnout in phase 2 of the Bengal elections. He has said, and I quote, 61% voting till 1 p.m. shows how free and fair the voting has been. It shows how people have been able to vote in West Bengal for the first time without fear, due to the different steps taken by the Election Commission. Mamata Banerjee's days as Chief Minister are definitely numbered. Now the people of West Bengal want development. The people of West Bengal want freedom from poverty, is the pitch coming in from the Union Minister. So, Aman, as you were pointing out, that sense of confidence coming in from the NDA camp.
See, clearly, Ayushman, the BJP leadership is very clear. As I was mentioning earlier, they feel they have won 100 plus seats in the phase 1. They need to win at least 50 seats in the phase 2. They believe if the voting turnout is as high in phase 2 as in phase 1, they stand a very good chance of forming the government. Phase 2 is a bigger challenge when it comes to voter turnout as well, because, this is an area where I said the TMC's Bahubal is even higher.
And I think we have that reaction from Piyush Goyal. Let's get to that.
पश्चिम बंगाल में एक अच्छा उज्जवल भविष्य मिलेगा। एक बजे तक 61% वोट दर्शाता है कि कैसे स्वतंत्रता से फ्री एंड फेयर वोटिंग हुई है, कैसे इलेक्शन कमीशन के अलग अलग कदम के कारण फियरलेस शायद पहली बार पश्चिम बंगाल में लोग वोट देने के लिए जा पाए। निश्चित रूप में ममता बनर्जी जी के दिन अब बहुत कम रह गए हैं मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर। अब पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता विकास चाहती है, पश्चिम बंगाल के लोग अराजकता से निजात चाहते हैं और स्वाभाविक रूप से इतनी हाई वोटिंग दिखाता है कि गुस्सा है लोगों में, गुस्सा वोट में दिख रहा है। युवा युवतियों को एक उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना है और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आने के बाद ही उन्हें विश्वास है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में एक अच्छा उज्जवल भविष्य मिलेगा।
Yeah, there, of course, they're talking about how this could be an anti-incumbency vote against the kind of government that Mamata Banerjee has run. But, Aman, what is also interesting is that this time around, despite what the charge against Mamata Banerjee has been, she hasn't really done that kind of quote-unquote Muslim appeasement in the campaign. That the charges against them is of that. But they have also been very clever to kind of, shift away from that narrative that they're only speaking for one section of the population. And they talked more about, of course, how SIR is marginalizing the most marginalized already, including, people from Matwa community, for example. Did they play that right and smartly?
I think, Shivani, that's a deliberate strategy by the TMC. As we all know that this BJP has been trying to stick the charge of Muslim appeasement on Mamata Banerjee for a very, very long time. We have seen it in past, Ram Navami not being celebrated, Durga Puja, there being curbs, that Hanuman Jayanti, there used to be curbs, which the BJP has been trying to run a campaign on that particular front. And they've said that Mamata Banerjee only bats for the Muslims. But I think Mamata Banerjee's campaign has solely been on the fact that, look, I have been your chief minister for 3 terms. I have run a good government. I have given a host of welfare schemes
yes.
especially to women. Vote for that welfare model. So much so that TMC says that our 1500 rupees scheme is so popular that BJP had to come with a counter of giving rupees 3000 to women. Why did they come up with a counter? They realized that the woman voter in Bengal is solidly behind Mamata Banerjee. That is the TMC's claim. But I would also tell you that BJP has also sensed some change of winds, because the women in Bengal also turn up and say, especially in the phase 2, the urban areas which are voting, that what will we do with rupees 1500? Where are the jobs in the state? Where is the industry in the state? Where are the other opportunities? What about women's safety? So I think all these are also issues which the BJP has been able to take to the ground amongst the people, and Muslim appeasement definitely is a major issue that the BJP has tried to stick on Mamata Banerjee, but that also consolidates, the Muslim voter behind Mamata Banerjee. I don't see the Muslim voter in West Bengal going and voting for the left or the Congress. It may be some anti-incumbency voter against Mamata Banerjee who may otherwise voted for the BJP, but in some term may vote for the left or the Congress if there is some kind of revival. The TMC feels that if there is some revival of the left on the Congress, it actually helps the TMC rather than hurting it.
Absolutely. So it seems the Vikas credentials trying to trump the welfarism coming in from the TMC in West Bengal when it comes to the battle of narratives. But Prime Minister Modi very confident about the Saffron surge, talking about the high voter turnout. Listen in.
साथियों, आज लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का भी एक अहम दिन है। बंगाल में इस समय दूसरे चरण का मतदान हो रहा है और जो खबरें आ रही हैं उनसे पता चलता है कि बंगाल में भारी मतदान हो रहा है। लंबी लंबी कतारों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया में छाई हुई है। पिछले 6-7 दशक में जो नहीं हुआ, जिसकी कल्पना भी मुश्किल थी, वैसे निर्भीक वातावरण में बंगाल में इस बार वोटिंग हो रहा है। लोग भय मुक्त होकर वोट दे रहे हैं। ये देश के संविधान और देश के मजबूत होते लोकतंत्र का पुण्य प्रतीक है और मुझे विश्वास है कि इन 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में भी भाजपा ऐतिहासिक जीत की हैट्रिक लगाने जा रही है। 4 मई के नतीजे विकसित भारत के संकल्प को मजबूत करेंगे, देश के विकास की गति को नई ऊर्जा से भरेंगे।
Interesting there, Prime Minister continuing to refer to the Bengal elections. And, you know, one thing is for sure, Aman, I think the one thing that would give them confidence, which Piyush Goyal also referred to, that at least these elections are happening with less fear. I won't say completely fearless, but less fear, less intimidation, less violence on the ground. So far from phase 1, we haven't heard that, you know, booth capturing kind of reports. In phase 2, there are some taping issues that have come up. That alone, do you think would be enough to provide a level playing field to the BJP?
Well, certainly. I think the level playing field this time has been ensured by the strong presence, I would say, of the central paramilitary forces. Shivani, there are about 2.5 lakh central paramilitary forces in Bengal. And if we compare in the Lok Sabha elections for the entire country in phases, there are about 3.5 lakh forces. So that shows the concentration of the forces which have been sent. And I think the centre has also learnt its lessons from the 2021 West Bengal election when the forces were much lesser. We saw this horrific post-poll violence also happening where BJP cadres and BJP voters were targeted by the TMC goons and syndicates, as the BJP calls them. So clearly this time the centre took no chances and forces were sent much in advance, and forces are also going to say 60 days after the elections are over. So I think
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're getting a reaction from the Congress camp as well. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has put out a statement saying that Mamata is fearing loss. That's why she is running here and there, talking about her camping outside that booth in Bhabani. Listen in to what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had to say.
इसको देखा नहीं, मतलब ये अभूतपूर्व है कि बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री इस तरीके की बूथ बूथ जाते हैं और चुनाव के दिन मतलब पूरा बेचैन तरीके से घूम रहे हैं। इसलिए लगता है मुझे कि ममता बनर्जी चुनाव जीतने में असहज महसूस कर रहा हूं और जिस तरह पैनिक डर महसूस कर रहे हैं। ये असहज महसूस करना, डर महसूस करना, इसका ही नतीजा ये होता है कि ममता बनर्जी इस तरीके के दौड़ते हुए आप देख रहे हैं, कभी यहाँ कभी वहाँ, कभी वहाँ तो कभी वहाँ। ये मतलब ममता बनर्जी के डरे हुए है लगता है मुझे।
All right, let's go across to my colleague Pallavi also. Pallavi, interesting. We were talking last phase 1, that Rahul Gandhi statement that had come out, you know, questioning Mamata Banerjee government, saying if she had worked harder or given a cleaner government, BJP wouldn't have found its foot in the door. Now, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is saying Mamata Banerjee is fearing defeat. That's why she's, you know, going around her constituency. So the Congress is also not pulling back its punches.
You know, Shivani, the interesting part is that Rahul Gandhi is finally speaking the language of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and this irony can never be lost. One of the main reasons why Adhir Chaudhary was removed as the state Congress president and was also sidelined within West Bengal politics was because he was the only one who was taking on Mamata Banerjee. That point of time, there was feedback sent to the top Congress leadership, including Rahul Gandhi, that if he keeps on speaking like this, and this was conveyed by the TMC also, we are not going to be able to work in the India bloc. That is the reason why he was asked to step aside. Someone who's considered to be more pliant to Mamata Banerjee was brought in as a state Congress chief. Today, Rahul Gandhi is using the same words which he consistently has been using. So I'm sure Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary must be feeling vindicated. I'm not very surprised at his scathing criticism of Mamata Banerjee because he's been a known Mamata baiter. He was the one who wanted that alliance with the left, but that's something she never forgave him for. But Rahul Gandhi's comment right over here in Kolkata, in Majapur, in Shahid Minar, you know, these are the minority-dominated areas, the same vote bank of Mamata Banerjee. If he had said this in, say, Hindu area, then one could have said, okay, he was actually trying to ensure that the anti-Mamata votes get divided. But here, it is Mamata Banerjee's critical vote bank to be affected. Now, if tomorrow the Trinamool Congress, Shivani, I am 100% sure that Mamata Banerjee is not going to spare Rahul Gandhi. She dedicated not had much respect for him, but this time round, all guns blazing, she's going to blame him for the defeat of the Trinamool Congress.
Absolutely. Could it be all guns blazing between the TMC and the Congress after the elections? I'm also joined by Kamalka Sengupta. Kamalka, you've been talking to the top TMC leadership. Currently, the narrative is still against the Election Commission, against the central forces, as polling is still underway. But looking at 61% till 1 p.m., what is the sense coming in from the TMC camp? Because the BJP is very confident that this is the winds of change.
Well, I was just talking to some of the TMC top leaders and they said that they feel that it is election commission versus TMC. That's what they have been saying. Also, Kalyan, we have spoken to Kalyan Banerjee. He has said that they believe that the people will come out of vote against what the election commission is doing. So clearly hitting out their guns on election commission and BJP together. Not only that, as we were discussing, Adhi Chaudhary's reaction and Pallavi was also giving her reactions on that with the Congress camp, for the Congress camp, what the Congress camp thinks. Let me tell you that Kalyan Banerjee today itself has given a very strong statement against Congress. Not only Congress, but particularly on Rahul Gandhi, stating that he is an irresponsible leader. He came to Bengal and he made certain comment which is hurting Trinamool Congress. So, you know, one thing is very clear, that within the India bloc, there is a big crack. There was never very good relationship with Congress and Trinamool as far as Bengal is concerned. But now the Trinamool Congress has realized that as far as Malda Murshidabad is concerned, there the Congress might hurt them, and the Rahul Gandhi's statements coming that day, and also thereafter, and having such campaigns in those areas, hitting them. And Kalyan Banerjee told me, and on camera he said that we have never had such a irresponsible leader of opposition, which he spoke to me exclusively, and he mentioned that.
Yes, you know, interesting what's playing out between India bloc allies, and this election is crucial for Mamata Banerjee, because if she wants that greater position in the India alliance nationally, she has to win another term in Bengal. Otherwise, it would be put paid to those hopes. But we leave it at that. I do thank all of our colleagues for joining us, Aman, and it's a goodbye from me and Ayushman. But news and updates and our continuous coverage continues.
Scripting history in an unprecedented manner. Stalin seeking a second term and Vijay's youth appeal.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarya, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastard. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. Again challenging her, again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters, and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the election commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely, if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place, but still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the election commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground, given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron party. Let's take you state by state, ladies.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into CNN News 18. You're watching our non-stop coverage here on the second phase of polling in West Bengal. Like every single election, unfortunately, this one too has been marred by violence and clashes. We'll get you all of those details. I'm Poonam Burde. With me in the studios is Nabila Jamal and my colleague Aman Sharma, who will be joining us as well. But first up, a quick check of the headlines. West Bengal records nearly 61% voter turnout till 1 p.m. Long queues seen across all 142 constituencies.
While hailing the second phase polling in Bengal and pointing out at large queues in front of booths, Prime Minister Modi claimed that people are free of fear and are coming to vote in huge numbers.
Union Minister Piyush Goyal hails the turnout, calls it a symbol of free and fair voting, says Mamata Banerjee's days as the Chief Minister are numbered.
Congress Murshidabad phase, Adhir Ranjan slams Mamata Banerjee, says the Chief Minister is fearing loss. That's why she's running here and there, everywhere.
BJP alleges EVM tampering in Falta, claims party buttons were taped to block votes. West Bengal CEO confirms repolls will be ordered if irregularities are verified.
Violence and confusion in Hooghly, Howrah and Nadia after EVM glitches. Allegations of delayed voting trigger clashes, forcing the CRPF personnel to detain multiple agitators.
6 crude bombs recovered near booth number 35 in Ketugram Assembly constituency. NIA teams in touch with security forces, closely monitoring the situation.
Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari in a high-voltage face-off in Bhawanipur as both leaders personally monitor booths.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee camps outside a booth in her constituency, accuses centre of deploying outsiders to spread terror, accuses BJP of using central agencies to intimidate Trinamool voters.
Suvendu Adhikari alleges that the TMC goons are scaring away Hindu voters in sensitive zones, claims Sanatani resistance will prevail despite attempts to rig the final phase through bogus voting tactics. His allegations.
Ahead of results in Tamil Nadu, TVK Chief Vijay arrives at Shirdi, visits the Shirdi Sai Baba temple. A record voter turnout of 61.1% has been reported until 1 p.m. We're now at 3 and we'll get those fresh details in just a few minutes from now. But it is 3 more hours to go before polls close. Citizens are turning out in large numbers in West Bengal despite the widespread violence and unrest. In Falta, the BJP accused the Trinamool Congress of tampering with EVMs, alleging that the lotus symbol was deliberately obscured with tape to undermine their vote share. Election Commission sources now acknowledge that prima facie there seems to be evidence that supports this claim and they will consider repolling in those affected booths.
Well, the turbulence does extend though beyond Falta in Bhawanipur, Kolkata, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee herself is contesting. She staged a dramatic sit-in protest after confrontation with her opposition, BJP Suvendu Adhikari. She cites voter intimidation. Meanwhile, we also saw violence that erupted across the state of West Bengal, beta on charges in Galsi, clashes over EVM malfunctions in Howrah, and allegations of booth capturing by ISF agents in Nadia. And despite the chaos, sheer scale of voter participation really is impressive. It underscores the intensity of this election. Let's hear it from our reporters on the ground.
Here right now again drama in Bhawanipur as the place where Shubhendu Adhikari came in and there was some resorted to lathi charge. High drama in Bhawanipur, as you can see, police in one side and number of supporters of TMC, they on the other side. This is just behind Mamata Banerjee's residence. And you can see that the police is trying to remove all the protesters out here. And there is a chaos out here. आप बताइए क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ?
ওই সুবন্ধুর গাড়ি চুরি করতে পারিনি বলে এই ঝামেলাটা করছে প্রত্যেকবারে করে এরকম
आप लोग बोलिए आप लोग क्यों आए?
हम लोग तो आया काहे गाँव में हाथ दिया हम लोग तो शांति भाव में वोट होता था वो काहे आया इसलिए झमेला करने के लिए देखो ना आ रहा সকাল থেকে পরিপূর্ণ করে ভোট দেওয়া হচ্ছে শান্তশিষ্ট করে বারবার এসে হচ্ছে খাওয়াচ্ছে বারবার শুধু ভয় দেখাচ্ছে
Mamata saying that they were normal vote was taking place, but suddenly all this thing has happened. As you can see, police is going inside each and every gully and trying to create a domination. This is clearly another drama. That side is Mamata Banerjee's residence, and this side is high drama. Shubhendu Adhikari came in, and there were Joy Bangla slogans. Shubhendu Adhikari immediately called up the election commission, and then there were also sloganing going on, and then the central forces resorted to lathi charge thereafter. But as you can see, the tension is still high, and all the central forces and others, they are trying to handle the situation. Here Shubhendu Adhikari is claiming that here people came to attack him. That's what his claim is there. On the other hand, you can see central forces and security personnel are here. So high drama again in Bhawanipur. So what happened here? क्या हुआ यहाँ पे?
Our leader of opposition, he came for I think he was covering from booth to booth, and then there was some chaos. Police interfered, and it is cleared now.
So police had to resort to lathi charge?
No, not at all.
So was it an attack on the LOP, or it was there were slogans?
Slogans only.
So now the situation under control, right?
It's totally.
All right, we have some big news coming in. In fact, in South 24 Paraganas, West Bengal, voter alleges of being threatened by TMC supporters and later complaining to the police observer Ajaypal Sharma. The voter says, we hear that attackers were from the TMC and that he was attacked after casting his vote while returning. He claims that the TMC supporters thought that he supported a different party. Well, let's listen in what the worker has to say before I bring in Aman on this.
ভোট দেনে গেলে ভোট দিয়ে বাড়ি আসছি তখন আমাকে ওটা সন্দেহ করে যে আমি অন্য পার্টি করি হয়তো স্যার বললে আমি থেকে লেঙ্গে
Pallavi, Ajaypal is already being accused by the TMC of trying to use muscle power to sort of, threaten or rather intimidate voters of the TMC. And here you have another TMC supporter who says that the TMC itself attacked the voter because they thought the voter was voting for someone else. It's so absurd. The observer Ajaypal Sharma gets this complaint.
So, I was in Panihati a short while back, and that is where Abhaya's mother is contesting from. And over there also I saw the same similar kind of a chaos. A candidate is allowed to go from polling booth to polling booth because that's a last-ditch effort to make at campaigning. And there was a particular spot where I certainly saw two segments of the TMC people coming in and they confronted each other by mistake. But at the same time, when they realized that mistake, they went and started jostling with Abhaya's mother, Ratna Devnath, and told her that you have no right to interact with the voters here. So what is it really happening on the ground? Again, in stark contrast to the first phase, which is largely being seen as something which is a stronghold, where the BJP did very well. As far as the second phase is concerned, this has been considered to be the TMC area. And this is where the stakes are extremely high for the Trinamool Congress. The Trinamool Congress's calculation is that if they have faced any kind of a setback in the first phase, they're going to try and make it up in the second phase, which is why you're seeing some of the biggest, aggression of the TMC cadre actually happening in the second phase. Bhawanipur, pockets of Diamond Harbour, also which I saw in Panihati and so on and so forth. Of course, it's giving rise to confusion. What is it that being the biggest complaint against the TMC, according to BJP, is a level of intimidation. That their voters, either they're not allowed to go out of their house, they are told that you have to stay inside. because if we are not sure that they're going to vote for us, then you might as well not go out and vote. And there have been stories, umpteen number of them, Nabila, of their votes have been cast on their behalf by TMC leaders. That is something which was a big challenge for the EC, which they've tried to sort out. SIR is a different issue. This is something which is within the realm of the Election Commission also to ensure that jiske naam ka vote hai, wohi vote dale. That is what was being said by the Election Commission. That's one. Second is, obviously, as I said, that this is the second phase. This is a do or die phase for the TMC and also for the BJP. But the TMC has used its traditional style of making the workers go to the booth and ensure, one, prohibit those who may not vote for the TMC, who are voting for change, to even go and cast their vote, and also create so much of hangama that people are scared to even go out and cast their vote, which is why post-lunch, what is going to be the figure of voting percentage, because people take a break for lunch and then they're going to come back to vote, that will be very significant.
Now, given that we've seen this kind of violence and seen these kind of allegations that have come to the fore, Pallavi, it's not just limited to one particular booth or one particular constituency. Unfortunately, it has come through from across those through the day. It is also a pattern that we're seeing intensified in this phase, isn't it? I mean, the first phase didn't see as many instances of violence or clashes.
Yes, and that's why, I said that this reason why they're seeing this pattern is also in stark contrast to the first phase. The second phase is even more critical for the Trinamool Congress as it is for the BJP. I mean, if both of them obviously have done their own arithmetic and both of them must have come to their own conclusion. And, in case they feel that, we need the last push, that last push comes in the second phase, which is why you're seeing those tempers on the ground. I mean, as Kamalika has been reporting, very rarely do you see this kind of a confrontation, which we saw between, say, Mamata Banerjee and her supporters on one hand, and Suvendu Adhikari and his supporters on the other.
All right, Pallavi, we're going to get more of the news coming in from West Bengal, and it's become a tutu meme situation, and that's what we have here. TMC workers now, on the other hand, in North 24 Paraganas, allege that BJP workers are threatening them amid voting for second phase. And that's the big news that we're tracking here, that in West Bengal elections for the second phase, TMC workers now in North 24 Paraganas are alleging that BJP workers are threatening them amid voting for second phase. Kamalika Sengupta, give us more on this. Tutu meme in West Bengal, TMC claiming BJP threatening us, BJP claiming TMC threatening us. What happens to law and order, and what's with this case specifically?
See, let me first tell you that this is something very interesting. And if you see the optics, it's only, till now, it was only one-sided. It was only the allegations where the opposition parties, be it left or be it BJP, they used to say that, okay, TMC is not allowing us to vote. Now, this is another election, and a lot of new things are happening in this election, that the TMC is claiming that the BJP is not allowing them to vote. Now, that is very interesting, because this is generally not, this type of complaints generally does not come in. The intimidation factor is always always the allegation is against TMC, not BJP. So if we see the political optics, that means the BJP has gained strength there. That's why there is this intimidation tactics. If we don't go into the law and order and just think about the political optics. This is one side. Second is, still I will say that covering all through the years in Bengal, that today also, till now, keeping our fingers crossed, there is no dead bodies. There is no lash, nothing like that till now. So that is one, is very, thumbs up to Election Commission and the forces together for that. Second important thing, which Pallavi was also pointing out, that this is the last try. This is the last push, which all the parties have to give. And this is the strong dominating area of Mamata Banerjee's party. But we see that we were talking to Kalyan Banerjee, he said Mamata Banerjee used to come and do such type of voting in the 80s and 90s. But then Mamata Banerjee was not the Mamata Banerjee. Now she's the chief minister for the third time, and she had to go out early in the morning. For what? That definitely is the question. For what Suvendu Adhikari is roaming around in every booth, and there is tension there. I'll not say it's a big violence, but definitely tension, drama, all there.
We have the TMC worker who's spoken to the media as well. Kamalika, stay with us. Let's hear it from the TMC worker who complains.
लग रहा है इलेक्शन हार गई है, उसीलिए गाड़ी में गुंडा लेके आई है, हम जैसे आम वोटर को वोट देने नहीं दे रहा है। वो गाड़ी से उतर के, उनका गाड़ी से एक आदमी उतर के सबको धमकी दे रहा है, गुंडा लेके। आप लोग यहाँ पे कहाँ जा रहे हैं? कोई आर्मी पर्सनल नहीं था, वो आम वोटर को धमका रहा है, वो आम वोटर को धमका रही है उनका गाड़ी से, और वो चुप है, अभी भी उनका साथ है, वो अभी भी उनका साथ है। अब जाइए उनसे पूछिए वो आदमी कौन है।
Allegations coming in from both sides. Who is actually to blame? We don't know just yet. The Election Commission, of course, is taking a look at it. But the fact of the matter is these clashes, these sporadic instances of violence have unfortunately come to the fore. But one interesting thing, and I want to get in Aman on that Kamalika was also pointing to, is the kind of patrolling that Mamata Banerjee has been doing. I mean, this is not something that we've seen her do for several years now. Why do you think that is? What is your reading of the kind of stance that she's taken today?
Because I think, Poonam, she thinks there's a fight on her hands this time. You know, Mamata Banerjee usually, as Kamalika was reporting earlier, used to get out of her home around 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, go in Bhabanipur, cast her vote around 5 p.m. That has been the drill in the previous years. But I think she's also learned the lesson from Nandigram the last time when Shuvendu Adhikari shocked everybody and defeated her from Nandigram. Shuvendu Adhikari has now shifted to Bhabanipur, is putting up a rather spirited fight in that seat against Mamata Banerjee, though I think Shuvendu Adhikari still has his backs to his wall in the seat because Mamata Banerjee has won from here multiple times. This is her home seat. But, you know, bigger miracles have happened in the last election. We've seen people like even Arvind Kejriwal, former Chief Minister, lose from his particular seat of New Delhi. So anything is possible in politics, and that is why I think we saw Mamata Banerjee stepping out at 8:45 a.m. today, going from booth to polling booth in her constituency, even sitting outside one booth, making all sorts of allegations, saying that the central forces are stopping her voters from coming out and from voting. So I think she realizes also that second phase is her fortress. She needs to protect it, because if the Trinamool suffers losses in the second phase, after what many say that BJP has made gains in the first phase, it could be curtains for Trinamool in this election. So she knows what is at stake, and that is why we see her out there telling her voters, trying to also, I think, enthuse her voters that they need to come out in larger numbers. She herself is sitting at a polling booth. So she's telling her voter, look, if I can sit at a polling booth at 8:45 in the morning, what's stopping you from coming out of your house and actually voting for me? So I think it's also a move to rally her voters in this particular constituency, and also send a message across the state that the Trinamool is not on any back foot. It's actually playing this election on the front foot, and their leader is out and about in Bhabanipur in this fight she's facing from Shuvendu.
So we have some breaking coming in from Bhabanipur. Speaking to reporters, BJP's candidate Shuvendu Adhikari says, and I quote, "When some Bangladeshi origin Muslims saw me, they started raising slogans as their names were not on the voter list. They were shouting, 'Joy Bangla.' I allowed them to speak for about 15 minutes, asking them to continue and let it be recorded on camera as well. Because of this, around 10,000 votes have shifted in my favor." Earlier in the day, tension erupted at the polling booth in Bhabanipur after BJP candidate Shuvendu Adhikari entered the premises, and people present raised slogans saying "Joy Bangla." Aman, from what it appears, it looks like Shuvendu Adhikari is not just exuding confidence, but his words are very strategically chosen. You know, for him to say, because of that negative slogan airing, I bet I will get 10,000 in my favor. That's, you know, a very planned, thoughtful strategy to say it in the middle of polling day.
Well, in the run-up also to today, Nabila, Shuvendu Adhikari has been running a very spirited campaign, as I said, in Bhabanipur. He knows this is a very difficult seat for him, but he has been handpicked by Home Minister Amit Shah to fight from this seat, because the BJP feels if they can corner Mamata Banerjee in Bhabanipur and if they can actually go ahead and defeat her, it could be the biggest upset in this election. Also shows the way the West Bengal, which way the wind is blowing. But in Bhabanipur also, I was hearing to Shuvendu Adhikari earlier today in the morning when he said that Hindus are being stopped by the Trinamool Congress cadres from coming and voting. So clearly, it is left to nobody's imagination which vote bank Shuvendu Adhikari is appealing to for them to vote.
It's a psychological game also to say that negative slogan airing is only going to be proving beneficial for him. Listen in what he says.
बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान घुसपैठिया जिनका नाम डिलीट हो गया वो लोग कर रहा था।
लेकिन टीएमसी के लोगों का आरोप है कि आप खुद वहाँ बूथ पे काफी देर तक पहुंचे और आपने बवाल करने की कोशिश।
ये कैंडिडेट के बूथ में नहीं जाएगा, ममता नहीं घुमा। मैं 14 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 70 बूथ में, ममता बनर्जी 4 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 20 बूथ में। तो उनको भी राइट है 267 में जाने के लिए, 96 वो वोटिंग सेंटर है, मेरा भी राइट्स है। मैं तो पत्रकार आप लोग को भी मैं गुंजाइश किया, ये बाहर रहो, वोटर को मत डिस्टर्ब करो। वो 50-60 आदमी लेकर घूम रहा था, मैं जब गया था घर में घुस गया। क्यों? असीम बोस का घर में बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान मुझे देख के उनका वोटर लिस्ट से नाम चला गया ना, इसलिए थोड़ा बांग्लादेश का जो मुसलमान का स्लोगन है जय बांग्ला कर रहा था, मैं काफी 15 मिनट तो अलाउ किया, बोलने दीजिए कैमरा में। इसमें तो मेरा 10,000 वोट बढ़ गया ना। हिंदू जाग चुका है, सब हिंदू तांता लगा रहा है, बोले हमारी हिंदू भाई के ऊपर अत्याचार कर रहा है मुसलमान लोग, हम लोग को पहले वोट दे देना चाहिए हिंदू भाई को। मेरा तो फायदा ही हुआ। और उसका बाद जब सेक्टर ऑफिसर आया, आरओ आया, सबको मैं फोन करके ऑब्जेक्शन किया। वो लोग जब आया तब मैं उनको वहाँ एक नाला है, नाला के अंदर घुसा के आया।
बहुत सारी महिलाओं को आगे कर दिया गया था, क्या जानबूझकर प्लानिंग के तहत आप महिलाओं को आगे किया गया आपके सामने?
ना महिला नहीं था, 2-4 महिला था। हिंदू आपका लड़का था, सब मुसलमान, ये भारतीय मुसलमान नहीं है।
क्या भवानीपुर में नंदीग्राम रिपीट हो रहा है?
Kamalika, the kind of stance that Suvendu Adhikari has taken, polarizing one at that, as many would say, and that's the theme that he has kept through the day, isn't it? I mean, that's something that he said early this morning as well, where he claimed that Hindu Sanatani voters were being terrorized and intimidated by the TMC.
Absolutely. He has only taken the Hindu line since yesterday. When we spoke to him yesterday in the evening when he went to Gurdwara, he said, see, tomorrow I have my exam and I believe that all Hindus will be united and I'll get the blessings and I'll win. Today in the morning when we talked to him, he said that I'm going to win. That's what he said. And most interestingly, when he was roaming around, when Mamata Banerjee was inside and he was outside, when I asked him that what is happening, you are also coming here, she's there. Then also he pointed out and he said that she is intimidating the Hindu voters. And I've come from that. And let me tell you, the ward in which Mamata Banerjee was camping, that is the 70 ward, is a ward where Saffron gives lead in the Lok Sabha polls. And then again in the afternoon when we spoke to him, while he was, while it was raining and all, and that point of time also he said he's very sure that Hindus are voting for him. And now, for the fourth time when this Bhawanipur episode happened, and now when the Joy Bangla slogan was given to him, he is saying that all of them were minorities, Hindus are united, and he's getting more Hindu vote. So Shubhendu Adhikari clearly taking this line and just following that. That is very much interesting.
Absolutely. Kamalika, do stay on with us. We have some more information that's now trickling in. Let's get you details of what's transpiring in the Monteshwar Assembly constituency. This is in East Bardhaman. In booth number 35, allegations have been made against the Trinamool Congress candidate for using tape to cover the BJP candidate's picture and disable the voting button. The voting process was halted for some time because of these allegations. We're given to understand that EC forces, the police administration are at the scene. Kamalika continues to be with us, getting us those details. Kamalika, has the voting been still stalled? Has it resumed? What more details can you share with us about these allegations?
See, this is one thing we would like to stress. As in Falta also this thing happened. This is probably the new technique of those people who wants to disturb the vote. You know, the tape on the EVM, that is, I think, the new thing which has come up because the people or the miscreants will not be able to do anything in the booth. So this is one new thing. What we are coming to know that the election commission has been told and the voting will resume. And one thing is very clear that has been told by election commission time and again that if certain complaints like this, tapes on certain political parties button or something like this is there, then one thing is clear, there will be repoll. That is what was Ganesh Kumar's stand from the very first day. Now, if there is a problem, then there will be a repoll. If then second day also there is a problem, again there will be a repoll. And mind it, this has also been stressed from Election Commission that the second time when the repoll will take place, the CAPF will be more, because this vote will be over, that one booth will have more CRPF and more security so that no untoward incident happens. So I'm sure first time, on first phase, there was no repoll, but this time with the tape episode coming up, there's definitely going to be repoll.
Right, Kamalika, stay on with us. We have more information that's now coming in.
Tensions during the second phase of voting in Canning. In fact, voting has been halted at booth number 112 in Canning West. It's being reported that voting has been stopped for nearly an hour. Protests are now ongoing there in opposition to the alleged beating of a panchayat head. Protests are also taking place around the central forces. So basically, central forces are deployed. They are trying to secure the zone, but yet women there in a scuffle, if I could say. They're literally facing off with the CRPF. Kamalika joins us for more on that. In Canning West, Kamalika, we are seeing a fight breaking out and voting has been halted for nearly an hour. What happened?
See, this is also another area, South 24 Pargana, Canning. These are areas where there has been large-scale allegation of intimidation over the years. And this is another thing, let me tell you that this was probably something which has been told in Trinamool's campaign time and again, that, you know, if there is some problem, then the women should protest, women should get out. And here we see that, you know, large number of women, they are trying to protest in front of the CAPFs. That is something which was probably in the strategy of Trinamool Congress, and what we are getting it from the Trinamool Congress. We are talking to the top leadership that they believe that this time it is the CAPF is doing excess. That's what their version is. Their version is it is now CAPF versus the Trinamool Congress, not BJP versus Trinamool Congress. And here you have, you know, there are voters, there are supporters, Karyakartas of Trinamool Congress who are actually doing this protest. And there is an allegation from Trinamool Congress that large number of their supporters, their councillors, their sabhapatis have been picked up by the election commission. So, you know, it's not an election, but it's quite clear this is a war. And let me tell you, this apprehension was there in the second phase, that this is, you know, do or die situation. For the Trinamool Congress, they have to, you know, actually protect their kursi. They are going to fight all out for that. That's what they have been doing. On the other hand, the BJP is also very confident, and in its 142 seats, they want to increase their number 100% so that they get to the magic number. So definitely a very interesting election. But what you can see right now is a reflection of what has happened during the campaign. The Trinamool Congress have told their supporters and Karyakartas that come what may, you go and cast your vote. Nobody can stop you for vote, and all these things were there. So when a leader is being beaten up or something like that, you see such a reaction on ground.
All right.
Right, Kamalika, for the moment, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll, of course, keep our eye out on what's transpiring. The numbers of the turnout up until 3 p.m. will also just be coming out, and we'll update you with those. But for now, it's time for a quick pause in this broadcast.
Scripting history in an unprecedented manner.
Stalin seeking a second term and Vijay's youth appeal.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarya, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastard. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. Again challenging her, again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood, as we spoke to him a couple of times. He said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in a right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters, and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely, if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place, but still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron party. Let's take you state by state, ladies and gentlemen. 6% a win ratio in favor of the BJP alliance under the ambit of the NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, propelling the BJP to the 66% a win ratio that we can see in different parts of the country. So high voter turnout has resulted in victory for the BJP is what the numbers are indicating. If we go ahead when it comes to state by state to understand how this moves ahead when it comes to this high voter turnout, the 66% win ratio is always in favor of the BJP. You can see the different states from Maharashtra to even Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, and even Odisha, as well as Andhra Pradesh. You can see the wins that have turned in favor of the BJP because of high voter turnout, and 66%, above the 50% mark, is the win ratio in favor of the Saffron party.
Yes, you know, Ayushman, what's interesting is that this figure that you are showing for our viewers on the screen, 66% is the win ratio for the BJP. If you look at states where high
Staying with us here on this edition, our non-stop coverage on Bengal elections continues. We're getting information now coming in. BJP's candidate from Entali constituency, Priyanka Tibrewal, has now come out and said that in a small polling booth, 6 TMC polling agents, 1 BJP, 1 CM and 1 Congress were present. Along with them, there were 5 polling staff members, making the room extremely crowded. There was no privacy given to voters because of the TMC agents. Despite there being requests made for them to leave, the TMC agents did not leave, is an allegation that the BJP candidate is now making.
देखिए, आज सुबह जब हम लोग गए क्लासरूम में जहां पर वोट हो रहा था, वहां पर ये टीबी हॉस्पिटल पड़ता है, वहां की घटना है। वहां इतने छोटे क्लासरूम में 6 जन टीएमसी के एजेंट, 5 डमी और एक उसका टीएमसी का, 6 जन वो, एक मेरा एजेंट 7, एक सीपीएम का 8, कांग्रेस का 9 और इंडिपेंडेंट के एक आध और थे, ऐसे 10 जन, 10-11 जन उस क्लासरूम में 5 लोग से ज्यादा प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर को लेने के बावजूद।
We have some news coming in on the voter turnout in Bengal. As of 3 p.m. in phase 2 polling in West Bengal, 78.68% have cast their vote. Impressive turnout, 78.6%. As of phase 1, we see the difference there. In fact, there's hardly any. 78% even in phase 1 voted, 78% even in phase 2 at 3 p.m. have voted. Maybe a little higher this time in phase 2, Aman?
Well, yeah, the figures are actually mirroring each other. Even 1 p.m. the figure was almost similar. 3 p.m. also the figure is similar. So it seems that by 6 p.m. when the voting actually ends, the voting in phase 2 will also be well above 90%. Could be 92%. 93% was the phase 1 figure. So I think overall these high turnout figures would be making BJP very happy, because the Prime Minister has also spoken at his rally earlier in Hardoi. Various congratulated Bengal's voters for coming out and voting in larger numbers. BJP believes that it is the voters of the BJP which are coming out in large numbers and voting without any fear.
But TMC says the voters are have decided that they want to consolidate against the BJP, and they want to teach them a lesson after the SIR deliberately targeted. This is Mamata's words and TMC's words, deliberately targeted TMC vote bank.
See, there are two theories, Nabila, very clearly. The number one theory is BJP's theory. They feel that the SIR has put out 90 lakh voters out of the rolls. Most of these were TMC voters. This time the voting percentage anyways had to go high, because SIR eliminated many of these dead or duplicate voters. So anyways the voter percentage was to rise. But BJP believes the extra bump to the voter percentage, for example, even in the phase 1 from the last time, in absolute numbers, nearly 24 lakh more people have voted in phase 1. So BJP believes that those 24 lakh in phase 1 are majorly its voters. They have been able to come out because they don't have any fear. They don't have any fear of reprisals post the election, that they could be targeted because they voted for the BJP. The strong presence of 2.5 lakh central paramilitary forces in West Bengal is giving that confidence. On the other side, the flip side, the TMC says that this is actually a consolidation of its voter. Not every TMC voter may have come out and voted in the last election, but this time the TMC voter feels that if it doesn't come out and vote, it may not get a chance to vote again due to the SIR issue. We've had anecdotal accounts how migrants, Bengali migrants from Delhi, from Noida, from various parts of the country have gone back, and most of them have said they have gone back to vote for the TMC because they don't want their vote to get cut out as it has been cut out for many other lakhs of people under the SIR. So I think there's a flip side to it, both sides to it. Arunima can be, can weigh in more on the high turnout figure.
And Arunima, I want to ask you this, speaking of the SIR exercise, when there was this arbitration that was going on, a lot of voters were left out of this exercise, and the TMC cried foul, saying that, you're leaving such a large chunk out because you didn't have a redressal mechanism in time. Despite that, we're seeing such a high turnout, both in phase 1, the phase 2 one could be much closer to that figure as well.
78.68, almost inching towards the 80% mark by 3 p.m. So on an average, since the time voting has begun, we are seeing in every hour 10% voter turnout. So from 18% numbers that we got at now 9 a.m. At 11 a.m. it went up to 40%, and then now by an increase of almost 40% more. So closer to 80%. We have the last 2 hours left. So, if you go by this 10% increase every hour, we are almost inching towards breaking perhaps the first phase of poll records. But the afternoon heat, all our colleagues on the ground there, Pallavi, Kamalika, Payal, they have been reporting that the heat is unbearable. So that perhaps is the reason why we saw a slight dip in the peak afternoon, but this is expected to pick up. Also, every voter knows that by 5 p.m. if you are in the queue, you will be allowed to vote, even if it is 6 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock. So will we see a late evening surge? That's the other thing. And as far as SIR is concerned, yes, there is an acceptance on ground that a lot of people feel that there is a stake in these elections beyond their political choices. The stake is their own, existence as citizens of India to get the direct benefit transfers that government allows. Because if your name is not there on the voter list, subsequently there could be some concerns about you being in the NPR, the National Population Register, whenever that is made. Or like Mamata Banerjee right at the start said, that SIR is actually NRC. So all of those concerns have resulted in people having a stake in coming out and voting, ensuring that their vote is cast. And perhaps for the first time since independence, we are going to see numbers. First phase records since independence have already been broken. All indications that phase 2, that record could be reset as well.
Interesting. That's very interesting. People coming out to vote also because they want to ensure that their name is on the list. So it's doubly important for them this time. And Pallavi, if you can give us your sense on 78.6% voter turnout as of 3 p.m. What's the trend generally in South Bengal, in Kolkata, areas like Kolkata? People come out early or nice and late, peacefully strolling in the evening?
No, actually, Kolkata and much of Bengal begins very early. I mean, you can see people very busy on the streets of 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. And in fact, when I was there at the first polling booth at around 6:30 a.m., I did see people already beginning to line up, even though they knew that the polling booth opens at 7 a.m. Like most cities, Kolkata, actually, I would say has been a little bit different. In Mumbai, Delhi, there has often been a complaint of a low voter turnout, that people complain, but they don't go out and cast their vote. Kolkata always tells a different story because Kolkata is not really an urban only constituency. Kolkata has many angles to it, many facets to it, and there are people from all walks of life. So you find a rural element in many parts of Kolkata, the old Kolkata, the new urban Kolkata. I would actually look at figures coming in from the satellite town like Newtown and Rajarhat. I suspect the voter turnout would be relatively lower in comparison.
In fact,
to
Aman
the rest
has
of
the
Kolkata.
district-wise voter turnout as well. Aman, would you want to read out the district?
Well, yes, on the ECI website, we now know that Purb Bardhaman district is the one reporting the highest voting percentage at nearly 83.1%. That's quite a high figure, a very key area, also a TMC stronghold. Hooghly district, for example, 80.77%. Again, a very strong TMC stronghold. TMC, in fact, won all the seats in Hooghly district the last time. There also 80.77% is the voting percentage. Nadia, another very big TMC stronghold, 79.79% is the voting percentage. Again, almost 80%. It's reaching there. So most of these key districts, I would say, for the TMC are also reporting a very, very high percentage. Kolkata South is on the lower side at about 75.38%. But then this is a primarily urban constituency. So it's understandable why it's below the average. But I think the 3 to 4 districts which are the strongholds of the Trinamool, Purb Bardhaman, Hooghly, as well as Howrah are showing very high voting percentages.
And whether those queues continue now or no, we don't know just yet. But Kamalika, I believe, is also on ground. And Kamalika, since this morning, you've been taking us through the kind of queues that were the kind of long serpentine queues, in fact, in some of the booths that we've seen since this morning, especially in Bhawanipur. What is the sense that you're getting in from where you are at the moment? Are those queues continuing?
See, right now I am in that area in that booth where Mamata Banerjee sometimes from now will come and cast her vote here. That is the metro institution. That is where she's going to cast her vote. But let me tell you, as far as the percentage is concerned, the percentage is generally high, but this second phase was very much important for both the sides, both for the TMC and for the BJP. As a number percentage that's coming out from Bardhaman, that is very important. Hooghly, that is very important. Nadia, that is very important. And here also, a little while ago, I went to talk to some of the people in the booths, and large number of women are there. It was scorching heat and the temperature was high. But there was line and they were all happy because they believe that voting is right. I will just share a story with you. The pilot who is driving our car, the office car, he was very upset around 12 o'clock when we were running around for Bhawanipur, this and all these things. At that point of time, he told me, I have to cast my vote, come what may, I can leave my job, but have to cast my vote because this time it is important. So this is the emotion which is there on ground. Everybody in Bengal this time feels we have to vote. I have also not casted my vote till now because in the morning I'm doing all the coverage and all. So this is the sentiment which is there, and I can personally say that I thought that I'll cast my vote in the morning and come, but I couldn't do. And that's the emotion on the ground. That everybody, and my driver told me I'm going to leave my job, but I have to vote. And then I have to leave him. And that's the interesting thing which I have seen this time.
Amazing. But do not miss your chance. Please exercise your franchise. No matter what, Kamalika, you must cast your vote. But stay with us. We have a big news that we are tracking at the moment. West Bengal State LOP, leader of opposition and BJP candidate from Bhawanipur and Nandigram, Suvendu Adhikari says, and I quote, "Hooligans attacked me at booth number 217. Mamata's goons are not voters. They're all outsiders." This is basically in line with Suvendu earlier saying that Bangladeshi Muslims whose names have been deleted off the list are sloganeering against me. These are people who are not eligible to vote, and these are hooligans who are TMC supporters. Listen in.
They are not the voters. They all are outsiders. Hooligans attacked me booth number 217. जय हिंद भवन। आप दिखाइए ना कौन लोग है दादा, ये लोग कौन लोग है जो बाहर से आया?
Mamata, these allegations coming in from Suvendu Adhikari, I mean, it's one thing to make allegations, but it's quite another for an official complaint, so to say, being filed with the observers there, with the State Election Commission, for any action to be taken. Can we expect that to happen?
Yes, when Suvendu Adhikari was on that area where the problem started and about whom he is speaking about, just behind Mamata Banerjee's residence, he called the Election Commission there from that region and from that place, that very place. So definitely they'll be initiating, obviously, an official complaint. But let me tell you that Suvendu Adhikari is trying to go in every booth, every alley and gullies and to try to show his voters that, know what it is Bhawanipur. I am also there. If you are my voter, come and vote. That's what his mood is. That's what we can make out. He's going everywhere. He's saying that have you voted for me? Not near the booth, but away from the booth, and then patting everybody. So Mamata Banerjee wants to play till the last ball with every effort. That's what has been seen, that even after 3 times she's the chief minister and she's the incumbent chief minister. What I came to know from the top sources in TMC, that she told last night that she wants to go, and she wants to also go and visit the booths, which she used to do in the 80s. So that is what is very interesting. Where is she? And this I remember when Aman came to Calcutta, that was the first time when we started using that this is Bhawanipur is the Kurukshetra. And let me tell you, in this Mahabharat, I can only say that this is the Kurukshetra, Bhawanipur, and where we are seeing that both the candidates are playing till the last ball.
All right, Kamalika. We're slipping into a short break. Please do get your vote done. That's priority number 1. On that note, we're going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more from West Bengal.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning. So in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out. She sat in Chakrabarya. Suvendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastard. Suvendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. Again challenging her, again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place, but still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground, given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron party. Let's take you state by state, ladies and gentlemen. 6% a win ratio in favor of the BJP alliance under the ambit of the NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, propelling the BJP to the 66% a win ratio that we can see in different parts of the country. So high.
Thank you so much for staying with us. The clock is ticking as far as West Bengal goes. A little over 2 hours left for everyone who hasn't cast their ballot just yet. But it looks like even in phase 2, the intensity has been maintained. Voters are turning out in large numbers. There are serpentine queues that we're seeing even in the afternoon heat across several constituencies that vote today. So here are what the numbers stand at. 78.6% is the latest coming in as far as 3 p.m. is concerned. This was recorded about 40 minutes from right now. This has consistently been the case with all constituencies, or at least most districts that we have seen across West Bengal. In 2021, remember, the overall figure was at about 81%. That could be very well surpassed, and much more that could be recorded. In Bhawanipur, which is the prestige seat, a fight between the sitting chief minister and the man who hopes to be the next chief minister, at 3 p.m., 75.6% voter turnout was recorded there. In Howrah, 77.7%, close to 78. That could surge past the 80% mark in another 2 hours as well. Kolkata North, once again, 78% being recorded. So like I said, it's a pattern. It looks like in most cases, over and above 75% is what has been recorded. Kolkata South again, 75.3% recorded at about 3 p.m. A little over 2 more hours to go in Nadia. Despite the kind of violence, glitches in EVMs that we witnessed and that were reported, close to 80% people have already voted in that district. In North 24 Parganas, again 74% voting up until 3 p.m. Perhaps there will be a little bit of a lull for the next 2 hours, but in the last 1 hour, we could see more voters trying to come into these booths and cramming in to ensure that they get their vote. So as of 3 p.m., 78.68%, 79 almost, is the voter turnout that has been recorded by West Bengal. Will it surpass its phase 1 voter turnout of 93%? That's something that we will wait and find out, because our non-stop coverage here on CNN News 18 continues. For now though, time for a quick break.
In this election, incumbents can't afford to be complacent. Join me, Sumant Raman, as I separate political rhetoric from ground reality.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarya, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastion. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. Again challenging her, again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes. But there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place. But still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission has said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron party. Let's take you state by state, ladies and gentlemen. 6% a win ratio in favor of the BJP alliance under the ambit of the NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, propelling the BJP.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18, your election destination. I'm Shivani Gupta. We're getting you the latest that we're getting from on ground in West Bengal.
All right. Well, I'm Nabila Jamal, and we're tracking very closely developments in Bengal. And largely what we see is violence on the ground, with leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, claiming that he was attacked by quote-unquote TMC goons. We'll take you through those images, starting with the headlines.
West Bengal records nearly 78% voter turnout till 3 p.m. in the final phase, as long queues are seen across the 142 constituencies.
While hailing the second phase polling in Bengal and pointing out at large queues in front of booths, Prime Minister Modi has claimed people are free of fear and are coming to vote in huge numbers.
Congress's Murshidabad face, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary slams Mamata Banerjee, saying she is fearing a loss. That's why she is running here and there in her constituency.
BJP alleges EVM tampering in Falta, claiming party buttons were tapped to block votes. West Bengal CEO confirms repolls will be ordered if irregularities are verified.
Violence and confusion in Hooghly, Howrah, Nadia after EVM glitches. Allegations of delayed voting trigger clashes on ground, forcing CRPF personnel to detain multiple agitators.
6 crude bombs recovered near booth number 35 in Ketugram in West Bengal. NIA teams now in touch with security forces, closely monitoring the situation.
Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari in this high-voltage face-off in Bhawanipur take the headlines today as both leaders personally monitor several booths.
Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee camps right outside her constituency, Bhawanipur booth, accuses the centre of deploying outsiders to spread terror and using central agencies to intimidate Trinamool Congress voters and polling agents.
And Suvendu Adhikari alleges TMC goons are scaring Hindu voters in sensitive areas, claiming Sanatani resistance will prevail despite attempts to rig the final phase through bogus voting.
All right, as of 3 p.m., the voter turnout of phase 2 in West Bengal is a staggering 78.6%. This is a 3 p.m. figure. It's been reported across South Bengal that's voting today, 142 assembly seats. But there have been reports of disruption and violence. In Falta, the BJP has accused the Trinamool Congress of tampering with EVMs, alleging that the lotus symbol has deliberately obscured with tape. It was in fact covered in tape to undermine their vote share, to basically distract and confuse voters. Election Commission source has acknowledged prima facie evidence supporting this claim, and repolling is now being considered in the affected booths. The turbulence extends beyond Falta, even in Bhawanipur, the same situation. Shivani?
Yes, absolutely. So while there's been a lot of focus in Falta, which is just also witnessing a high voltage clash, we saw how Ajay Pal Sharma, the IPS officer observer versus Jahangir was playing out yesterday. But in Bhawanipur as well, in Kolkata, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee staged a dramatic sit-in protest earlier today after Suvendu Adhikari was also seen on the streets. He cited voter intimidation. In fact, both sides are claiming voter intimidation. Violence did erupt in some spots, baton charges in Galsi, clashes over EVM malfunctions in Howrah, and allegations of booth capturing by ISF agents in Nadia. But despite that chaos, although it is less than previous years, the sheer scale of voter participation is underscoring the intensity of what matters in this election.
All right, some news, big news there from Monteshwar Assembly constituency in West Bengal in Purba Bardhaman. At booth number 35 in Monteshwar village, allegations have been made against Trinamool Congress candidate Sadiqullah Chaudhary for using sellotape to cover the BJP candidate's picture and disable the voting button. The voting process has been halted at that spot there. Officials from the EC, Election Commission and the police administration are now present at the scene, almost in line with exactly what's being claimed earlier today as well. In few other booths, similar situation was reported. Pallavi Ghosh joins us live for more on that. Pallavi, the TMC candidate almost has been caught trying to rig this election. This is nothing short of cheating.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what the BJP has been saying from day one, that why the Election Commission has to work overtime, and they have a round number of meetings. In fact, I'm on my way there only to try and figure out what really has happened there. But apart from that, the need for central forces, Mahua Mohito and others may be taking a pot shot, saying that they might as well get a Rafale over here, and this has been look like a military regime. But the fact remains is that there was this definite input which was given that there could be an attempt being made to subvert the elections. The TMC, as I said, and we've been talking about this since morning, Nabila, and all of my colleagues, Payal and Kamalika, that this is a do or die phase for both of them. Both the sides need to do very well in this phase, because that is the only way they can ensure that whatever may have not been working in the first phase is covered up in this phase. And whoever has a leg up in this phase will obviously have the head start and is likely to win the elections in West Bengal. For the Trinamool Congress, it's a battle to hold on to their bastion. For the BJP, it is a battle to make a breach in that bastion, which is why the BJP is confident that they can win, provided the Trinamool Congress goons are not allowed to hold sway. What we're seeing in Purba Bardhaman is similar stories which have come in sporadically from Diamond Harbour, the earlier in Murshidabad. It is very clear-cut that some directive has been given to the TMC cadre and the workers, go out, intimidate the voters, ensure that they have this fear factor that if I go out and cast my vote and should the TMC come to power, then hamari khair nahi, life can become hell for us. That fear is very important to be ingrained as far as the fence sitters, plus as far as the common voters are concerned. I think these kind of antics that you're seeing coming in from the Trinamool Congress goons is essentially moving in that direction.
Yes, strangely, it is actually more TMC allegations that are coming to fore this time around during polling. They are the ones who are claiming more intimidation than even the opposition or those who are not in power. But Pallavi, stay with us. We've got some more updates now coming in from on ground in Bengal. Tension during voting in Canning. And we are being told that voting has been halted at booth number 112 in Canning West for nearly an hour now. So protests are ongoing there by the opposition to allege that there was the beating of the Panchayat head that took place. Protests are also taking place around the central forces that are there. Kamalika is joining us with more. Kamalika, what more are you learning from Canning West?
What we are coming to know that right now the voting has started. There were problems and there was somebody from the TMC who was beaten up. That's what the allegation was, which led to this, Gherao, and which led to this protest out there. And then it was brought under control. Now, Canning is also in another area where it is a Trinamool stronghold. And this South 20th Pargana is something where the Trinamool Congress feels that they are going to score large number of seats because 31 seats are there. So definitely this is another point where we can see the confrontation. And as we were discussing, the number of complaints are coming more from Trinamool Congress against this TAPS. Just now I got another complaint from Shabgachia, which is falls under Diamond Harbour, where TMC is alleging that the central forces have resorted to lateral charge. So most of the complaints are coming from the Trinamool Congress. That is something which is very significant. In the morning, we have seen that the Chief Minister and also Abhishek Banerjee, both of them said that outsiders have been brought and they have been intimidated. Outsiders and some of the top leaders were telling me that they started believing that this is a fight which is between the Election Commission and the Trinamool Congress. Right now, where I'm standing, it is, any time from now, the Chief Minister can come and the incumbent Chief Minister can come and she might cast her votes from here. But this is something which has become featured this time. Though I will again stress on the point, much less violence. Complaints are there because this was the last push that both of the parties wanted to give. And that is the reason for which the clear instructions were given to cadres that they have to take their booth, their voters to the booth, and they have to do everything. That's what's being done. And the new thing is that thing which has come up.
Right. Kamalika, stay with us. We have some more from the TMC on the other hand. Allegations made by Kolkata Mayor and TMC candidate Firhad Hakim. He says, and I quote, had such heavy CRPF force been deployed in Pahalgam, so many of our people would not have died. Why are so many CRPF personnel deployed here in West Bengal? This area has largely been peaceful. This is BJP style to threaten voters. These are words of Firhad Hakim, Kolkata Mayor. Listen in.
पहलगांव में ये सीआरपीएफ का डीजी इतना सब आर्म्स एमुनेशन कहाँ था? तब तो इतने हमारे भाई को प्राण देना नहीं पड़ता, 26 आदमी को प्राण देना नहीं पड़ता। तो सब जो है सब पूरा फोर्स यहाँ पर क्यों? और ये सब इलाका में ज्यादातर कहीं पर कभी ईटा भी नहीं चला, बम गोली तो छोड़ दिए, ईटा कभी नहीं चला। इस पर पहली बार 2 आदमी बैठो, रास्ता से हटा रहा, ऑर्डिनरी आदमी को उसको लाठीचार्ज कर रहा, ये एक्सेस जो हो रहा ना, ये खराब है। ये बीजेपी का एक स्टाइल है, डराओ, डर दिखाओ।
Pallavi also continues to be with us. You know, Pallavi, this is very interesting to watch. Of course, for a while now, TMC has been complaining about the heavy security blanket. What does that tell you? Because who should have a problem at all if there is greater security, and proof is in the eating of the pudding where there is less violence from before?
You're absolutely right. The point is that if there's nothing going wrong on the ground, and if you've not done anything wrong, and if elections were being done in a free and fair and open manner, then it doesn't really matter if they are central forces, because there's obviously nothing to hide. You know, many of us who on earlier occasions covered other state elections, and I remember in Haryana we used to see it at one point of time, Punjab and especially the border areas, we used to see a large amount of central forces, Jammu and Kashmir for that matter. The reason behind the deployment of central forces is to reassure the voters. You know, in case of Jammu and Kashmir, obviously it's because of security concerns, because of terrorist angle. In Bengal, it is because of this actually history. And I'm not only talking about the TMC, I'm also talking about the left. There has always been this sense of fear. So, you know, I remember many years back when Trinamool Congress was about to come to power, and those elections I was covering, we were going out to, cover one particular campaign or a rally, and we were stopped on the way by the left workers telling us, where are you going and why are you going? So that was a kind of micromanagement, and they used to keep on finding, they had their own CCTV way of figuring out where people are going, what are they doing. That is a kind of a fear factor as far as is the fear factor which we have got to see. So that is the reason why the central forces had to be deputed. The Trinamool Congress, of course, is reading it in their own way.
Kamalika also continues to be with us. Kamalika, of course, now, you know, many people, especially the opposition like BJP, even Congress for that matter, we played out that Azir Ranjan Chaudhary statement. You know, they're kind of reading this repeated questioning of the central forces, more of the complaints actually coming from TMC this time, even though they are the ones that, you know, really have the lay of the land. They're reading this as nervousness and repeated such complaints and statements, comparing it to Pahalgam. Is this to be seen as nervousness on ground?
We would just like to show you that Mamata Banerjee, she has come to cast her vote, and that's what she was supposed to come any moment. And you can see Mamata Banerjee clearly, she has come to cast her vote in its institution in Bhawanipur, and that is what we can show, that Mamata Banerjee, she is coming here. As you can see that in the morning, Abhishek Banerjee, he voted. And this is the time when Mamata Banerjee votes every year. And this is a specific time which she follows. And here you can see Mamata Banerjee is on her way. You know, we were talking about that obviously the Pahalgaon point. And definitely it is not only Firaz Hakim, it is also Mamata Banerjee who has been raising this point, and also it is Kalyan Banerjee we have spoken. So you know, Mamata Banerjee clearly is here. He will be casting a vote in the Mitra institution. But what we were discussing is that this Pahalgaon point, this point has first been stated by
Mamata Banerjee speaking. Kamalika, let's listen in.
Number two, from yesterday night they started atrocities and they arrested so many of our people. Though there is a court order, it is a contempt of court. We have sent our notices to the concerned authority. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have debuted the press media that whatever তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা প্রেসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভে আমি বলছি নো ভিক্টরি ইজ হিয়ার এন্ড তৃণমূল ইজ উইনিং একদম জিত
All right. I think Mamata Banerjee once again kind of questioning the kind of security arrangements that have been made on ground. She's saying, I've never seen this kind of democracy. Listen in.
None of the booths are safe. None of the booths. All they are captured. All they are captured. Is it their duty? They should secure the border. Instead of secure the border, they are securing one political party. I'm sorry, I have never seen this type of thing. Because in my life, I'm fighting my election since 1984. And this time the atrocities terrible. এত atrocity হচ্ছে, এত অত্যাচার হচ্ছে। Even আমার পাড়ায় দুটো পর্যন্ত মেয়েদের মেরেছে। আর কয়েকটা ওসি নিউলি ডেপুটেড হয়েছে কালীঘাট ভবানীপুর লাইক দিস চিত্রা কি যে করছে আর কি যে না করছে আপনারা কল্পনা করতে পারেন ম্যাডাম ছোট্ট শিশুদেরও গায়ে হাত দিয়েছে বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে মেয়েদের মেরেছে ছেলেদের পিটিয়েছে এজেন্টদের বের করে দিয়েছে
दीदी एक वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है जिसमें वो लाठी से मार रहे हैं
কল্যাণী তুমি দেখো পুরো রানাঘাট থেকে শুরু করে কল্যাণী থেকে শুরু করে একেবারে বনবা বাগদার ওই বেলটা ওদিকে তোমার আরামবাগ খানাকুল তোমার গোঘাট ওদিকে হচ্ছে ক্যানিং পোস্ট চূড়ান্ত সকালে তোমাদের ছবি দেখালাম সব এজেন্টদের ক্যান্ডিডেটদের বের করে দিচ্ছে ইজ ইট দ্য ফ্রি অ্যান্ড ফেয়ার ইলেকশন
Will you take it up legally?
It is already there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there you heard the Chief Minister going inside the
Well, that's Mamata Banerjee there, who's crying foul. Mamata Banerjee votes at around 5 p.m. Aman, that's what you said. She's moved around the entire city of Kolkata to her capacity, several booths that she's visited, and finally she's come down to cast her vote, and not without firing allegations.
Well, she never used to do this earlier, Nabila. And Bhawanipur, I remember whenever she's contested, she only came out around 2-3 o'clock, then used to vote at 5 o'clock. So she never stepped out so early in the morning at 8:45 a.m. to take rounds of the constituency in Bhawanipur, go to various polling booths, camp there. This she has done for the first time, and maybe this is also because she realizes there is a fight at her hands this time. Also, interestingly, the statement she has made just now also, it ties up into the entire TMC narrative since morning. She is saying that you have sent these record number of security forces here, and they are not here to secure the people. They are here maybe to secure the interests of one political party and to scare the people. In the morning, we had Abhishek Banerjee when he voted, and he said that the only thing left to be sent to West Bengal now are the Rafales and the our Navy carriers, because clearly the snowstone has been unturned to send so much central security forces to West Bengal. 2.5 lakh central security forces are there in West Bengal right now. This is in the last Lok Sabha election, the TMC said about 3.5 lakh security forces were posted.
Aman, is the TMC now overdoing this? I mean, it's not like Bengal is an ordinary state and elections there are an ordinary happening, right? Bengal is different. Mamata Banerjee is saying, I've fought elections since 1980s. But the reality is that in Bengal, violence has been tied intrinsically to elections in Bengal. So Bengal is not a state you can compare to other states.
Absolutely. And Shivani, this time I would say, though we are speaking about certain violent incidents, the fact is that the violence in Bengal election this time is far, far lesser than earlier elections. You know, there used to be bombs being hurled in Bengal elections. In Sitalkuchi last time, police had to, the central forces had to open fire, in which 4 people were killed in Sitalkuchi. There has been no such a grave incident this time in the election. I think big credit also has to go to the Election Commission's decision to saturate, I would say, West Bengal with this heavy security presence. And security not just came to West Bengal for the elections, Shivani, they came almost a month in advance, and they're going to stay almost 2 months after the elections are over, so that there is no post-poll violence as well. Last time in the post-poll violence, many lives were lost, you know, properties worth lakhs were destroyed. So the government and the Election Commission of India specifically does not want a repeat of any of that. But, you know, TMC is using this to tell its voters that these central forces are BJP's forces. They have come here to scare the people. And I think the episode which has happened with Ajay Pal Sharma, you know, the way he spoke outside the house of Jahangir Khan has only added now to that TMC's narrative that these are people coming from other states, from UP, from Bihar, from Gujarat, coming here and trying to threaten our voters.
Right. You know, if I may ask our panel directors to bring in Mamata Banerjee's bite yet again. We want to play that out again. But while we prepare for that, Pallavi Ghosh is also with us on that. Pallavi, Mamata casts her vote and her constituency looks quite peaceful right now. CRPF all lined up along that polling booth. It's a sensitive area in Bhawanipur. All of today saw violence, bouts of it early today. But now it seems peaceful. But Mamata did not fail to talk to the media and accuse intimidation, accuse the BJP of intimidation right after she cast her franchise.
See, if you start looking at it from the whole narrative that she's been pushing throughout the entire leg of elections, and finally there's a closure as far as Battle for Bengal is concerned, because now we're going to wait for the counting to begin. She's 3 quick points I would want to make. One is that she's made it very clear that, like in 2021, this is also a battle of a lone woman who's taking on all the big men from Delhi and all the power. So if you look at many of the memes which have been put up, the animations and ads of the Trinamool Congress, all of them show Mamata Banerjee on one side, and they show the, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister on the other side. And, they're trying to make that narrative that there's a lone woman who's taking on all these powerful agencies. So whether it was SIR, she going to the Supreme Court herself, sitting on dharna for 4 days, that I am going to take on the machinery. See, that has been the genesis of the Trinamool Congress, taking on the machinery, that anti-establishment kind of politics. That has been the signature style of Mamata Banerjee. She's been doing that as far as the SIR is concerned. Second is the central forces, that they're so scared of me, they're trying to scare my voters and bring in the central forces, but I'm going to take them on, which is why she's speaking about it. See, now we are looking at around, roughly, if I'm not mistaken, around 2 hours left for polling to end. This is an important phase because people took a break and went back home for lunch. They're going to come back, and the last 2 hours are often the critical hour. She'll want that all her supporters and voters come out in droves. The women come out and vote for her and feel sorry for her. That sympathy. Central forces against me, SIR against you and me. This is what she's working on the psyche, and which is why she spoke the way she did.
Pallavi, let's hear it yet again. What Mamata Banerjee said right after she voted.
We cannot torture like this. See, no state police is there.
None of the booths are state police.
None of the booths. All they are captured. Is it their duty? They should secure the border. Instead of secure the border, they are securing one political party. I'm sorry, I have never seen this type of thing. Because in my life, I'm fighting my election since 1984. And this time the atrocities is terrible. এত অ্যাট্রসিটি হচ্ছে, এত অত্যাচার হচ্ছে। এবার আমার পাড়ায় দুটো পর্যন্ত মেয়েদের মেরেছে। আর কয়েকটা ওসি নিউলি ডেপুটেড হয়েছে। কালীঘাট, ভবানীপুর, লাইক চিত্রা। কি যে করছে আর কি যে না করছে আপনারা কল্পনা করতে পারেন।
ম্যাডাম, ছোট্ট শিশুদেরও গায়ে হাত দিয়েছে।
বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে, মেয়েদের মেরেছে, ছেলেদের পিটিয়েছে, এজেন্টদের বের করে দিয়েছে।
दीदी एक वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है जिसमें वो लाठी से मार रहे हैं।
কল্যাণী, তুমি দেখো পুরো রানাঘাট থেকে শুরু করে কল্যাণী থেকে শুরু করে একেবারে বনবাগ বাগদার ওই বেলটা, ওদিকে তোমার আরামবাগ, খানাকুল, তোমার গোঘাট, ওদিকে হচ্ছে ক্যানিং পোস্ট। আমি তো সকালে তোমাদের ছবি দেখালাম, সব এজেন্টদের ক্যান্ডিডেটদের বের করে দিচ্ছে। ইজ ইট দ্য ফ্রি অ্যান্ড ফেয়ার ইলেকশন? Will you take it up legally?
It is already there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there you heard the Chief Minister.
So even as the Chief Minister is railing against the central government for that security presence, Mahua Moitra of the TMC has now made a direct attack against Home Minister Amit Shah. Let's put out that tweet of Mahua Moitra, put out a short while ago. She says, "Bhag mota bhag." Liar Amit Shah insisted his CAPF army will remain in Bengal for 60 days to protect BJP. Truth is, de-induction begins from tomorrow and orders have already been issued. So already the language is going to be very, very polarizing. But this is exactly what we were talking about, that CAPF is supposed to remain in Bengal to ensure there is no post-poll violence. Now, she has posted a clipping of a paper or some sort of a notice which talks about de-induction plan. It talks about the fact that details of de-induction is enclosed for CRPF, etc., etc. De-induction plan of 388 SAP COIs is enclosed. Remaining CAPF concerned districts COIs will be shared shortly. I just want to quickly point out that it talks about this particular notice that has been issued. Pallavi, what are we to make of this? She seems to know more about what the MHA plans are for the security forces.
See, I think the Home Minister has made it very clear that, the central forces are going to be here for another 2 months. That is for 60 days, even after polling is over. It's a fact that there was very bad post-poll violence last time round in 2021. Many of us who have our families and homes here, like I have a home in Bandhaban, many of my family members, for example, had to run away or they locked themselves up because there was poll violence. There were people coming into their homes and threatening them. Why was it important for the Home Minister to make this kind of a comment? This is because there is an intimidation. Many people who may not want to vote for the TMC would be stopped from going out. They would be scared of going out and casting their vote, thinking that, these leaders are coming from Delhi, the central forces come for a bit, and then they're going to go away, and what is going to happen to us? There's going to be a post-poll violence. Some of the words which have been used by many of the TMC leaders are very menacing. It actually does talk about Dakha hobe. What will happen after the polling and the dates are announced. That is the reason why I think the Home Minister made it very clear that don't worry, we are here for another 2 months. We are going to ensure there is no post-poll violence. So please, no boy, come out. Don't be scared. Come out and cast your vote. But look at it, the way it's being construed. Mahua Moitra has used some of the sharpest attacks against the Home Minister. This, many would see in the realm of a very uncharitable kind of a comment. The maryada of language, if I may say so, has to be followed, no matter however bit of a political opponent you have been. But he's talking about the Home Minister of the country. You may have your political differences, and I'm sure there will be criticism of the kind of language that she has been used. But again, this is in sync with Mamata Banerjee has been claiming that central forces have been brought here not to maintain law and order, but only to scare the people. You make it a fortress so that real people who want to come out and cast their vote are too scared to do so.
Can I just point out, we've seen a series of statements now, Aman, where TMC leaders, including Abhishek Banerjee yesterday, have been talking about, wait and see what happens after May 4. Now, if you talk like that, you also cannot maintain at the same time this posture that we don't need this security in Bengal. So I'm kind of confused with the messaging that, TMC is trying to send. You're attacking the Home Minister now for allegedly, she claims, where she's got it from, I don't know, that the CAPF and others will move out of Bengal. You're criticizing that also. You're suggesting that BJP will get it if they move out. They will not be there to protect the BJP. This language is, as Pallavi said, very menacing and kind of talks about the culture that TMC is accused of on ground.
Well, for many days it has been happening. In fact, TMC spokesperson did a press conference after Ajay Pal Sharma's, that particular episode had come to light, and he clearly said that we will, after 4th May, we will bring this officer back from UP to Bengal and teach him a lesson and arrest him and put him in jail. So clearly the TMC has also, left nothing to imagination. They are clearly saying that if we are being threatened now, when we come back to power, we'll be teaching those people a lesson. So TMC also, and I think, Shivani, see, the larger context is that the central government has been wiser after the 2021 experience. We saw the worst post-poll violence which happened after the West Bengal results in 2021, even so much so that the Supreme Court had to pull up the West Bengal government and say that what has happened is absolutely not right. It is a responsibility of the state government to safeguard the lives and property of every citizen of that state. Which political leaning he belongs to should not matter.
But I have have one question, Aman. By and large, is West Bengal a state that does not see violence?
Well,
apart from poll violence, the rest of the 4.5 years.
Well, I think what the BJP has tried and what anecdotally, if you go to West Bengal, Nabila, and you travel in the internal districts, you will learn that TMC has been sponsoring certain kind of syndicates, the whole concept of cut money, which is there in West Bengal. I have spoke to many women voters who said that rupees 1,500 comes to us from Mamata Banerjee, and then suddenly somebody comes immediately to claim rupees 500 out of that, which they say is the TMC's cut money. So these kind of allegations have always been there on the TMC of syndicates, goons, these people operating in a certain environment.
Aman, we'll continue this. We have to slip into a very short break, but stay with us. We're getting more updates from on ground as polling enters the final leg on the final phase. Stay with us.
Scripting history in an unprecedented manner.
Stalin seeking a second term and Vijay's youth appeal.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarya, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastard. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. Again challenging her, again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place, but still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron party. Let's take you state by state, ladies and gentlemen. 6% a win ratio in favor of the BJP alliance under the ambit of the NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, propelling the BJP to the 66% a win ratio that we can see in different parts of the country. So high voter turnout has resulted in victory for the BJP is what the numbers are indicating. If we go ahead when it comes to state by state to understand how this moves ahead when it comes to this high voter turnout, the 66% win ratio is always in favor of the BJP. You can see the different states from Maharashtra to even Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and even Odisha as well as Andhra Pradesh. You can see the wins that have turned in favor of the BJP because of high voter turnout, and 66%, above the 50% mark, is the win ratio in favor of the Saffron party.
Yes, you know, Ayushman, what's interesting is that this figure that you are showing for our viewers on the screen, 66% is the win ratio for the BJP. If you look at states where high voter turnout has happened over the last 10 years.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning. So in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out. She sat in Chakrabarya. Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastard. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. Again challenging her, again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place, but still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number.
Welcome back. Even as the final few hours of voting takes place in Bengal, there are more reports of tensions flaring up. Now, this is from booth 144 in Nandi Bagan amidst allegations of false voting. BJP candidate from the North Howrah Assembly constituency, Umesh Rao, has rushed to the spot, confronting the presiding officer and accusing the ruling party, the TMC, of vote rigging in this case. The matter has been reported to the Election Commission. So even as we're approaching the final leg, more and more of these episodes coming to light. Kamalika Sen-Gupta and Pallavi Ghosh continue to be with us. Kamalika, coming to you, what more details do you have of this episode?
See, this is something which is coming, this is a report which is coming from Howrah, and Howrah is also an area where it is a very strong hold of Congress. So this is the candidate who has gone, and this is the first time where we can see that there is a huge confrontation from the BJP side also. The BJP candidate has gone and he is asking the question that what went wrong, and all these things alleging the rigging part, and the candidate is there on ground. That is very important this time, which we are saying. Also, as we speak, we have got some complaints from the Trinamool Congress, that is against the CAPF, that CAPF has beaten up people in Shatgachia, which is Diamond Harbour. So in one way, this Howrah's incident is coming up, where it is alleged that there has been rigging is going on, not only in Howrah, specific certain areas in North 24 Pargana also. We have seen that this complaint has come today, and then the central forces went there, the observers were told. But let me tell you one thing very clearly, that wherever there is a problem, there will be repolls, and those repolls will be with high security. So whoever has planned to, rig or do something, miscreants have planned something, that plan won't work. That was categorically told to me by the Election Commission several times.
Wow, repolling is not very common. So if it's happening in West Bengal this time because of alleged malpractice, that's going to be certainly unprecedented. But stay with us. We have news coming in on NIA reaching Bardhaman after 6 crude bombs were recovered. That's the news coming in from Bardhaman, West Bengal. NIA reaching the spot after 6 crude bombs were recovered. Pallavi is also with us on that. Pallavi, give us more on this. All right, we've lost a connection. Kabalika, this crude bomb business, we are seeing this increasingly as polling day came close. And now Bardhaman, they found 6 crude bombs, NIA to reach the spot.
I would, put it in a different way, because for a long time I have seen this. Rather, this time it is less number of crude bombs which has been found because of all the steps that has been taken from Election Commission. So this is, and we know that since yesterday, NIA team is right on roads in different parts of Bengal, and they have been asked to take all the bomb cases. So this is one which has been found in Pur Bardhaman. So the reaction to the crude bombs generally is that if there is election, that's what we have been reacting, because it has become so common. But rightly, it has become taken up very seriously by Election Commission, and that is the reason for which NIA is so active on ground.
All right, from what we see, imagine the irony, crude bombs are common.
In West Bengal, all of this is common.
It's rather less this time than more.
Interestingly, also the seats that are going for phase 2 elections, they are the stranglehold of the TMC, but that is also where, you have both the middle class Bhadralog, but also most intense violence in this region. Pallavi is also with us, and Pallavi would know this because she has obviously tracked West Bengal for a very long time. Pallavi, what's interesting to note here is that all the incidents of violence, let's say crude bomb, attacks, physical attacks on anybody, opposition or any political opponent, they're much less. But more complaints coming from TMC, it's almost as if the tables have been turned, especially today, even from phase 1 to phase 2.
So there are two things that are happening here. First of all, Bardhaman at one point of time was a left bastion. It's now, of course, the Trinamool Congress has made its way into Bardhaman. And the TMC is trying to say this, that the entire electoral machinery and the electoral process is actually lopsided in favor of the BJP. Here, the BJP is not a victim. The TMC claims that they are the victims. And, it is those TMC stronghold areas or TMC dominated areas where you're hearing these kind of incidents. What the Trinamool Congress leaders are also saying is it's presumptuous to believe that if the crude bombs, for example, have been found, they are actually belonging to a TMC so-called goons or TMC leaders. They actually are the BJP which is trying to intimidate them. So the point that they always raise is that the BJP is in an advantageous position because one, they have the central agencies at their disposal, the Election Commission works according to their bidding, and the third important thing is that our workers are being intimidated. In fact, if you notice the last 24 to 48 hours, you actually have pictures of many TMC leaders claiming that they are being attacked by the BJP. So the TMC is also playing that game of being the victim over here and the ones who are facing that onslaught coming in from the central agencies.
All right, well, there's more coming in on this. In fact, we're looking at allegations of elections being rigged, manipulated, and West Bengal Election Commission addressing that. The Election Commission officer in West Bengal, Manoj Kumar Agarwal, says repolling is likely in booths where EVMs were already covered with tape or tampered with in any way. If they were allegedly covered with tape or tampered in any way or form, then there will be repolling in those booths. It's a big revelation there by the Election Commission. Like I said, does not happen very often. It could be unprecedented that multiple polling booths voting could happen yet again.
জেলা শাসক কনফার্মেশন নিচ্ছেন রিপোর্ট তৈরি হচ্ছে যে বুথে আমাদের পাওয়া যাবে আতার পাওয়া যাবে কোনো মেশিন উপর যদি আমাদের ব্ল্যাক টেপ পাওয়া যাবে বা হোয়াইট টেপ পাওয়া যাবে या एनी साउंड অফ মেশিন সঙ্গে ছেড়ছাড় হবে তারপরে যেটা আছে আমাদের টলারেন্স জিরো আছে আমরা ওখানে রিপোল করাবো সব বুথে আর কোনো কনস্টিটুয়েন্সিতে বুথ অনেক বেশি হয়ে যাবে তারপরে যেটা যে এন্টায়ার কনস্টিটুয়েন্সিতে রিপোল হতে পারে
Pallavi continues to be with us. So Pallavi, this is what is going to be interesting to watch out for. We are getting to know that the actual presiding officer reports could only come in by this evening. So the decision, how many polls, whether an entire constituency needs to go for repolling, will only possibly become clearer by tomorrow morning.
And you know what Mr. Mahesh Sharma is saying is very significant. He's not just talking about polling booths which could possibly go in for repolling. He's actually talking about the entire constituency which can go in for repolling. So a no-nonsense attitude coming in from the Election Commission that we are not going to tolerate any attempt being made to jeopardize the electoral process. It's been a lengthy, and all of us know this, it's been a lengthy process. Several rounds of meeting takes place, and that is where the Election Commission tries to ensure that people do have the right to vote. I mean, why is it that you have this entire idea of the EC people also coming to the homes of the senior citizens? Because they want everyone to be able to cast their vote without any fear. And there have been incidents which have been reported of taped EVM machines, an attempt to hack, crude bombs found near polling booths. So that is where an intensive, detailed report will be prepared, and on the basis of that they'll decide whether it will be just polling booths or the entire constituency which needs to go in for repolling.
We'll slip into a very short break. Pallavi and Kamalika will stay with us as we build up also to our exit poll coverage. Stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Scripting history in an unprecedented manner.
Stalin seeking a second term and Vijay's youth appeal.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarti, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastard. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee, again challenging her again out here, and he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters, and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely, if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place, but still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron Party. Let's take you state by state, ladies and gentlemen. 6% a win ratio in favor of the BJP alliance under the ambit of the NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, propelling the BJP to the 66% a win ratio that we can see in different parts of the country. So high voter turnout has resulted in victory for the BJP is what the numbers are indicating. If we go ahead when it comes to state by state to understand how this moves ahead when it comes to this high voter turnout, the 66% win ratio is always in favor of the BJP. You can see the different states from Maharashtra to even Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and even Odisha as well as Andhra Pradesh. You can see the wins that have turned in favor of the BJP because of high voter turnout, and 66%, above the 50% mark, is the win ratio in favor of the Saffron Party.
Yes, you know, Ayushman, what's interesting is that this figure that you are showing for our viewers on the screen, 66% is the win ratio for the BJP. If you look at states where high voter turnout has happened over the last 10 years.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarya, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastard. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. Again challenging her, again out here. And he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him a couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in the right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning.
Let's take you through all the reactions coming in. West Bengal going right now, phase 2 polling in West Bengal, and the voter turnout is nearly about 78 to 79%. So it's inching closer to its record number. We're going to take you through all the reactions. Let's start with Prime Minister Modi on this poll.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का भी एक अहम दिन है। बंगाल में इस समय दूसरे चरण का मतदान हो रहा है और जो खबरें आ रही हैं उनसे पता चलता है कि बंगाल में भारी मतदान हो रहा है। लंबी लंबी कतारों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया में छाई हुई है। पिछले 6-7 दशक में जो नहीं हुआ, जिसकी कल्पना भी मुश्किल थी, वैसे निर्भीक वातावरण में बंगाल में इस बार वोटिंग हो रहा है। लोग भय मुक्त होकर वोट दे रहे हैं। ये देश के संविधान और देश के मजबूत होते लोकतंत्र का पुण्य प्रतीक है और मुझे विश्वास है कि इन 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में भी भाजपा ऐतिहासिक जीत की हैट्रिक लगाने जा रही है। 4 मई के नतीजे विकसित भारत के संकल्प को मजबूत करेंगे, देश के विकास की गति को नई ऊर्जा से भरेंगे।
Let me bring in some news coming in from West Bengal. The TMC firing allegations at the BJP candidate Somnath Sham Ichini from Jagatdal constituency of West Bengal says, and I quote, "Some new officers who have been deployed are threatening our leaders. They've raided their residences late at night. The thinking of the BJP here is that they will get votes from the public by threatening them, and that is wrong. This is Bengal, will not happen here." TMC leader who speaks.
बहुत अच्छा इलेक्शन हो रहा है, लोग अपना हिसाब से वोट दे रहे हैं। बीजेपी लगभग 80 बूथों में अपना पोलिंग एजेंट ही नहीं दे पाया, अब इसके आगे क्या बोलूँ मैं।
कोई कंप्लेन है कोई आप लोग?
मेरा कंप्लेन एक ही है कि कुछ नए ऑफिसर्स आए हैं, वो लोग तंग कर रहे हैं हमारे लड़कों को। रात भर सबके घर रेड किया है, जो आज तक केस किसका नहीं है। अब एक लड़का हमारा आईटी सेक्टर में काम करता है, लेकिन वो हमारा एक्टिव पार्टी मेंबर है, इलेक्शन के टाइम में वो एजेंट वगैरह बनता है, जबकि उसके नाम से कोई केस नहीं है। लेकिन कल 50 सीआरपीएफ या जो भी पैरामिलिट्री को लेके उसके घर में ढुक के पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया। मुझे पता नहीं क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है। कल रात को खूब कम तो 200 से 250 घरों में रेड हुआ है। और मुझे लगता है कि बीजेपी का ये जो सोच है कि लोगों को डरा के धमका के वोट ले लेगा, तो ये गलत सोच। ये बंगाल है, ये भूमि ऐसा एक भूमि है ना जहाँ आंदोलन करना जानता है, जहाँ प्रतिवाद करना जानता है। और वो 50, 100, 200 सीआरपीएफ लेके अगर सोच लेगा कि हमारे किसी बंदे को ले जाएंगे मोहल्ला से, तो ऐसा भी संभव नहीं।
All right, Pallavi Ghosh is also with us. Pallavi, the TMC, and this is not the first leader who's claiming that many TMC leaders were raided. They were heckled and troubled the previous night before phase 2 of polling. How far is this true? Somnath Sham speaking.
So, see, the point is that, yes, the central forces have made those door-to-door kind of, investigation, but I don't think they specifically targeted from anyone from a political party. Wherever they've got inputs from the ground that these are the people who could stoke trouble or they could create trouble over there, we are just going to ensure that they are kept at bay. I mean, I was in Falta yesterday, which is in Diamond Harbour, which is Jahangir Khan's area. Over there also we saw the central forces and we heard what Ajay Pal Sharma had to say. But that apart, we saw the central forces going not just to a TMC supporters' home, but also those of the BJP leaders as well. This is a kind of a checking process that no one has stockpiled arms, there are no crude bombs, and no one is trying to intimidate or false ballot papers, so on and so forth. So therefore, the Trinamool Congress's allegation that the central forces or the EC officials are only specifically targeted them, I would see it more as a kind of a politics which they are playing out at this point of time.
All right, victim card right to the fag end on both sides, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens come May 4th. Thanks very much, Pallavi. And on that, it's a wrap right here for me, but do stay tuned. In just a few minutes from now, the big exit polls right here on CNN News 18. Rahul Shivshankar and Anand Narasimhan bring with them a panel of experts to decode which way the winds are blowing. Stay with us for this exciting coverage.
Scripting history in an unprecedented manner.
Stalin seeking a second term and Vijay's youth appeal.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarya, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is surely the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastion. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee. again challenging her again out here, and he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in a right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less violence has taken place, but still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who tried to intimidate and thought that they were successful, they will not be successful, because there is going to be a repoll with larger number of force there. So definitely this time it's a less violent election, that I can say.
Right, so a less violent election, which just shows the impact that has been seen on the ground, given the deployment of the security forces, as well as the crackdown on the different sporadic skirmishes taking place across the polling in the state. But let's talk about the turnouts. Now, when you talk about turnout in West Bengal, 2021 saw 81% and the TMC storming ahead into power. But this also aids the BJP, high voter turnouts, because in previous elections as well, high voter turnouts have turned into major wins for the Saffron party. Let's take you state by state, ladies and gentlemen. 6% a win ratio in favor of the BJP alliance under the ambit of the NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, propelling the BJP to the 66% a win ratio that we can see in different parts of the country. So high voter turnout has resulted in victory for the BJP is what the numbers are indicating. If we go ahead when it comes to state by state to understand how this moves ahead, when it comes to this high voter turnout, the 66% win ratio is always in favor of the BJP. You can see the different states from Maharashtra to even Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and even Odisha, as well as Andhra Pradesh. You can see the wins that have turned in favor of the BJP because of high voter turnout, and 66%, above the 50% mark, is the win ratio in favor of the Saffron party.
Yes, you know, Ayushman, what's interesting is that this figure that you are showing for our viewers on the screen, 66% is the win ratio for the BJP if you look at states where high voter turnout has happened over the last 10 years.
Coming to know that EVM was not working in the morning, so in some places it started late. So right now the tension is there in Bhawanipur, but not obviously as the situation was 1 hour ahead. And in the morning it was full drama. Mamata Banerjee came out, she sat in Chakrabarya, Shubhendu Adhikari went there. So this shows it clear that both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari, the fight is definitely on ground, and the fight is definitely a very, very interesting fight where nobody is leaving even 1 inch. Mamata Banerjee is Ghored Beti of this place. That's what the projection of TMC has been always. This is her bastion. Shubhendu Adhikari is wearing a badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee, again challenging her again out here, and he seems to be very up in mood. As we spoke to him couple of times, he said that the weather is good and every voting is taking place in a right way. But when he came to Bhawanipur, near to Chief Minister's residence, there he started saying that there are fake voters and there were some people who were sloganing. He called up the Election Commission, and then police came in. Police resorted to lathi charge. Now the situation is under control, and though the tension is there, because absolutely if it's the Mahabharat, I've been telling it from the morning, then the Kurukshetra is definitely Bhawanipur. But let me again stress you on one point, is that this time too, as the percentage shows, my hunch is it will again cross the record of the first phase. People in Bengal generally comes out in large numbers and votes, but there is an intimidation factor in certain areas. This time it is much less much less violence has taken place. But still there are complaints. Wherever there is a complaint, the Election Commission is said that there is going to be repoll, that's for sure, with more force. That means people who try to intimidate and could...
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome. Welcome to the exit poll projection special coverage here at CNN News 18. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and viewers, as you're coming into this beautiful studio of ours, I have to be honest with you and say that there was an option to sit down at that august table, but I'm so excited that I thought I'd just walk around and then allow this nervous energy to dissipate. Rahul Shivshankar right at the center, JVL Narasimha Rao, Nalin Mehta miking up, getting ready. Yeah, you can put your laptop to charge because you're going to spend the next 5 hours. We're not letting you out.
You know,
JVL, good to have you in the studio. We're going to have 2 other guests also joining us.
Since you're talking about August, we call this the Ides of May.
Ides of May.
Because we don't know what's really going to happen. And of course, our exit polls will be able to sort of, the projections really, I don't even want to call them polls, but the exit projections will bring us close to that number. But what that exact number will be is a massive unknown.
You know the person who knows those numbers or who's tabulating them? ये कुर्सी उसकी है, Amitabh Tiwari or vote wife. He's not yet come in. Those 2 chairs will be occupied very soon. Smita Prakash and Chetan Bhagat should be joining us. But a quick dipstick just with the 2 of you gentlemen before we put out the first. The high voter turnout. Hazard a guess. Who benefits from the voter turnout? The incumbent or the challenger? किसको फायदा होता है?
See, you've done the smart thing by choosing to stand and ask all the questions, the difficult questions, rather than putting your neck on the line. But no, but I would say that look, SIR, it has got a lot to do with the increased voter turnout, particularly in West Bengal. That it seems has hurt the Trinamool Congress more. The absolute, and even in Tamil Nadu, if you see the high voter turnout numbers, in absolute numbers, the difference is around 25 lakh off the vote. Who does it benefit more? I think that will depend from constituency to constituency. There is no statistical way to figure that out psychologically.
Let's tweak the question a little to JVL Narasimha Rao. Does the BJP benefit from a high voter turnout or not? Historically, since you're also a psephologist.
No, I'll give you a political answer and also an analytical answer. Okay, a political answer.
So
historically,
you're also straddling. Huh?
No, I'm trying to give you both perspectives. In all the previous, I think, elections that we have seen, the BJP tended to benefit more often than not. BJP was the beneficiary of a higher turnout. Even in Bihar elections, where there was a 9% increase in voter turnout, despite being in government, I think we won a landslide victory. Maharashtra Assembly Elections before SIR also saw a jump in turnout. So generally BJP benefited, and BJP generally benefits because we are not a caste-based party. Caste-based party with having limited appeal, they tend to benefit, or let's say appeasement parties, vote bank parties, they would benefit from lower turnouts because they have a concentrated vote bank. Whereas BJP appeals to a cross-section of the electorate.
You know, on that
Therefore,
point,
we benefit from a larger
This
turnout.
is the political speech.
Both politico-analytical answer.
On that point, I just want to draw attention to actual facts now. Facts that have sort of been borne out by results. So, after the Lok Sabha election, the new voters that were added, mostly all of them voted for the BJP, NDA. So, that tells you that the BJP is increasing its catchment. It does appeal across the board to many more.
Let's just Prakash, please walk in.
Smita Prakash to come in. Come in, Smita Prakash. How are you? Good evening. Good evening. This is very live. This is alive and very live. And we are on
this
top
is very
of
real. So कुछ छुपाया नहीं है. सब सामने है. So you can trust this. That's what.
So basically, because the BJP is adding social coalitions quicker, the only trouble was that at one point when it was up against non-Congress parties, it had a problem. That problem has been overcome. You see, so you had Odisha, which was, then you had AAP. Both these parties have sort of, then you've had the BJP growing at the cost, even now in the south, in some geographies, at the cost of third parties. So at the cost of IRCP. in Andhra Pradesh at the cost of also the Congress and the BRS. So that tide is, that's why I said it's either the tides of March or the ides of May. But basically what is happening is, Anand, and this is something fundamental.
Let's wait for the result.
There is also statistical evidence which I know you're itching to show.
अभी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले, you know, RSS, the pun is intended, has struggled in Kerala and in TMC. That is Bengal. Those places, the non-Congress.
That I have to say is
वहाँ फंसा है. ये इस बार, let's say that okay, they manage BJD. So perhaps this time.
No, let's be absolutely honest. And I want to bring in Smita Prakash. You know, there is this thing that is constantly sort of thrown at the BJP that, oh, you know, if you can't breach Bengal this time, you're over and done with. Just look at the BJP's growth in Bengal. Yeah. This growth in Bengal is something that one has to sort of also look at. There's who is going to be on the block, viewers.
ये Calcutta cotton, ये Calcutta cotton, by choice.
There's a very deep choice to this. That this is cotton, of course. It's the United Bengal cotton, because this was bought in Bangladesh. So even though Bangladesh is not part of the election, willy-nilly it has become part of the narrative, right?
This is the Akhand Bharat story.
Akhand Bharat story.
So yes,
that's the cotton yarn of Akhand Bharat.
So, I mean, how do you analyze this constant rhetoric that, oh, BJP, you see, it's not growing, it's this and that, it's hitting a plateau in Bengal? What's your view on
so whether it's hit a plateau or not, we'll get to know with the results. But I feel that this upward trajectory that it's been having in Bengal is something to be appreciated, because despite the real losses in the sense of man and machinery that happened in the last election, they didn't lose heart. And you know, the entire world came down on them that you have not stood by your cadres. There's been phenomenal amount of violence against your people, and then people ran away, the candidates were not visible. There was intense level of hatred against the candidates at that stage. But to not lose heart and to go after it, that we will try and win back what we lost. And soon after the Bihar elections, they didn't even wait for the results for the Bihar elections, and they were there on the ground and slogging it out, working it out. So, you know, regardless of whether there is like an increase in the number of seats or not, I just feel that consolation prize to dena chahiye for those who have worked very hard.
BJP won't settle for consolation prizes.
I was about to ask her, she's wearing Bengal cotton and हाथ में strap का color देखिए, so is it को कुछ ऐसा पता है जो हमको पहले नहीं पता?
Rahul, if I may add to what Smita is saying, the BJP's growth in Bengal has been phenomenal. This election, while a lot is at stake for the BJP, if BJP loses, for example, theoretically speaking, I don't think that's such a blow to the BJP, because I genuinely believe that the BJP's growth rate, well, this election was a disappointment, and Smita has made the point about that. Even if the BJP loses, even if it's a good number 2, it augurs well for the BJP, simply because it is the only major challenger to Mamata in a virgin territory for itself. So I don't think that if BJP loses the election, it's a huge loss for it nationally. It is not. If you look at the vote share, BJP had 4% vote share in 2011, 2014 17%, and it went up to 40%, 38%, 37% thereafter. It has remained stable at that.
But people say, and look, let me also bring in Amitabh ji and you. People say 2019 was its high point. If you look at it statistically, in fact, I think Anand will go to this big magic wall of ours and he'll pull out some data. But that was a high point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how are you going? I mean, this is not a growth trajectory. In 24, they take a bit of a hit. In 2021, they didn't rise to the.
No, that's true. Yeah. They did not make the last mile, as it were.
2019, they have 20.4%, 40.6%.
Yeah.
So they were just within striking range in 2019. That's their best ever, because if we look at the 2024 Lok Sabha Assembly, they've actually slipped by 1%.
Yeah.
So 40% in 2019 was their best ever, and that was, of course, the Balakot effect, many would say.
Election. After that, the state election, the dynamics are always different. The BJP's problem has been it doesn't have a local son of the soil leader to take on Mamata, right? Now, obviously, the BJP ran into this traditional divide of nationalism versus regional identity in West Bengal, and the party which had a strong cadre. Will that sustain in this election?
No, but a lot of things haven't changed. Materially, what has changed for the BJP? They still are led by Sovendu, who is now no longer, you can sort of suggest, is an import. He's been now part of the BJP system for 7 years. So he's established himself, but they're still led by Suvendu Adhikari. They're still battling that same Bohirgato, Hindi heartland party, upper caste Brahmin bias that is projected upon them. What has changed?
In
5
this
more years
case,
of
I think
incumbency
one
of
thing we
Mamata
can actually turn around, and Amitabh Tiwari can bear me on that. See, this is a 10% differential that we are seeing. In 10% vote share differential, SIR has accounted for about 6% of this vote being shaved, of this entire voter base being shaved over. Now, assuming that both TMC and the BJP retain their voter base minus the TMC deletions, the BJP has to pinch a fair share of the Trinamool Hindu vote. That is where the argument is. The SIR deletions plus an onboarding of more Hindu votes for the BJP, that's where it will bring it closer to the Trinamool's vote share and gains in the seats. In fact, we've done a lot of deep dive, and somewhere one gets the feeling that this phase 2 of the is going to be very critical for the BJP, along with gains in phase 1. Phase 2, they have to crack this, and especially this border region. See, because beyond Nadia and some of they've not really done much in the South 24 Pargana, not 24 Parganas, Howrah, Hooghly, Kolkata. They've not been able to breach. And that's where the whole crux is. That 4% gap, they will have to bridge. That's going to be critical. Your thoughts?
Essentially, clearly, if there is a 10% vote share gap between the BJP and the TMC in 2021 Vidhan Sabha election, or a 7% vote share gap between the two parties in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, it clearly means that you need a swing of 3.5 to 5% to turn the tide around. Now, SIR deletions is a purification exercise. One cannot bank, or the party just cannot bank on the SIR deletions to win any election, because we've seen that the impact out of the 5% swing which is required is barely 1.5, 2%, depending upon regions. In presidency it is higher, and in other regions it could be lower. So 1.5% is taken care of through SIR deletions. The bogus voting part has been taken care of, let's say. Now comes the 3.5% swing which is required. Now this 3.5% swing is largely going to come from a significant Hindu consolidation or a counter consolidation to the 75 to 80% consolidation of minorities which is happening in favor of TMC for the past 3 elections. And for 3.5 to 5%, since the Hindu population is just 70%, you need to add just 7% more Hindu votes to create a 5% swing. So you have to essentially move from 52% of Hindu support, community support for BJP currently, as in 2021 election, to around 60% Hindu community support, and that is where the tide turn towards the BJP.
And also, if you look at it, out of these 142 seats in this phase, the BJP has got only 18 seats. There was a scene in Lok Sabha 2019, and I'll just bring that. I'm going to delete this and then just come back and have a look at the year if I were to take this into Lok Sabha 2019. So the BJP at that time, it's not refreshing. Okay. The BJP at that time in this region, 2019 Lok Sabha, led in 37 seats, assembly projections. So the BJP has a base, but it's not been able to crack on that or build on that since 2019. Now these SIR deletions, will they help them? And if we just improve the filters and take away phase 2, and if I just say the presidency zone, these 108 seats become critical, Rahul. I'm just saying that this is their
I agree
zone,
with you,
the
but
BJP,
my point was
and
to
the
begin
Trinamool
with,
strongest.
why has the BJP gone backwards in this particular area? This is a fundamental question, sir, because now what has happened is you have a gap, and if you look at the presidency zone, on certain seats in certain regions, there's a gap of 15 to 18%.
You see, when we say a 5% swing is enough to shift power in West Bengal, what it typically means is if 5% vote in every assembly moves from TMC to BJP, you will have a BJP majority government. I have done my own small simulation.
Right.
With 2% less vote in this election, with 1.5% less vote, BJP can get a majority.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
So a 42% 7. So which is about a 4% swing in favor of the
Can you go top shot on
BJP
that?
can give it a majority, while TMC with 1.5% more votes, 44%, might still lose power. Yes, in fact, it's much worse than that because Trinamool.
No, we can't show that because there's a seat projection and it's going to be.
Yeah, it's okay. No,
This
is not exit poll. No, this is not exit poll. This is not an exit poll. This is a simulation. If this is, if the TMC, if the BJP votes were to go up to 42.7, which is a gain of about 4% compared to last election.
That's a big if. 4%
And
is a big chance.
and if the TMC were to be 44.2, which is almost 1.5 percentage points more than the BJP, still the BJP can win a majority. It is because a large number of seats TMC wins with much bigger margins.
Have you
and they
factored in
cannot
SIR in this?
Actually, look at this. It's like Amitabh said, SIR, you cannot take that to be entirely voters of a particular party.
Even
And
if
we
you were
have-
to take a 70-30 ratio, 70%
No,
TMC, 30%
no, maybe
BJP
70% did not vote.
Did not vote.
Maybe SIR, we don't have any statistic to show whether SIR people ever voted.
Acha.
And what percentage of them voted.
So, आपका simulation you have shown.
Yeah.
इनका लेफ्ट पॉकेट का जेब में कुछ एक पेपर है
I'm just
जिसमें
fascinated. He's
जिसमें
not
एग्जिट
carrying
पोल
any
नंबर्स है
paper, nothing.
No, that is
Digital.
what it is in this pocket and मैं पूछ रहा हूँ असम का नंबर बता दो केरला का नंबर बता दो ये TN बता दो कुछ बता नहीं रहे we have to wait till 6:30 let's quickly
it's all digital and AI. What GVL sir is saying is that even at a 5% swing, both parties will be tied at 43. Hypothetically,
Yes.
If the
Even if
5% swing
TMC
is
is ahead
across.
by 1.5%.
So, yeah, so in that case also, what you're saying is very pertinent, is that even at a tied vote share, BJP could win up to more than 150. It's largely
Yes.
because of the concentrated nature of TMC's pockets in Malda and Presidency.
Absolutely.
Whereas BJP has a much
But
wider
viewers,
base
देखिए, I'm
across
going to
the
pinch
state.
from Agnipath. जैसे वहाँ फोन पे आदमी सोचता कुछ है, बोलता कुछ है और कहता कुछ है, ऐसा दिखता कुछ है. It's the same case with the voter. हम लोग नंबर कुछ भी बोले, वोटर क्या सोच रहा है, सोच रही है, we don't know. The voters going out and voting are daring Devis. Let's queue them up. Even as we put out the voter turnout at 3 p.m. Beg your pardon. 78%, nearly 80% voter turnout. Now there is an arithmetic on the votes also, and the voter turnout also. We'll get into all those numbers in a bit. But first, there you go. That's the number. 78.68 are daring Devis down on ground in Bengal. Payal, Pallavi, and Kamalika. Queuing them up again. And namaste. What's the scenario? Pura khilaf ho gaye ki na ho gaye? Pallavi.
If that question.
Well, I'm right here at Panihati, and this is where the BJP certainly hopes that there will be Khala Hobe, because guess who they have fielded? They fielded Abhaya's mother, Rekha Debnath over here, Yatna Debnath over here. And you know why fielding her became very important for the BJP is that what is the BJP's calculation is, forget the minority votes, which usually is consolidated behind Mamata Banerjee. It's the women votes. The women votes have always helped the BJP, whether it's in Bihar or you talk about any other state elections, Maharashtra. Over here also, the BJP hopes that the women votes are going to start switching towards the BJP. It's not going to be an easy battle, but two things I pick up in my over month of travel across the state has been, women are very perturbed about two issues. One is that you've given us Lokhi Bhandar of 1500, but the men in my family don't have any work to do, so I'm running a household on 1500. Is that enough? Second is, my son or my husband is having to leave the state for jobs. I'm left alone. How do I fend for myself, and why should I fend for myself? And I've got those voices on the ground, which I'm sure we are going to start playing out at some point of time. The second is, for the first time ever, I'm hearing things about women's safety. You know, we Bengali women have always felt safe. Going out at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. has not been a big deal. This time round, whether it's Panihati, whether it's Kolkata, everyone is talking about the fact we want women empowerment. We want the power to go out and work. But we don't want to be told that please come back home by 8 p.m. because it's no longer safe for you to go out. These are the twin narratives, the ideas and feelings which the BJP is working upon to make an
Well,
inroad or breach into
Kolkata
the
saw
woman
some
vote bank
rain.
of the Trinamool
Kolkata saw some rain, but you ladies have been out since about 7 a.m. this morning. You're still looking fresh at about 5:15, 5:20. So kudos, fantastic. How do you manage to do that in that hot, humid weather of Kolkata? I don't know, but phenomenal. Perhaps the Glucon-D helped, or electoral, or whatever the nuskha that Payal has passed on to all of you. It's worked. Kamalika is perhaps sitting in an AC car, so she's looking better, fresher now. But Payal, where are you? And what's the situation on ground? This number, will it touch beyond 85%, 90%? Will it beat the phase 1 percentage of voter turnout?
At least the voters of the second phase of Bengal are certainly hoping that they outnumber the first phase. Remember, people have been queuing up despite the heat, whether it's urban areas, whether it's rural areas, or where I am currently in Rajbihari. This is the same booth where Shapan Dasgupta has in fact voted for. He's considered to be one of those Bhadralok faces of the BJP. Whether he can win or not is the second question whatsoever. But I was just listening to a discussion that you were having in the studio for many people who were talking about what the BJP will do. One thing I can tell you for a matter of fact, whatever the result be, Anand, the BJP will humbly accept the mandate of the people. They will not go crying, blaming the election commission, blaming this, blaming that, blaming the administration. They'll accept the people's verdict for the way it is. But last time around, the BJP also saw a lot of window in terms of the women voters, how they would really benefit. But there were a couple of cardinal mistakes that they really made. The Didi or Didi calling did not work well for them. The fact that, Dilip Ghosh had made a very unsavory comment about Mamata Banerjee and challenged her womanhood, that is something which the BJP certainly stayed really far on from. So this time around, the BJP is hoping that the scheme that they brought in to give women 3,000 rupees into their account will really work wonders for them. The fact that they've ensured that safety will take up the priority is something that the BJP is really harping upon. And the Prime Minister has in fact drawn in a vision for the youths, told them that they'll have tinkering labs, to pursue all the architectural or even the artisanal interest that they really have. That is probably a hope that Bengal is really hoping for. So whether you went to Diamond Harbour, where people were really happy with CRPF being there and peaceful polling, or whether you're in the urban areas where people are asking for jobs, etc., the BJP certainly got its skin in the game. And like Shubhendu Adhikari said yesterday, that he knows how to birakto karo Mamata, how to irritate Mamata, and he's been Mamata's case from the morning, almost leaving Mamata from one place to the other, following her wherever she's gone, even going on to drink cold drink probably from a THP stall. He knows her game as much as anybody else.
True, and while he'll have a point to prove, last time Nandigram, this time Bhabanipur, even Shubhendu Adhikari has a lot at stake. His political career could be in doldrums if the BJP perish at the finish line as far as this election is concerned. But Kamalika, abhi booth chudwaya hai, booth band karaya hai. Wherever you have gone, there has been action, or you've been wherever their action is. So I'm asking you, what's going on? Phenomenal work done.
See, let me first give you something, a personal experience which I am now battling. Today is the day to vote for me also, but I did not get a chance to vote, so I am really rushing. I want to exercise my democratic right.
Go.
Yeah, so that is the thing for which I am in the car.
Komalika, have you also been removed from the SIR? Even a personality as big as you are not in the SIR, or is it because you just haven't had the time? You have put work first.
Yeah, exactly. I was from 5 in the morning. I was out and did not got a chance. So that's why I'm in the car. I'm just rushing. And I've told the EC that please, I really want to vote. So I'll have to reach that place. So that is the first update which I want to give you all. Because this time, for all of us, voting is important. And I'm also going to tell my story of my pilot who drives the car of the office. He said in the afternoon that if you are not allowing me to vote, then I'm going to leave my job. So this was the passion with which every voter turned out in the booth, and that is how the percentage is so high. Now, what I believe that, that my takeaways from this election definitely is that this is a free and fair and almost intimidation-free election. So all the thumbs up should go to Election Commission
this is very
and
interesting.
CAPM.
Intimidation-free. In a sense, you're suggesting that in the past there has been a great level of intimidation. However, this time there isn't much visible. So a lot of people, viewers, who've been talking about this so-called oppressive blanket of security, which they seem to suggest is censorious in nature, should actually be thankful that the people of West Bengal, the real voters there, the genuine voters, now have a shot at expressing themselves. And with that, I just also want to bring in Chetan Bhagat before I go back to Payal and Pallavi. Just Chetan, hi, how are you? Great to see you. Another election cycle.
देर आए दुरुस्त आए.
Another election cycle, but Chetan. Record Are you stunned? Are you happy? Are you sad?
उसका ही डिस्कशन हम करेंगे. उसमें 27 जलपाईगुड़ी में यानी पूरा जोन चला गया. मालदा में 49 पूरा जोन चला गया.
So I think there is some credit for that. I think it's also the tech available today. Everybody is connected. Everybody knows the elections are happening. Everybody knows where the booth is. I think it's just a lot of awareness. I don't think though it predicts any partisan thing. A lot of people are saying it means it's anti-incumbency, then somebody gives a perfect logic on why it's pro-incumbency. But 90% unheard of, right? I mean, South Bombay, it's 40%.
Yeah. You not just see the percentage, you also have to see the absolute numbers. So in absolute numbers also, there are more voters who have come out to vote in phase 1. At least we got the numbers, fixed now, compared to 2021. So in absolute numbers also, this has been unprecedented and it's been more.
Yeah.
Many would say that deletion ke baad kam ho jayega. Kam nahi hua. Actually, bade hain log.
And there is 3,000 rupees a month.
Yes.
Which is a lot of money in that part of India. It's like, you go to Rahul's locality, Jorbagh, you say everybody gets 5 lakhs a month, 10 lakhs a month just to hang out.
Kam bol rahe ho? Anyway.
Kam bol rahe. Okay, I'm just saying it could be.
I know, exactly.
I'm just giving an analogy for like common people.
Is it the Punjabi in him or the Khan market?
I'm just saying, I think that has to have, that will have an impact.
Your area.
No, it was nice that when he said 5-10 lakhs, the tone was that's changed for me,
That's like an unemployment allowance, like,
No, but hang on. Just
Jorbagh, it's like 3,000 a month. You have a husband and wife or like a girlfriend, boyfriend, 6,000 rupees.
नहीं हमको जोर हार्ट की बात करनी है जोर बाग की नहीं.
If she's pregnant, she's 21,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees a month, 21,000 for the baby. I mean, it's a good life.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Mamata Banerjee tried to highlight the other day, saying, why do you have to go out?
It keeps you above,
keeps you alive.
Yeah, it keeps you alive. It's above sustenance. But
Jhalmuri was 10 rupees.
But I'll also tell you that there is a little bit of anger also, Nalin. There is a bit of anger because some of the central schemes which should have applied on the ground were sort of held back. So there is that aspect also, isn't there? I mean, there is political competition, but some people have got caught in the middle.
Whether it's Nariga, whether there are schemes like PM Awas and so on, there has been an issue between the centre and the state. I want to make a larger point about the money. The total SOPs announced in West Bengal, additional to the regular scheme of things, is worth around 18,630 crores, which is around 16.5 to 17% of state revenues, additional to what was planned before this. So if Trinamool wins and these SOPs have to be done, then it's going to put a serious pressure on state finances. By the way, that's true for all states going to election this time. Except in West Bengal, the percentage of state revenue is the highest, 16 to 17%. In other states, it's around 7.4% in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, 4.3%.
So they can't afford it.
They can't afford it.
Exactly.
The point that is no reason to not do a party.
The point is.
Making a serious point. I was going to have some fun. You please
no,
complete.
Anand, the point is that look, right now what we are seeing on our screens is really a vote to the finish, so to speak. There is every voter is coming out there, which says that there is a lot even at stake for the voter. We are constantly focusing on the parties, but look at the way the voter is coming in. So clearly there are issues that need to be addressed from that side of the fence, Smita Prakash. I think the voter realizes that this also is a point of inflection for it.
You know what you were saying about welfare? In every state election, we've been watching this, whether it's the welfare vote or not. And if it's the welfare vote which is going to come in the favor of BJP in West Bengal, that's interesting because welfare has been a solid focus point for the Mamata government. She is focused on that. Mahila welfare, general welfare. So if despite that, there's an anti-incumbency vote, which means that they want more. It's welfare plus that they're looking out. And that's the same thing in Tamil Nadu that we'll be looking for, because that's exactly what Stalin's plank has been. So if it's going to be an anti-DMK, forget the complex issue of, you know, an actor turned politician now and it becoming complicated. But if Stalin faces an anti-incumbency, and that could be because they want welfare plus. We've gone beyond that roti kapda pani stage. We've gone beyond the sadak and what were the other two that were bijli sadak thing. We've gone beyond that, and it means more. It means like, you know, you're going beyond Ujjwala.
Just a sidebar. IPAC was advising both TMC and
they've gone bankrupt, supposedly.
And the DMK, and the narrative seem to be similar. The strategies employed seem to be similar. And this welfare plus, what is that plus? Fill in the blanks is O. O is opportunity within the state, not having to go out of the state. That a lot of people said. Yeah, quickly, viewers, I was just trying to tell you, this person, he is perhaps the nerd in our group. Big one. And in a positive sense. यहाँ note है, सारे note है, पर ये लक्ष्मी नहीं है, सरस्वती है. So that's the point I wanted to make. Quickly, does a higher voter turnout benefit the BJP or not? Across Bharat since 2014, multiple elections that we have tracked, at least 15 of them, 2/3 of the time, 66%, a higher voter turnout has translated into victory and turns for the BJP. Either they have continued to retain power or they have displaced the incumbent. But it's turned out in favor of the BJP. So that's the number. Out of 15 such elections, we tracked about 34, 23 was the number. But if you look at the NDA and the BJP involved, 15 such cases, state and national, and it's a 66% win for us. So 2 out of 3 times a higher voter turnout helps the BJP. Let's now look at how the voter turnout has impacted. Okay, we got the phase 2 number till 3 p.m. 80.7 was the overall 2021 average. It's 78.68. We should get the 5 p.m. update very, very soon. Let's move to the quickly. Over the years from 2001 to 2021, how has Bengal voter turnout impacted the results? We'll try and see that. And also the arithmetic. If we can look at the arithmetic. Now, this is something which, viewers, we need to spend some time on. This is 2021. The total voters were 3.8 crore in phase 1 and 3.6 crore in phase 2. So it was 7.3 crore voters. The absolute number of votes polled was 3.1 crore in phase 1 and 3 crore in phase 2. So overall, about 6 crore, 6.1 crore was the absolute number. This is rounded off decimals, and that's why. So 81%, 83%, and the state average was around 82%. Interestingly, the total number of votes polled in phase 1 in 2026 is 3.3 crore already. 3.3 crore already out of a lower base of 3.6 crore voters, but a higher percentage turnout of 93. So what is this number? Let's try and understand this number. In phase 2, if there are 2.7 crore voters who poll votes, just 2.7 crore votes, that is about 85% of the turnout. If we have 85% voter turnout here, we will have net 10 lakh more voters overall voting already in Bengal. But if I want to have the same number of 3 crore voters here in phase 2, I need to have a voter turnout of 93%. That's the thing. And if I have a turnout of 93%, this number will go up to 6.3 crore. We will have 3.3 crore voters coming around.
Quite a bit. Like if you see total, just look at total voters.
The total voters have gone down.
Total voters has come down because of the SIR
50 lakhs. That's a lot. And you would expect a growth, right? Because new people are coming in.
So that's where the problem is. The problem is, who are these non-voters voting for?
Correct.
And how did they impact the overall result?
How come there were 50 lakh people?
There you go.
In fact, there'll probably be more, right? Like new 18-year-olds are coming. We have a pyramid, population pyramid.
SIR,
so you're like a 70-80 like
So
deletions.
the overall base is the deletions plus the additions.
Correct.
So those additions are again about 26 lakh votes who have been added on. 23 to 25 lakh votes have been added on also, which is the young voters, new voters, first time voters, everything. This is the overall base after subtractions and additions. This is the overall base. And yes, there is a differential because the number of people who were dead, displaced, migrant moved on
And
is far
duplicate
greater.
is
It was a huge grouping.
A
It
lot
was a
of
huge
people who
number.
live in Bombay, they have a vote in Mumbai, they all also have a vote back in their hometown. Large number of such cases, even where people have asked for deletions to be done in the past. I know of cases where new vote was assigned,
GVL
but the previous vote was not deleted.
Many
So it's a
people
clean
don't
up.
do it. They want to vote in the villages simply because many of them think that अगर हमने गांव में वोट नहीं दिया, then our cousin can take that land away because it's say अरे तुम तो मुंबई में रहते हो, तुम तो वहाँ काम करते हो, so buy your land there. This is our land because you neither have an address out here nor are you voting here. Many people have gone back to vote because तुम्हारी जमीन छीन जाएगी. This kind of
तुम्हारे सारे बाकी कागज दस्तावेज सारे छूट जाएंगे क्योंकि what's being said कि next जो होने वाला है NRC होने वाला है और अपना वोटर का पर्चा बचा के रख लेना वरना NRC में तुमको निकाल देंगे.
So this is all the rumors which I wonder because it's gone on Reddit, it's gone on WhatsApp, it's gone on Facebook. So who circulated this? I don't want to believe that it's very organic, knowing
Trinamool Congress नेता came up and said कि बंगाल में तो यही बोल रहे हैं कि अपना वोटर का पर्चा संभालो अगला NRC होने वाला है नहीं तो तुमको निकालना.
So a lot of conspiracies that maybe it's these election management gurus who spread this, and then you had these special trains taking people or for certain denomination or whatever you want to know, all of them running away from all the satellite towns of Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, Delhi, Bombay, Chennai, Kerala, wherever they were working, the Bengali workers were working in those factories. Suddenly you saw everybody, even Rajasthan. And these were like, jewelry workers and people like that who, the karigars are all from Bengal. And suddenly those guys shut down everything and they just took the first train available. Why this panic, of just going to Calcutta?
That is the point, because I want to make a point here.
Yes,
Rahul,
please.
That the point you were making earlier about anger. Now on SIR, people have had to go at least 3 times by various accounts for verification. Now among the people who've had to go, among the about 22-30 lakh whatever migrant workers, there are some who are Bhadralok, the Khan Market gang, as Chetan made the point about.
I never used that term.
Park Streets.
Right. So that is a small substratum. But then there's a very large group of people who work as diamond workers, but as maids, all of those.
All of them, textile.
Now, for them, going 2 or 3 times, there's been an economic cost to it. They went because it was a matter of life and death for them, right? So
it isn't a matter of life and death, but they presume it is.
They presume, exactly. So that also has led to a significant amount of anger. So one, there was this need to preserve the vote. Then there was this anger, why do I have to come back?
Red alert, 90% turnout till 5 p.m. Yes, we've got the number here. Yes, 89.99%. 0.1 क्यों 0.01 क्यों छोड़
के like the CBSE 10th results that they just keeps going up.
No, Bata shoes. It's Bata shoes.
90 तो हो गया. देखिए, so that if you go back, so 89.99% at 5 p.m. So that benchmark of 85% turnout to match the same number, that's been crossed already.
Right.
So if we have to now catch up, so at this rate, 93% can be breached. That means both phase 1 and phase 2, we will have more number of voters than 2021, despite a lower base.
Maybe a lot of the voters were bots, equivalents, right? They just weren't there. They just, like the SIR deletions were people who weren't there. They were just lowering our turnout.
There was this concept of chappa vote.
Ghost voters.
No, there's this concept of chappa vote. This chappa vote means it's not neither Hindu, Muslim, not the religious denomination. But these people were there on the voter list, non-existent, but उनके वोट छप जाते थे. और वो बूथ बंद करके वोट छप जाते थे. So this chappa vote concept was there. So a huge percentage.
Even dead voters. So these were booth voting at the booths.
But if
which was happening
for one moment one were to suspend the usual narrative that you can't really tell which way a higher voter turnout is going. Now we've done this study and we can pull those figures back up again, perhaps even on the wall behind me, where we have shown that 66.6% of the time, when the turnout is increased over the last few years in various state elections, the NDA has benefited.
We just put that out.
We just put that out, and if you juxtapose that, the preponderance of this voter turnout, there it is on your screens, viewers, the preponderance of this voter turnout benefiting the BJP grows. And perhaps that's why the BJP seems so confident. I don't know.
The other thing is that you have created an environment for the voter to turn out in larger numbers than before. at a lower base, that means you've created something's worked.
But
the
you know,
presence
what
of
is
central
interesting,
forces,
Anand,
you know,
and
the EC
it's lesser
cracking down.
phases. There used to be seven phases in Bengal.
Phases.
This is an unmanageable place.
Okay, so
and
what
now
is
two
very
phases,
interesting is, and I don't know if we have that number, but we were looking at vote shares from different aspects.
Yes,
so
we'll go to
if
that
you just if you just pull out what is happening on those border constituencies.
Before we come to the borders, let's pick up the binary aspect of it, that is the Muslims and the Hindu population, how they have come out and voted. So if we can call out the phase 2 turnout, okay, we got the border, this one. So this is in border regions.
Yeah.
Interestingly, we plot the border, and this is the area, the assembly constituencies in this, because this phase is already over. So it will be largely concentrated in this region. So the turnout 2021, it was 81% in Bagda. Right now, 2026, it's 75% at 3 p.m. So the 5 p.m. numbers have not yet been updated. It will get updated. So it is sure to get closer to this number. Then Bangaon, Dakshin. Again, 78% voter turnout by 3 p.m. whereas the overall voter turnout last time around was 88%. In Boshirhat, Dakshin, again 78% by 3 p.m. it was 89%.
But can I just add some perspective on this
Yeah.
as we are going? Look, what we were trying to say here is not how it compares with 2021, but how these are
lower than the average of the overall average
just
at 3
1 minute.
p.m.
At 3 p.m., the average voter turnout was 78.68%
Yeah.
in phase 2. Now let's go back.
Let's go to
back
Bagda.
one by
so
one.
If we call back Bagda, if
To
we refresh this
to
and go back to
is
Bagda
at-
again.
Yeah, so Bagra at 3 p.m. was at 75%,
Yeah.
which is 3.5% lower than the average voter turnout at that hour.
This
then
is a
we
seat
look
won by BJP at 81% the last time around. So
Yes.
interesting.
Then let's look at Bangaon Dakshin.
Bangaon Dakshin is the
That's
next.
also
Bangaon Dakshin
about-
is at
Yeah, that's
78% again. So
Yes.
it's about 0.5%.
1.5% lower. 1% lower. Basirhat Dakshin.
Yeah.
78.68 is the average voter turnout at 3 p.m. and this is at 77.57.
No, this is at 78%. 78% is
No,
what?
actually,
okay.
to be very
That-
honest, they
the
rounded it
decimals.
off there.
Okay,
It's
so about a
77
1% different.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's 77.57. Basithar Uttar is at
Yeah, the next one,
78.68.
Bashira.
So it's equal exactly to the 3 p.m.
Yeah.
Badura is 76.79.
Yeah.
So these have all been rounded off. I think someone hasn't really understood what we were trying to do there. We're going to try and correct this. But fundamentally, when we get the
1
full
to
data,
2%.
when we get the full data, you see that most of these constituencies, apart from Gosaba, are actually polling under the average
Yeah,
at that hour.
Gosaba was far higher. Yeah.
Under the state average at that hour. So that is an interesting trend. Why do you think this is?
I think how much a particular assembly constituency records, what percentage of voting it records, depends on historical factors. So some areas, because even now a significant number of people who are not voting may not be living there. See, let's all those who have cleared the SIR process, let's not assume all of them live all the time there. There may be some people going out to work. So we need to understand the local geographical dynamics. One important point I want to make. Why more voters may have polled this time than earlier. Another factor is the value of a vote. The importance of a vote has better been understood when this entire SIR process has been undertaken. Because when you realize that people who have been careless, who did not, let's say, live there, a lot of them having lost vote, people have understood the preciousness of a vote. That may also have contributed to more people to go out and vote this time. And a lot of people may have gone back to vote this time. Like,
Sir, but इसमें ये भी है कि
a lot of people have
गुस्सा भी हो सकता है.
A lot of
because
people
they may
have.
say कि it is the BJP which is making us do because the EC is doing SIR, so it's the BJP which is making us do it. So मेरे को इतना मेहनत करा रहे हैं, वोट करा रहे हैं, I may just get angry.
You see, this assumption. A lot of people said SIR in Bihar is going to be counterproductive to the BJP. It didn't happen that way. So SIR is not to benefit or to harm BJP. SIR is a cleanup
So
process.
there is a theory that these particular border regions and these constituencies are polling under the average, the state average, because perhaps a large number of people have been taken out. Number two, that propensity to vote, that chappa vote, this time under the security blanket has been removed from the equation.
That if these assemblies are recording a lower turnout compared to the previous
Yes.
election, always
Yes.
you have to see in comparison to the
That's
previous
right.
election.
Yes.
Because every constituency has a particular behavior.
And how many
So
have
no,
been
we put
deleted?
we put those numbers compared to the
May I
absolute
make a
number.
point?
Yeah,
When we're
but
looking
we
at
are
this
also
election-
looking at the average, overall state average. They are polling lower than the state average.
Anand,
also.
may I
In
make a
fact,
point?
on an average, one second, on an average, in the 24 Parganas and the 20 South and the 24 Parganas North, we can even show you that SI deletion data. It's quite heavy per constituency. The average.
This is the TMC stronghold
This
that you're
is
talking
the
about.
TMC stronghold.
But then
These are also
one has to
Muslim
see that,
dominated.
of the 90 lakh or whatever
Let's get that,
deletions,
SIR deletions,
just 1/3 are Muslim deletions.
Yeah.
So actually more Hindu deletions have taken place. So you can't think, and then you don't know in this state, in the Hindu deletions, now what does it mean? Hindu community doesn't vote as a block for either the TMC
In fact,
or the
60%
BJP.
of the
There's
votes
no
last time were
consolidation.
Trinamool,
Yeah.
40% were
there
Hindu
is a
votes.
difference here. You see, we don't know how many of those Hindus were living Hindus.
And how many were dead Hindus.
Or dead Hindus.
Or migrated.
Or had
Yeah,
migrated.
it's so bizarre. That's
So somebody was casting a vote in their name.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. So it's not just that, okay, there were people who are illegals who got onto the voter list, but there are also dead people and missing people and people who've immigrated who are also voting, by the
Very
way.
Manoj Knight Shyamalan. I see dead people.
Interestingly, phase 1 at 5 p.m. was 89.9%.
Yeah.
Phase 2 at 5 p.m. is 90%. So they are actually going neck and neck and mirroring each other in terms of the overall voter turnout. And in 2021,
Amazing.
overall,
And they say so many people go out to work and still the turnout is 90%.
How many people go out to work in Bengal? There is
Oh wow, that's quite a.
That is,
Well, they said-
that
no,
is
no,
a politician
but-
and GVL Narsimha speaking. That
Bhavanipur
when the
में देखिए,
BJP comes to
Bhavanipur में
power, no one will be
4.5%
voting.
extra
But
voter
hang on,
turnout.
hang on. It might also be that there's a holiday. You see, don't forget
Yeah,
that
polling.
the state does, the EC does say that you can take the day off. So polling
Or come in
in
late to
our
work.
They're
country,
saying there are no jobs
No,
and
in our
husbands have to
country-
go
Come in late
out.
to work.
no, I mean, that's too simplistic. In our country, look, this is a sacrosanct principle. And we honor it, we respect it, and we go out and vote.
See,
That's why it creates so much problems when people actually don't exercise their franchise, because then they're being irresponsible, given the premium that people put at voting.
I
Yes,
think we
sir.
should,
I
we
want
should
to make
also
a
salute
psychological
the
point,
people,
Rahul.
voters of Bengal, for coming out in such large numbers and
Absolutely.
setting an example. You know,
I mean,
to
even
come
the
out-
US is 50%.
Yeah,
The
but
so-called.
so imagine 9 out of 10 voters in Bengal in phase 1
And in
and
the
now
US,
already
of
now
course,
have
you
come
don't
out
even
to
need
vote.
an ID card to vote, so I don't even know why they're not coming out. Anyhow, yes.
Let me make a cephalological point.
Yeah.
just
When
go
we are
and vote.
looking for
You mean to
what-
say we were not making any substantial
I want to
cephalological
make an
points?
additional cephalological point, which is this, that you're not looking for a swing across the state.
Nalin की बात
Where
note
the
करें.
swing matters, if you get a 2 or 2.5% swing in about 50 odd seats, that will change this whole election. And those are battleground seats which were won by less than 50%, less than 5% difference last time, or where there were big swing between
How
2016
many
and
of those?
2021.
Give me the math on that.
Right. So there are some which are in North Bengal, which are in BJP areas. There are some which are in Jungle Mahal, which are more volatile. But some of those are in Kolkata. Now, which seats which are won by low margins or seats which saw huge changes between 16 and 21. You just need a 2-3% swing here. That election may be decided in those 50-60 seats and not necessarily, even if everything else remains equal.
And the
Let me give you some numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Seats, BJP lost narrowly in the last elections. Narrowly in the sense below 5,000, 10,000 votes. Below 10,000 votes is about 75
yes.
seats.
Yes.
Below 10,000. So if you are able to gain 10,000
Yeah.
votes in every assembly, you will
It's
get
not even gain, sir.
one
Let me put some fresh blood to what he's saying.
deletions
Rahul.
are helping you out.
You see,
Let's have a look.
Yes, you see,
Can we see the
SIR,
SIR deletions? Yeah. Yeah, if we have the...
SIR doesn't help either party.
No, but what I'm trying to say is
SIR
SIR
Can I give you some seats here?
deletions, if you look, have a look at this. How much it has shaved the Trinamool Congress margin. Now the Trinamool Congress victory margin in Hooghly is 19,915 across the 18 seats. That's the average victory margin. Look at the average deletion. The average deletion is 17,333 seats. So 19,000 ka victory margin, you brought it down to
No,
less than
what the
2,000.
assumption here
what
is-
if all 17,000
Yes.
have not polled?
Not have polled. Or
Maybe they were absent at the time of enumeration. They were absent. They're found to be dead or duplicate voters, and it's all possible that all of them or most of them or majority of them have not voted.
You're right.
That
You've
is
got one point, and that's
a
an
what if
important
scenario,
point. No,
but
hang
this
on.
is also a what if scenario.
And even if they have voted, they may have voted in equal
To be fair to
proportion.
GVN Narasimha, see, he's wearing a cephalogist hat right now,
Correct.
and he's actually right. We don't also know if all of these individuals voted for the TMC,
yes,
whether they were bona fide TMC voters. We can only assume, given the vote shares, etc., and the demographic composition, that a substantial number might be of
thing
TMC.
is, this merits a deep dive, especially look at Purva Bardhaman. Again, 16 seats. The BJP did not crack Purva Bardhaman. BJP did not crack Kolkata. Look at the differentials. 16,688 deletions, whereas the average victory margin for the Trinamool is 14,951. So, if the Trinamool Congress is going to look and see, out of these 16,688, all 16,688 are not going to be dead, did not vote, etc. There will be a certain number of voters, and that cashier voters could be pro-TMC and also pro-BJP.
Yeah, sure.
And the Trinamool would want to believe, or perhaps on the face of it, one would make an assumption, since this is the victor, and this is a huge margin across 16 seats, it's the TMC that's going to be more worried than the BJP. Who will smell opportunity? Well, obviously the latter, if it's a two-horse fight. Now, again here, 57,455. Kolkata, it's always been 11-0. The BJP has not been able to break into Kolkata. This, the highest number of deletions, average number of deletions across constituencies has been in Kolkata this time around.
Add to this the numbers that Nalin has put out, that in Kolkata on these 11 constituencies, the margins were narrow. So if you add that, there is a preponderance.
And it's Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee.
That's why today,
So
and
we've got to watch that.
I actually want to pull out that visual, if we can bring out that visual of Mamata Banerjee, first thing in the morning, on the streets, in a particular ward where actually the BJP has some vestigial support. Right, she's out there. It has never happened.
Chakraberia area of Bhabanipur.
I've spoken to a large number of correspondents.
Mixed crowd in Bhabanipur, which she probably took for granted in the earlier election.
No, but this is unprecedented, because she used to show up. Remember, at 4 in the evening, in the afternoon, she would rise late. She would come out. She's been out there at 8.
So her neighbors have also said that we have never seen Mamata Banerjee coming out like this, the way she did today. We've not seen her, even though some of them used to say that we vote for her because we know she lives in this area. Who will we vote for? Who will we go to if it's the BJP that we want to vote for? So that local factor is there. But the point is that this booth level, this minute granular support generation that the TMC does, the BJP did not have on the ground in Kolkata. It didn't have even in rural areas. But in the past 5 years, it has built that cadre. And in Bengal, they fight it like a war. They fight that whole political battle like a war. So it's like going in, and doing a kind of a mobilization of the crowd and doing a carpet bombing of voting that happens. I'm using a lot of war terminology for some absurd reason. But it seems to be like that, Otherwise, how do you explain this 90% voter turnout that has happened in rural and urban Bengal? The apathy that you see, like Chetan was mentioning, in urban Delhi or in urban, in these pockets of where the rich and mighty live, even there people have come out, stood in line and voted, despite earlier they used to say pressure hota hai, of the goons, etc. But you didn't see any kind of pressure today, despite what you were seeing, some violent, sporadic incidents.
Those are the
90% of voting.
That's Mamata Banerjee. When have you last seen this? This is, and look, credit must be given where it's due. She is fighting. She is fighting till the last vote is polled, and that is, one has to sort of go out there and respect her instinct there.
These are pictures from not 24 Parganas, Rahul. These are pictures and there are clashes, there is fight, there is argument going on. These are pictures just coming in. They're trying to force the gate open. We try and see what this story is.
Let me have a look. Let me have a look at what
drama that's happening. Can we go big on the pictures, and is there an audio coming through?
Yes.
Okay, no, we don't. It's come from ANI only, so Smita Prakash would be able
but
to.
But it's TM.
Her team will be able to.
It's been a TMC stronghold, but this time I think it is BJP's best hope is North Parganas, if I'm not mistaken. You're talking about South Bengal, that's the best hope the BJP has out here.
Yeah,
but it also houses a number of refugees in this area. So, you know, if they have come to vote, if they are angry, not angry, which way they are voting, this phase is absolutely essential for TMC.
And the refugees have actually not benefited from SIR.
They've not. They are angry, but will they punish the BJP for being angry and annoyed because there's so much at stake for the Matuas?
ये देखिए अपनी संदूक भी लेके आए हैं, ये डिजिटल संदूक,
थोड़ा सा घबरा रही थी।
सब लेके आए हैं, अमिताभ बाबू सब लेके आए हैं।
I mean, we are going on about this higher turnover and all. In fact, the outlier here is the higher
turnout. यार, तो अभी भी तुम business language use कर रहे हो।
Turnout, sorry.
He's such a money-minded guy that even here he's talking about turnover.
No, so the point being, this turnout has never been there, and this kind of SIR deletion has never been there. So the easiest explanation is not like the SIR took away the TMC voters or those. It just means that the SIR deletions were dummy voters. They never existed. That's why it's a cleanup exercise. That's why you see the real outlier is the turnout. The turnout has never been this in any election in India, and never been so. It is just a scrubbing of junk data.
Like you clean balance sheets, this is cleaning of the...
Yeah, and to say that it is a TMC voter, then how come suddenly there's been a massive boost in turnout? I mean, this high turnout validates the SIR exercise.
Direct your attention to these pictures, visuals coming in from North 24 Pargana. There is a candidate, clearly there has been some violence, pushing, shoving, the CRPF coming in between. They're all trying to get very agitated. We'll try and go across to Kamalika. This is a BJP and TMC clash. That's the house of a person. That person has gone inside the house. Women have locked the door, saying, don't come out. The lady is actually trying to, she's clearly looking very, very tensed, in a state of fear, trauma. The cameras are rolling, but she is trying to, and then you've got the CRPF standing in there. So this is the beginning. There you go. Pushing, shoving, hitting, then there you go, punching. That's what's happening. He's chasing that person down, and then they come back. Then they're going away, running away, and then the cops are coming in between, trying to say, don't do this. Then there is a lot of profanity being used, so we'll try and keep the audio down in between. But then there is a chase back again, and somebody's running back. There are a lot of cops. But they're allowing this roughing up happening. Before the separation happens, there is a lady there, and the lady is pushing this person away. There you go. Again with a stick, somebody hitting somebody with a stick. There you go again. Very dramatic visuals. The police are just standing there, even as they clearly are just trying to block. They clearly are just trying to block. That lady has gotten a few lashings. This person who was chased away earlier has come back with a stick. So this is what's happening. You hit me, I'll go get some sticks, come back and hit you. And this is the kind of level of intensity of the exchange that we are seeing. And then that person who first assaulted is gone. Arjun Singh is seen there. We'll try and get him on the phone, or we'll try and get Kamalika to get us some more details actually what's happened. There you go. There's more hitting. Punches and thrusts that's happening. Huge hits. This is where it all started. This is where it all started.
It looks like a movie.
It's like a movie.
But it's live.
This is live. The cameras are rolling. This is real action.
And this is worse than gangs of Vasai. If you go there, the poll violence is for real. And it does not happen in any other state in India.
Yes.
In any other state.
I thought Bengalis are the intellectual, peaceful people.
Yeah. But they also carry the sickle in their hand and the violence. Except for election time, and at the Pada level, this time around, what we are seeing is only 10% of what was witnessed in 2021 and what was witnessed in 2021.
And they don't care that their cameras are shooting it. I mean, they don't stop.
No, I mean, some intellectuals will tell you that this is not TMC culture. This culture has always been there, prevalent in Bengal.
From the left.
So why is TMC not stopping it for the past 15 years?
Because most of the left has moved either to the BJP
They're
or
the
to
mercenary
the Trinamool, and they carry on the same act.
It's the same
and
way
the
like
police
in Pakistan,
is also, I'm seeing the police is also watching the show.
Do you know, there was a panchayat election that was held, and
More
I think we
than 100
brought that
people
up in a debate just the other day in 2018,
Yeah.
where it's shocking, but 18,000 candidates did not show up out of a list of about 56 or so. It was almost 40% did not show up. The Supreme Court said what is happening in this country. And that election wasn't countermanded. the State Election Commission, which is really under the imprint of the state government, allowed those results to stand.
And it was a very violent
paper ballot. It was a paper ballot.
The story of Trilochan Maso, I'll never forget that boy. He was found hanging on the tree outside the gaon. He was found hanging.
He has been
Trilochan
trying
Maso
to
story.
protect the turf by unleashing
By this brazen
violence.
intimidation. A woman candidate at the Panchayat election, as she was walking with her father, her pacha and her dupatta was snatched. She was slapped and she said, "Go."
Smitaji,
And this is
women
all
are
on
supposed
camera.
to be the
This is all on
less
camera.
aggressive. We men are the fighters. We men are the ones who don't know how to. We choose
No,
violence.
I think violence also, Chetan. I mean, if I don't want to be obsequious in saying this, but violence is something that one chooses to do. So it doesn't depend upon the gender. Here, what Rahul is mentioning about the Panchayat election, Anand too. The fact is that these are mercenary gangs, and they are employed by whoever is in power. Unfortunately, and you can't do a value judgment. You know that it is now or before, or this party or that party. Whichever party has come to power, this has been the way. And people come on television channels and say कि हमको fear नहीं है, Bengal में women are fearless. I'm sorry, you are talking about a very elite percentage who goes to vote, who goes to the market, who goes to do whatever, who don't have fear factor. This is fear. The way she was slapped around out here, pushed and shoved. This is fear. She might be fighting back, but she's fighting back out of fear. She's fighting back out of wanting to exercise her democratic right. So this is something that everybody should ensure, not just men out there and the security forces. This is something the Bengalis should also do it.
Right. She may be from the BJP, but those 48 hours in 2021 where there were no central forces and the BJP top leadership from the center had decamped even before the dust settled. Dust settled. They had all taken their flights out. I'll be honest with you, and I know this for real. There were more than 200 people inside her compound area seeking refuge.
Wow.
Saying हमको बचा लो नहीं तो हमको मार देंगे. This is
Even
in
election
Kolkata.
officials.
This is in Kolkata.
Just
this
a
is in
couple of
Kolkata.
weeks back.
And this is like 2026. This like sounds like 1980s.
Yeah, this
India
is in
boot
2021,
capturing
Chetan. This happened in 2021 in those 48 hours across assembly constituencies where the BJP tried to
it's
fight.
unfortunate, but
So
let's have a
that's
look at the turnouts now in another.
Let's do it. We're supposed to take a break, but we're not taking a break. We're going back. Let's look at this. Let's try and break up and say where are the classifications. 7 different metrics that we tried to look. We put out the number saying there need to be 3 crore voters in absolute numbers to exceed the phase 2 turnout of last time. But overall right now, the total number of voters in both the phases put together have already exceeded 2021. That's what's happened already because we got an 89.9% voter turnout. But if there are, let's look at the Muslim dominated areas out of these 142 assembly constituencies in phase 2. When I say Muslim dominated, where Muslim population is greater than or equal to 30%. So, but before that, let's look at this. We get to that in a bit. Year after year, a higher voter turnout, change in government, yes or no? So 2001, it was CPIM. Again in 2006, with a higher turnout, it was again the CPIM. But then in 2011, with a phenomenal 3% jump, you had the Trinamool Congress come in. After that, the Trinamool Congress has actually seen retained power with a dropping voter turnout. 84, 82, 81%. The absolute number of voters may have gone up, but the overall percentage of voters has come down. Then you have after 2021, 2026, look at the jump. A phenomenal overall, about 10% jump.
Can I tell you one more
from
factor
the last time around?
Missing? This was COVID. This was during COVID.
21, yeah.
So maybe a few less people go to vote, right? I mean, it's presumably possible. Then you have third deletions. And therefore you go to 92. I mean
92. But one thing which begets, and this is subject to argument, not confirmation and speculation, is that how many of these votes actually were genuine votes? If it was COVID at that time, and plus the SIR deletions have deleted a huge number of votes, and despite that these votes were shown as polled. Now then you would also want to ask, then what were the number of genuine voters in 2024 Lok Sabha elections also, because they were also conducted with the same voter list that was done without an SIR. So that raises this question between the assembly elections when the Lok Sabha elections have been held. So that is something which perhaps once the numbers settle and we know post facto, we will have to do a deep dive. But Amitabh, this is possible? in this voter turnout list, in this number of 81.56%, there could have been a huge number of bogus voters?
I mean, Bengal has been known for scientific rigging actually. And if we assume that there is a certain percentage of bogus voters here, then it means that the turnout has actually increased by a higher number. Because we are comparing 81 as the base, and if there was bogus voting and then subsequent SIR deletions or purification, then it means that the turnout has increased by even higher number than 12%. Yes, Chetanji is correct when he is saying that there is a base impact, but we have done this calculation earlier also, that even after accounting for the SIR deletion, there is an organic growth of voting to the tune of almost 6% in phase 1, that is more than 20 lakh voters per in phase 1, which is almost 14,000 voters per seat.
Right. One of the questions is, and let's quickly move on, one of the questions is, vote zyada kahan pade? Which regions? So let's look at the Muslim dominated areas or where Muslim population is greater than or equal to 30%. What is the voter turnout in phase 2 in these seats? This is the turnout till 3 p.m. This is the 2021 turnout, and the Muslim percentage of Muslims greater than 30%. Goghat has a higher Muslim percentage of 74% Muslim population. The turnout in 2021 was 89%. By 3 p.m., 84% had already come out to vote. So a high Muslim concentration of the votes, and clearly because they are, and despite that, in 2021, BJP was the winner in Goghat because the votes may have split between the ISF, the Congress left, and of course the Trinamool. But the turnout is high. In Baduria, again, turnout quite high, 87% turnout, 69% Muslim population. In Bali, 68% Muslim population, 71% turnout in 2021. This time it is higher, 75%. And both these seats were Trinamool. Again, a Trinamool bastion, Karimpur, 59% Muslim population, 87% turnout in 2021, 81% this time. Khanakul, where the ISF and the Trinamool were at loggerheads today, 46% Muslim voter base, 78% turnout then, 81% turnout this time around. So this is again, this is where the BJP scored, because perhaps a split between the ISF and the Trinamool of the Muslim vote. There can also be counter consolidation, so you can talk us through 25-30% Muslim population in Goghat, 26%, nearly about 30%, 31% in Baduria. Again, Singur, nearly 39-40% Muslim population, 84% voter turnout, 81% already at 3 p.m. So this could also go above, despite it being with TM. Falta, again a place, Jahangir Khan, and there is a lot of action. Ajay Pal Sharma was here, and he was the one who was trying to tell people, and Abhishek Banerjee saying that we will defend it. 87% voter turnout, they said, in this Falta region. 75% already by 3 p.m. But this is lower than the 3 p.m. average. At 78.69%, this is about 3.6% lower. That we must keep that in mind. Sandesh Khali, again, 86% voter turnout, and this one, 79% now. There is no Sheikh at this point. He's gone. He's out of the mix. So what happens here? This was again TMC. And Bashirhat Uttar, 87% turnout with a 33% Muslim base. It is 79% already in terms of voter turnout, above the overall average, or just mirroring the state average at 3 p.m. This is below, this is above, this is above, this is above, this is 3.6% below, this is about 1.6% below, and this is way above, again clear above. So they have 1, 2, 3 and 3 of these regions, seats, Baduria, Bali and Falta, which were below the state average at 3 p.m. Let's look at the Hindu voters. And if we have the Hindu voters, let's quickly look at the Hindu votes and Hindu dominated seats where the voter base is more than 70%. What we have taken is seats dominated by Hindus, where the Hindu percent is more than 70%. So this is Hingalganj, Ranaghat, Purusara, Krishanganj, Barakpur, Bashirhat, Dakshin, Rashbehari, from where we have Mr. Dasgupta. He is actually contesting, Kolkata Port and Howrah Uttar. And here again, if you were to see one, that is Ranaghat, then you have Kishanganj, and this is again all these three plus We've got Rajbihari and Kolkata Port, which are about 2 to 3% below the state average at 3 p.m. The rest seem to be somewhere close or above in terms of the state average. So there is no clear pattern, but there are certain seats where, despite being an overwhelming number or a stronger number, the voter turnout is 1 to 3% less. Should we read much into it? Amitabh Tiwari, GVL Narasimha Rao. GVL?
I think across both Hindu and so-called Muslim concentration seats, there is no typical pattern. There is no one-way increase or one-way decrease. So I don't think community is appearing to be a major factor in terms of determining the level of turnout.
So 30% Muslim vote, right?
Yeah.
30% not Muslim vote, 30% Muslims in the state.
Yeah.
And if they are anyway traditionally TMC voter because they are an anti-BJP voter, so in a kind of a polarized situation where you have two parties now, so let's take away the CPI and say, let's take away the Congress. If it's a polarized election and you're saying that the Muslim voters are going to do a non-BJP voting, so they were anyway non-BJP voters. So maximum you will see is an increase in percentage of Muslim voters. So if you imagine that there are X number of seats where they were voting anti-BJP, they're going to vote anyway. So more voters, more anti-BJP votes. That's
She
it.
might be right. That might actually be more of a sign that they are pre-decided. They don't really need to do much. They've decided to vote for the TMC. They don't have to come out in such big numbers because they are, by the dint of being the majority in that particular pocket, going to make the TMC win. So I think that's one of the reasons.
Let's look
why.
at the Muslim-dominated seats, and interestingly, and getting your perspective, because
Nadia,
a lot of these
Murshidabad and all these areas.
this is in this phase. It's not phase 2, phase 1.
Oh,
it's
okay,
phase 2.
phase 2.
So these are all seats in phase 2. We're going to the vote today. So this is today. Now, interestingly, in a lot of these seats where the Trinamool Congress is holding sway currently, there is a multi-cornered fight because the Congress is active, the ISF is active, and you also have the left being active. So the Muslim votes could actually be split and they may not necessarily be concentrated, because today largely we've seen reports of the ISF and Trinamool Congress clashing in Khanakul. There is, of course, clashes with the BJP in Falta, where the Trinamool Congress was holding sway.
If you really look at these 2 or 3 seats here,
Singur,
I think
Falta.
these are very interesting seats, because Falta is, of course, the bastion of Abhishek Banerjee. And there, I don't know how it's going to end up, but certainly
it's 3% less than the state average, 3.5%.
3% less than the state average. So the enthusiasm that perhaps is greeted other parts of the state is lacking by 3 percentage points. But it could just be a localized factor. It could be that already you have a bastion that doesn't really need to come out and elect, and most of these are TMC seats. So
see, and Sandesh Khali Bashirhat, they have a history. They have a history of the violence. They have the history of Sheikh coming in and the ED crackdown and this whole drama. Last time, a lot of voters said they couldn't go out to vote.
But just have a look at these seats where the BJP has done better. There, the turnout is more than the state average at 3 p.m.
Correct. Here and also at Goghat.
So that is very interesting, isn't it? I mean, that tells you that here the contestation is much deeper, more fierce, because fundamentally there is more at stake. And it could be that in some of these pockets, the Muslim population doesn't automatically determine the TMC's fortunes. Now, those are the exchanges. Now, we don't quite know. We don't have the exact demographic breakup here. These could be seats that have just 30% more.
No, these are all 68%. See, Karimpur 59%, Muslim population 46%.
So there you have a situation. Well, there you have a situation where clearly the polarization is extreme. And I don't know how the BJP ended up winning.
That's because the Muslim vote was split.
The Muslim vote
because there is ISF, Congress, and
so is this higher turnout therefore going against the BJP this time? Because
we don't know.
Muslims are voting in a complete
because see, this
block.
turnout was 89% here, so there was a high turnout anyways. This is 84%.
Yeah.
So Goghat is a different story there.
But it's already polling above the state average at that time. So that 89% number is going to be breached. Is it because there are certain voters who are determined now to ensure that they make sure that the TMC, that the BJP is defeated? We don't know.
We don't know. But this 89 is again 7% more than the state average back in 2021, which was 82%.
Yes.
So Goghat by default has polled higher than the state average and higher than average at all points.
But it is interesting. At a 74%, Muslim population, the BJP wins. There must have been dramatic split in
no,
the
and there's a
Muslim
Muslim
vote.
candidate also here.
Yes.
If I remember.
So essentially what we are seeing is a clear pattern in districts. So if at 5 p.m. we have 89.99, so let's say 90%, Hooghly and Purva Bardhaman, who are Hindu majority, more than 75% Hindus, clearly have more than 90% turnout.
Let me give you the last election statistics for Gogat. BJP won with a small margin, but BJP polled 46.6%. So either this Muslim number is being exaggerated,
so Gogat is a SC
no, whether it's SC or otherwise, a Muslim voter can choose to vote for whichever party he wishes to. But here, either Muslims have voted for the BJP in this constituency.
Possibly, because that's the
Abhishek
only way the
Banerjee
maths
has
is
just
adding up.
tweeted that one person died because of being pushed around by central forces. So he's obviously very angry and he's used very strong wordage in his, he says, merciless violence against unarmed civilians. It happened over about an hour ago.
It's an elderly gentleman.
Uday Narayanpur.
And apparently the entire TMC leadership is tweeting in
all of them
on this. So they're trying to call out the fact that this is despotism.
Yeah, so you know, just a couple of or maybe 1.5 hours before poll shuts, this kind of visuals being tweeted by Abhishek Banerjee is going to get the cadres to get a little more agitated to make sure that whoever they want to come to the booth and their cadres to come there.
But at 90% voter turnout at 5 p.m.
The presumption is that there are people who want to vote and who are being stopped from voting as far as they are concerned.
Okay, the cynic or somebody would, you know, my condolences to the family, and of course nobody should lose their life, absolutely. But Trilochan Mahato downwards, there is a long list that goes up to about 900 such people who've been culled because of poll violence in the last 7 or 8 years. So we would like the Trinamool Congress to hold a flag and also put out those names and commemorate those who died violence and not necessarily because of atrocities of the central forces. So sometimes, you know, when there is such outpouring of outrage over the death of a particular person by one political party, you have to also turn around and say, do they have a rich history of poll violence themselves and culling people? So that's another question. But let's hope that we are able to bring justice to whoever has perpetrated
and let's
whatever
hope
has
this
caused
is the
the
last
death
election
of
that we are seeing these kind of visuals.
Whatever has caused the death of that person is unfortunate, and whoever is responsible should be brought to book. Yeah. Okay, now we got the updated numbers in the Muslim seats. Let's go back to these numbers, and here is the, oh, wow. So now there you go. These numbers then way above the state average. They've also beaten the previous tally of 2021. All the seats are above the previous year's average, but some of them are below the state average of 90%. So 1, 2, 3, that is Bali, there is Khanakul, where again the ISF and Trinamool were fighting, Rahul, and of course Falta, where you know Abhishek Banerjee and this whole fight that's going on. So they are below the state average.
So look, I mean, it's very difficult to read a pattern here, but the fact is that it's quite clear that both sides had been able to bring out the vote. Now, I know that there are a couple of errors here. Apparently, Gogat doesn't have 74% Muslim population, so we just need to check that number once. That number is much lower. It's also a reserved SC seat. That explains perhaps how the BJP won with 40-odd% of the vote. So clearly, this is statistically not aligning. But given the fact that the turnout there is higher than the state average at that time, tells you that the BJP is being able to bring out, to safeguard its seat, as well as the TMC are being able to bring out their people to vote, which means these are heavily contested seats. Now, whether this means that the BJP is going to gain from this bump, we don't know. But I'm just very interested in seeing this BJP seat. This other BJP seat also, the turnout 86.8, little under the state average. We'll have to look at the number here.
But look at the difference. There is an 8% jump from the last time around.
That's right.
And many are saying this is because of the presence of central forces that the voter has been empowered to come out and vote.
That's
right. This is a place where the ISF is keenly contesting against the Trinamool Congress too. While there is also
and there
the
has
BJP
been
candidate.
violence or clashes in the morning. The ISF has come out and had a bit of a rant and a tirade against the TMC here.
Now, this is interesting.
Yes.
Sandesh Khali and Bashirhat, where there were a lot of riots,
Yes.
Hindu migration happened, exodus happened in Bashirhat, Uttar. Sandesh Khali, again, the whole, story, saga itself, and they are voting about, they are showing at least about 4 to 5% bump up.
Could there be a change? Because the Muslim population there is 33% or so. So 1 in 3 voters is a Muslim. So you have a Hindu consolidation happening?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Because compared to last time, they're already gone up.
Absolutely.
And they're also polling above the state average.
And this is 5 p.m. So
Yeah,
you can
5 p.m.
correct that number upwards by maybe 1% or 2. So how many are going to now show up between 5 p.m. and 6:30 to vote? I mean, I'm just estimating it could be 3% at the max.
2 to 3%,
Yes.
The point
Nalin.
you're making, Khanakul, that's a classical swing seat in Bengal, where demography and swing and organization all matter. If BJP has to win, it has to win seats like these, and Trinamool, if it has to win, it has to defend seats like this. For example, with the 25 to 30%, roughly around 30% Muslim vote here, the Muslim vote is very important, but it's not alone, it's not decisive by itself, which is why everything else matters in a seat like that. And I think there are about 20 to 30 other seats like that, where organization and a little bit of swing can really make a difference.
There you go. So
5 to 10,000.
So this is what I'm saying. There seems to be, Anand, some sort of mobilization. Don't forget that we haven't actually printed this across the SIR. We don't know.
Yeah.
So that makes this very interesting.
Yeah,
The
if you
fact that
triangulate
the
it based
turnout-
on the SIR deletions, then the margins of victories could actually be shaved.
Absolutely.
Or there could be a difference or an impact
So
that could happen
in a number
these
of
areas.
these seats. Let's look at these 5 seats here.
Yeah.
The Muslim population is less than 50%. So it's
Correct.
certainly not the majority population,
Correct.
which means that there is leeway for these seats to perhaps turn the other way. If there has been consolidation and there is a Hindu swing.
Now, if you just quickly, if you get the Hindu votes also, that's also updated.
Yeah.
But one thing that you make a very logical point here is that both parties, the Trinamool and the BJP, have worked towards mobilizing their support and their voters.
Yeah.
Now, look at where the Trinamool, the Hindu-dominated seats, the Trinamool had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the seats, whereas the BJP had only 3 of the seats where Hindu-dominated seats in this
look
region.
at the jumps in the ones that the TMC has been holding. I mean, just see the jump, the turnout in 2021, let's say.
Correct.
In Kolkata Port, 64 has gone to 87.
87. So that means that
we're talking about 22%, 23%
Correct.
jump.
This is a story in itself. If you look at this, if you look at these numbers, this shows that somewhere there was intimidation or the voter was dissuaded or disenfranchised, not wanting to come out to vote.
Or didn't feel encouraged
Or
enough.
didn't
Let's
feel
be safe.
encouraged. Didn't feel encouraged.
Let's be safe.
Yeah, let's be safe. Didn't feel encouraged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats. Why is that question? See, Bashirhat
I can understand had this bump up been by 3% or 4%. But here, I mean, this is 11, 12%.
You know, this is Bashirhat. Again, Bashirhat Dakshin.
Just look at this. This is 25%.
25%.
That means one voter out of 4 has suddenly decided to vote.
Here,
Right.
21% in Barakpur.
Absolutely. 64 to 87%. You have 68 to 87%. There is something churning on the ground.
Rahul, Basirat Dakshin is very interesting.
Yeah.
Because this is not a swing seat. This is a core Muslim-dominated seat.
Core
so if
Muslim
something is
dominated
changing
seat,
here,
something is changing. Someone has come out to make themselves heard and felt.
Felt and look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
6 seats
Yeah.
are below the state average.
That's right.
6 seats in Hindu-dominated states
Yes.
are below the state average, but they are way above what they polled in percentage in 2021.
Yes.
that's the point I want to make for something like Basirat Dakshin. If you are seeing a very high shift, then it means that near Hindu consolidation on the other side.
Yes.
That's possible.
Yes.
Amitabh Tiwari, agree,
Yeah,
disagree? This
essentially
could
what
be a
we have
result of
been-
Hindu consolidation
what we
because the
have been
Muslim vote
discussing
would have
earlier.
already matured here.
Yeah,
in terms
what
of
we have been discussing earlier, if you see the Muslim-dominated seats, the turnout was already 5 to 6% higher than the base turnout of 2021. Here you see the average turnout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats are below the state turnout, correct?
Correct.
So when more number of people are turning up, it can be safely assumed that the Hindu community, depressed, deprived, not feeling enthused, as Rahulji is mentioning, has come out and vote because it sees confidence, secure, safe, and that is how the higher turnout is being achieved in
So
the
I have
state.
to say on that point, I have to say on that point, and Smita Prakash, let me quickly bring you in on that. The other card that the TMC suddenly pulled out of its front pocket is this one. Oh, the BJP is clearly underconfident, because if it was winning, why does it need to ensure that security forces need to stay on in Bengal for weeks after the poll? Smita Prakash, your reaction to that?
Fair and fearless polling is something which is not just our duty, it's our right. So if it is our right and we want to exercise that right, it is essential that the state provide us a secure condition to exercise that right. And if it's a privilege, even that, right? It ought not to be a privilege, it ought to be a right that we are exercising out here. So if that means that the track record of the state is so poor that for people to go and vote fearlessly, you need state security, because otherwise ulta tang denge, ulta tang diya, jaan se maar diya, these kind of things have happened. So you can't brush it under the carpet under this whole Bengali Asmita has been hurt because you are bringing in the central forces and you're accusing us of tampering with the polls. It's happened. Bihar never complained about it when the central forces were brought in. The Naxal areas of Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand never complained about it. We've had fearless polling which has been done in these Maoist infected areas, which has not seen, I mean, people have not been able to go in those areas. Nobody complained when central forces went out there and helped in that. But here there are.
9 minutes.
Less than 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
And the khela from Amitabh Tiwari will begin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
GVL Narasimha wants to come.
Yes.
The Kolkata port, where you showed a near 25% rise in polling percentage, that in the last 3 assembly elections, this assembly polled only 65%. 64, 65 in every election.
Can we call that
And
up?
now you have that going up to 85, 90%.
The Hindu.
Okay, so there is some story happening there. So my suggestion to you is, by the time I think we have exit poll projections, if you can look at all constituencies which have polled below, let's say, 70% in the 2021 elections, let us look at their behavior in this election.
That's a good one. So cephalogist to cephalogist, we got to ask Amitabh Tiwari to try and help us churn out that number, that all assembly constituencies across phase 1 and phase 2 that polled less than 70%.
No, in the last election, now they may all have
2021.
polled.
No, I'm just saying across phase 1, phase 2, which polled less than 70 to 71% in 2021.
Correct. And
let's see how they have turned up now, and that's the impact or the positive impact of the central forces.
If you can map them also by geography, then you will know demography and geography.
So there is a point I want to make, because I remember Amitabh Ji's numbers, and he was talking about these SIR impacted seats across the 4 or 5 regions.
For a second, I thought you knew the exit numbers already.
No. So when he was doing the SIR calculations, there were gaps of 20%, where the TMC had won over the BJP. Now, if you have a turnout that is exceeding 25% over last time, that means those gaps have narrowed significantly. Those margins will dissipate.
Add to that the SIR deletions.
Well, viewers, if this particular phase is so dependent on the jumps of turnout, Anand, then
6 minutes, let's look at the VIP seats turnout. We have 6 minutes. I think we put out the count back or the clock.
Let's have a look.
But quickly, let's look at the VIP seats. And if you can call the VIP seats here, what is the turnout on the VIP seats, viewers? Let's look at each one of them one by one. We've tracked the VIP seats. Bhawanipur, 61.79% voter turnout in 2021. Look at the jump this time, 85.5%. 85.5%. So Kolkata itself is showing you a 21, 23, 24% bump up in Bhawanipur. Falta and Diamond Harbour. Falta, Diamond Harbour, 88 to 95.95 at 5 p.m. Falta, Diamond Harbour.
Band-aid wala.
ये तो बैंडेड वाला अभी और दूसरा 2021 कोलकाता पोर्ट 65%. It is 87.4% at 5 p.m. already. In Kolkata, Kolkata has 11-0 Trinamool score, the 11 seats of Kolkata. But look at the bump up because of the presence of central forces, no biker vahinis, no intimidation. That's what is the claim on ground. 76 to 89.56%. Now these could also be Trinamool Congress mobilization saying that abhi nahi to kabhi nahi. But this could also be the anti-Trinamool Congress voter who was not allowed to vote or afraid to vote coming out. No boy anymore. 2021, 61% Rash Bihari. And we have Swapan Das Gupta contesting there. Here, look at it, 85.30% at 5 p.m. Look at the jump, 24%. And again, the VIP seat, Sandesh Khali, 86%, it is 91% already. So another 5% jump up, bump up in Sandesh Khali. Then Chandrima Bhattacharya's seat, Damdam Uttar. Look at that, 78 to 88.34. Saurav Sikdar, young leader from the BJP, he is now contesting against Chandrima Bhattacharya, and 88.34. Again, a 10% jump up again compared to the last time around. So even in the VVIP seats or the VIP seats, look at the jump. Every seat has jumped up. Smita Prakash.
Even the Bhadralok is out to vote. Right, that is like kind of significant. I think I'll leave Amitabh to explain that detail as to why there is no voter apathy, even the elite areas in West Bengal. And these, they have like voted for Mamata Banerjee. Last time around, there was this iffy situation till the Didi O Didi episode happened. So even then, the tilt then suddenly went in favor of Mamata Banerjee, the Bhadralok vote that I'm talking about. So this, I don't know who it will go in favor of. We'll see what the exit polls show us. But clearly, Suvendu out there, you know, on the streets today from the morning, working very hard. And then he knows the playbook of the TMC. He came from there, so he knows Didi's playbook. He's shown in the past how he beat her in that, and here he's used it again in Bhawanipur. Will he succeed or not is anybody's guess, but it is interesting to see that there's very high voter turnout in the VIP areas too.
The story is in all Kolkata seats. I think the 3 seats that you mentioned now. Rash Bihari, then Bhawanipur, Mamata Banerjee seat, and then Kolkata Port. In all 3 elections, the poll percentages were in the region of 60 to 67 in all the last 3 elections. And now you see all of them touching 90%.
Correct.
So there is certainly some major churn happening in Kolkata. People have come out to vote.
Sir, there is also one caveat I'd like to put. Were they 65% of 100? And this is now 88% of 85. So will that actually have an impact on the absolute numbers?
There is something that has happened.
Something is happening.
Huge gap, no?
But in Kolkata, we have to also keep in mind, Anandji, that the SIR deletions are to the tune of 23%. 1 out of every 4 voter has actually.
So that actually is a vindication for the SIR.
It also could be the bellwether seats if this is what we are seeing, that this kind of deletions happening there, and despite that this heavy voting which is happening, it seems to indicate, which I'm sure when the results come out they'll say dekha isne ye bola. It seems to indicate that there is some kind of a change maybe, or some kind of a fearlessness in voting out here. We don't expect that these elite areas would have a sense of fear. So what is it that is doing? It's very, very tantalizing, this kind of numbers coming in from these elite areas.
True. Now less than 1 minute left, and I'm going to ask Nalin Mehta also to come down. Just let's get our energies up, leave Bengal out. We'll get the final voters here. It's about 45 seconds. We're going to start with the exit polls, and we're going to swing down south first up. So first is going to be Kerala.
I just want to say before, look, let's be absolutely sure that because of these high voter turnouts, it becomes very, very difficult for people like Mr. Tiwari to call today's election today itself. It will be difficult. So phase 2 we should hold back, which we are doing till tomorrow. Phase 1, which happened a few days back.
Later on we will put out in the night.
No, phase 2 will be put out tomorrow.
Phase 1 we'll put out later in the night.
As we have decided. Phase 1, of course, in
later
the evening.
But first we'll do Kerala, God's own country.
Yes, that's
we have to go to
God's
own. Jahan pehle sabse pehle election khatam ho gaya tha.
Let's put out the countdown clock.
Shall we do the clock?
The most sober election that has happened probably in Kerala.
But you know, very competitive election.
Very competitive.
8,
very competitive.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll take another 5 seconds just to be clear of the EC's danda. Oh, देखो उन्होंने 20 seconds और कर दिया. Saying that नहीं Dekho, EC has said 6:30. We'll start at 6:31, but let's stay in the clear because your watch can show a different time than mine.
Yeah, mine is
on the side of caution always.
On the side of caution always. So 9, 8, 7. So let's go with Keralam. That's what we're going to do, viewers. Exit poll prediction, CNN News 18. Keralam, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Bengal. Over the course of the next 3.5 hours, we're going to take you through all this exercise. And whatever are the numbers, we take no responsibility. It's all on him.
If it is right, then you take credit. If it is wrong, then put it on me.
There you go, the first numbers. Kerala, 140 seats. The first zone that we are showing you, North Kerala, LDF, UDF and the NDA. These are the seat projections. LDF is actually behind the UDF here. 16 to 20 seats for the LDF, about 140 seats. North Kerala, 48 seats in North, 16 to 20 seats. 28 to 32 for the UDF, 0 to 1 seat for the NDA. Smita Prakash, ये रुझान सही है, or do you feel that they have a chance here? It could be tighter for Pinarayi Vijayan.
I feel that it could go tighter. I don't believe that that it's going to be so clear. I can't. Yeah, no. I just feel that it could be a little tighter than this.
First dissent note has come in. Smita Prakash, please explain yourself. What are these numbers,
essentially,
sir?
if you see the range, I think the range has been put out.
Range has been put. 16 to 20 is the range.
North, you just put one range.
Only one. We've not put everything. One by one.
See, North.
Thoda to suspense rakhein.
In North, there is a Muslim majority. IUML is the strongest in the North, which is your Mallapuram, Venad, Kozhikode areas. So this is the strong point of UDF. In 2021 Vidhan Sabha election, a large section of Muslims had actually voted for LDF because of better management of COVID. That's how they had won on a higher number of seats compared to 2016. This time there is a significant consolidation of the minorities in favor of the UDF, and that's why we see that this stronghold is going back to UDF. Also, in the home state of Pinarayi Vijayan, Kannur, there has been significant rebellion also against the CPM. A lot of independent candidates contesting either as backed by UDF or on the UDF symbol.
When you say minority vote, you mean Muslim vote or Muslim and Christian vote? Because there
Christian comes in the picture in the central.
Central.
See, Kerala, only Muslim.
Kerala, if you were to break it, North Kerala is Muslim dominated, Central Kerala is largely Christian dominated, and South Central is Hindu. So that's how the spread is. And so North, you'll also see some Hindus, but Muslims dominate.
So one small point before we poke holes into Amitabh ji, I just want to say, last time the exit polls on Kerala, by the way, directionally all were right.
Yeah.
So let me give you the whole average. There was Jan Ki Baat, there was Axis, there was VMR, there was Today's Chanakya, CNX, Sudarshan News, ABP, C Voter, and there was Polstrat. The average poll of polls was 82. Actual result was 99 in LDF, and that was a history defined.
Correct.
So usually there's always a flip and a flop in Kerala, but even then the pollsters that stuck their neck out got it right.
And they gave the windows.
Directionally they got it right. So the fact that we are still early days, we don't know what's going to happen in Central and South.
Yeah, so we're looking at what directionally could happen. This is what is in North Kerala. There are other two regions also. Let's move to the next region and then see what happens. Chetan Bhagat is also looking at these numbers, but he's quiet. So this is 26
quiet because
seats.
nobody's talking that the NDA has not been able to make any inroads because this was. I mean, I agree.
Sir, ये तो 0/0 ही है अभी भी because despite the Sangh being present there in density,
they really
in
have
maximum
been
number of
trying.
shakas, BJP has not been able to crack
Normally, the BJP, if it tries for so long, manages a little bit something, but looks like it's. I mean, I don't know how does one even arrive at 0-1. I mean, that was like, sir. What I mean. Is it really hard to crack the code there, which has worked everywhere else?
But this time, certainly, the BJP is confident of winning a few seats.
So you are disagreeing with this?
Certainly not so low.
We put the other one. So Central also, it is the LDF catching up a bit, but again UDF with the nose ahead. So again 27 seats here and 26 seats here if you were to take the median. Yes, Nalin.
So I'm saying that that if this result holds, then it is a reversal of what happened in the last election.
Yes, in 2021. It's a reversal.
So the welfare measures and all don't seem to have worked, because here again you're saying it's Christian, when you talk about minority vote, it's Christian vote.
Yeah.
So the welfare measures probably have worked in advantage in the north one, in the Senate. You're talking about
there is anti-incumbency against Pinarayi Vijayan and the left. That's one point. The other thing is the state, there are a lot of people who are not happy. But thirdly, it's to the BJP's fault that it's not been able to make inroads in Kerala.
BJP is not
certainly in terms of vote
it's
share.
to the BJP. They will get vote share, they
will
won't get seats. They'll get vote share, 2, 3%, 4% bump up, but that's not going to give them seats.
Amitabh, will you be giving vote forecasts also?
Yeah.
We certainly see a big
we'll see. But there are many who are saying that Vijay and TVK will do better opening their batting in Tamil Nadu than the BJP will do in Kerala, despite batting such a long test match. So, like Jeffrey Boycott, you batted 4 days, but you're not been able to match the vote share that he will do like a
we'll see the vote shares also later,
so,
right?
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but there is a case here for the BJP that they've not been able to crack. Despite the fact that the Prime Minister, after 2 big elections, the first trip he's made down is towards Kerala and to Guruvayur, indicating that I want to win this and we need to move in here and we need to seed ourselves. It's not happened. Let's see if it happens in the near future.
It takes hard work to win every state.
Yeah, it is obviously, sir.
Every state can't be won in 5 years.
Sir, this is the big test. This is God's own country. So you got to win here. And despite the Sabrimala misstep by the left, despite the entire, narco jihad, love jihad, the ISIS cases and all of that happening, so many issues that came in. Now look at this. Again, South also, out of the 39 seats, 19 seats to the left, 18 seats to the Congress, the UDF, and about 2 seats, 0 to 2 seats. So this is where they can break into the assembly and break account. This is the chance. This is where they have a chance in Thiruvananthapuram and 1 or 2 of the other seats here in South Kerala that the NDA can make inroads. They may pinch in vote share, and that may harm the left, and perhaps that's why the UDF may gain more seats. But overall, seat shares are not enough. So, if you look at it, it's the UDF comfortably forming government here again 30 and 27, 57 and again 18. So, that's how they get into a position where they seem to be able to get past the halfway mark. That's what the UDF seems to be able to do.
So, Rahul Gandhi will be a happy person today then?
That I don't know, but Amitabh Tiwari, is this getting stuck somewhere or are they going to be comfortably passed?
No, see, essentially in a state which throws out governments every 5 years, 10 years is a long enough time. So there's a lot of anti-incumbency which has been built in. Secondly, the big hoardings and posters of Pinarayi Vijayan across the state, that's the only poster which is visible, gives an impression to the voters that this is the same person who will continue for the next 5 years if the left front comes to power. So there is the significant governance fatigue. While welfare schemes are doing much better on the ground, the health and education facilities, the LDF has done well. There is also good amount of pension schemes for the widows and the old age. But there is a governance fatigue, and that is what is helping the Congress. If there was any other party, they might have won 90 to 100 seats.
Let's bring in MA Baby.
The overall seat count also we can put out.
The overall seats are also out
75 for the UDF.
Yes, 75 for the UDF. Let's go straight across to Mr. MA Baby. Mr. Baby, thank you very much for joining us. This is Rahul Shivshankar. It seems as of now that while it's been a close contest, the LDF might be slightly behind, might not quite retain power. Mr. Baby, your first reactions.
You see, you are now making this observation on the basis of various exit polls. In our party, we too have a process of exit poll. That is the report our booth agents give to our local level party leaders, LDF leaders. On the basis of that assessment, after the polling having been completed, we have an assessment after the election voting process having completed.
Yes.
According to that assessment, we are sure about having a majority from 75 to 85 seats. This is our assessment.
Okay, Smita Prakash.
Would you still hold that the BJP doesn't need to win seats in Kerala, that they are helping the LDF, that the BJP is the B team of the LDF? Is that still valid now that the voting is over, everything is done?
That allegation is a tissue of lies or a naked fabrication. LDF can never have anything to do with BJP. On the contrary, in Kerala, in Thrissur, there is a panchayat where Congress and BJP are sharing panchayat leadership as president and vice president. In Ernakulam district also, an NDA partner and Congress are sharing presidentship and vice presidentship in a panchayat. I don't want to go into the history, how they had common candidates for BJP, Congress and Muslim League in 1991. You senior journalists would understand, Mr. K.P. Unnikrishnan, who was the LDF candidate in 1991 Vadagara parliament seat, he was opposed by a common candidate of BJP, Congress and Muslim League. That understanding still continues.
But Mr. M.A. Namaskaram. This is Anand Narasimhan here. This time around, many believe that the LDF also faced a lot of factionalism, a lot of internal rebellion, and certain pockets which are strong pockets for the LDF, there seems to be an erosion of support. And of course, there is anti-incumbency. The trend largely says you may come close, but you will fall short of the majority number. How is it that you are confident that you will perhaps be very, very clear, 5 to 7 seats clear of the majority or the halfway number?
You see, the observation you made that there is some element of factionalism within our party, that is not true. It is true that few people who used to be in our party or LDF, they, due to local problems and their own ambition to be in the parliamentary fray, they walked out of the party making allegations, and UDF, due to their own calculation, they thought that those who have walked out of LDF and CPM may be fielded as candidate.
Right.
This is not going to affect CPIM or LDF.
Right. We'll see how it pans out, Mr. M.A. Baby. I've got to move on quickly. Thank you very, very much for speaking with us and joining us this evening. We wish both sides all the best. Just getting a quick confirmation, viewers, of the final numbers, how they will settle down. Now, this is what the CNN News 18 Vote Vibe exit poll projections tell us, that 70 to 80 seats could go to the UDF, 58 to 68 seats could go to the LDF, 0 to 4 seats overall is a possibility that the BJP can do, and then the others will largely take nothing. But this will be
also tell
a two-horse race.
Anand, some big news coming in. As we've said, we're also going to be giving you a poll of polls, viewers, on Kerala. We have the P-mark poll of polls, and in that we have a situation where the UDF is getting 39% of the vote. The UDF is getting 39% of the vote, 71 to 79 seats, which is very approximate.
Again, 70 to 80 seats.
Exactly, which is very approximate to Vote Vibe.
I'm going to check if we can get
and
the poll of polls
LDF is 38%, 62 to 69. BJP is 15%, 1 to 4 seats. So it could even get 2 or 3 seats here. Others 8%, 0 to 3 seats, and that makes up 140. So that's and the Assam is also being called. And at the bottom of
we're going to put
screen,
Assam. We're going to put Assam. So let's get Assam, and we'll get the Kerala poll of polls behind here whenever it is ready.
We'll just put it on the cordbell, and I'll go up to that.
Let's quickly bring in Assam as Suman C. Raman also joins us. So Kerala going the UDF way. Let's look at, so that's the Kerala 140 seats exit poll projections. But we'll also put the poll of polls right behind here, viewers. The moment that is there, we'll draw your attention to that right behind where our guests are sitting. But here, let's quickly move on from Kerala to Assam. Let's bring in Assam, the various regions, zone-wise. We'll try and put the Assam numbers one by one. Is this going to be a runaway victory The Assam numbers here, please. The Assam numbers here, poll of polls there. So Assam numbers, if you can call it here. Yeah. The Barak region, 13 seats, 7 to 9 seats to the BJP. Congress Plus is about 4 to 6 seats, others 0. Is it perhaps in the same direction that the rest of the regions will flow? Let's see. It's a test of Himanta Biswa Sarma's leadership. Let's look at the next region also quickly. This is North Assam, 15 seats. So out of the first 28 seats from the overall assembly strength of 126, the BJP is clearly taking more of the seats compared to Congress. It's actually literally sweeping North Assam. It's also sweeping Central Assam. The only place where the Congress is getting some inroads so far is in Barak. So Central Assam, 19 seats. It's again the BJP. Let's look at the rest, the Lower Assam region. 44 seats in Lower Assam. It's 29 to 31. So this is a clear home run for Himanta Biswa Sarma. He seems to be running away with this mandate, touching nearly 100 seats. Upper Assam also, again sweeping Upper Assam, 35 seats of Upper Assam, 29 to 31 seats. So overall, if you were to see a median, 8 seats out of 13 in Barak, 13 seats out of 15 in North, 14 seats out of 19 in Central, 30 seats out of 44 in Lower Assam, and again 30 seats out of 35 seats in Upper Assam. So the only two places where there's some significant inroads being made, 2 or 3 places, Lower Assam, Barak, and also Upper Assam for the Congress.
Not much.
That's
even
not
if
much.
You're saying significant.
That's not
much. And BJP first time fighting out here without allies, going solo, sending a message out to regionals everywhere in the country that, you know, if they win, if this is the sweep that it's having, and I'll put my neck out to say that this is a sweep that Amitabh is showing us. So if this is the numbers that we are getting from Assam, that would send out a message to everybody that, you know, deal with us or cooperate with us rather than push us to the corner. So it will be something, and Himanta getting a third term will also be him playing a role in national level also.
This is the first time Himanta is seeking a mandate on his own.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. The first time BJP saying no allies.
BJP, Sarbananda Sonowal, and after that consolidating and holding under Himanta Biswa Sarma, getting a third term for the BJP, but Himanta Biswa Sarma also consolidates himself. Now, if on the one hand you have Assam in the hands or retained by the BJP, if the winds of change blow in Bengal, then that from a national security and a national perspective means a lot for the BJP and this double engine Sarkar. But that we'll keep for another day. But
Can I say that if this result holds, then there are states in India that have voted BJP for last 3 or 4 elections. Assam is moving in that direction because it's now the third time, right?
And also the northeastern states, right? The several of the northeastern states where the regionals have played an important role. They're going to see that this is a good party to anchor on to because it results in a sweep, not just a small victory.
So already all these parties have moved towards the BJP in the rest of the states. In Assam also it will mean the end of the Congress. It means the
BJP was never considered a possible party for governance in Assam. So that state we won, and we won a repeat election, a third election. Haryana was considered a no-go state for the BJP in 2014. We were below 2 seats or 2% votes. And there we again won a third mandate. Maharashtra was never considered a state where BJP can be the party in the lead. There we are in government for the third time and leading it. So Bihar, you see, as a NDA.
I mean, I have to say that the BJP does do a better job retaining states where it is in power than the Congress.
No, that's not easy. See, retaining power.
Dr. Aman is here with us also. Dr. Aman.
When the Congress is the opponent, naturally the BJP has the edge. That is the trend we've seen across the country. So for instance, I'll give you an example. Why would states like Bengal, why would states like Tamil Nadu be more difficult to crack for the BJP? Because the Congress is not the primary opponent. So I think this is a national trend. You're seeing the Congress weaken state after state after state. And therefore, that is what is really sort of helping the BJP to sort of, so without counter the anti-incumbents.
If the BJP wins Bengal, then this argument will not work. The other hand is that they won Odisha. They beat AAP in Delhi. So they have won against non-Congress parties, although it has taken them more effort.
It has taken them Orissa, it has taken a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Also, so I think we have to give that. So
Chetan Bhagat, as we just put out the final seats, and you can bring that in, and let's just flaunt some of these amazing graphics that have been made by our entire team. बहुत मेहनत की है, so let's just bring in the total seat count as far as Assam. So for the UDF, as per the CNN News 18 exit poll projections by VoteWise, Amitabh Tiwari right here, it's 76 seats for the UDF in Kerala, but in Assam, it's 94 seats for the Himanta Biswa Sarma-led BJP there. Mamaji has really hit this one out of the park. He said 90 seats se upar aayega. He's got. No, let's go back to Assam. I was just making that mention on this because it was on the screen. Congress 27. So again, Gaurav Gogoi will have a point to prove. There will be many who would want Gaurav Gogoi axed. So how much of it will it help him or hurt his chances in the Congress is important. But Himanta Biswa Sarma solidifies himself as perhaps the pivot of the Northeast, to the Northeast.
Yeah, he's one of the, BJP doesn't have too many CM brands, right? They like to have the central system where they appoint, but he's becoming now.
In the East he is. In the North we have Yogi. In the West we have Devendra Fadnavis.
And you do need a few. You do need a few. And I think the BJP needed to win this one. There's a 4, if you leave Puducherry out for a bit, these are not places where BJP normally wins, the other states. So it could have been a 4-0 would have totally revived the opposition. They would have set the whole national narrative that dekho sab down ja raha hai, it's all changing. So Assam, definitely they needed to win, and they need to win one more, and that's a net BJP gain. In this, normally you would say BJP needs to win all 4. That's not, nobody expects that. But if out of 4 it's a 2-2.
2-2 भी नहीं, अगर तमिलनाडु ADM के खींच लिया, then BJP will say हम जीत गए भैया.
हाँ, correct. No, that counts. That counts.
बंगाल जीत गया तो
anybody the BJP is aligned with, any NDA BJP alignment, if the BJP gets a 2-2, these are not elections which are BJP stronghold elections.
भैया असम का टोटल थोड़ा और वापस लाइए, पास लाइए, अमिताभ भैया को दिखाइए, ठीक. आइए, bring it down. Closer, can we just have a look at this graphic, please? Come closer, show the numbers. Amitabh Tiwari is saying, हम इतना मेहनत किए हैं वोट करने में, एग्जिट पोल करने में, आप नंबर पूरा नहीं दिखा रहे हैं बढ़िया से. Let's show it to our viewers also. Get close. There you go. That's the overall projection. 90 to 100 seats is the range. 95 seats is the median. 94 seats is what we are putting on our screens. 27 seats is for the UDF and the Congress, and it is on the screens, viewers. At the bottom you're seeing the numbers, to the side you're seeing the numbers, and at the top you're seeing the numbers. They'll keep rotating for each state, and you'll get the range and also the median.
I can tell you, Gaurav Gogoi is what you were pointing out. His future is at stake now because he was seen as this Delhi-based leader, and then you saw several exits that happened from there, and then he just did not have an answer to the highly polarized campaign that Himanta ran. He just did not fight back enough. Tried a lot, but Himanta always was on that attack mode, to which Gaurav was always on this defensive.
And let's
just
not also forget, that's a very good point. Let's also forget that Gaurav Gogoi has enjoyed a profile at the national level.
True.
So he is not somebody who was being projected only as chief minister. He was a voice of the party. So they gave him a really elevated profile, perhaps in the run-up to this election, which he hasn't done justice to.
Too late also, just a year to prepare for, I don't know whether that worked.
Well, you know, of course, all of those things will come into play. But after having been given this profile, you are not being able to carry your party across even 1/3 of the line.
Right. We'll put the Kerala and Assam poll of polls, but we've got the West Bengal poll of polls.
So I'm very curious about People's Pulse. Amitabh Tiwari, who is People's Pulse? They've put the TMC at 177, 187, BJP at 95, 110. That's the number. Now, this is clearly not phase 1.
All the others are giving the BJP the...
Yes, but Amit Shah had put this. He had proclaimed that in phase 1, the BJP would get 110. So, first of all, what are the antecedents of People's Pulse? Of course, we don't know the sample size either.
ये बताइए इनका vibe क्या है?
See, I think सबसे पहले तो राहुल जी कि हम लोग pollsters के नाम और ये लिख डालते हैं. We need to check the background. Who is the promoter? Who is the face? Where is the website, etc. I'm not saying People's Pulse. I'm saying generally for any polling agency. Whoever is doing the polling is actually under polling the phase 2, because phase 2 polling is still going on. JVC is a friend. I mean, many people are friends also.
JVC, we of course
Correct.
all know. He's also a pundit, but he's sort of, it's very
too
much
close
in
to
the
call.
balance there. It's
Too close to call.
He's
Too close to
hedging.
call. ये भी जीत सकता है, ये भी जीत सकता है. Shokanto Majumdar is with us on the phone line, is joining us now. Shokanto ji, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. कैसे हैं आप? क्या? What is the BJP is fine, polling is fine, chances are fine, sir. Please tell us.
Fine, BJP is fine. BJP is going to form the government on 4th of the next month, and I believe that it will be a majority and thumping majority.
ये People's Pulse करके एक pollster है, they have given the BJP maximum 110 seats. And they are giving 187 seats to
there are several
Trinamool.
channels, they are showing that BJP is also forming the government. I don't believe in this exit poll and all these things. Okay. But there are several exit polls, they are showing that BJP will win 161. Highest seats they have given to BJP. But the thing is that I would like to say that, as mentioned by the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji, we will win 170 seat at least.
You're confident. See, interestingly, Shokanto ji, the Falodi market in the Satta Bazaar, I shouldn't say it, they also said 170 seats. There is only one pollster who's saying you will get 170 seats here. That is Poll Diary so far. हमने हमारा poll अभी तक डाला नहीं है, sir. I'm just telling you. But why are you so confident? And then Rahul, yeah, sir.
There are several there are several things that happen in last 15 years of the rule. The kind of anti-incumbency that has been accumulated in favor of TMC government is really unique, and it is quite similar to the anti-incumbency that was there with the CPM government after the rule of 34 years. Then the SIR created a flawless, almost flawless voter list in which in West Bengal 24 lakhs dead voters' names have been deleted, and most of the vote of these people, actually TMC is habituated of casting the votes of these dead voters by their own karyakartas, own worker. And not only so, the third thing I would like to mention, this time no fake voting, no booth jamming, no source jamming happened due to the
kudos to the Election Commission, Mr. Majumdar. I just want to ask you this. Talk about 2 or 3 regions where you're going to outperform yourself, because in this particular phase, phase 2, you have not got, even at the highest point in 2019 Lok Sabha, if that was projected, 37 seats. So how are you, if you're going to end up with 170, 180, how are you going to pick up at least 60 or 70 seats? You're going to double your numbers. From where is this coming?
You see, there are several zones if you consider our party organizational structure. Then Navadvip zone is a very fruitful zone for us, which contain Bangaal Lok Sabha, Barasat Lok Sabha. And from this Lok Sabha, BJP will win the seats. Last assembly election, we could not win a single seat from Hooghly district. This time, most of the seats of the Hooghly district will go in favor of
So who is
BJP.
going to be voting? Are you saying that there is a Hindu counter consolidation? What is happening on the ground that we are not at least seeing?
Yes.
At least a large number of these pollsters are also not seeing. They are not giving you those big numbers that you are talking about. And you can see those numbers at the bottom of our screens. You're not getting that explosive, definitive majority.
I already mentioned that I don't believe in this exit poll and all these things. Even I mentioned this in those channels, on those channels, they are showing that BJP is going to form the government there. Even I told them the same line, and I am repeating it here. But the ground reality, what we hear, what we have actually analyzed, what we have observed during our campaign, the number of people, those are coming in the sabhas, and the people directly, they were talking against the TMC government, against Mamata Banerjee on the heart of Kolkata. it is quite unimaginable. Almost 2 years ago.
Right.
It was totally unimaginable. So this is the kind of situation he's taking.
See, Mamata Banerjee and also Abhishek Banerjee have criticized the presence of central forces. They have said there is too much of dadagiri going on. But the voter turnout has actually gone up by about 20 to 25% in Kolkata, Hooghly, Howrah, and this entire region, Diamond Harbour, Rashbihari and all these areas. So, what do you see? Why do you think this has happened, especially in the greater Kolkata region? This surge in voter percentage.
In greater Kolkata region, yes, first of all, the credit goes to Election Commission of this country. They have taken several steps which resulted in the turnout, this voting turnout. In Kolkata and surrounding areas, people are debarred to vote for several years. Not only during this regime, even in case of CPM regime also. At that time also the people, they were obstructed to vote. Now they have the chance. And that is the calculation. No one can analyze. Bengal, in case of Bengal, exit poll won't work. Because the Bengali people, they are politically so conscious. You ask people, no one would say anything to you. This is the general mentality of a Bengali people. They won't say anything. If they will say that, give you the wrong message.
Okay, well.
And they will, as they could not cast their vote in previous election, this time they got the chance. So according to your logic, to whom they should cast your vote?
Let's assume for a moment, because obviously we have to keep the suspense going. Here at CNN News 18, the Vote Vibe survey projections will come out at 8 o'clock for phase 1. We are not going to hazard a guess on phase 2, as you know, Anand, because I think that would be too premature today. I don't know on what basis, on perhaps 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock polling, some of the others have stuck their neck out that far. But this is,
these are 1 and 2, but they have taken phase 2 only till 3 p.m.
3
Voter
p.m.
turnout till 3
So
p.m.
it's not as if, or maybe even 2 p.m. because, voting is still going on. So I don't understand how maybe it's a first cut or whatever it is, how it can suddenly have become so sort of apparent to them, because there's a significant number of voters who have turned up. I mean, there's going to be a 93, 94%. So these guys have really jumped the gun. But thank you, Mr. Majumdar.
78%, Rahul. If it is 93%, imagine that's about...
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All the best, Sukantaji. All the best.
So 2 o'clock, let's assume it's 2 o'clock, the cutoff for these numbers. At 2 o'clock, Anand, do you remember what the polling percentage was? It was hovering around the 60%. So...
is to be able to catch the 6:30 p.m. Early bird arrival, you close your exit poll early while polls are continuing.
That's true.
You complete your sampling before 3 o'clock.
But there are also...
if the assumption, it's an assumption that polling pattern till 3 p.m. may not be different from the polling pattern that happens thereafter.
You can do even a poll with 10 people statistically if you've got the demographic data right and so forth. But all I'm saying is that there are people coming from...
13% surge in certain constituencies could change the mandate.
Could change the mandate.
It could actually change the mandate. In some cases, it's a 20% jump up.
So I think some of these pollsters could have erred a little bit on this. Anyway, let's just go through some of these.
One thing we can tell our viewers, we are not rushing. We are putting out, what we have put out so far at CNN News 18 are data for elections that have already, polling has completed. Kerala and Assam.
That's happened.
And the next will be Tamil Nadu, which happened on the 23rd itself.
So Kerala and Assam, almost all pollsters are saying this, that Assam is Himanta, BJP, and there it is...
Kerala is UDF. So the poll of polls will go to that. But here see, this rush is, abhi polling chal raha hai, abhi bhi aapne dal diya. You've just rushed and look at what they put. See, again, if you look at it, we've got Chanakya strategies, which has come. So almost all of them, except
this apparently
for one.
Not today's Chanakya. This is something else. This is Chanakya strategies. So
except for People's Pulse and One India, which are identically giving the same numbers. Ab to bhai ye to kuch aur hi hai. This is a different story altogether. Aisa lag raha hai copy paste.
So these two are completely, well, yes, copy paste.
They actually they're mirroring each other. We don't know who these pollsters are, but they're mirroring each other.
Except that this is a bit weird because I don't see how this can be 125, 140, 146, 161. This is Matriz now.
Matriz is saying 161 by BJP. again 171 poll diary BJP.
Yes.
Chanakya Strategies 160 BJP. JVC again 159 BJP. Although he's hedging his bets there. And then People's Pulse which says BJP 110. So this is the outlier in this case. The rest are actually showing that BJP has a chance to form government given their early assumptions. Chetan Bhagat?
Well, if the BJP gets this, they've got the East. Ho gaya bhai. Sab. The East is done. From Odisha, Bengal, Assam, everything. And I think looks like they will. Because so many polls are there. I don't know People's Pulse. And anyway, 3 anti-incumbency. And they've really been trying to get...
Yeah.
That is the contest of the match of the match.
What do you make of these? What do you make of some of these numbers? We have Abhijita and Mitra also.
So for me, the situation really is that in spite of all this wave that we're hearing about, 90% plus polling at the end of the day, you're still not seeing the numbers add up very decisively for the BJP. You would have expected, given all the narrative that's been going on, I would have expected very significantly more numbers. And yet what has been happening instead is that you basically have everything within, you know, every pollster is saying that the highest number of the TMC...
Can we just stay with the Bengal numbers? We've not yet come to Tamil Nadu yet. We've come to the Tamil Nadu
higher than
polls
TMC could be less than the BJP numbers. So I still think this is very much up in the air. Basically, the polls have brought no clarity.
Polls have brought no clarity. That's an interesting one because fundamentally, we have been told by Amit Shah. Now, I know that Amit Shah has got it wrong in the past, and I would probably want to also hear Dr. Raman's view on it and Nalin's view on this. I remember in the past, Amit Shah has talked about 150. He's talked about a simple majority in the past and got it wrong. Specifically in the last election, 150 became 77. I mean, it's not as if the BJP is going to always get it right. Even when it came to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, they were hopelessly off mark. 400, 400 par, ended up with 40 less than where they were supposed to even be to come to power on their own. So, Sumansi Raman, what do you see, Dr. Raman, what do you see in these numbers?
After these, we'll move to Tamil Nadu because we're on the clock.
I think there's one issue that I'm trying to recall if there have been instances. Look, this is a polarized election. This is not a run-of-the-mill election. It is a fairly polarized and it's a bipolar. There are only 2 players in the fray. So, has it happened earlier? Bengal held firm with Congress for 30 years, then it held firm with CPM for 34 years. Now, Mamata Banerjee has been there only 15 years. So, are we saying that they have tired to the extent that a 211, 213 kind of a mandate for Mamata Banerjee will be completely overturned in 5 years? I don't know. Clearly, my gut feel...
One of the voters said this morning, he said Durniti.
I want to add to what you're saying, sir.
Yeah.
So, Bengal, historically, since the early 70s, has always given very decisive verdicts.
Right.
So, now if you are seeing this result, which is showing neck and neck, this means that people are, at least the polls are not able to make up their mind. And it's too close to call. Because it will be one way or the other. It's unlikely. This kind of result is very hard.
To our guests in the studio, we're going to pause Bengal for the next 52 minutes and we're going to go back south towards Tamil Nadu. 2 Tamilans who also are, both of them
Just
have their
one
vote
comment.
there.
You see, exit polls tend to, in keen contexts like this, they tend to hedge their bets. They don't, you see, Bihar, all polls gave 150, 160. They picked NDA as the winner, but nobody gave us the runaway victory that we got, 202 seats. So, polls...
They want to go in the same direction, sir, but road bahut lamba nahi bicha.
They want to play safe.
They play safe and at least one pollster, this exit poll person said that in Bengal there's a lot of fear. 60% of people who come out say, sorry, we don't want to participate in this.
Exactly. Right, okay. Let's look at the Tamil Nadu poll of polls. Let's look at the Tamil Nadu poll of polls and then we'll get the CNN News 18 exit poll projections. So the Tamil Nadu poll of polls, as of now, all right, we're putting our numbers. No, 234 seats. This is 113 to 103 to 113 to the DMK. The edge is with the ADMK. The NDA has the edge here, 114 to 124. So they are very clearly, comfortably sitting very close to the halfway mark. Vijay and the TVK is 4 to 10 seats, but they will poll in significant vote share. That's what it looks like. And that too in certain pockets, which clearly has come across to hurt the DMK. That's what the overall projection.
Do we have the vote share? Let's pull out the vote share for this.
We check if the Tamil Nadu vote share is out and also the zone-wise numbers.
But the fact that TVK is getting 4 to 10%, and we have a close margin like this, I think this is a gap of about 1% between the AIADMK
1.5% between these two.
These two. So
but he gets about nearly about 18 to 20% of the votes.
18 to 20%.
If he has to get 4 to 10
so
seats.
that is
I'm
what
just saying,
the Vote Vibe survey at one time, when we were doing sort of back of the envelope calculations, we were suggesting a 1%
yes
move away and about a 20% vote share for TVK
you remember
would
the
damage
number
the
was
DMK.
118 at 1%.
118.
It's
yes.
exactly that.
It's
happened.
exactly that same.
Now,
That's
now
the
look at the
vote
vote share. So the vote share is 40 and 39.
39%.
And look at the TVK vote share is 16%. And we were at TVK at 15%, ADMK at 1%.
Let me just add a devil's advocate caveat here. Because this is statistically in the plus minus 3% error margin viewers. You could actually have in very close contests something flipping. So this is now an election where, I'm sorry to say, but at least as far as Vote Vibe is concerned, this could be an open election. Let's put it like that.
One, it's an open, but I'll
Yes.
put another caveat here.
Yeah.
The caveat here is that the TVK 16% is an overall state aggregate across 234 seats. But it's possible that in certain belts, like the KTCC belt, Chennai, Chengalpet, Tiruvallur, Kanjipuram, and also in south towards the Kanyakumari and there, he may poll more than 35 to 40% votes. And that's the concentration which would actually hurt the DMK.
So let's just go back to the seat
1%
share.
difference here. Let's go back to the seat. Yeah.
The seat
Can we go
share,
back to the seat share?
We were on a show last night, Dr. Raman and myself, and Dr. Raman's prediction was that the TVK, beyond perhaps Vijay, might struggle to open its account. Here it looks like we could be getting about 6 seats.
So this is.
I'm still holding on to that. I find it mind-boggling that he could potentially win 10 seats, because I can't think of the 10 seats that he could win.
Correct. So the 10 seats will happen. I'll tell you why. Because if he's pinched bulk of the vote share, that 15% is from the DMK, then the pooling of votes in certain seats could be so strong, especially in the Chennai region, that he may open his account there. Plus, he may win the 2 seats that he's contesting on.
Look, he could win his seats.
The
But
2 seats.
beyond that,
2 seats and
to
then
get. Look, the point is, Chennai is a DMK fortress. So, to challenge and overturn, these
there's
are all
one seat
seats
in the
which
south. There's
DMK
one seat,
wins by
1 or 2
margins of
seats in the
40K
south.
and all. So,
1 or 2 seats in the south where there is also Sengotian. So Sengotian's region, in that place, there could be.
But one point I want to draw your attention to.
So that's why
Anand,
4 to 10 seats.
In the poll of polls, this seems to be the only poll which is giving the AIADMK the edge.
Yes, we've just got the poll of polls. The poll of polls largely what they are saying. PMark has said 125 to 145 seats for the DMK.
Yeah.
People's Pulse is also mirroring PMark.
Yeah.
Matriz is saying 122 to 132. People's Insight is saying 120 to 140. And Praja poll is actually saying 148 to 168.
Those
because
numbers
their
for the
assumption-
TVK are absurd.
Then how
Anand.
did the poll of polls
Sorry.
say the
No, their assumption.
Yeah.
Anand,
I'm
those
sorry, the
numbers
TVK
are
is
bizarre.
highly
In the poll of
overrated.
polls.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Anand, those are
Correct.
bizarre.
Correct. Now, if people were to understand Tamil Nadu and do a deep dive, these projections of seats for the TVK at the cost of the ADMK.
Anand, look at the others. Look at the others. Who are the others?
And who are
For
these
God's
others?
sake,
We don't know.
others
Why?
are going to get 0.
Why? Because
Write it down.
the DMK itself, this
And
DMK
TVK
plus is
30
an
to
alliance
40?
of 16 parties. This is an alliance of
Anand,
13
I've got to
parties,
say-
12 parties.
Anand-
So there's no others left. There's no others left.
Anand, I've got to say, I'm amazed at the TVK numbers in the non-vote vibe one.
30 to 40?
30 to 40
No,
seats,
chance.
No way.
16, 20 seats.
Anand,
That means
I
getting
think-
30% vote share. That
Anand,
is
I think
impossible.
around the table we can agree that
Yeah.
the TVK is not getting
Let me
30 to 40
explain
not.
this.
Yeah.
Matlab,
What is happening with TVK, and I've been extensively through the state, TVK is taking votes in Chennai and around Chennai.
Correct.
They're taking votes in Coimbatore. They're taking votes in Trichy. They're taking votes in certain other
Urban
pockets
areas,
of
yeah.
smaller towns.
Yeah.
The moment you go into the villages or the rural constituencies, the TVK's vote share drops to possibly even below 10.
Yes.
Right?
Now,
So
I'm
this
just-
statistic, and
I'm
mind
walking
you,
out of the frame
Anand,
because I want to show you this.
154 are rural seats.
Sir, can I add to his point on vote share?
Yeah.
See, Anand, if you bring up that vote share
Yeah.
again,
See,
your vote share is showing ADMK at 40%, right? In our
Correct.
poll.
ADMK is at 40%.
If that is the case, Then ADMK last time was 33%. That's a
Yes.
7% jump.
Yes.
Yeah. And DMK plus last time was about 37%.
Right.
And they are you're showing them at 39%, 38% this time. If those numbers hold, and there is no way in hell TVK would have got so much of a vote share.
The rural
What it shows is that there is an anti-incumbency, there is some movement towards ADMK, but it's difficult to call out the rest. So that's why people are kind of hedging the numbers.
On this wall, on the big wall, I'm going to ask our team. On the big wall, can we just put our numbers, the CNN News 18 vote wipe numbers, Tamil Nadu, the poll of polls behind Rahul Shivshankar.
Yeah, I was just hoping that
what
would
I'm going
be
to
done.
bring here, Rahul, is just quickly bring your attention to these 90 seats which are rural Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
90 seats are rural Tamil Nadu where there is no presence for the TVK in terms of strong presence. And there is agrarian distress, and 90 seats is where the ADMK holds fort. Here, this is a 5% vote share differential. And if TVK polls about 8 to 10% votes here, the party that's going to be hurt is the DMK, because there is an agrarian distress and there is a huge anti-incumbency against the DMK in this region. So this
before we get into
we
get into the nitty-gritties, because we're going to break down the vote vibe poll projection region-wise to get a better detailed analysis. Look, I am finding this TVK business a little over-projected. If it is indeed over-projected, this can't really be the number. Because if there are already in 30 to 40 seats, viewers, people willing to give TVK a vote, that means it's a big factor. And that means that the TVK can't be. This is just one of the polls. Let's go back to the poll of polls, sir.
Yeah,
please,
right
let's go back there to the poll of polls.
There.
That's right. We were talking about that. Now, if that could be 30, 40, why can't it be 70, 80? Or even 100. So, Doctor, this I can't understand. If people have decided that it's going to be an outsider, a third party, then why can't it go all the way?
Okay,
so what's happening
here?
Yeah.
The last time Tamil Nadu had a third player was in 2016. 95% of exit polls got it wrong.
No, not just that. And if I can just walk across, please understand this to all our viewers and also to our guests. For this number to happen, the TVK has to poll more than 30% votes across 234 seats.
Yes.
That's not possible. Even a DMDK could not do it, and Vijaykanth could not do it despite the outpolling.
GR in his first election polled 33% of the vote.
Yeah, let's ask the JIP cam to come closer, and why don't you also, sir, the handheld cam VJ can come in also into this wall. That's great. Now, we don't have recalcitrant VJs, but we have recalcitrant numbers, viewers. We've got a problem here. What is the problem?
The problem, very clearly, one, if you're giving these kind of seats, and we've pulled it out on New Matrix very clearly, that the TVK has to poll more than 25 to 30% votes across 234 seats for them to have managed these kind of seat conversions. It's not going to happen because the DMK and the ADMK plus and their allies, only 1.5 to 2% vote share actually separates them across seats. And their strength in the rural areas, the TVK cannot match. So what's possible is this, and to a certain extent, perhaps this.
Well, look, I mean,
these are the two maximum possibilities that can happen in terms of seat share gains for the TVK.
What I'm saying, Anand, I'm not wanting to discount the Vijay factor. So I'm not going to say whether this is possible or not. But if this is possible, it means that at some level, you have a large number of people who've decided that they don't either want the AIDMK or the DMK. Yes. My question is why? Abhijit Iyer Mitra, would they stop half house? Would they say, theek hai, itna de diya, but I won't give that much more? Why do you think that would happen?
So look, there is definitely fatigue out there with both parties. This we can all agree to. And if you look at Vijay's line, at least in his Tamil speeches, what he's been saying is, see, he's playing very innocent. He's like, you've given both of these guys a chance and they've both betrayed you. Why don't you give me a chance? Yeah, I'll make mistakes, but then I'm the complete outsider. I don't have any insiders around. He's playing that card, right? And that's a fairly powerful card to play. My issue is many, people, myself included, I don't vote for innocent people. I vote for harsh, ruthless people. I do not like voting for innocent cherubs. So this is one issue. The second issue, I want you to look at these numbers out here. They're not very different from the last election.
Yes.
What is the great thing for the ADMK here is that the voter percentage seems to have recovered from the 2024 Lok Sabha election, which was abysmal. That was something like a 2:1, 46% is to 23% difference.
And the 2024 parliamentary base is a wrong base to take.
NDA fought separately.
Yeah.
If you add up the ADMK and NDA vote, they led in 82 constituencies. My point is, I can't see the NDA go below 82. 82 was possibly a rock bottom in 2024. They were routed. They didn't win a single seat.
The other thing is,
not below
to say
82.
that Vijay has pushed
the
them down
other
to
thing
this,
is,
some of
not
these
below
polls are
82.
Not below 82.
It is unrealistic to expect that Vijay has pushed them down.
And also the ADMK on its own, even in its worst, in all its years of existence, has never gone below 61 seats. So that's one point. They've got a solid 22 to 23%, 24% vote share, which is unshakable. It's the incremental that changes the discourse every time. But if you are trying to say that this and this is possible, it cannot be at the expense of only the ADMK. It has to be at the expense of also the DMK, and that seat share will actually come down far much more.
There was a scenario.
Because the vote share across seats is going to go up.
But Anand, there was a scenario.
Yeah.
Where we used a 50-30-20 ratio.
Yeah.
And we showed how that would have dented the AIDMK also in that ratio.
Correct. But
so there is the possibility. I'm saying that qualitatively I'm trying to fix on some of these polls which seem to suggest that TVK is good enough to get 20% of the vote but not 35% of the vote. So I'm not understanding, if the voter is so split in Tamil Nadu, I don't think they're going to waste their votes on somebody who's not going to make a material difference to the overall result and bring back the party that they actually don't want, because there is anti-incumbency. So it just doesn't logically add up.
I'll tell you what the problem here is. I think the numerator has changed, but the denominator has also changed.
That's right.
Because what has happened is Vijay has not only cut the DMK votes, he has also cut the ADMK votes. Because see, the DMK was always a ideology-driven party.
Yes.
The DMK. The ADMK was born as a personality-driven party.
Exactly.
When you don't have great personalities like MGR or Jayalalitha leading you, and EPS, is a bit like what's our Iranian king, Reza Pahlavi sitting in Iran. When the Americans bomb Tehran, then he comes out. The rest of the time he's quiet. EPS is like that. He does nothing through the 5 years.
They've run a coherent campaign.
Look, the campaign.
He's
run a wonderful
campaign
compared
to 2024 when they fought separately.
You have to be seen throughout. You have to be seen throughout. And see, Jayalalitha was incredible at that. She beat that, the pendulumic swing that we saw happen.
So when you don't have a personality-driven campaign, I think Palaniswamy has done a good job.
But here's the issue. Vijay is a personality-driven party. He is going to take more personality votes than he is going to take ideology.
And what happened to the larger narrative? What happened, Dr. Raman, to the larger narrative? And I'll come to you, Chetan Bhagat. What happened to that larger narrative that, well, it's a one-man army, the TVK, built around a personality but not a cadre?
There are booths where there were hardly booth agents to be found in rural areas. I've spoken to so many, people in the village side who said, look, there were only two parties sitting in the booth as booth agents. TVK didn't have. And look, the point is, I think that somewhere the pollsters are getting carried away by the hype. You look at it, you look at Instagram, you look social media, Facebook, 100%. You don't see anything except DMK ads and Vijay.
No, see,
right?
there is no.
And the voter is also extremely vocal. Normally there is a silent voter who keeps quiet.
Just one point. Rahul made a point that let's say he pinches 50% of his votes or 50% from DMK or ADMK, 50, 30, 20 and 20 from the others. Even then in that scenario, and Rahul, we should tell our viewers that that TVK was not pulling seats till the time they got 30% vote share.
Yes, right.
Across 234 seats. I keep saying that. See, we may get this wrong. Okay, let's say we may get this. We may get this wrong. We may get this wrong. My question is, this number of seats that is being given to the TVK. No. That's what makes me question how these pollsters have done the math. That's where this may go this way. It's all right. But this seat share being given to the TVK. That's where the question is how they've done the math.
I'll qualify that slightly. I go back to the Prajarajyam example, where Chiranjeevi with a very low vote share was able to win 18 seats. Now, that was because it was a concentrated vote limited to a few districts and so on, because his community was there. Now, when you come to Vijay, outside Chennai, there is no concentration of Vijay's vote. Maybe
Okay.
6-7
So just one
constituencies in
second. Let me
Chennai.
just bring in Vivek Narayan, who is looking at this from the ground level also. So let's go straight across to Vivek Narayan. Vivek, thanks for joining us. Affiliate channel of CNN News 18, the bureau, the managing editor of All South for CNN News 18 and the TV 18 network. So Vivek, put this into perspective for us. There is a huge debate around the table here about the TVK's numbers. Either they have manifested themselves to the position of winning, or he ends up in no man's land. What is happening here?
Well, it's very clear, Rahul, from the debate that we are having in our studios in Delhi, that Vijay is the X factor. And where will the X factor affect? Well, everybody knows, everybody's been saying that it's going to be between 15 and 25, 20% perhaps. But what I have seen on the ground, I do agree a lot with and respect Dr. Sumant Raman's point of view. But I did see a lot of impromptu crowd, especially young crowd, women coming for Vijay. I mean, when you ask people, I mean, this is something that you have seen only in advertising industry. When you speak with people, you do hear senior citizens also being said, they are being told by their children that Tata, Party, when you go out to vote, Dada, Dadi, make sure you vote for Vijay. Well, when you're trying to sell a car, you don't sell it to usually children, but you pressurize, show children's images, show how children love the car. Exactly like that, you have a phenomenon in Tamil Nadu where Vijay has a huge, across the spectrum. You may not see it as much on ground. Yes, on ground also I have seen it. As Anand just rightly said, the KTCC region in and around Tamil Nadu. Now that is around Chennai, 37 seats. And don't be surprised if he gets 130. I mean, he may get 4 or 5 from that.
But
region
Vivek,
itself.
that's the question.
Urban, semi-urban region.
See,
he's doing very well, Anand.
Vivek, KTCC 37 seats, you said, but who dominates those 37 seats? If he's going to win those seats, he's going to hurt the DMK, because the DMK has 36 out of those seats currently in terms of projections, and then the seats are being given to the DMK. They have to have seats in KTCC to get to 120. Now, that's why I'm saying, you would also agree that Vijay will have to poll a certain vote share which is above the overall state average of the DMK and the ADMK. That is, they will have to poll at least 27 to 28% vote share across seats to be able to get these many seats to their name. And if they are getting so many seats, both DMK and ADMK will suffer. It can't be that only one party will suffer. So somewhere the arithmetic seems to be, if they had given vote share to the TVK and seats to the DMK, then it makes sense. Or seats to the ADMK, it makes sense. But if you are saying that he is going to get 28 to 30% vote share plus get seats, while the DMK is not going to hurt at all and still get about 120, 125 seats, somewhere the arithmetic doesn't sit right as far as this. And where is the case that someone like a Vijay has been able to create an impact across 234 seats? DMDK could not do it. So many others who came in the past who could not do it. Now we got the region-wise on air also in Tamil Nadu.
So let's just very quickly bring in Apsara Reddy also. Yeah. She's joining our broadcast. Thank you very much. And Mr. Gandhi of the DMK. Apsara Reddy, your first reaction to the vote-wipe projection here, which seems to suggest that the AIDMK has actually got its neck ahead. Now, I know that the poll of polls seems to be suggesting something very different, but your reaction?
Good evening, Rahul and Anand and everybody else in the studio. I think it's amazing to see the kind of number crunching that's going on across your studios and different pollsters. But I really feel I don't want to number crunch. I'm very confident that AIDMK will cross the 125 to 130 mark, because I was on the ground campaigning, and I think we're giving Vijay far too much credit in terms of the number of seats that he's going to win. He might dent votes of the DMK across Tamil Nadu, mostly in urban areas where the DMK is strong. But I think the rural belt is very much inclined and loyal to AIDMK. And not every voter across rural areas is declarative to pollsters. So I really feel there are a lot of silent women voters, women who are upset about the rapes, the POXO cases, agrarian distress, farmers who committed suicides, lack of employment. So a lot of youngsters perhaps might be the anti-incumbent youngsters who are voting for against the DMK might get distracted by Vijay in urban centers, but the rural vote of the AIDMK will stand. And I really feel AIDMK, Edappadi Palanichami is set to be the next chief minister. Just to react to one of your guests in the studio who said that AIDMK's leader, Edappadi Palanichami, is not a Jayalalitha. Of course, he's not a Jayalalitha. He's come up the hard way from a farmer's family as a booth level worker till the chief minister. But he's the only person in Tamil Nadu who's covered maximum ground in terms of campaign. Every time there's a protest, he's on the ground. And I think he's somebody who's extremely connected with the grassroots. I don't think we should go by people sitting in studios
Right.
commenting on publicity standards of leaders. Stalin is a great
point is, even Apsara Reddy, we must tell our viewers that even when the Jayalalitha aspect happened and the ADMK split, the cadre and the organization stayed with Edappadi Palliswamy. And EPS is also the only big MBC leader in the fray right now, if you were to see overall. And he has focused on organization of the party.
And if you've seen the election campaigns, the two leaders who have had excellent campaigns were EPS in the political space and Vijay, obviously as a film star.
But you have to also
crowd.
say that the
EPS,
the DMK also did its campaign and it's also strong. I'm not saying no, but Pura Gandhi is with us, just bringing Pura Gandhi. Irrespective of which way the polls are showing, ADMK or the DMK, whoever wins the seats. My question to you is, do you believe this kind of seat conversion that is being shown by the pollsters for the TVK? Because that will have to dent both parties if he's got to win such number of seats. Your thoughts, Pura Gandhi?
No, we don't agree with this particular seat conversion for a simple reason. In the tripartite contest, even assuming that we don't believe there is a tripartite contest, we strongly still believe that the contest is between DMK and ADMK. So Vijay is not even tested. So even assuming that Vijay is going to poll, say for example, 15 to 18%, or even in the worst case scenario, or you give the best case scenario as 23-24%. In the tripartite contest, out of 85% of the total votes polled, a winning party has to have at least 31 to 32% of the votes across the 234 seats.
Correct.
So Vijay getting 15% or even 18% or even 24% will not get converted into any seat. That's a fundamental issue here. So even in the Chennai suburbs, so say for example Chennai and the rural Chennai is a DMK vote. As far as Chennai is concerned, DMK always maintains a voting percentage of somewhere close to 44 to 45%, the highest margin in Chennai. So Vijay and ADMK also maintains a certain level of percentage, roughly 20 to 23% in Chennai. So to Vijay to win even a Chennai seat, Vijay need to get at least 35%, much higher than in the rural. Therefore, the presumption and assumption that Vijay is 22% or 18% or 15% will get converted into seat, it's not crossing the threshold. He may get some good share, up to 15%, but he's not going to turn up with any number of seats. Even Vijay will not win in Peramboor.
So GVL and so much more.
Let me give you a technical point. Whenever a new party comes into the electoral arena, it's difficult for pollsters to gauge what level of vote percentage they might actually poll, because all your projections are in reference to the past voting trends. So when you don't have anything as the past voting trend, whether you will end up at 10, 15, 20, it becomes difficult to gauge. So therefore, one of them is right. I don't know which one of them. But I will not rule out anything.
Arithmetically, there is a threshold for conversion into seats. Chetan Bhagat, Chetan.
You know, Tamil Nadu, like he said, is missing its movie stars. MGR, Jayalalitha is gone. It's a land of Rajnikant. They see them as gods. They see them as more than God. They need it. And AIDMK is not giving it. DMK cannot give it. So here comes an alternative. Exit polls are predicting 19%. Compare it to a Prashant Kishore who didn't have. What was missing? Prashant Kishore didn't have the stardom.
To be fair, Udaynidhi has acted in movies.
Okay, but you can't compare Vijay with any actor. You can compare Udaynidhi, you can compare him with even Vijay Kant. He's far bigger. But whether he will convert into votes is still a question.
For a voter, for the youth who doesn't identify probably with Dravidian politics, who has never seen Karunanidhi and doesn't identify with that, who doesn't identify with even the cult of Jayalalitha, you know, for them, this is a new kind of a phenomenon out here. So I can quite understand that they would want to vote. Will they vote so phenomenally large numbers? Because you know, as Sumant was saying that why is every voluble voter a TVK voter?
Yeah, see, this
the
is what I'm
silent
saying.
voter is supposedly
My
an
point
AIDM
is,
voter. You never
Dr.
know.
Raman, my point is, if there are people who have made up their mind that the DMK is not their cup of tea because it's let them down for whatever reasons, the AIDMK is a non-starter, then why wouldn't they go and bet on TVK whole hog?
Yeah, that's
why would you have a situation?
Rahul, let me tell you this. A week before the election, there was hardly any talk of Vijay sweeping the polls and so on.
True, last
right?
minute it happened, yeah.
On the day of the vote, people started saying that I voted TVK, I voted TVK, and then the buzz sort of started, from, you know, with, oh, so many people are saying we voted TVK, so there, you know what, my child asked me to vote for TVK. You know, that kind of a thing was what was spread. Is that enough in terms, are they just the voluble voter? One other point I just want to add, Anand, there's a JVC poll which is now given 128 to 147 to AIADMK.
Yeah, so let's add the JVC,
so that
JVC poll to the...
So can I just add quickly to what Dr. Raman said? See, we have to understand from a BJP national perspective, the very fact that you prevented the DMK alliance from even crossing the halfway mark would be seen as a victory.
I just want to quickly come in here.
Do we have
all of this while we are
that in
immersed
itself
in Tamil Nadu? Just some big news coming in. Gyanesh Kumar, Chief Election Commissioner of India, has complimented voters for posting record turnout in Bengal.
Yeah,
so phase 1, phase 2, record turnout. It's 91.41%. And he says highest ever percentage of polling in West Bengal in both phase 1 and 2 since independence. Chunav ka parv, Paschim Bengal ka garv. So the pride of
phase 1 and phase 2
West
mirror
Bengal.
each other, almost
mirror each other. Of course, this phase is slightly less than phase 1, which is 93%, I think. So 93 and 91%. But fundamentally, it's phenomenal.
Rahul, repeatedly on your show, I've said this, that, you know, the leaders of these opposition parties going on pillorying the election commission, the people of the country have absolute faith in the process as well as the commission.
Now, coming back to Tamil Nadu.
I disagree there. They have faith in the process overall. That is also coming. And see, there are a lot of questions for which there haven't been answers. I'll give you a simple example, Rahul. Tell me the number of people who voted in Tamil Nadu, number of actual votes cast in each constituency. Is that a secret?
I understand what you're saying. There have been
protest against the election
commission. Is it not the duty of the election commission to put that data?
Where do you see? Did anybody go? I don't agree.
23rd people voted. Today is 29. Where is the data?
Let's go back to Tamil Nadu because our focus. Let's go to region-wise. Anand, let's go to the region-wise.
Region-wise, I'm just putting out something here for our viewers to also grasp why we are saying, and the question exercise. I got nothing against Vijay or the TVK. I must say that I'm a huge fan of Vijay, viewers. The point, the whole exercise of understanding this deep dive of the arithmetic conundrum or the complexity of Tamil Nadu started with this question of how can Vijay win? What does Vijay and TVK need to do to win? And let's start with just rural Tamil Nadu. 90 of the 234 seats come from rural Tamil Nadu, and Apsara Reddy, Pura Gandhi are there. Look at the hold that these two parties have. They share 86% of the vote share there between the two of them. So if Vijay has to win, and this is the benchmark, Pura Gandhi also said the same thing. Vijay, if he has to win, Vijay has to, across Tamil Nadu, needs to get at least 28 to 30% votes across every constituency to get to certain number of seats, that is 30 seats. There are somebody who are giving 10, 12, 15 seats. That means he has to poll, and this is what arithmetically it says, he has to poll in about 100 seats. He has to poll nearly 40% votes to be able to hurt these two, because he has to pinch 40% from these two. He has to go above them. He has to go above their vote share, or he has to bring them back. Now, if they have to be brought down to 30%, 30% here, 30% here, he has to pinch 15% from both these people. Now, if that happens, their seats will also come down. They won't hold on to these seats. So this arithmetically, this happening, and that too in rural Tamil Nadu, TVK has no presence.
So let's just go and
rural
see
Tamil Nadu, this whole region. TVK has no presence.
No, one understands all of that. But look, there are certain pollsters who are casting certain votes, right? So let's have a look at the region-wise in vote 5 and get a sense of where these votes are coming from, and also the vote share, viewers. Because that's one thing we haven't talked about. The vote share sometimes can give you big clarity on what's really transpired.
Okay, let's look at the region-wise numbers. If we can call Tamil Nadu region-wise, and we'll show you where the gains are. I've not looked at the numbers, and I'm just saying that it will be in KTCC and in South where Vijay will make a dent. Let's look at it. 19 to 21 seats, DMK, because anti-incumbency, his campaign was against Stalin and DMK in KTCC, and that's where he is getting 3 to 5 seats. And the ADMK benefits because even a 5 to 10% vote share shift from the DMK towards TVK and ADMK retaining its existing voter base, it goes up in terms of seats.
Last time it was 36 out of 37 for the DMK.
36 out of 37 for the DMK. Look at this. It's coming down by about 15, 16 seats. The gain is for the ADMK because TVK hurts the DMK. North, 52 seats. 18 to 20 seats to the DMK. No seats for the TVK. Why? But they have pinched about 10 to 12% away from the DMK. Not hurting the ADMK as much because his campaign has been against the DMK. And that's why the ADMK goes up in its seat shareholding. That's the vote vibe calculation. West is again 50 seats. This is the Congo belt also comes into this West region. Again, this is supposed to be...
Apparently, according to the vote shares, which we'll come to region-wise, I just want to quickly bring your attention to the fact that in KTCC, one second, TVK is picking up. In KTCC, TVK is picking up about 21% of the vote.
Correct.
In the north, picking up about 15%.
15%. So no seats.
13.9% in Delta.
In Delta. So
in
no
South,
seats again.
16.7%.
South
in
against,
West,
let's
picking
move
up,
to the next region.
Let's just pick in West, picking up 14.6.
Can you move forward on Delta and after that bring South in also?
That's right. So we'll bring the South.
Let's bring South in also here.
So there is traction only really in the KTCC belt where he's got 21% of the vote. Everything else
KTCC and there will be some traction in the south and in the Delta region because Delta is just north of Chennai.
South is 16.7, which is, you're right, which is the second highest after KTCC, but by a big gap. Now, the interesting thing is, in Christian voters, among Christian voters, 23.5% of the vote. Muslims, 13.6%. And upper caste Hindus 19.8%, OBC 14.6%, STs 15.7% and SCs 16.5%.
Right. Now the upper caste Hindus largely in the KTCC belt, Christians in the south KTCC belt, Muslims are coming again in the south and some in the west. That's where and of course in the KTCC belt. See, this is where he is gaining his seats. Where are the other seat share gains? Look at North. This is again about 140 seats.
Can I come in, please?
No.
If he gets 8 to 15% of the vote share, randomly I'm talking about, if he gets 8 to 15% of the vote share, he doesn't need to win seats. He's going to make a dent on the outcome of these results.
Correct, and that's why we are saying it's hurting the DMK's chances because they are the ones fighting anti-incumbency. His campaign has been against Stalin. He didn't call Edapadi Palaniswamy an uncle. He called Stalin an uncle. So the jibes were against the DMK. That's how the.
But he could always, in a post-election scenario, he could go with them. He's not made clear who he will
go
with.
Where he goes or not is a different. I'm looking at the projections. I'm looking at what the other pollsters are done. I'm explaining the logic of vote wise.
Uncle is not an insult. It's not Twitter.
I mean, as a Tamilian, you should know this.
He's used the term Tiya Sakti, evil force for the DMK. The entire election, he has called it a battle between Tiya Sakti, which is evil force, and Tuya Sakti, which he calls for himself, which is a pure force of good.
You remember Arvind Kejriwal's first election in Congress?
So that kind of narrative he has said.
This is the IPAC playbook.
The point is, Anand.
We'll see on 4th.
Those seats in the south and Delta. I mean, look, I've gone through 234 of those seats. South, the seats the Christian seats, DMK, Congress combined wins by 40,000, 50,000 votes.
Okay. So this time they may win by 20,000 votes, even if there is an erosion, but they will still win because the holds in these seats are so strong. So that's why this math done by some of the pollsters, because I've spent time in Tamil Nadu. I'm invested. I'm a Tamilan. So I've tried to understand what's going to happen. Can there be a three-way race at all? And that's deep dive, and that's why it's bamboozling those seat shares that have been given. And how pollsters have done that math is something that I'm trying to understand. Yeah.
The point was made about Kejriwal by Chetan. Kejriwal in his first election had a 28% vote share. We gave him about 28 odd seats. He had a higher vote share in the next time when the second time the election happened. So Delhi and Tamil Nadu, of course, are apples and oranges.
No, but that was also because, Nalin, he could win substantively with about 28% because there were two other equal polls in BJP and in Congress. Congress was the dominant poll. So basically here you have a situation where with 28%, you're seeming to suggest that he is not going to.
So the point I'm trying to make is that the threshold in an election like Tamil Nadu historically, the threshold for winning seats is much higher. And to give you perspective, when MGR played for the first time, he won 33% of the vote and he swept the election. The threshold to my mind in Tamil Nadu would be somewhere between 20% plus to win significant amount of seats. At least 15%.
30%
Anything below that is...
We have established this at New Matrix that in Tamil Nadu, the threshold is 30% vote share. Okay, just quickly, this is another set of numbers which I have to thank you all for and our viewers for, that we are actually zooming past in terms of the concurrent views that we are getting, especially for our election coverage. As always, the viewers staying with CNN News 18. So congratulations to all of you and thank you very, very much. You guys are the ones who are helping us do this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just bringing the focus back to Dr. Raman and some of these numbers. Let's go panelist by panelist and just understand this breakdown, because if we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me, how is it that TVK in KTCC out of 37 seats is getting 3 to 5, yet is significantly damaging DMK and is not seen as an alternative even when it comes to the AIDMK. So either he should be in second position or he's such an outlier that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo except for denting the DMK. Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert on Tamil Nadu at all.
Okay, so Chennai,